last has come to Hong Kong, and we have long awaited deep and dangerous Counter-Strike to hit this city. And trust me, they do have a rich history in Counter-Strike. Starting back in CS 1.6, there was qualifiers for some of the very biggest events, ESWC and the World Cyber Games. And then, moving in later, we saw it across CSGO. Constant qualifiers, constant attempts, local lands, the scene has been thriving, and even an MIBR with Fallen was able to lift the trophy here, though it wasn't quite an elite event, so we are going to make history in Hong Kong by bringing the best teams we could to play here at Rivals. Hello, Pimp, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. It's a pleasure to be in Hong Kong, my first time ever here, so I'm super excited.
I'm very excited, but it's going to be a dangerous event because it's just 8 teams. There's spots in the playoffs, but 2 teams won't find their way throughout all of it. So let's have a look at how they got here in terms of where the invites were, how it was working in VRS, because this is what we've got in front of us.
Some of the best teams in the world now, no doubt about it. As you can see, the top 4 VRS global ranked teams at the time of invitations. MongolZ, FURIA, Vitality, Spirit. You have some of the best players in the world taking the stage here in Hong Kong.
And then we had the wildcard invites at the same time, right? Falcons being a wildcard for EU, the highest rated at that. And then the highest rated from all the other regions, from South America, Asia, and North America, all battling it out, trying to lift that trophy at the end of the tournament. But let's start talking about the teams we have here, and starting with MongolZ. Obviously, it was one of the most unexpected changes, one that they didn't even expect, with Senzu going out and controllers coming in.
Yeah, and he was doing a pretty decent job, you know, last week at IEM Chengdu. I think a lot of people expected not so much from controllers, especially when you're replacing a guy like Senzu, who were the star player of the MongolZ. But I was positively surprised. I think the MongolZ themselves were happy with the fact they made a playoff. Let it be said, James, it's not the same team anymore, though. You know,
True.
Controllers did well, but he is no Senzu. So I think we have to limit and temper our expectations a little bit when it comes to the MongolZ.
Would you say right now, though, right, that they can only get better from what we saw at Chengdu? You know, that was a good run already. Some more time, some more games, more officials under their belt.
You'd be inclined to think so, that with time they get better, but there's also the things called honeymoon, and I'm not sure if controllers is as good as we saw in Chengdu. I need to see him play more. I need to see him, you know, show consistently that he can be a decent player, and then hopefully a guy like 910, who had a fantastic tournament in Chengdu, can continue his step up. If not, then I think the MongolZ will struggle against the best teams in the world.
Well, a team that's been doing very well and lifting trophies now and breaking their own records and dreams, because Quesarado and Yuri can finally actually sit there with trophies in their hands, mate.
It's a crazy story. I think FURIA is one of the most improved teams throughout 2025. Obviously, bringing in Molodoi, bringing in Yakinda changed the landscape completely for this team. And as you said, Fallen moving into a rifling in-game leading role as well. It just seems that everything they touch right now is working out. And then winning Chengdu, that was that final step. So they're now one of the major contenders, not only to win the major, but also to win here in Hong Kong.
What would it mean for like just this team right now if they could go for back-to-back tournaments with these wins at this level of event?
That'd be crazy. That'd be unheard of. You know, I think it's fair to say that no one can contest Vitality to be the best team of 2025. But imagine a world where FURIA wins Hong Kong, they win the major. They're coming close. They're not going to overtake Vitality, but they're coming close, and by far the second best team then of the year.
It makes things very exciting, and Vitality themselves are still a super exciting team. They are the best team of the year, but it has been a slowdown coming into the second half of the season.
Yeah, I mean, they still consistently place themselves in the playoff. They get into the semifinals, they get into the finals, but they struggle, you know, asserting the same dominance that we saw in the beginning of the year. What are they missing? I don't know. Not necessarily anything. I think it's just a lack of firepower sometimes from some of the players. They lack that, you know, extra 2 or 3% they used to have. Even in Chengdu in the final against FURIA, they lost 3-0, but all 3 maps were hyper competitive. So I wouldn't necessarily be worried on behalf of Vitality, but it's fair to say they're not as dominant as they used to be.
Yeah, they just set the bar so high that now anything other than a win is like, oh, you know, Vitality, what's going on? But for a team that was lifting some trophies this year in Spirit, now I'm starting to worry. This should be the red flag moment.
You should be worried. I think Spirit right now is the one team where I would raise a red flag and be like, I don't know where they're going. I feel like Sway came into the team, obviously had a good start winning Cologne, winning in Malta as well at the Blast Bounty. But apart from that, it's just been very dire streets for this team as of late. Even Donk in Chengdu had an abnormal performance where he was only at a 1.19 rating, which for Donk standards is absurd. So yeah, I would be worried too if I'm a Spirit fan. They're not looking at the best right now. So I think for them, it's very important to have a good showing here in Hong Kong.
You talk about Dong's rating, I'm talking about his frustration as well. It seems like he's frustrated back at his teammates again. We're going back into the time before they won a major.
I mean, I wouldn't blame him necessarily. It's hard to be Dong and carrying all the time. And when you look to your right and you look to your left and no one is helping you out, it can be quite frustrating from time to time.
Well, let's move a step further into our invited teams as well, because these come through the wildcast invites. And we should probably be starting with Falcons, because still one of the elite teams in there, still one of the most consistent, but without a trophy in their hand as of now.
That's the thing, right? They've consistently been getting better and better. They show up for each tournament, and you see improvements in their gameplay. You see improvements in how MongolZ is playing and how Nico is playing, but they still can't figure out the formula to win the tournaments, to get the trophy. So definitely a contender here in Hong Kong, but still a team that desperately needs a win. They were built to win trophies, James, and they haven't done it yet.
Yeah, and if we look at their events, right, and we look at just the run they've been able to have, most teams will be happy with this, but it's because of the players and the caliber that there is shown there on the side of Falcons that this is not good enough.
That's the thing, right? 12th at IM Cologne, that was the very first event with Kyusuke. Apart from that, it's been semifinals every single time, even the grand final at ESL Pro League against Vitality. No shame in losing to them. But you're right, if you're the Falcons, you can't be happy with that. You need to win trophies, you need to win tournaments, otherwise job is not well done.
Yeah, that is what they're built for. We're yet to see it happen. Maybe here is where Hong Kong can change things for this team. But next, we've got to go over to our Asian team, TYLOO, the home favorites as it be, even though the fans cheer more for a Falcons than they would a TYLOO. TYLOO, they shocked us in a way when it came to that FURIA event. They lifted a trophy, they took down Astralis, but since then, I don't know what to make of them. It seems to be getting worse.
Yeah, it's a puzzling one. You know, even at the Austin Major, what we saw them last time around, they remain competitive. The FURIA event, as you said, they played well, but I feel like they've come down to earth. Yeah, I think when I look towards TYLOO, it's one of the main underdogs in this tournament. I don't really rate them to be able to compete against the best European teams, but I'm happy to be surprised once more. It does feel like it's a very momentum-driven team.
Yeah.
They get off to a good start. They can definitely make waves. They can definitely be annoying to some of these European top dogs, but winning this tournament, let alone getting into the playoff, it's looking rough for TYLOO.
And looking at their events, right, there was this jump up, and now it's just a steady decline. How do you course correct this if you're TYLOO? Because you're getting the chances to play better teams. You're getting the practice you need.
Well, there's an easy answer to that question, James. You win your games, and that's how you get the points, that's how you get the ranking, and that's how you get the confidence. The issue is I don't think TYLOO right now is in a position where they can expect to win many games. As said, we're here in Hong Kong. It's only the cream of the cream. It's only the top of the top that is attending here at the Rivals. So for TYLOO to get a lot of wins here, it's going to be extremely difficult.
And the difficulty continues because paiN are kind of in a similar situation. The Austin Major was a breakthrough standout event. We finally thought they cracked the code, but that code has been made a different code. It's become a problem for them once again.
Yeah, it's a puzzling one for me as well, to be completely honest. I think they have everything it takes in order to be a decent team and a good team. And obviously we've seen that before. You said it yourself at the Austin Major, but for them as well, it's been a rough period. They haven't really been able to make the playoff. They haven't been able to win their games. They're struggling in the group stage, and you can see and listen in the interviews that it feels like the players as well are losing confidence in the project, right? They're no longer as confident as they used to be. So I'm not gonna lie, you know, Big Zero, I don't think you can win this tournament. I'm glad you do, but you gotta install some confidence into your players because it's lackluster at the moment.
Well, the thing is, right, when he says we can win any tournament we play, yes, you can. That's the kind of the goal for anyone. But then even at events where there's not the elite teams, a Legacy takes the trophy away from you, which you're supposed to be better than.
Yeah, they were supposed to be better than them. They were even better than FURIA for a long, long time. You know, they could crown themselves as the best Brazilian team. We saw them beat FURIA in Austin in the quarterfinal to settle that. Ever since, though, it's been rough for paiN Gaming. So I hope we get to see the best of them here, but that's what's required. If they want to make a statement here, if they want to be competitive in Hong Kong, they need to be at the best.
Well, last team, and certainly not the worst team here, but it's a team we haven't seen
sure
for quite some time. Well, I believe they got a few tricks up their sleeve. I've been talking to the guys from paiN UA. They come away with the Draculan win. They win at Urban Rigor as well. They start to at least dominate at the level they should be. Yeah. But now we finally get to see them against the elite and show us what they've got.
And that's the interesting thing, because you're right. You know, you look at the results and you look at the teams they're playing against. They're consistently delivering against teams they're supposed to beat. Can they make the step up? Can they take the step up where they can remain competitive at a team like the MongolZ, at a team like Falcons, etc., etc.? That remains to be seen. I'm not sure that's the case just yet, but this Hong Kong event for them, that's going to be a great experience, and it's going to be a proving ground to once again, you know, open the conversation whether or not NA has a team that can play Counter-Strike at a high level.
Are they better than Liquid?
Nope.
Oh, okay. You just thrown the chances away on that. Let's see how these teams are going to be put out, though, in the groups, and let's see how things will be divided up here. Starting with Group A, we've got MongolZ, paiN, Falcons, and Spirit. And work with me here, Pimp, right? There's just a world where I see paiN come up, get the win against Mongols, then Mongols eliminate maybe Spirit if Falcons win, and then we still see them, and it's just a bad day for Spirit once again.
Well, I think that's the most important game in this group for paiN UA. If they want to stand a chance, they have to beat the Mongols, because if you play either Spirit or Falcons in that elimination game, that's going to be incredible tough. So the best bet for paiN to make a statement right here in Hong Kong, that's by winning the very first game.
And we love an upset. We want to see some sort of an upset, right? You know, put some of that fire back into all of it. Going into Group B and looking at that, though, because that's where the rest of the teams lie, things are incredibly tough here. And you might say, yes, okay, TYLOO's probably the weakest team in here, but they're always good to at least try and fight or take a map from someone.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, it's going to be tough against Vitality, no doubt, but let's play with the idea that FURIA continue to dominate, Vitality continue to dominate, then the TYLOO versus paiN potentially in the elimination match. I feel like that's a 50-50. That's one at the moment. You'd argue paiN maybe are the favorites, but as you said, they haven't been looking great as of late. So I think that's a more open group in the sense that there's no clear-cut favorite to be eliminated first. Okay, so this one can be a bit more of a 50-50. I'm glad you said that. I thought you were going to go for the whole paiN train and then TYLOO gone out of it. We do need to get TYLOO here in Hong Kong into an arena. The fans would love it. We'll have to wait and see. But let's take a look at the schedule. Let's see how things are panning out. It's 4 best-of-3s across the day. Plenty of Counter-Strike action starting early in the morning here in Hong Kong, all the way through to the late night side of things. And look at that, the very last game, TYLOO, Vitality, FURIA, paiN before that, Falcons, Spirit. But right here, after the break, we're moving into MongolZ, taking on paiN UA.
He can't see a thing, they're right in front, diffusing the bomb, the smoke, oh my god! Dupree taking 2 and falling back, going for the shot, you've got to be kidding me! Dupree winning the round!
Hi, my name is Dupree, I'm a 5-time major champion, and I was part of the Astralis era. In the beginning with Astralis, you know, it was with any other startup. Remember the first shirt iteration we had, which is like a plain black shirt with this star that was printed on top. Just feeling that this was our own was something that actually mattered a lot to us. We were proud of what we had already created, and now it's more about we wanted and needed to get the results right to get it where we wanted it to. It really fast got pretty big, in my opinion. It rose to become something like it's more of a subculture back in Denmark. You could go and ask anyone on the streets in Denmark and they would know what Astralis was. And maybe they didn't like specifically in detail know what it was about, but they've heard the name before. It just flew into proportions that we never expected. I think for any Counter-Strike player that are playing this game competitively, it's about making a name for yourself. That's where the major comes in really handy. I think like the dream of winning one is what everyone wants to achieve inside Counter-Strike. But getting there obviously takes a lot of hard work and also some luck and everything. But when I first started playing Counter-Strike, I wanted to win my major. And if I could just win one major, then I would be very satisfied. Getting to the point where I feel like the team back in the days with Astralis that was capable of winning a major was like a really good feeling. You would go into the tournament and you would feel that we actually have the capabilities of winning this tournament. That felt really good. We went in that grand final, you know, I think we were obviously playing against Virtus Pro in that grand final. You know, we were playing against some really experienced guys from the time. And for us to go up against these kind of legends, it kind of fueled us in a way that we want to go out and prove that we can also do this, you know. And then, you know, getting to the point where you need one more round, I believe that we had 15 seconds of free time and Clay would say like, guys, let's just do the exact same as we just did, like let's catch them off guard. And you could just feel that everyone in the team was on the same page. Everyone felt that this was that right call, you know, everyone believed in it. There was so much chaos, like it was just like people just getting killed left and right, but it was just like one frag at a time, and you can see in the kill feed like we were getting closer and closer and closer, and then that final kill, which I believe I got when I hit that last Tech9 headshot on test, that was like crazy, and like the feeling is just like we jumped up and threw our headsets off. All of a sudden, I found myself in a position where I had actually achieved that dream of winning the major.
Just play our own game, focus on the round, we will do our best.
paiN UA is now given a chance to really swing for Tier 1.
Taking out a team like this, it's worth the headline.
It all starts here in Hong Kong with the Mongols taking on paiN UA. And we were already speaking about this in just a little bit of detail, that for paiN, this is a huge opportunity, especially ahead of the major, to test yourself against some of the teams that you will definitely have to face.
It is a must-win game for paiN UA if they want to stand a chance of making a big result here in Hong Kong. If they were to drop down in the lower bracket where they have to face either Falcons or Spirit, that's going to be incredibly tough. So I think their best odds, their best chance of making a statement here, James, is by coming out swinging from the get-go.
And when you talk about coming out swinging from the get-go, it's Grim we're looking at, right? This right now is the star player who continues to shine and actually thrive right now.
Yeah, looking into the stats, looking into how he's been performing, he's really had another step up in his career. Obviously, since Elise leaving the team, you're looking towards Grim if you want that firepower to come out, and he's been able to consistently deliver as of late. But can he do it against the good teams? That's what we have to figure out.
We will be finding that out because I did catch up with Grim to see what they've done since their last official 42 days ago. Grim, 42 days since you guys won Urban Rigor. Obviously, this is some positive style of events, but it's been a long time since we've seen you at this kind of event. You said in another interview you guys have been practicing quite a lot this whole time. Can you just break it down to me of how it went between spending time in America to then obviously practicing and just how things worked out for you guys?
Yeah, I'd say after we won Riga, we took like 10 days off, and then we've been practicing since like the 10th of October, basically. So definitely been a lot of practice. I keep telling the guys, I'm getting so bored of these scrims, you know. I want to get back in the matches, so definitely excited for that. We definitely have a bit like of a more like a surprise factor coming in because I'd say like since we had like 4 weeks of straight practice and, you know, like our whole playbook, like a ton of new stuff added and stuff that other teams won't be able to like look at our stuff, obviously because we haven't played in a while, but we can study them because they were just at Chengdu. So yeah, overall just feeling confident and looking to take over, take the wins that we just had into this event.
I like that you're saying there's a surprise factor to this. So when you're saying how much has changed, is it also making it so Kvem's more comfortable as well? Because we'd seen some games before where he was maybe looking a bit lost at times. So do you feel like you guys are kind of all on the same page?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he was lost. I think he's just, you know, coming to an international team and hearing all these American comms, everyone yelling, NACS comms, definitely takes some time to get used to. Yeah. And we had to get used to him as well. And, you know, he likes to do some things a bit differently than we like to do. And it's just about getting him, like, implemented and everyone on the same page. And I think we definitely had a long time to do that in the past 4 weeks.
Well, they've had the time, and now it's about showing it. But also, we saw the video come up there, floating the Mirage, but Mongols didn't take the bait.
No, that's kind of interesting. I think Mongols played well on Inferno and Chengdu, so they're probably sticking to what they know they're good at. And then I like what Grim was saying, you know, a top team that gets to practice 4 weeks straight without being interrupted at all. A lot of these other teams here in Hong Kong, they would love to have that opportunity. So they need to make the most out of that. And I'm curious to see if they actually have updated their playbook and can catch off guard the Mongols.
And he was talking a lot about Kvem, right? Obviously, he's had time now to get used to this, understand all the comms and how he can play. But obviously, in his previous teams, he was a player everyone was hyping up and excited about. If they can get him activated alongside Grim, it could be a dangerous team.
It's not impossible. paiN UA has interesting elements into their lineup for sure, but I want to see it against some of the good teams, being the Mongols, before I start to believe it.
Is this the right time for them to strike, though? Like, if we turn our focus to the Mongols right now, no Senzu in there, controller's still coming in. They could be that little bit shaky, even if you did like what you saw from Chengdu.
100%. I mean, right now, the Mongols are the most vulnerable they probably have ever been, you know, in this new era of them being a top team. So if you're paiN UA, you're smelling blood. Like, you're smelling that there's a potential upset in the water right here. And if you were to beat them, today has to be that day, no doubt. Controllers did well, but it's not the Mongols at the same level as with Senzu, that's for sure.
But they're still confident in the Mongols, and Mazinho was talking to me earlier, so let's hear from him. Mazinho, Chengdu got out the way, your first event with controllers coming in. You still made it to playoffs as well, so how would you say that was for you guys? Was it better than expected, considering everything you guys had to go through?
Playoffs was expected for us. I think we just expected from the beginning. On the stage, we played very good with controllers. His first stage game was, he played very good, so it was expected.
Can you explain to me the difference between controllers in-game to when you played with Senzu? What does it change? What does it mean for you guys on the server?
Difference between Senzo and controller. I think Senzo is the more sharp. Like he just peek and destroys enemies. And with controllers, he doesn't take duels like Senzo. Like, I mean, he's not picking like him, just using his utilities and make it better for him. So that's the difference, I think.
And what does that mean for you and the rest of the players on the team? Do you have to make some changes? Like, do you have to have a different style?
No, it's like we're just playing as we do. So he just, I don't know. He's just connecting his play style for us. Yeah.
Okay. So he's learning, he's adapting. How do you think he is doing, though? How would you rate his performance so far?
Yeah, he's doing good lately. Like, sometimes he got so nervous. Yeah. But we try to calm down him. So yeah, he's just trying his best and he's doing good. Yeah.
And he did do pretty damn good when it came to Chengdu, but it's some of the other players, like a 9-10 controllers was looking good. But I was expecting maybe a Mazzino or a Techno to be able to step back up and help out in a situation like this. That wasn't the case.
That's the thing, right? If you lose a prospect like Sentu, if you lose a guy that is always turning up with a lot of frags, a lot of impacts, some of the other guys within the team will have to step up to make for that gap. As you said, controllers did a decent job, and even according to Mazzino, maybe a little bit more of a utility player, a little bit more of a support element within the team. So that should justify that maybe Mazzino himself playing a little bit better, maybe Techno stepping it up, maybe 9-10 continuing the good tendencies we saw in Chengdu, because they need that firepower. That's the DNA of the MongolZ. It's always been the DNA, firepower above everything. So if they lose a little bit of firepower with no sensor, then someone else has to make up for that gap.
Well, let's see who will show up when it comes to this game. We're going into our opening match. It's the Mongols taking on paiN UA, and we've got the incredible voices of Hugo and Harry.
Thank you, James. Blast Rivals Season 2 2025, and this is going to be a sick week ahead of us. We have some of the best teams in the world here in Hong Kong, Harry, and we have some cutthroat groups as well. Top dogs, underdogs, paiN UA coming in off of a month off, and man, they've got to get through MongolZ, Spirit, and Falcons if they want to make the stage.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. And, you know, obviously we just saw the Mongols out in Chengdu. There, they were missing Mara for the first couple of days. I think that showed in how they played. It was super quick, never a timeout, never a pause, never a moment to slow down. And really, their whole group stage run, even though controllers had some fine games in there and did show up in the playoffs, the entire run through the group stage was held together by that guy, 9-10. He was phenomenal, and a big reason as to why they made it as deep as they did. I was kind of left feeling actually a little disappointed with the rest of the regulars from the Mongols, who were very inconsistent, super slow to start. It was really the 9-10 show all the way till Mara's arrival on the final day of groups.
Yeah, Controllers was literally the second best rated player of this team coming through that group stage run, so I think that was kind of shocking. Despite that, I think we still expected a bigger drop-off from this team when you consider that their best player, their star player, their, you know, most mechanically skilled player was missing from the squad, and still they managed to not just win their games they were meant to, they even won a game they weren't meant to, taking down Spirit 2-1, burning through a long series and a long 2BO3 day for the Mongols, from 28-year-old rookie controllers getting onto the stage as well. But coming here into Hong Kong, now they're favorites, and now they've got a bit of pressure on their back, I think, Harry, because paiN UA, impossible to prep for. It's been a month since they played officials, 42 days for paiN UA as they re-enter a Tier 1 event. It's been a while. It's good to see them, and they've got a new player as well since the last time they were here at a Top Dog tournament.
Yeah, we're starting things off on Overpass, the pick of paiN UA. And so that means they're blessed or cursed with the T-side star.
Yeah, it really depends how you look at it. Get it out the way early, I say. You'd hope. With this being their pick, with all this prac and prep time, they have a few things up their sleeve. A-Execute comes through in the pistol. 2 players on the site.
Oh, 9-10, full blind, wrecked by the util, but Blitz has just bailed him out. And Controller's even getting aggressive down towards B, has dealt with the lurk. That is a very convincing pistol put forth from the Mongols.
Yeah, that's what 42 days off feels like, right? You have all the nades, you have all the utility, you throw out
loads
perfect
of ideas,
execute.
you nail the exit.
Everyone gets shot in the face. So welcome back. Nothing too complex about that one. paiN UA falls short of the pistol, and now this game gets hard on the T side. Not even a kill to talk about here for paiN. And the Mongols, who lost this map both times over with controllers, back at Chengdu, but they got a close game against FURIA. We know how much FURIA like this map on a huge win streak of their own. So it's not like Mongols are uncomfortable by any means. They didn't fall for the Mirage Gambit in the veto. But I like the paiN UA are coming in confident, right? Floating their permaban and keeping things interesting. They have a lot to prove here this week. 3 out of the 4 squads inside of the group making it to the playoffs, but unlike Group B, where there, I would say, are more opportunities, more upset potential, this one is top heavy. Falcons, Spirit, Mongols, no easy run to the playoffs.
No, I think it's wild to think about that this is probably the best chance you're going to have if you're paiN. And even then, it's still versus a team that come off the back of a deep run at a Tier 1 tournament, a stacked Tier 1 tournament out in Chengdu. So I'm inclined to agree with you, Hugo. This is kind of the harder side to end up on. All right. paiN just waiting for the gun rounds. I'm liking the energy that Mazinho's bringing to the day. He's been all smiles to open this up. Here's that first gun round for paiN.
Yeah, got to dig deep in this one. Show off something interesting, starting with all 5 players on the B side. Mongols are looking to get that info early. Molly on the smoke, on top of the track. So paiN looked for the pop. kvem at the front of the pack. Good flash, but got to follow up with a kill. That's a nice shot for kvem. Hitting the flick. Needs a little bit more. Held back by the util of the Mongols, but paiN takes space and take the round. You would like to think. 3 entries without a trade for Mongols. All off the front of paiN's opening kill. Thank you, kvem.
The Mongols always make it look like they want to attempt these 2v4s, 2v5s down at B, and now they might with that boost up over at spawn. Nets 2 for 9-10, and even if you were just giving this a look in, that is the type of invitation you were hoping for. 9-10 gets sandwiched, he was on a roll there, takes Grim to swing out and stop him.
Oh, that was building for the Mongols. Just the intrigue off the double kill. They pieced together some nice trades, but Grim swinging out, saves the round. That would have been a 1v1 as paiN were quaking in their boots in that moment. Not the way you want it to begin, really, for paiN, who get 3 clean entries and still only survive with 2 players. Means they are ripe for being put back on pistols. But a round's a round. Getting in the game early. 9-10's AWP brought straight in. 7-1, keeping up his Chengdu form. He's ready for this player to be on the right, but Grim, in no hurry, looks to swing in. Shadow really gives it up there.
Unfortunate, and 9-10 just going to duck out after finding a 5v4. Techno even lurking back in the toilets. On the other side of this smoke, he just played through it and will miss this timing. So now they're in deep. 9-10 Zort makes it up here in time. A second kill found from 9-10. Mazinho lends a helping hand, and this is starting to feel really awkward for paiN, as they are hard repelled by the Mongols' AWP and rifle combo up on A. Nyx has got nowhere left to run, really. Bomb lost over at long. This just becomes a survival game for him.
Yeah, Blitz moving in for a rifle as well, so Mongols get everything out of this. Upgrades across the board, and Nick's searching for ghosts down at the B bomb site, but he is saving, or at least trying to. Mongols very hasty with this rotation onto the top site. And even if you don't know what you're up against, and Mongols certainly do, I think this is one of the, not only one of the teams I don't think are super prep heavy against their opponent, but I think in this game, Mongols have probably done almost close to 0 prep, right? Like barely even knowing more than positions of their opponents on certain maps. But because paiN have had so long away, there's only so much Mongols can actually know. But the point I'm making is, oh dear, everything after time as well. The point I'm making is, you know, it's pretty obvious where paiN is starting their rounds given how the util they're throwing, right? Are they mollying this smoke on B? We haven't seen default rounds from paiN. We're seeing pretty clear round openers, which are going to give MongolZ a lot of info. So 3 on top site before paiN even make contact. They're going into yet another stack.
I also just think that's a bit of a JT classic, like thinking back to when we did see these guys a hell of a lot more. He was someone who liked the call from spawn, going into a set piece, you know, less of a mid-round captain. And I'm inclined to agree with you. I think you're going to have pretty telegraphed hits for the most part. And I think if you're the MongolZ, as a result, you know, you might even have some vague recollection of facing the old Complexity gang back in the day. You'll have an idea on how JT likes to call and where he feels his most comfortable.
JT's hit 2 banging Deagle kills in this game already on the 2nd round and here on the 5th. Finding a 5v4 both times for paiN. These are still very difficult rounds to convert, right? We have Glocks, Armorless, Blitz, given a second chance. B seems to be clear. So them hiding outside of the site. MongolZ spamming through Con and paiN. Where are they going to go here? Maybe just straight into the bullet storm through this smoke. Running through, in fact. Glock will do nothing. And cover is there in time. Easily done for the MongolZ. Looking very comfortable here on this CT side of Overpass right now. Leading far and ahead. We need paiN to hit hard in yet another buy.
I think, you know, one of the only ways we've seen teams be able to really kind of catch the MongolZ off guard is trying to turn their mobility and aggression against them, you know? And so for Complexity, I hope we... that slipped out.
Yeah.
For paiN.
You're not the first one to do it today,
I'm not the
don't
first
worry.
one. Someone else is going to do that, believe me. It's because I just mentioned them. Here we are. For paiN, as I was saying.
Yeah.
They... I hope we see them lean into a default at some point. Just fan out, look for some map control, go about trying to take away connector. The MongolZ have been playing it. Look for some of this aggression out of controllers down towards B. Right, there will be a lot of moving parts.
JT's well prepped. Yeah, the worry of, I agree, the worry of playing default is 910's going to be able to just pick you off one by one, right? And so this is such a hard map to play against the MongolZ, even with the track record not looking too good. I think MongolZ, like you said, are a team that it's hard, you know, you can use their aggression against them, but you have to punish them. And that's a hard enough thing to do. You've got some very strong players on this team. So can paiN punish? Can they take advantage? Orb looking down conside from heaven. We see this smoke again from Grim. 3 in the front of toilets right now on MongolZ. They want to scrap. These setups are always fun. Flash can only do so much. Oh, or nothing. Just falls a little bit too short.
How they get aggressive on the back of that one kill. Halzerk left alone over on long. And as JT tries to come in for a late trade, they've already lost the space. The MongolZ are still pushing, still getting aggressive on these kills. And so it's just Grim left standing. He's getting boxed in, blitz, aggro, out through middle. Grim will find him. The MongolZ gonna look to tighten up on this player over at long. Techno playing it safe. Meanwhile, MongolZ holding on to the potential wraparound out of Grim.
Just don't give it away. It's all 1v1s right now. Blitz's move is a bit audacious, but no one else needs to make such a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, it's very blitz. You know, you live by it, you die by it. If you're the MongolZ, you just hope it hasn't given Grim a chance in this, well, what was a 1v5.
Techno's fighting. And he's nailing the shot in the open. Grim, not a standard clear. And is that 910 calling for a timeout? Calling for an admin at least. Maybe saying, hey, paiN okay? Do they need a hand? 10-1 on 910 right now. That hurts as well because I think it was a nice slower round for paiN. They had an idea, a plan. They had a spread default, but Flash into toilets does nothing.
Something up with 910's finger? I don't know. He was holding it up to the admin. Just saw him like...
No idea, yeah.
Through lack of a better word, sucking it then. That is what he was doing. Control-Ez. More of this aggression out towards B. Nades find Mazinho. If Control-Ez falls, this is a big problem, but playing it forward...
He's looking better than ever.
He gets out with a very clean kill, and there's the support from Blitz as well, just to get rid of this monster component on the B hit.
paiN. Another opener they can't convert, and the kills on the lineup. Control-Ez back-to-back 3Ks. Shut them down on long side. And he already looks like a MongolZ player, man. We saw it in Chengdu, but, you know, gets the opening kill on Toilets, just wide swings long. Finds 2 more. Calls for the reboost in this round. And MongolZ are keen to set him up. They're keen to let him off the leash here. Just making it look easy at the moment. 6-1 on CT overpass. Welcome back to official games, paiN. Halzerk's AWP is in play. We need some value out of it. We need a savior for paiN, or this is going to go very wrong.
I mean, dude, you know, we talk about Control-Ez in this team. I can't imagine the roller coaster of a time he's had. He played the first few days in Chengdu with no Mara, so it was just Blitz calling the most unhinged, up, you know,
running,
fast-paced strategies. Mara then comes in, whole vibe kind of shifts. It's not as aggressive. You try and be a little bit smarter with it.
They beat Spirit with Mara.
Exactly. He's adapted really well to this.
Oh,
good catch for Grim.
Dude, I always love watching Grim play. Look at the entry onto the boost. How is he ready for that? Flash set up by Halzerk to find the 5v4. But Techno again in toilets with support from the AWP.
I mean, Kavem's just here leaving pressure on and a backdoor open. It looks like it's going to be this B play, so only Mazinho actually in the site.
Good flash, and they got it boxed in, hunted down. JT gets that entry, and Control-Ez rotated out early. There's a trade on the top side. 9-10 keeps up an incredible scoreline, but Control-Ez can save the round. Doesn't play ahead of the smoke. Needs for Halzerk to go in the open, and he could pop him right there, but missed chance. Up to him in the AWP.
Oh, burning the molly. Halzerk has the info. And now that AWP able to just take this line. Free kill on 9-10, and Control-Ez thinks about saving.
Respect.
Seen them attempt these man-down retakes a hell of a lot, but this is not one of them. Holding on to the AWP just feels better, and so paiN with that little fake over towards A. MongolZ leaning very strong into trying to get rid of Kavem. Opens up a free B site.
Yeah, MongolZ get really scared because the map is quiet and they're 2 in toilets, and they've seen paiN use long a lot, so they call Control-Ez back up to check that long play and leaves only 1 player in the B bomb site. He's only able to get a single kill. Flash is great. That's the one thing that looks really good right now for paiN, the utility. They're nailing everything. The flashes are perfect. They're finding a lot of their entries off of util. Double nade on the B bomb site. Smoke on the molly to open up a monster pop. Perfect flashbangs. The exception of that 1 long toilets round. So capitalizing well on their util are paiN. It's going to win them the round here. 2 flash entries. But they still need to string rounds together on this T side. It is brittle on overpass. And MongolZ have been cracking them for 4 rounds straight. It's JT, highest damage for his team and highest flashes. Still need these other players to wake up. There you go, B-centric, looking like a faster round, taking water and out monster with this lurk smoke. Is he gonna walk through the lurk smoke? Nick's just inside of B. They have no idea. Surprise, surprise. Pocket sprout out of paiN, and look how well it works. More flash assists in the feed as Nyx walks through a lurk smoke and shoots MongolZ in the side of the head.
Yeah, bomb's a little late in, but it won't come to matter. Plant still found. These players in con smoked off, and now they've got to go against Grim, so they're getting the smoke in more ways than one. And Grim bites down on that attempt at the retake, low on health the entire time. There's the finishing blow to the Mongols, and that little fast pop in towards B works wonders.
That's the kind of stuff we've been waiting for, right? That's what 40 days off does for you. All this prag. Double smoke wall with the molly behind it means Mongols can't swing monster. They can't see Nyx get in that position, and he just appears out of the mist. That's a cool play for paiN. That's one that you can't run every day. But the first time, it always works. Catching Mongols by surprise, putting their money on notice. Deep take here for Mongols. They're not going to play it, though. It's Blitz getting run boosted over the Molotov. Are they ready? Yes, they are. Grim is an out B again. The pace of paiN right now is pushing Mongols back. Another double entry, another round one. Loving these little pocket moves. They don't cool it off after they see the deep molly, the deep smoke either for Mongols back towards barrels. They just send it in. My oh my. This was looking limp at the beginning of the game, but the JT set call has propelled paiN into this T side.
I mean, now with the money starting to run out, you've got a real fighting chance here of posting something good on this T half. Very different scenario to just moments ago where you were lagging behind. It could have been a runaway success for the Mongols. You've closed the distance and you're about to break through in every way. If they find this next one, they can split this half right down the middle. And that's a far cry from how this started.
Yeah, it just didn't feel like that. It's just limp rounds and getting beat really cleanly for Mongols. Now, back-to-back rushes, and Mongols have to be scared about B. They have to be scared about the potential for that to go down once more. Will it? Whole nother question. Oh, missed smoke. There it is. First one. First missed bit of util here for paiN.
Unless...
No. Orpa B. Techno alone on that top side, throws in standard util and falls back, and it's a good grenade from paiN to chuck these players, but jumping into short water, Grim's forced to trade.
Oh, monster walkout. Mazinho just gets gone on in time. Nick stopped, but he can't slow down the roll of Grim out here on short, who's approaching double digits. Leads the charge in at low HP and will make it across with supportive flashes out of JT and the gang. Molly might push them forward. 9-10, full burns in it, and there's the pickup on Blitz. Remember, we said if they go for this and they come up short, they're broke. So Techno really has to think about saving here. Even then, this AWP is really all they're going to bring with them. Can try and cobble together some guns on the other guys, but this is looking very promising on the half for paiN.
Yeah, not even a full rush either. I mean, they're still making crazy plays. This is frustrating CS to play against, right? Two players come out that connector smoke. One jumps left, one jumps right. You can't hold both sides, and Mongols get caught off early. And again, paiN just really annoying utility. The molly burns 9-10 as he tries to back off. His teammate was committed in the open. Grim is hitting really hard right now. It was a bit of a slower start, but 9 and 6, finding many multi-kills in this T side. Surprise, surprise. 9-10. 3 deaths in a row without a kill. There's something to be said for that when he started 11-1 in this map. paiN just not going anywhere near A.
I like that they've lent into a bit of a slower round. It's a bit more defaulty. Kavem even picking up a kill out in mid. That's 9-10, 4 in a row. Wow, dead first. The AWP gone.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. It sounded insane. 9-10 just gets knocked out in a couple of shots.
You know, taking a kind of slower default round now in round 12 of the half before grouping and then committing to your hit is a really nice idea. You forced out the very limited util on both sides of the map. You know that you have control over the money. You know that they're working with less here. And so, essentially, you know, the Mongols can't actually take the pace out of this round now. They're almost at the full mercy of paiN and whatever exec they roll with. They're There is this aggression now towards the bathrooms. Blitz floating around on the MP9. Don't underestimate him with this gun. Backstab in for Techno. 2 on a platter. And Blitz even finds a second. Nix went back to lurk, try and control any type of B aggression. But while he was absent, the entire team dead on the other side of the map. And so as he rotates into a 1v4, no control, finds the first. But still has so much more to do. 2 players in the toilets, he knows about them both. Gonna try and play through this molly, hoping for the long kill. Doesn't come through, and so the Mongols deny a 6-6 half, scraping through with 1 extra round there in a low econ spot. They deny that default from Complexity.
paiN UA.
Hell yeah.
Now Zway's got an AK-47, 2 more players to topple in Palace, with Donk behind him to help. But caught throwing a frag grenade, Senzu down to half health, and that connector walk-up's gonna put the challenge back onto Shiro. Up close on the ramp smoke, a no-scope to his counterpart, a headshot onto Senzu. It is overkill for Shiro as he's trying to take control of the last couple of rounds. But Blitz has got the answer! It's 2 headshots back from Sandwich, a wide swing!
11-5 for the Mongols.
We saw Mao's embarrass Vitality on the second map of that semifinals, but we thought to ourselves that was the team who has the most reps against Vitality. The one that was slowly piecing together some kind of comfort zone. No comfort whatsoever. 9-10 hits another
He doesn't miss.
shots. And so this space dries up. He will do it all if he has to. As the others fall for him, no help is coming for Vitality. 9-10. Another testament to the strong utility. Remember the last time that Mongols tried to hit up this A site, it was that Saiwu short side ROPS in apps defense that just pushed forward and attacked at the right time. Again, they're trying to change it up. Great kill from Mzinho.
2, that's the whole site.
That's what they needed. M4 for the player over in pit.
That one buys him some time towards short, but Mzinho, he's gonna have to do so much here.
Trying to go for the reposition, trying to find that timing. They hear the feet burning.
No way.
No way. The rest of them still just leaning back. Hades and Hunter getting those responses as the CT sign up for fights. They've given it right back over. A delayed attack out from Hunter gets him a triple. Techno 4K on the rebuttal. Able to get into cover. Able to spray down all 3.
Oh, the Mongols are feeling pretty good right now. They've leveled out after a convincing little streak in there from paiN. They managed to put together a bunch of rounds on the back of JT's calls, some nice little pops in there. He started it with an up-tempo B play, tried to round it out with a smart play around the money, but the Mongols, mobile as ever, able to get in behind Complexity. The lack of util ended up not mattering. They still scrape by with 5, which is enough on the T half. You've got the better side ahead of you now, and a convincing start in the pistol with a tap-down range from Halzerk. That's already a nice piece for paiN to have.
That's what you need. Halzerk hitting hard in the CT side, considering he comes in slow, doesn't get an AWP kill. Want him rolling on the CT overpass. Down in con, Grim falls to controllers, 11-5, matching 9-10's output. After a slower ending to the half, those B hits for paiN that were the way in
And look, man, the Mongols, they got to start hyping up their boy even more. You know, in all these interviews, they're like, yeah, he's pretty good. He's pretty good. He's slotted in. You know, no Senzu, but he's doing what we say. Nah, man, he's hitting hard. This is, you know, controllers has had some fantastic games. Games where him and 910 have been difference makers. Games where even if 910 went absent, he was still able to find a lot of success. I think they should be completely bigging him up. And Senzu, who? We only know controllers.
Nyx needs help.
Oh, it's feeling quite twitchy right now, man. And burning alive in that molly. Util gets rid of him. Blitz double entry. And pistol round rolled out for the Mongols. And now teed up at a 4-on-2 post plant with paiN. Unlikely to even move in on this. I mean, they've brought both players up, but they don't have a kit. They don't have Util. You're relying on a big individual effort here to come through very quickly and save yourselves in a 2v4. Not a bad way for this to start, I'll be honest. Controllers with the trade. They know about this second player in Blitz who's low on health. 910 moves over, spotted back in the toilets, but Blitz doesn't miss a beat and quietly moves up towards top of the board himself.
Yeah, crazy round out of Blitz. 3 entries, perfect Molotov, burnt out Nick's backside, and 0 support. Those rotates felt a little bit slow there for paiN. Halzak found them an opener, but nothing really to talk about past that point. Good utility and even better entries from Blitz.
Too long. Too side.
And so now we have to force paiN. Want to keep the pressure on. Mongols say, hey, you hit those B site rounds hard on your T side. Let's try it ourselves. paiN not winning a round on A yet in this game. It's been a very B-centric. All 5 of their rounds on this site. Can that keep up here on the CT side? 4-man stack and they're really tucked in, forcing Mongols to commit if they want to figure this out. Despite taking this space early. Mongols. Ooh, that was a chance. Mongols going to move away though. Halzak will also need help. It's a perfect smoke to scale past the scout. What can you even do here?
It also requires a hell of a judgment call to decide whether or not this is a fake. Like, it's one of the most standard smokes. If you want to just apply pressure over on A without committing to anything, you throw this one in.
Good luck.
paiN have rotated up with their force, but the SMGs, the rifles already closing in, and JT going to get overwhelmed. They had the right read on the situation. They had the stack in the right place and in time, but it just doesn't pan out. Too much distance closed by the Mongols means as soon as that smoke fades, they're fighting multiple players.
And 3 players tagged low as well. Scout connects on long, couldn't even re-peek because the Mongols were already up short. That really hurts for paiN, who feel like they were maybe 1 kill from winning the round in a way. It looks very different if 1 more of those Mongols players falls. But only damage on the way out here. paiN just look to save the little they have. Gonna need kvem to give us more here on the CT side, because he was the hot prospect. He was a talent. Yeah, it's Grim in a lot of star positions in this team, but kvem is a hearty bit of firepower, a player who we saw in this team, and we saw in Ikla as well prior, got locked in contract jail, tried to make a major run with the Drillers, but even inside of paiN, when it was a full Ukrainian team, he was an absolute monster. 1.2 rating, was super reliable online.
I mean, dude, I also just think there's some, you know, weird thing at play where, thinking back to Chengdu, their first outing with controllers in the team, the amount of times where it was 9-10 and maybe him in like a 2v8 with everyone else being quiet, like loads of inconsistency from the rest of the Mongols. But here, they're all hitting hard. Like, Techno's 4 and 6, bottom of the board, but hasn't really felt like a massive problem.
He's been stuck on the
Everyone else has come into this in great form, and it's very even right at the top end of the spectrum for the Mongols.
Well, I asked for a kvem round, and I got it. 2 kills in connector with the UMP. Just get flushed out there by Mazzino, not able to escape with the upgrade. Ooh, they're trying to throw it back from the A side. Nice catch, Jay. Leaves only one smoke on B to stop this hit, and with that molly down in connector, limiting halzug, it's only Nyx in the site. Good timing.
Backstab. Good timing for Grim. He's here way quicker than they're ready for. Gets to sneak in quietly as well. All eyes on Grim as he tries to be the difference maker. They'll deal with Nyx. halzug barreling through, and Grim now playing his hand. There's the trade. That is a ludicrous pickup out of Passion. Not one they're supposed to get, but with 2 players arriving hot on the heels of the Mongols and a great timing, they break through. No money.
Yeah, Passion like, halzug, please distract for me so Grim can flank, and halzug just runs into the bomb site there with the UMP. I thought that was going to leave Grim out in the cold, but kven's double converted by some nice 5-7 shots for Grim. Wins out the 1v1. Perfect trade. And that has bought room for Passion in this game, winning a round earlier than they were meant to, keeping Mongol's money honest.
I just love the way everything about that from Grim was so tidy as well. Like the ducking back in to guarantee the kill, the trade on that last player. I think it would have been easy to get swept up in the kind of moment of it, swing out wide on the 5-7. You feel like you're double peeking, so what's the worst that can happen? But even with the power of the flank, he plays it in the safest way possible.
This is the kind of round where 910's just going to win it on his own, you feel like, though. He has the 1 AWP, 2 more rifles follow, and JT is jiggling on long side, so he can't afford to
It would be
picked.
a great time to get some output out of halzug, right? Been very quiet in this game thus far. You haven't really had to say his name all too much there. He comes through with a round-winning play, pushing the smoke to let Grim get away with murder.
Super risky right now. They're triple toilet. Long is completely open. Mongol starts scaling. Someone needs to turn around. It's halzug, but he's rotating B. He's going to the wrong place. They have no idea. Mongols might walk 4 players in behind the cover of this orb. And by the time Passion know, it might be too late. Grim's gamble goes wrong. The execute comes in. Passion out of position.
Yeah, that's a disaster. That was an info flash from Grim over on long, but they were already ahead of where it popped, so no one shoots a bullet. No one fires off.
This is still winnable.
JT, if he could deal with one here, that gives you a bit of a leg up, a 5v4 on the retake. So now you're interested in giving this a go. It's the Mazzino Deagle to shut down JT. Smokes are going to start to fade. Still in with a chance. Trade back for halzug on that AWP. Techno overran.
Okay.
Retake coming through for Passion. Mazzino starts this off with a blinder on the Deagle, but can't get anything else done. And Blitz just thinking about holding onto this rifle. He doesn't even attempt to stop this retake in the 1-on-3. Crazy round for Passion to find. It starts with that JT kill on the flank. halzug with, I think, the key kill of the round, that trade onto the 910 AWP.
Yeah, they had to plant truck because of, I mean, you get onto the bomb site without a kill like that, you realize, hey, there's someone in toilets, we can't plant open depot. It's actually the truck plant that lets Mongols down in the long run. Mazzino has to play aggressive. Blitz is out of position, forced to save. And so, if anything, it's fortunate that no one dies from Passion early, but God, those rotates were terrifying. We just have a bunch of pistols here with Blitz saved AK, and Passion want to send a message in middle. 3 players fighting forward. Surprise, surprise for Mazzino. And 1 by 1, they go running in. The flash is good. kven has cover, though. And that AK finished off twice over. Control is gone as well. Flawless round for Passion. That's what they wanted. That's what they needed if this CT side is going to keep stringing rounds together. 3 in a row here. Mongols on a must-win rebuy. And Passion starting to find comfort in the CT side of Overpass, as you would expect. They had a very good T side, all things considered, with how down they were at the start of the map, winning out a bunch of rounds on the B. Executes a 5-round T side. Looking to capitalize on it now.
I mean, the 2 times we've seen the Mongols play this map, it's actually been T-side where they found most of their rounds. So if you're able to really shut it down and take control here, that's impressive from paiN.
Oh, careful, Kvem. Crouch spraying puts Blitz on 1. Good grenade here in water could make all the difference with some tagged up players. The Mongols just going to walk into B. Surprise, surprise.
Be the second time in the row they've found the under-defended bomb site, so you really feel like you want to convert on this. You know, you keep putting yourselves in these good positions, but still don't yet have the results from it. The rotates arrive super quick, and then he's not ready for the pace on these rotations again. Caught off guard. It's down to this 1v1. Grim is a shot away from death, and it's Techno who's bottom of the board. We said earlier, didn't feel like it was a huge problem. Well, you'd love him to stand and deliver here. Spots Grim out in heaven. Swing and a miss on the first fight, and that smoke misses as well. But he should be aware that Grim's been tagged up. And so fake on the plant, swing out of Techno, and Grim caught wide. It's a breakthrough round for the Mongols as they reach double digits and finally post something in the T-side rifle head-to-head.
Hurts for Grim, maybe feeling like he was low. He swung out wide, super wide, hits 2 or 3 bullets onto Techno, but 10 health, all the difference, and it's all Grim had. That drop into pit was huge for 9-10. Even just going 1-for-1 when there's only 2 players in the bomb site, and Nyx can't communicate that quick enough for Kvem to react. It's something that paiN has spoken about, right? Subbing in this player who's not really got experience playing on international teams, especially not with a bunch of Americans, and how the comms can get crazy in this squad. So an awkward way for the B side to crumble there with another contact play working out for the Mongols. It was the long walk to get them a bomb plant, but this one they convert in the post plant. Oh, actually, not even. Techno redeems his scoreline with a 1v1 to put Mongols on double digits.
I do like how both you and Grim have referred to it as like NA comms. That is how, you know, we think of Halzerk and JT nowadays.
Yeah, at this point.
They basically are American. You could see Halzerk in Silicon Valley.
A tech startup.
JT, good catch out through the connector. And a 5v4 early on for paiN.
I like the double peeking con here. It's good timing. Oh, kind of hung out to dry there, JT. Kvem lets him down. The nade, not enough. Controllers escapes. And that has gone from a nice setup to a horrible execution. There's that lurk smoke on the front of A. It's annoying. Gonna force a repeat here, and Halzerk goes for it. Again, walking up long. Can Mizzino sell something on B? Oh, Kvem can confirm that that's a fake. He should be ready for A. Grim's molly comes down. Halzerk, careful. 1v1 in the toilets. Timing is everything. Mizzino waits. Grim's org against the rest.
Struggles to contain it for 2, and there's the backstab out of Mizzino.
They learn.
Lurk through the toilets, nets another. Kvem fast rotate, and he has beat this timing. Mizzino thinks he has the flank on lock. You might have heard that.
Yeah.
Looks like he has. Eyes turning towards the toilets, and Kvem on the flank, dead straight away. Nyx spotted and overran. And now paiN enter a very worrying part of the game. Mongols holding the lead and just rounds away from closing out paiN's map pick in their favor, and the money is broken for paiN UA.
And that was the first time they knew what was going on, right? In one of the contact rounds, walking out long. I think paiN have got the call. B is clear. I've re-cleared sure. There's nothing here. Grim drops his molly early, but can't convert more than one of the org, and Halzerk gets shot in the back. So paiN, even if they know what's coming, they can't stop it. And now put to pistols with just this M4 on Kavem. Only hope. Does put it to use early, gets a dink onto 910, but with no kill, there's nothing to talk about here for paiN. That gun lost in the trenches. And a 4v5, even with great damage to Kavem, not enough to take a kill. Now you just have to gamble and hope. But even that shouldn't be enough.
JT, another banger Deeg might be required. Hit a couple in the map so far. Nothing found there from the boost. Still going into the stack of the Mongols. There's a world where they changed this last second with some ground being gained out towards A. The 910 AWP fires off. That's the bomb spotted. If anything, that's just going to ground you in place down here towards B. You've just seen a low health 910 pull up with the bomb. You're still very much interested, but controllers has gone and opened up the back door and lets them know, yeah, you were right, fellas. It is that B stack. Bring the bomb back around, and it's round secure. Map point for the Mongols.
Yeah, just think about throwing smokes there. You don't even need them at this point. Have everyone on the bomb site, all the cover you could desire. And 12th round taken hit for the Mongols. Good streaks in the middle for paiN, but they hit another wall. And now 3 in a row back for the Mongols means paiN have one final buy to keep them in this game. They will need 5 rounds straight, 4 rounds straight to force overtime. Halzak really wants that orb. The M4 has been covered, and Mongols keep it clean.
I mean, it's the danger of like having a, just falling shy of that split half. You go 5-7, it's only 2 rounds of difference, but it puts a lot of weight on the pistol. The Mongols have a great track record in pistol rounds with this squad. Hell, even thinking back to that FURIA match in Chengdu, where the scoreline looked really close, but actually outside of like 2 rounds, it was only pistol round success for the Mongols, and that was why the scoreline closed up. And so they keep that good track record in check, and they're searching for their first win on Overpass with this roster. Seen them play it twice since Senzu's departure, yet to field a win in spite of some close score lines in there. Eventually they were going to pick up the win, be someone. It just happened to be paiN UA.
Well, that's what they're hoping. 4 rounds to finish the job here from the Mongols, and safe to say they've looked very comfortable on this T side. JT sneaking into the angle is certainly a nice move, finding an opening kill here. And again, paiN reposition, pushing towards TYLOO together, Messino.
Ooh, this could be very weird.
Yeah.
There's the catch. They find controllers out towards Com, but Messino's still a threat here. Waiting for the right time to strike. They get eyes on in time. halzak with another. You've now spotted a bunch of players out here towards short, so they've got to be ready for these fights. The rotates are taking a little while to come through, and so it's still just this 2-man holdover on short to try and make a difference, and they will. JT and halzak bring that one home for paiN. Now down to a 3-round gap between them and the Mongols in their search for overtime.
I like how active they're always remaining, right? Even when we've seen wrong rotations, they're constantly going for info and reacting off of it, right? Re-clearing water on Kavem, constantly boosting, re-pushing TYLOO after contact on A. It's left them in the dark a couple of times with misinformation, but paiN aren't scared, right? They're not sitting on their bomb sites just hoping they gamble correctly. They're trying to manifest destiny, as it were. Even Mara having to get involved in this timeout, as he knows on T side of Overpass, 1 out of 4 rounds is still no guarantee. Mongols have another buy. After this, we're talking pistol territory. So 2 more rifle rounds sit between paiN and the chance of overtime.
Quad stack down here towards B to open up the round. Not uncommon. It's hard to play super fast in towards this A site, so you can afford a 4-man B here. It's hands down the one you have your opponents arrive at the quickest, but eventually Halzer gonna have to make a move, and he's doing that now. Grim even in tow because Kvem went and cleared out short. So they use that early, stack of players and resources to take space, and now they go and pad out A. Standard looking CT round. There's a lot of info for JT, spotting 3 players on the walkout through mid.
Again, they're side and side towards toilets, but that does leave long completely open. Maybe hearing these steps is the info the paiN require. Double flank. Halzer has to hold the site.
And again, credit to paiN, man. The speed of this flank will be a surprise to the Mongols. You think you're going into, at most, a 2-man hold. In reality, the whole squad's here. Grim, one more, second found on the org, and here's that backstab arriving. paiN put him in a box. Grim slows him down, and then that flank comes in. There's the nasty little left hook out of paiN UA.
And Mongols take the pace in that round, right? When they get spotted, they don't go, hey, let's just spread back into a default. It hasn't worked. They just go straight up the guts into long. And paiN call him out on it. Full flank, full gamble, full rotate. And full control from Grim on the org. Double kill there looks delicious. They've put Mongols on pistols right now. paiN are right there. There's overtime for the taking.
I do think the one downside to Nyx being the one to get that kill in the previous round is it kind of gives up the key to the success out of paiN that the Mongols haven't really known about, because they haven't had these lurkers in place. They haven't been watching for aggression wherever they're not playing. Something we were saying about paiN's T side is, because of the util, it's obvious where they're going. Well, sure, paiN haven't had that to go off of, but they've been very proactive, as you pointed out earlier. And this should just be a mow down, so it's fine. Because of that, right, you've been able to re-aggress in the mid-round, get info early, and then react to it, because you're just kind of learning where the Mongols are based on where they're not. Yeah. And that's worked up until that previous round for paiN. I wonder now if Mongols do go to something a little bit more defaulty, right? Have a lurker in play over towards B, try and deny that mid-round flow of info to paiN. You feel like that would be a huge difference maker in the outcome of these rounds, because they've now been caught by fast flanks a couple of times. And so here we are, something more spread out for the Mongols. They're going to try and punish this early aggression.
The smoke. It's a boost of the orb. That could have been a disaster for Mongols. Opportunity, a miss there for Halzer. And that one will be felt. That was a chance to 5v4 in the final round of Reg. Instead, it's JT who forces that advantage. Molly onto his position. They're going to try and crunch together. Mazzino trying to cover his teammate, catches Kvem. Blitz may be eating nades, but they're just running in. JT has to trade that kill. 3v3. Is it just going to be the captain? He has a player boxed in, but going back to middle to escape is wishful thinking, so you think. 20 and 17. JT multi-kill in the final round of regulation. And it's keeping paiN in this game, but the job is not done.
Halzer posted up here in heaven. Up until now, this round has been all JT. Grim with his signature org pushing into the site, closing the distance. And there's Halzer to bring it in to overtime. What an individual effort out of paiN's captain. JT, stellar 3K down in the connector, makes a world of difference in that round. The Mongols had made the right adjustment. They'd pieced together what had to happen if they wanted to close this game out here and now. What the one thing they weren't accounting for was JT going absolutely massive, putting the team on his back, and rescuing that round.
Shocked that it's paiN who thrive in the chaos here in this final round. You'd think Mongol's very comfortable in those positions. And JT getting out of connector like that, winning that 1v1 to Techno, oof. That is salt in the wound, stinging for the Mongols as they go into overtime. They got to stay on the T side as well. Right off the back of a 4-round streak from paiN. Momentum very much in their pocket. Does mean Mongols can just throw a set round in. We saw how good some of paiN's were, so explosive towards B. kvem falls first.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the Mongols, you tell yourselves, okay, but what are the odds he can do that again?
Well,
JT gives it a go, but this time only gets away with one back in the connector.
Spam.
You know, you could tell you had the building blocks of a successful round there. The individuals bailed out paiN. And so the Mongols go back to it. Same result for Techno on this mid-walk. Dead to the second player out in com, but it's info. It's something to work with. You know that AWP is far away, and there's only one player in the B site.
Oh.
Grim overran. And so as the AWP moves in, it's a 1v3 attempt for Halzerk here very quickly. So gonna try and play with the space. Now that he's spotted, he's lost his deep control. It is far from easy. paiN's AWP. First shot lands. But does he dare try and take this any further?
Oh, so blitz. He's trying to hunt this kill. Trying to stop the save. Halzerk attempts it. He doesn't know how free this round is. Blitz rotates back down just in case. And he changes his mind again. Uncertainty in this 2v1, but Halzerk is not going for this.
And so it's like, sure, the momentum sides with paiN, you know, and they put in a really solid shift on that CT side. The thing that is worrisome is the Mongols feel like they found the solution. And sure, they found it out in round 24, very, very late in the game, and they didn't even win the round. They found the solution in. But as we say, that was down to an individual effort. The onus going to be on JT kind of piecing together a read on this stack, a read on how the Mongols are approaching it, trying to find gaps elsewhere.
Was that follow recoil on the dynamic crosshair for Blitz?
Please tell me
it really looked like it.
Please tell me it was.
We've seen the dynamic.
My goat.
We've seen the dynamic crosshair.
My goat. If that's true, Hugo.
It looked follow recoil, Harry. I was getting shades of you in that one.
No way. I'm looking this up.
Yeah, I don't know if you'll find it, but interesting nonetheless.
He really would be my goat.
He would be the look at this.
I think that's.
Is it just dynamic?
That's just dynamic.
Oh,
yeah. So never mind. He's not a goat. He's pretty good.
He's pretty good. 17 and 16, holding his own. Mazzino has been taking the cake for the Mongols. 24 kills. As they break the streak from paiN. A lot going on here in middle right now. 4 players for the Mongols. Or 3 on 3, in fact, as Controllers is stuck down in connector. Ooh, that's going to put a lot of pressure on this B site. And how about a double? kvem just full spamming.
The Mongols, they're like, well, you know, it doesn't matter what the game plan was. We get 2 kills out towards B. We're taking the bomb there. Techno in with a double, finally finding success on his mid lurk. Why not round it out with the hat trick? He's been getting hard cancelled out here in mid.
Not sure why kvem is full spamming that monster wall. That's such a weird attempt at a trade. He's out in the open, he just gets caught immediately. Feels like a big oversight. We see a couple of moments where his aggression has been tamed, where he's re-swinging short, where he's giving up advantages. And we've seen his mechanics. We know they're strong, but Mongols are punishing him in these micro moments. Back-to-back rounds into overtime. And it can't be just JT and Grim. They need something more. Halzerk's attempt to the boost on B is good info, but it means he has to rotate soon. JT about to get that information himself. Needs to survive on this escape. Halzerk needs to rotate. He's still on short boost. Mongols again. ready to jump into this bomb site. There's that full rotate. So no aggression needed to be here for paiN. It's just got to be holding this long control. Oh, again, they're full focus toilets. If no one's looking, Mongols can walk in. How's it going to have to turn? What's Grim got?
Oh, Flash is brutal, and it's allowed them to peek out, deal with JT in the toilets. Halzerg with a couple of misses here. And it's let them cross in. That's a problem, I guess, for the rotates. Blitz picked up midair. Trade back out of controllers and an advantage in the post plot as the Mongols look to go flawless on this T side in OT. We heard both players rotating up. They've got the info on Nyx and Kavem. Still the openers coming through for paiN. Controllers left in the clutch. Been shown to be a capable pair of hands in them, but run through by Kavem and Nyx, who are fast playing into that retake. They do so fiercely in spite of all the space getting taken away. Closing out every fight, they at least get one on the board in this CT half for paiN, but that is where both teams did their best work in regulation, was on these CT halves. And so scraping by with just one round, well, does that feel like enough for paiN?
It's a 2v4 to do it, though. That's going to inspire you. I can't believe they win it from that position. Halzerg so unaware that there could be a player in front toilet. So every time Mongols have gone for long control, they're 4-1. And every time paiN have been caught off by that one in toilets. Halzerg multiple times over.
That's like the sickest camera shot I've ever seen.
Nice,
the reflect. Who grabbed that? We need to submit them for an award of some kind, whoever just cooked that up.
2v4 to keep paiN in with a hope and a dream moving on to the T side.
Alright, let's stay active now, guys. That's the right reason we were losing rounds earlier. We weren't active on our 4v4s like Leon said.
Let's see if paiN can stay active. They're going back for this B play. This pop through the smoke. Nyx running it again. Halzerg gone in short. They come out calm with a double kill. Meanwhile, Nyx has walked all the way through B. No idea. You find out the hard way. 9-10 no scope. Can he keep it alive?
I mean, he's slowed it down a hell of a lot. He's able to reposition as well. 9-10, they just can't find him. They don't know where he's gone to. Another from 9-10. Come on. This has been great positioning, and he's even here to strike for a third. Shot sails past JT, who's once again being asked to multi-kill to keep paiN alive in this game. 9-10's Orb, so mobile and constantly keeping the pressure on. It's allowed the rest of the Mongols to gain space and move in. Will fall eventually at the hands of JT, but there's no world in which you're ready for Blitz. Playing a deny. JT, the only space, the only runway that's open, his best course of action might be to try and play into A. But the longer he takes, the more it's going to feel like he misses that window. Still no info about Blitz, who has just not moved a muscle from this position out of Monster.
Oh, he's missed so many timings, though. Will JT piece it together? 25, he has to clear this hard, and he has no idea. Blitz waiting the entire time. And that is a devastating round to lose. Kavem coming through with what seems like the round-winning entries. Double kill on short. Felt like a transfer there.
9-10. Thing of beauty, because it would have been so easy to lose that round. The first missed shot on Nyx. He's the solo B player. Gets all the way out while he's getting pressured, while he's getting pushed to play around bridge. They'd lost track of him, and there's no worse feeling, right? If you're paiN there, you're sitting with the advantage. You've got one guy left to get through. You think you know where he is, and when you finally get there to clear him, you realize, oh God, he's somewhere else.
I love the paiN call the strat, but now it leaves them with another map point against them, and this could be the brutal 5v4 to force it. Halzerg denies. Coming back into his own late in the game. Nothing goes untraded, though. Techno keeps it even. Looking to swap positions to play long. Would paiN dare to walk up short? They fall off party, which makes noise. And so this bomb barely makes it past, but this is info MongolZ have. The Warriors, they're double long. Techno has to find his backstab timing. Blitz is full committed. Techno can't wait here forever. Bomb, he might find it. Hauser, what a check. Learns his lesson. Blitz again, the joker in the round.
They're aware this is a chance, and there's the swing from JT. Halzerk suddenly rearing his head with a stellar round to keep paiN in with a chance of forcing another overtime. Mazinho 1v4 attempt, missed shot, but the moment they know where he is, you've got multiple layers there. Hats off to Halzerk, man. This hasn't been an easy series for him, hasn't been an easy map. Struggled to really leave too much of a mark, but he gets the early 5v4, he gets the clear to deny the flank back in the toilets. And so a high impact round for Halzerk as his orb shows up after the 9-10 heroic moment in the one prior.
Yeah, and I'm loving just the call from JT there to double swing long. They throw a close Molotov so they can swing wide and not have to worry about a close player. And him and his teammate just go in and find Blitz there. They never knew that Blitz snuck himself into that position, but after getting only 1 kill on A, the realization it could be more is there for the captain of paiN. He's had some great ideas in this game, some cool pocket plays coming out of paiN. JT alone is 8-2 in opening duels. We know he's a very aggressive entry rifler at times, but that is a crazy success rate. Can paiN force double overtime? That would be a shock.
Double orb for the MongolZ. And it's always, you know, a game of who plays the second orb. We've seen everyone done it in this team now. Controllers did it a bunch back in Chengdu. Yeah. Blitz. Thinking back to, I think it was EPL, you saw him playing it a bunch.
Techno's the 5th AWPer on this team. He is 5th in line to the AWP. I can't believe it's him. Worth noting, paiN, that was their first round win on the A site in this game on T side. So it almost still feels predictable they're going to go back to B, but MongolZ don't have that feeling. Triple top site.
Dude, you might end up with... Never mind, he's gone back for an M4. They had an M4 in spawn. It's all good, never mind. Forget my point. Here's the B hit, Hugo.
Through the
Here's
smoke?
the B hit.
Oh, no.
Re-smoke the monster. They play through it. They play ahead of it. Right in to Controllers and Mazinho.
2v5.
1v5 as it's just grim. Controllers dead and Mazinho locks it in, and that 2-man hold is enough. They get it done between them. And that's paiN's map pick in overtime, going the way of the MongolZ.
Counter-Strike, like a fine wine, has aged well. As have you, Mr. Bloom. And that's why I bring you today into the Counter-Strike Clubhouse. I've heard through the grapevine that you've brought the Paris Major. Mr. Bloom, please talk me through your decision to present this to the council.
Well, how right you are. I went down to the Clubhouse archives and I happened upon this one. This is at the Paris Major Grand Final, the last round. We're talking overtime, on nuke, home crowd. Everything is on the line right here.
Apex and ZywOo in the Accor Arena, as French as it gets. I think it's poetic as well that all 5 kills in the final round are from the 2 French players. Yes. This was supported by Dupree and by Magisk and Spinks.
This moment is everything. Like, this round would have been so different if ZywOo doesn't hit that shot. You can really taste the fear in Gamer Legion when they run from the ZywOo AWP.
In fear, you know, you see ZywOo shoot 1 bullet.
But they turn back because they're so afraid, and then they walk into Apex.
And here it is, that final shot, ZywOo to close it all.
Everything on him. Vitality shot.
No holds back, no surrender.
No holds back.
Some would say. Almost destiny that all 5 players are killed by the 2 Frenchmen on French soil.
There's so much rich history to be built on this moment alone.
And the fact that those 2 legends continue to improve legendary moment for the Vitality org.
Quite possibly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for TYLOO to win on, in Paris like that, and for Apex too.
That's why we have culture clubhouses. It's so that we can thrive in the finest environments, and if this isn't Counter-Strike in its finest environment, then I don't know what is.
Now we must find a reasonable score, both in terms of mechanics and cultural impact for this clip. And
of course.
Starting with the mechanics, it is a bit on the low end. I would give this maybe a 5 out of 10.
Of course.
But on the cultural side, this is as big as it gets. TYLOO and Apex in France, in Paris, after the fall of French Counter-Strike. Your first cast, it's Dupree's 5th major. I don't think it gets much bigger. I would say this is about an 8.5 out of 10 for me.
Mechanically speaking, I'll raise it just to the 6. But culture, this was a CSGO major for ZywOo. Now ZywOo, they call him the CS GOAT, but if he never had his CSGO major, then that argument is absolutely blown out of the water. But this was a crowning jewel in terms of his accomplishments. At the tail end of a game, he thrust himself into the pantheon of greats. And for that reason, I'll take your 8 and I'll crank it to a 10. Bottle it and keep it on the Culture Club's top shelf.
Delicious.
A close but exciting start here for the Mongols as they managed to take their opponent's map pick. But my oh my, they didn't make it easy for themselves in this one, despite starting off very well in the opening part of the map.
No, they really had to fight for it. A good game of Counter-Strike, 2 competitive teams who showed up in respective parts of the game. Dare I say it was pretty lopsided towards the Mongols in the beginning. Then paiN UA came back into it, and in overtime, it felt like that was a game that could have gone both ways.
And we got to look at that, right? And just the ability to fight when you were so far behind. They weren't giving up. They were showing us, I guess, a better face than maybe what some people would have expected in this. But like, there was everything within this game.
Yeah, I think that was that's a cool way of looking at it for paiN UA to fight their way back into the game. Their own map pick, they looked lost in the beginning, but JT in particular, I think individually speaking, had a great game. And then around 24 as well, he's also stepping up. He is the guy you look towards when you are looking for that comeback. You have JT again making some great calls on the CT side, great calls on the T side as well throughout the game. This round, he finds himself in connector, he finds the opening duel, and then he goes for another one. 2 of his teammates are pushing out catwalk. I don't necessarily like this play, and they also get punished for it. Luckily for them, though, JT is still aggressive in connector, finds one more kill, and then the third one right here, James. The fadeaway kill on the player in middle right here, that is nasty. Techno out of the server, JT keeping paiN UA alive.
Yeah, that kill there, right, onto Techno was the difference maker between going to overtime or not. If he hadn't got that, it would have opened up a whole can of worms for paiN to be able to deal with. But still, looking at this, right, we spoke about one player from the Mongols in the pregame, how well he did at Chengdu. 9-10 is staying hot. 9-10 is staying in a good position.
He was staying in a good position. He was part of the reason why the Mongols got off to such a good start, because you saw in that first half, it felt like, all right, the Mongols, you're just going to run away with this. He found impact with the pistol, he found impact with the rifle, picked up the AWP later on, as you can see right here. You have all 3 weapons being displayed in the first 4 rounds from 9-10. And I thought to myself, if he's playing at this level and if he's going to continue at this level, then I don't really see paiN UA have an answer to that. Holzerg is not on the level of 9-10 when it comes to the AWP. But luckily for paiN UA, JT stepped up. The calling made it difficult for 9-10 to find a lot of kills. And overall, he had a strong start, but then faded out of the game a little bit.
Are you surprised to see 9-10 now be able to keep this up, even with the changes around him? Because we've seen moments from 9-10 where he hasn't looked as good as what we've been able to see from him. I thought with Senzu going, maybe he might struggle some more, but actually he's taken this into his own.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm surprised per se. I'm happy to see it because I think it's needed. I think when you lose a player like Senzu, you lack a bit of firepower. You lack a bit of that, oomph you had before. So to have 9-10 step it up, and as we saw in Chengdu, consistently do it, that's something we have to expect from him now. Am I surprised? Not really. He's shown glimpses of it before. It's more so the consistency issue. So I'm curious to see if he's going to continue at that level or if he's going to slow down, as we also saw in this game. Strong start, but then he faded out a bit.
There was a lot of back and forth in this game, though, right? Especially when we're coming into just how the first half went down. It did look at one point like the Mongols were just going to completely steamroll this.
Yeah, but then JT made a good adjustment on the T side. He started to do a lot of set calls. Round 9 is a great example of a call out of spawn that worked out super, super well for JT. I also like the pace coming out from paiN UA. They won a round, and then the following one right here, round 9, as you can see, out of spawn call, basically just rushing in towards the B bomb side, finding a good timing, using the lurk smoke, using the flash, and then swarming the site where the Mongols were caught off guard, couldn't control it, couldn't deal with it. Obviously doesn't help them that they have a guy stuck in connector and only 2 players defending the B bomb site, but this is what I liked from paiN UA. They simplified the game to a point where they could do out of spawn calls and they could be effective with it, but also upping the pace. Normally you'd say the Mongols, if you play fast against them, that's what they like to do themselves as well. But I feel like JT found a bit of a loophole in the Mongols defense, and that gave them a way into the game.
And it gave him confidence for the rest of the series. But if we're talking about confidence, MongolZ had this in spades. This is a player we spoke about, right? We said, okay, 9-10 was doing well, Controller was doing well, but we needed someone else to step up and fill that gap that was been left by senzu. Bloody hell, 30 kills.
And that's interesting, because I feel like MongolZ has been the one player in this, let's call it the Mongol era, where they were, contending to be a top 2, top 3 team in the world. He was the one player you wanted a bit more from. He was the one guy, not standing out necessarily. You thought to yourself, if MongolZ finds his real level, if he gets back to his absolute best, then the Mongols have a very well-rounded lineup. This game, he was the main reason why they stayed alive, and he was the main reason why in the second half they were able to push it into overtime, and even in the overtime he found impact.
Do you remember, right, when we started to really see MongolZ start and come out to his own? He was like that little headshot machine. Yep. He was dominating. He was feeling so confident. I spoke to him not so long ago, and he said at one moment he started to have a few bad games, a few bad tournaments, and lost his confidence. If he can find that again, and he can find that flow, this puts Mongols in a definitely tournament-winning position.
That's the thing. That's where you look at your 9-10, you look at your MongolZ. If those 2 players add another, let's say, 5 to 10% to that level, then they make up for the loss of senzu, and that's what you'd hope for. If you're a Mongols fan, and if you have been enjoying the Mongols the past 6 months, where they've been competitive, where they got into the major final in Austin as well, and where you always have them as a potential contender to make the grand finals, or at least the semifinals, well, then you need your MongolZ, you need your 9-10 to step it up. Because there's no debating that senzu, with the loss of him, there's a lack of firepower, which has always been the strength within the Mongols. And if someone else is stepping up and covering for that, then maybe that's not an issue anyway.
And by the way, this is a very normal thing. We're showing it quite nicely right now, but it's always either 2 or 3 of the Mongols players. They're not going out in between the games. They're staying warmed up. They're doing their thing. They're all just focused and making sure they're in the best position possible. It's quite a classic for these guys. Controllers, maybe he's going out for a little smoke break or something like that. But he overall, we got to keep checking in on him, because I think, again, this was a good performance, especially at the beginning. He was just charging on forward.
I think so too. I think Controllers is slowly but surely finding his footing within the Mongols. He's not going to be a star player. He's not going to come into this lineup and be the next senzu. I think people at home need to manage the expectations. You can also dive into his career, dive into his stats. Domestically, when he's playing teams that is far below the level of paiN UA and everyone else he's playing, everyone he played at IM Chengdu, he doesn't have better stats than he's having right now. So some would argue that he's maybe overperforming a little bit or doing better than expected.
Okay.
I would, at the very least. So I think people have to manage the expectations, in the sense that what you're seeing right now is probably the best you're going to see from Controllers. But if he can add a team element, if he can be a supportive element to guys like MongolZ, to guys like 9-10, to Techno for that matter as well, then you're looking at a player that is maybe not necessarily making up for the loss of firepower with senzu. But if he's making the players around him function better, and if you make them feel more comfortable, then that could add up that value. So I think so far it's been good for Controllers. He hasn't been a liability, and to me that's the first step.
I like that you said, right, he's come overperforming comparing to what we've seen in the past from him on obviously much lesser events. Do you feel like, though, being in a system like the Mongols having these great players around you can actually help him thrive and do better?
I hope so, and seemingly he gets a lot of freedom to do whatever he wants. And on this map, you saw on the CT side how he was pushing out catwalk on short all the time, being very aggressive, finding duels. Inferno coming up as well. I saw that in Chengdu. He's super aggressive in middle, especially in the pistol round. So I feel like he's getting all the freedom he needs, and hopefully that's enough for him to feel comfortable, feel confident, and then, as I said, help the other members on the team as well.
Well, I'm glad you said it on the pistol rounds, because going into Inferno, paiN could do with winning a pistol round. They were sucking when it came to the pistol rounds in this opening game. That could have been the difference between them winning this map or not. On Inferno, that must change, and they said they've been working on things here. Well, hopefully that's one of them.
You said it could have been the difference. I think it would have been the difference, to be completely honest. Had paiN UA just won one of the 2 pistols, gotten off to a good start in a half, I think they were actually the better playing team in Overpass. I think they were better in the gun rounds, better in the buy rounds. So I agree with you. Heading into Inferno, winning a pistol, getting off to a good start, that is a must for paiN UA. Because I will say, The Mongols played Inferno in Chengdu, and they actually look solid. It is the main map. It is a map they're picking instead of Mirage, as you said, which is surprising to a lot of people, but they play it at such a high level right now. And I think we also saw it before in the stats right here. paiN UA last 3 months, 17% win rate, even though they're playing domestic opponents. No bueno.
No bueno, but they have been practicing non-stop for the past 4 weeks. Surely, if it's that bad, you're looking at this and going, okay, guys, at least a week of this is going to be on Inferno. We've got to put a bit more time in here.
Surely, and I also do think paiN UA showed that on Overpass. You know, they were more competitive than they probably would have been expected to be against a team like the Mongols. That being said, though, James, there's a difference between playing Tier 2, Tier 3 Counter-Strike and going up against the Mongols. I know the loss of Sensu have tempered the expectations a little bit for people at home, but we're still talking about a team that consistently has been in the top 4. We're still talking about a team that won EWC. We're talking about a team that was in the final of the Austin Majors, so them losing one player is not going to change the whole dynamic of that. paiN UA, they're the underdogs, and yes, even though they may or may not have practiced Inferno, they're still not on the same level. So I'd expect, you know, something extraordinary to come out from paiN UA if they want to make this competitive.
Now, I like what you said there, that, okay, they lost Senzu, so expectations have been tempered a little bit. But has it really, when even Mazzino himself said in the interview that, you know what, we made playoffs, I expected that even with controllers?
I think the difference is that the Mongols can make the playoff, and they can make the playoff of the major, they can make the playoff here in Hong Kong, but I don't see them winning the tournaments anymore.
Okay,
Whereas with Sensu, I felt like them going into a grand final, them hitting their strides, as we saw in Austin, you know, took a map of Vitality, as we saw at EWC where they won the entire thing. I feel like that sense I don't have anymore. I think they can get into the playoff. I think they can remain competitive. I think they can be an issue for a lot of the top teams, but winning tournaments without Sensu right now seems a bit far-fetched.
But winning this game against paiN, do you believe this is going to be the 2-0 now? Do you believe this is going to be their way forward into making sure they do hit that playoff spot?
I'll be honest, I'll be surprised if paiN UA have done enough with their Inferno to be good enough to beat the Mongols. I wouldn't be surprised if the game is competitive. I don't think paiN UA played a bad game of Counter-Strike and Overpass. I think they look somewhat decent. Again, it's just one map, so it's very hard to make any sort of conclusions. But I will say from what I saw from the Mongols, what I know already, at IM Chengdu, they played Inferno at a very high level. Control seems to be very confident in his position. Pistol rounds even at IM Chengdu, specifically on Inferno, went the way of the Mongols. So I think there's a lot of win conditions for the Mongols, whereas for paiN UA, it almost feels like they have to play the A+ game in order to make it competitive, and then to win, they need the Mongols not to be at their best.
And obviously, it's going to be very important for paiN here, where it can't just be JT leading the charge in here, right? It needs to be the Grim, it needs to be Kvem, and especially Horzo.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed out Horzo, because I feel like he's been a weird player to follow as of late. There was a time where he was not performing when they were in complexity. I thought to myself, Horzo, maybe you're getting replaced. All of a sudden, he's having a stride of 3-4 months where he's the best player, where he's performing at a high level. He signs a new contract, they move into paiN UA, and then he's tempered down a little bit again. So it always comes in streaks for Horzo. I think he is one of the most important players within paiN UA, not only because he's having the 8VP in his hands, but when he's playing well, they seem like a different team. So I agree with you. Unfortunately for him, Inferno is not really the most AWP-friendly map, so it's going to be even more difficult for him to find the impact.
And I would say the worst thing here for paiN as well is that the prep work you can do, even though you would have been able to see all these games and look at it for the Mongols, it's not really a factor against the Mongols so much because they're so good at adapting. They're not one that you're just going to read and go, oh yes, we can anti-strat this.
No, that's the thing, right? And the Mongols do rely a lot on intuition. They do rely a lot on firepower. So even though you do prepare for the Mongols, there will be certain rounds where they're just going to throw it up in the air and just do whatever the hell they want, which can be frustrating to a team like paiN UA. Let alone the fact that obviously if paiN lose Inferno, they lose this matchup, and then they know they go to the elimination match where either Spirit or Falcons will be waiting for them. So I'll say it like this, James. paiN UA, they have to win Inferno. It's the tournament life at stake right here.
Oof, tournament life already, and they would still have to play another game, but I understand what you're saying, Pip. Let's find out what happens. It's the Flames of Inferno next, but before that, a very quick break.
this game just got tricky for paiN UA. 5-loss streak on Inferno, been struggling with this squad, and now they go up against MongolZ on their one of best maps.
Yeah, one that you see them have a good degree of comfort on, right? They didn't fall for the Mirage gamble in the veto. paiN leaving that open in the hope that the MongolZ would see it as an opportunity too good to miss, and that hasn't happened. They've stuck to their guns. They likely have put some effort in. They've prepped here. It's one they've got some reps in on from Chengdu as well. So yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of nervous for paiN UA. It felt like if they did want to win this series, they desperately needed to pick up overpasses. Now we head to a strugglesome map for them. One of the few that the MongolZ have found a good degree of comfort on in this Senzu-less lineup. No doubt that they're feeling like this could be on rails if you're the MongolZ. I think you're feeling very confident with the arrival of Inferno, a win under your belt, your first overpass victory with this version of the lineup. Let's see if they can search for the clean 2-0 opening.
Yeah, I guess the one benefit of paiN is if they're working on their permaban, then you assume they're working on their 5-loss streak map. Even at the Riga event they won, losing it every single time it came up. So paiN, what have they got to show as MongolZ sit very confident and ready to make it to the playoffs? They're in that close position, but it's Grim's Julie is just a step further back. halzok being baited for. See how clean this check is for the MongolZ as Grim gets flashed in. He sees him close. Meanwhile, a bit of a bash on middle. Double kill on A. And so Grim had to go to force the kills. He gets an answer. Give him halzok. Double kill. Bomb is trapped in pit. This is so weird. They find the mid pick. The bomb has to play. Backstab. Shot in the head. 9-10 gets 2. And JT's pre-rotated over. MongolZ have read it well. Even dropping the bomb back to ensure they can take the site for free. And now it's been cleared. This bomb's going to get planted. What a save for 9-10. Some excellent shots from halzok and Grim. All for nothing.
What do you got, JT? You want to give this a go? 1v2? Sees if they give him anything. But the MongolZ playing it safe. Knowing that if you give JT a reason to go for this, he will. There's the swing out from 9-10, but I think now that he's got that spot, you know, they know the pressure's on JT. He's got limited time. They could just count down and swing him together. They hear the steps, and there's controllers with the close. It's 2 for him as well. There's 9-10 and controllers. Retake control over the pistol and get the MongolZ off to a good start. They've won every pistol in this series so far.
It was never meant to be so easy. But the double entry in A really opened that up. It made paiN push right down into 9-10. Even though he was caught in an awkward position with the bomb, it works out somehow for the MongolZ. paiN forced by CT side. Talk of M's double to win them this force back on overpass. At least try to. All through apps, things can't track. And the MAC-10s fly in, that should be it. That's very ballsy for MongolZ, just bursting out of apartments. No respect for paiN.
I think, you know, something else with this game kind of carrying so much weight, talking about how for paiN this is, if they wanted to try and make a run, like the easiest game they're likely to get. That's where, you know, for these squads coming over from Chengdu who have already been adapted to the time zone, they've gotten used to it, they have a bit of an edge, I think. you know, your passion coming into what is essentially your most important game. You feel like you just got off the plane, you're still adjusting.
10 a.m. match.
And then it's like, if you do come in feeling a little sleepy, or even, you know, even if you're 10% off your game, that's going to matter a hell of a lot in this matchup.
Yeah, and as the Death spoke about, I mean, this is a team that, yes, have had some recent success to a degree in winning a smaller European land, but it's a different beast to playing a team that's been in the top 5 for all of this year. And yeah, it's not the full Mongols that we've seen all year long, but if beating Spirit is anything to go by, it's a team that still very much has the wheels on the cart.
I mean, it's also a squad who only had a 2-event window ahead of the major to get acclimatized to this roster. And so, you know, they're going to be trying 110% to play as many games as possible. To do that, you have to be picking up wins. You got to be finding success. They're coming off the back of a playoff berth at the first event they attend with controllers in the lineup. And so likely feeling pretty good. This idea that they're still finding success, they're still holding it together even with Senzu's absence. I think it could have been a very different story, you know, if the Mongols went to Chengdu, got banged out in the groups, and don't really have a lot of reps or a lot to look forward to here in Hong Kong. But that is not the case. They've done it once already, facing far tougher opponents than the likes of paiN UA.
Yeah. paiN UA, who said, hey, we want the confidence-inspiring wins coming into the major as well, right? But in a group with Spirit Falcons and Mongols, doesn't fill you with hope. Nice grenade, 75 damage for that one, but even the flashback into Banana is only going to confirm what Mongols already fear. This B stack is in play. Techno trying to keep them here. It's Kavem who moves in. Despite this 5v4 on the A side, it's only Nyx remaining. Oh, that's worst case scenario. It's not going to get much better here. It's also a map the controllers look very comfortable on back at Chengdu, right?
Yeah,
there are a
these
couple
were
of games
his, like, best maps.
like Nuke, where didn't really feel like he was super ready, but Inferno, where he had some of his best highlights. So you're not going to find him coming in slow to this game. He was a huge piece of that first half back on Overpass.
Yeah, I think you know, it's a pretty brutal, spot to find yourself in. You play the quarterfinalists from Chengdu, then waiting for you down in the lower bracket is either the third place team in Falcons or Spirit, who admittedly fell shy of the playoffs out there in Chengdu, but I think that might just light a fire underneath them and give them more reason than ever to want to hit hard here in Hong Kong.
I don't think you go, yay, we faced Spirit. Yay, we've drawn Donk for playoffs.
All right. Grim Ferno, I like that.
Mazzino's walked in. He has walked in right now. Oh, good check. Shocked Nyx is ready for that. And so Mongols were bringing the bomb in off of Mazzino's call, but now it's just one man on that B bomb site. And so Mongols turn right around. Reclear in middle, looking good here for Hauser. Going to get you info, but what do you do with it? That rotate has to be instant. Grim moves over.
Solid, well-timed stack here for paiN. Reblock in at Banana at the 42nd mark, but it's a bad smoke, and so the Mongols just play straight through it. Utah leaves him blind. Grim spam down low as he waits on the other side of this smoke. JT only gets out with one. And so there might have been this three-man stack here. It's so quickly gotten dissolved just down to Hauserg's AWP. Oh, leaves it to Chance on the spam. Never even scoped in. And that's how they take the edge for a retake. 9-10 fires back on his AWP, and he denies the wraparound up through Banana. Now he's confirmed this part's clear, leaves them just looking out towards the spawn, and they know that Halzerg, last seen out of the coffins, couldn't gone far. As he plays it forward, they've given up the sight. The pressure's on him to tap this bomb and make a play happen. And 9-10 knocks out that AWP and keeps the scoreline flawless for the Mongols.
Yeah, nice try for Halzerg. Just didn't feel like it was meant to be without a kit, without any util, with an AWP in the post bomb back at Banana. It's a very hard round to lose, especially with the form we've seen out of 9-10 out in these last couple of events. Crazy shots. But Mongols are across the board hitting harder in this series, right? We've had higher peaks for players like JT and Grim, but across the board, the floor, very difficult to stop here from Mongols. paiN want to add in some chaos. The break on the smoke is a big problem. Grim running and gunning, able to get one before he departs. That's a nade to follow up. Right down Banana, put to use. Techno dead as well. No weapons to retrieve here for paiN. But an early advantage squandered. Messino looking to make the same move that got him punished. Are you ready for Nyx again? JT 100-0 a car. Oh dear. That gives it all up. They know Nyx. Did he know? Nope, didn't see. That's a really weird reposition for Nyx. Trying to swap into the site, not thinking anyone could be close. And now the round's over. It's about saving these guns. That's the last time you can afford to see the pit player get caught off by Messino walking up short. He's done that twice now. First time Nyx finds him. Second time, didn't even consider it. Didn't even look. Smokes, drops, crosses in. Gotta see paiN ready for those lurks now. 5-0 start for the Mongols. Just feathers and bones. Winner of this game going into the playoffs at bare minimum. Quite the crowd, so I hear, on this weekend. Mongols looking for another early advantage. They might have found him, a blind shot. What on earth? I think he hit Blitz as well.
Yeah, or controllers, was it?
Yeah, maybe.
He had the assist in the feed.
I mean, Blitz is 9 health.
10 getting tagged up. Halzerg did a lot in this round with next to no info he'd even done it. Full blind. And enough to tee up paiN for their first round win. 9-10 dead out here in top middle. And with Blitz, the last man remaining, falling all the way back into the spawn. It's looking like paiN are going to arrive in a very unexpected way.
Yeah, it's lucky. Techno called the flash. Like I've seen him top car. He's got the shadow around the corner and then swings off of the flash, and that leads to his demise. Controllers eats the bullet. Blitz eats the nade. He has to save the AWP, so opening move countered. You'd think, honestly, if Techno doesn't call the flash, probably gets the kill, just due to the nature of how close he is.
Anyway, I saw you trying to find out. So the controllers hit. Sorry, did Halzerg hit controllers?
Yeah. And Blitz got naded.
Yeah, Blitz just got naded.
Yeah.
All right. A rough way for it to end. You hate knowing that you're saving with 1 minute and 10 seconds left. But that's the reality that Blitz faced, running all the way back into the spawn, calling this one off as soon as it was a 2v5.
It's fair. paiN need to go on a hell of a run right now from 5-1 down. Oof. Timing in that swing. MongolZ's always funny to watch in those moments because they never call information. Like, I mean, I don't speak Mongolian, but I don't think he called 2B Orb there. It's like, there's a lot of unsaid things in this team. Obviously, you know the Orb's there.
Yeah, believe me, I think they figured
You've
it out.
learned. But it's, you rarely see them give, like, motor-mouth comms. Very interesting. Nick's committed still, and they actually bound out a banana.
I mean, this
Blitz
is
goes,
nice
give me the orb.
This is nice for paiN. You finally feel like you're starting to take some key map control. It's back-to-back rounds now. You've been able to take banana away from the Mongols.
Yeah, but I like the call for Grim to go back here. Nick's perhaps saying they're going to retake this position. Technos doesn't believe he's still here. Walked all the way down in a perfect timing. Smoke provides cover from the Molotov. He's on the edge. And HE would go far, but it's on controllers up top middle. Nick's able to swap sides, and Mongols just hit A.
"30 seconds left. I mean, with someone last seen aggressive down banana, you know you're walking into, at bare minimum, a 3-man stack out towards this A site. But Mongol's still looking to follow through with it. That nade could be juicy.
Wow.
Blitz knocked out, and big damage on a 9-10. And controllers, they'll return the favor with util of their own. But they've got this stack still to break through. 9-10 on the rifle, time running low. And there's the backstab arriving. There's no winning this for Mazinho. paiN come through with back-to-back rounds, both times denying banana control, and this time stopping the follow-through on the other side of the map.
Yeah, very scary to rotate your supportive B player out in that position when Nyx is so committed on low health. He's such an easy clear, but great move for Grim to, again, be in the right place. He might be the only org player who isn't a 30-plus-year-old in-game leader, and he makes it work. Had multiple multi-kills with that gun in this series already. Putting it back in meta and putting MongolZ in his pocket. 2 rounds in a row here for paiN. They even call a timeout coming into this, or MongolZ rather, coming into this next round. So Mara on the mic. Trying to slow things down.
I look at it as a subtle metaphor from Grim.
Okay.
He never wants to be orgless again.
It's good. Oh, well, AK will do for now. Grim, no support. How's it coming in late with the orb? Fight down middle. Inside of the Molotov on the anti-eco. They throw a bottom ramp smoke. Oh no. The pistol's gone, but look at the rifles wreak havoc.
That's a controller's opening you won't soon forget. He's suddenly flipped the script of this round, and with cover from 9-10, always feels like it is this duo for the Mongols on Inferno that do the heavy lifting. Round's already over, round's already decided. And what started as a 5v4 for paiN looking so promising, before you even realize it's getting out of hand, it's already out of your hands.
Yeah, that's why they call the pause, right? They want to do a set play, bottom ramp, smoke molly combo, Blitz comes through, but he gets so much info that Mongols, who are already running up second mid, are super aware of paiN's play. Double entry for controllers. Ouch. Makes it just look easy. These POVs are so smooth. like quite a slow sense as well. We see the over the shoulder. Stressful game now for paiN. We try to play from the front with an aggressive move, but Mongols are no stranger to meeting you head on in the middle. 6-2, money still good.
Again with this banana aggression. They don't get the result they were hoping for. Grim even brought down low in that skirmish. Kavem fed to the 9-10 AWP. Nyx with aggression out through the apartments. He's got Halzer covering, but this setup can go awry so quickly if that happens. AWP shot sails past, and Nyx is offered up as sacrifice. controllers, I love watching him play on this map, dude. It's so broken. Like, it doesn't feel like he should just be able to come into the MongolZ at the young age of 28 and get away with some of the stuff he does on Inferno, but I don't think he's got a lot of respect for these mid-holds. He's rarely running into resistance, and so time and time again, whether it's been him or Mazinho in rounds in the past, they've just been taking this space away super early. Now they're even hunting. Go on, controllers. What have you got for us, mate?
Break, JT, Cubbied.
Mate, he's so suspicious about this corner. I think this is his first time.
I think he's going to check it. He might check it. I think there's a chance. See ya. Controllers makes holding angles look good. Not that he's still often. Walks up A, takes another entry, takes another round. I just love it. They see the double app setup and MongolZ speed up. They go, hey, we know where 2 or 3 are on this A side. Meanwhile, there's a triple B setup.
Controllers plays A the way Nico used to play Banana, where he just kind of walks up, runs it dry for the most part, plays with timing, and gets entries that win you rounds. And it's unfair. Why can't anyone else do this?
No.
On a whim.
Him and Mazinho both causing a lot of problems here on A.
And because Banana's been so instrumental, like the only rounds that paiN have won have come from successfully repelling the Banana take, you feel a little hesitant to super, commit to these mid setups. You also think about the rounds where, like Nyx is kind of having to try and thread the needle on stopping Apartment's aggression, but then he's getting snuck on and through short. You're putting extra resources over towards Banana because you want to own that real estate. You want to force MongolZ hand and make a more educated, rotate a more educated gamble. They finally start with an early, triple setup out towards mid. I hope they go for like a porch boost. That would be nice.
Oh, no respect is the right word. We've got MAC-10s being brought up into rifle rounds as they look to just hammer it home with a bit more pace. Back on B. Trying to block the smoke. Techno knocks it off the top. Don't change too much, though, as MongolZ do concede position.
Here you go. This is good, though. You've been getting abused on mid. Go for the porch boost. Go for a heavy mid setup.
Yeah.
This might feel a little predictable, is my only worry. With how often mid has been the gap, I think this is the adjustment a lot of teams would look to make.
Watch Mazinho jump out balcony this time, right, and just stab it in the back. Orb spotted on short. Can't make any real guesses about the setup from that. Halzerg looks to extend the advantage. Mazinho's not being active. They go back to Banana. Standard to execute in this position. Boost up for the Orb. Just throwing in the util here. Mazinho's still lurking, but they're committing. Bad molly. Very bad molly. Good flash and better hold. Ugh. I hate that molly.
Trust me, I don't think the MongolZ were loving it either. JT just given free reign.
This yoga move really good for blood flow. Clear the legs.
Clear the legs.
Clear the legs.
Because otherwise your legs get all full of blood presumably.
Yeah, don't want too much. Good little drain. Oh, Mazinho wants to peek, but knows better than to throw it away. Passion are just taking the scraps when they can get them, round here, round there. No one's even able to flush him out. I mean, Molly comes down, you'd expect a swing. Good supportive flashes from the rotate.
Probably feel safe to go about. Oh, hang on, a bit of aggression. Kavem and Nix pushing through the apartments, and when Controles hears the footsteps running away, trying to give chase, he goes into that second player. So a nice double setup nets a nice double kill for Passion.
They have a lot of cool opening moves, right? Not all of them have worked in this series, but the pops on B, back on overpass. Yeah, he tried to do this mid take on the CT side here. They have ideas. They are proactive. You can't argue with that. I like to see a team that goes out on their own terms. Can Passion finish what they started?
We are staying very stuck in place here in this 3-2 split. And so the Behold is just JT and Grim. And it's a contact walkout from the Mongols, throwing in this util from the mouth of Banana. Good clear on JT, and now Grim, the only guy between them and a B plant, will go unchecked. Knife was out for 9-10. He's handed a double. Blitz left in this all alone, and Grim catches him on a perfect timing.
Dude, this Org, man, it should be meta. It really should be. He's making a great case for it right now. Some excellent spray downs. That's not to mention the high damage headshots, but not needed by Grim. Mauling them. Feels like when he misses a spray, he recovers really well. Like this one here, I feel like he can't do that with an M4. Tracing it super easily. Proud coach.
All right, pace change by the looks of things, just an apartments rush. Nix, you ready for this? Techno jumping through the smoke.
They're not here.
Spams away for one, and this is going to allow you to get the bomb planted. 9-10 manipulates these rotates and catches them by surprise. It's left to JT and Kavem in a 2v4, an unlikely round ahead for Passion UA.
Just got to give it a go. You don't have a choice, but this late lurk in apartments for Blitz is going to stab them in the back. They flash themselves, jumping back into apartments, meeting their maker and meeting their match. It's the Mongols up 8 rounds on the T side of Inferno. It's looking like playoffs qualification for the Mongols if they can keep this up.
From a tear to Tanir. Through the cave smoke, catching him off, keeping man advantage in hand. Bomb can take its sweet time working through the swamp. Oof, but there's a gap in that one, and Youngstar is going to find Grim's head. Just the CT lane to try to push up. Nix double op in this retake. A double op 2v3, demanded of complexity, and Nix gets one. It's going to earn him a weapon swap. TYLOO, 14 kills to his name, 11 rounds into this map, peeks wide on default, and Nix is gonna punish. Nice. Switching over to the AK, securing his 3rd kill in that round, and giving Complexity a much-needed lifeline, at the very least. Feels like Cole are trying to keep things simple, right? We get that fast flood last round towards A. This time they're gonna try their hand at B, off of the flashbang. They'll make this site a little more uncomfortable for the defense. Kai awaits the pit play, does a good job of keeping himself into the cover. Now the opposite bat and goes down. And the rotate finds one. Good smoke spam from Art. It is high pressure situations, but it is consistently Fluxo with the edge. Flash through, Art found out and dealt with.
They sacked him, and now they lose the man advantage. They really wanted to kill off that, of course, or to stop the bomb. At least they got the ladder.
It's gonna challenge. It's that back library play that all of a sudden puts bomb down. Grim's gonna scoop it up, and he spams him through it. To hell with the bomb, they'll go to the battle. Just waiting to pop that flash. JT. Great flashes, you said it.
Best flashes in NA.
See it coming. Beretta's on the half wall. Easy for Grim. Quad kill for Grim. Ace on the cards if not for JT, but with the flash assist.
Bellissimo.
Having your default work, especially at the start of a game and a half, it can be such a luxury. Ooh, timing is weird here for JT, but manages to hold on and decides to push it. He didn't even know. He did not know. That is just, you know, that's just a random bullet that flies through the smoke, just catching strays, as it were, on that second one. I'd love to see a slow replay of that. That's such a crazy round, JT.
MongolZ eyeing up back-to-back playoff performances with this new look roster. If they can lock in a win here, and it would be a convincing one over paiN, a clean 2-0, then they will have achieved that feat. Talk about trying to get as many reps in as possible. Very limited time ahead of the major, and after losing Senzu, but this is the way to do it.
Time to Grim press, Harry. It's even better.
Grim Pass.
He is the Grim Pass.
Deploy the Grim Pass.
In his tower. On Grimferno. I mean, he needs to on this T side. paiN need this pistol. MongolZ see it coming. All the util making it lightningly clear, but Mizzino, blinding shot, takes the head off of JT.
9-10. Got to be clean with it. There's the first fresh mag put in, but they won't let him reload in time. It's Grim. 2 kills found.
You wanted to say
I wanted to say it so bad. But here it is, bomb planted. And if Grim can start this one with a heater, who knows? Maybe there's still some hope for paiN.
Moving in alongside Techno tagged up, but up short comes a second. Nyx has the cover. Grim with 2. And Techno, half health, trying to squeeze this final shot out. He gets it. Headshot onto Grim. Bomb in an awkward place, but 10-second stick. It should be impossible. Nyx buying time, jumps in the sight, and Techno gets the kill, but there's no time for this round. And then Grim, impressive pistol from paiN. As they get back in the game, it's never too late.
No, never say never. Not to Grim. Not to Grimathy. On his map. Might not be the map of his team, but he loves it.
Yeah, numbers have not looked good, have they? 5 loss streak here on Inferno. Be a crazy time to break that against the Mongols when you're already a map to the bad, losing out your pick in double OT. Spy up here for the Mongols, trying to threaten in Banana. A couple of late nades come through, but actually dodged very well by JT. Sees it coming. Weak A defense. paiN just walk it in.
And with a gap like this, foolish to not just go and take the space. I mean, hell, that's what the Mongols were doing all throughout the first half. So paiN giving them a taste of their own medicine. Not nice, is it? Save called on this 4-spy round for the Mongols as the other 3 just sit pretty over towards this B site in the hope they can run it back in the next. Gonna put this down to, you know, if the conversions go the way they should, and these MP9s don't win the next, gonna put it down to a 1-round game here.
And if there's one thing we really liked on Overpass, it was the util for paiN, right? It was some of the set pieces, especially the flashbangs. This is a map where you can really abuse a couple of good flashes. We saw, you know, when TYLOO kind of came in this year and found a bunch of upsets, a Pro League run, you know, a victory as well, a playground. A lot of that was their Inferno, and they had some really nice apps pops, mid pops. We just saw the similar flashes thrown there by paiN, the ones that pop on car or the ones that pop behind toolbox. And if Mongols aren't ready for explosive rounds, they better lock in, because it looks like paiN have that in their repertoire. It can be really hard to stop the snowball on Inferno. Good grenades, but only Blitz survives here. HE's pushed Techno back and Blitz mollied to car, but it's all that stands between paiN and the B-bomb site.
Gonna go into this crossfire in mid. TYLOO just getting himself in a boiler. Chance to find Nix on the lurkout. Oh, timing's really awkward. Grim opening up, and there's kvem, his right-hand man, to assist in this mid-take. Mazinho moves over, has support. Grim 2 kills deep. JT coming in to help alleviate the pressure with that flashbang, gets him out of there.
Really
saved by the captain. And there's that one-round game you were promised.
They refused to make a mistake there. Could have easily just swung Blitz, but do the opposite of what you'd expect a plucky underdog to do. And pull back, let Blitz come to them. Trying to play things by the book here at paiN as they pull this game back into conversation. One round, as you say, but a full buy round for the Mongols. With 9-10 topping the charts, him getting the AWP. All eyes on the orb of Mongols.
So just a great feeling, like when you really needed it, you find your first pistol of the series. It's like you close up the game to a very winnable position. If you can find success in this first rifle round, you're going to leapfrog into the lead. Suddenly you stand to make an upset happen here on map 2. Seeing how close Overpass ended up being, you know, if paiN had found a pistol around there, that would have been their map. And so will that be the difference maker here on Inferno? kvem, eyes set on a flank with Grim and co through the spawn as they look for the split. 9-10 opens up. Grim here. Good for the trade, but gonna need more than just the one. Grim doing it all right now. They really weren't kidding about this guy's impact on Inferno. He's seen the barrel. That's a 3rd kill waiting. Nick's gonna beat him to the punch. You've already done enough to win this round. Grim just pads these stats even more. A screamer of a round. He makes that mic wince. 17-7 on Grim.
That's so good. That's incredible. Grim credible here on the T side.
Incredible.
Mr. Grim credible carries paiN through with a perfect split. Super strange round for 9-10 to run into that position, but I think you're expecting one lurker on the long side there. I don't think you're ready for such a cohort of paiN players. And so even though he goes super wide to force that early kill, it's a hard round. It's a hard kill to not be able to trade. Grim goes on to find 3 kills in the round. And win the first buy on the T side. They do have a 5-loss streak, but that's not looking likely right now. There's possibility to break that track record, set a new trend here on Inferno. Mongols maybe bitten off more than they can chew. Screamer indeed. Lovely spray to finish it off.
I did. If there's one thing you can kind of know about the Mongols, it's that pistol rounds are incredibly important to them, and you saw that all throughout Chengdu. so often a backbone of their games is finding success in these rounds, and this just puts them off to a bad start in the second half. It's allowed paiN to close the gap. Now they've won that first rifle. Money broken for the Mongols. Your worst fears might be realized as paiN look to take the lead. And I don't want to discredit everyone else, but it really is just a hulking effort from Grim to make this happen. Oh, and there he is dead first. The hands of the hero gun.
Okay, do they? Oh no, Kvem just walks into middle. He hears that rifle run away, but there's 2 more players on a crossfire. Oh, you can't lose to this round. Only 1 gun, now made 2 as Mizzino picks up. They're getting desperate. They are getting lost in the source. Players in through the smoke with perfect flashbangs punished there. I just don't know why.
Come on.
They felt like they had to speed it up. They can still save it on the A side.
Grim. You've got to show him his sacrifices aren't in vain. You can't have him die first for the first time in this one, and suddenly it all comes unraveled. It's a 2v5 attempt for Halzerk and Nyx.
No kit. That part makes this a big problem for Mongols.
Mizzino, smoke spam, no way! Missed shot for Halzerk! And all right, maybe it was to discredit the rest of them. Grim is very important. You can't afford to have him fall, apparently.
What a weird panic there for paiN. They don't need to rush so fast. Kvem feeling like he has timing is one misread, but then JT just rushes B when no one on his team is ready. No one on his team is with him.
Well, yeah,
Mongols just have plays up their sleeve, flash through smoke.
Even in the best case scenario, like if he gets in B, bomb's still a ways away, they have to take time getting that back. You know the space you have is at best only going to be temporary before the Mongols arrive to challenge. It felt like it was so desperate when it didn't need to be.
Yeah, that felt like we just threw away a 4v5 when there was only 1 gun in play. You armed your opponent. Oh, that's a hard round to lose. Also trying to make up for it. Oh, blind on the second.
Okay, he does his best work blind, apparently.
It's true.
Had a collateral full blind earlier. Double kill here without vision.
Right below. Spotted and flicked. Halzerk, oh, jump shot, but JT's got him. And Coffin for 9-10. It's a sick round for paiN. They lose an absolute tilter. Ooh, dinked as well. 1 bullet. No more. So paiN can forget about that anti-eco, but we won't if they lose to 1 round game.
And it's also just rough because it shored up the money in a really big way for the Mongols. Like, this could have been your chance to break them all over again. Instead, even with the hunt, even removing that 1 gun, you're still able to get a purchase together here. Mara decides he wants some time to weigh in. He could feel that this game is close and there's a lot riding on this next round. Because even though you've dodged getting broken in the short term, it can still happen if paiN streak rounds together. And this late in the game, that can decide your fate.
Yeah, Mongols have only had that 1 eco round win in this half, right? This was 8-4. This was the first pistol being won by paiN in the series. Converted it as well. Feels like the wheels were off for the Mongols. Can they restabilize in their map pick? Definitely running into more than they expected from paiN in this game. That is for sure.
A lot of util. Blitz, I don't know how you get out of here alive. Oh my god, what if he gets out with more than just a life? He takes 2 with him to the grave. And now it's down to this desperate B hit, but player already rotated over. Controllers after finding the opening. They're in time, dead at the hands of the Halzerk Corp.
Where's he gone?
Techno remains tucked, damage done on the JT. Both players are low. Halzerk miss on the clear. They can't quite finish the job, but Mazinho will.
Another smoke spam as well. Didn't even see that final player. Maybe jumped the corner, but great time bought by Techno. It's a Hauser no scope that would have set them up to win the round. Did all the hard work there. But Blitz, unbelievable double coming out of that smoked Molotov. Flashbang is perfection from the Mongols. We are just trading rounds now, 4 in a row. Back to Banana with a pace again, but Molotov burns out the orb. Hauser still given cover by his ever-aggressive captain.
I mean, you think with the opening kill over towards B, the early spot of aggression, you're expecting a lot more over in that B site right now than just the one-man hold the Mongols have.
Yeah.
Ooh, nearly really bad for Mazinho.
Okay, though, it might cancel everything. They want to just pop out, contact play. 10, here's a flash out middle.
You're thinking it's 2 players here. You're expecting a 2-2 split. You're thinking extra resources over towards B.
So
Techno could be a really nasty surprise. JT might because he's a captain. And he's suspicious of everything.
Yeah.
JT with the clear, and that is massive. You've dealt with Techno. That opens up a long wrap. Missed shot from Mazinho, and 9-10 overran. Kavem, important double entry. JT finished off, but Controllers in a 1v5. This is a round that not even the Mongols would dare give a look in. Still, the hunt connects. Save denied. Lead taken for paiN as they break the Mongols' money for real this time.
Very good check for JT. Yeah, he walks out long, not looking at long, right? He is tunnel vision on the corner. And that's, you're absolutely right. It's a kind of position that you wouldn't clear in this round because of the info you have. And Techno could get multiple kills, so JT disallows it. And we keep going. 5 rounds with no 2 in a row.
Ooh, okay. I mean, it is the Mongols. An aggressive purchase here. They leave it all on the line. They're hoping that with this cobbled together force, they can make magic happen. I mean, these are the quintessential Mongols rounds. They live, they die on the success of these types of buys.
And they work way more than you would expect. And this isn't a half that's come down to the blocking util, right? Not in any sense of the word. These have been quick hits from paiN in the first minute of the round. Contact plays into bomb sites, so forget the smokes. It's all about the firepower.
9-10 even going to hop across with the smokes coming out from paiN. Makes it out towards the coffins. And they have util to nullify this position. They'll be able to make life hard for 9-10.
Oh, he jumped. They heard it.
3 positions ahead of the hit. Smoke in for Blitz, going to try and play through this, but can't find a thing. It's the AWP or it's nothing. They need 9-10 to deliver, and JT rips heads off on the entry. Even though Techno's here, this is a round where you're looking to save.
If he had a kit, it would be fun, but just exits. Get an AK if you can. Hope for an overstep. His team are nowhere near. It's a really awkward shuffle in the B-bomb side, right? Grabbing the smoke, jumping, giving away his position. 9-10 full blind again. Just flashbang after flashbang. paiN have had super strong util in this series. Kavem even clears Church. He shakes his head. Not today, buddy. Not on my watch. And these kills are very important. If they can find these last 2 guns, big problems. Oh, Controllers, the Firewalker. Oh, and then he unpeaks and gets headshot. So, should have stayed in the fire. paiN either way, 11-10, 1 gun saved. And that quintessential Mongols force buy might leave them out in the open. Exposed to this T-side comeback. Finally, 2 rounds in a row.
would be very Mongols to put money into this round.
Oh, yeah.
And they even punctuate it with the timeout, so maybe that's what you're almost expecting now if you're paiN.
I think Mongols are growing though, Harry. They've decided to save. Just this M4, a little bit of money in, but good loss bonus. And so they can buy up next. That one gun.
Triple stack in top mid.
Yeah, quite a series for Nyx, but that double kill is an absolute saving grace there, clearing the rifle off of top porch, and an impossible round to win now for the Mongols. As kvM goes searching, lurching to finish the job. Easily done. 3 kills for kvM and 12 rounds for paiN UA from 8-4 down, pulling it all the way back, barely gifting Mongols anything in this CT side. Some scary low econ round wins, but when it comes to paiN's round wins, they've not lost more than one player since the pistol. They have been so clean.
I mean, we said coming into this, you know, they're on a 5-loss streak here on Inferno, but they've all been close games. You've likely had stuff from it that you take away feeling like, you know, 1 or 2 rounds go differently. It could have been a very different story. We get to see what it looks like when everyone's hitting. No longer just a T-side effort spearheaded by Grim as well. kvM coming into his own. halzerk with some important openers whenever he's been able to get away with aggression out towards Banana. And it's, like you say, just how clean they've won some of these that spark so much concern. There's no easy route back into this now for the Mongols. This is a grind if they want to close this game up in these final 2 rounds of play. Maybe the final round of play if paiN get it their way.
Yeah, everything speaks to that. halzerk throws himself through this banana smoke every single time.
I do feel like the util on Banana has had a lot of chance to be super punishing for the Mongols, but they've rarely gotten it in. Think about how quickly paiN have played for banana control and how infrequently it feels like they're wounded or punished by the util.
Going to retake banana this time after setting up with the orb. Back to middle. Found these entries numerous times over. 910 trying to buy any space by trading grenades. The missed flick with the AWP. It's up to controllers to bail them out. All right. Kills, excellent work. Double long setup, drops the bomb.
controllers has given you a lifeline in this round and maybe back into the game. Ooh, very weird timing. 910 with the spot at least. And Mizinho, he can see through the smokes.
Every round, I feel like he's getting a smoke kill for the Mongols. How about two? Traded places with them inside of it, but works to his benefit. Keeps the bomb under Mongols' control, and now overtime is a conversation. 1 round. This is what it was for. Can paiN close before it really gets difficult?
Good timing on this smoke wall for kvM. Missed shot from the 910 AWP, but again, controllers, chance for a double. It's ugly on the spray. They know he's here. Molly makes it awkward. Mizinho down in the pit, only good for 1, and it looks like paiN might dodge this overtime. They might just lock in the win here and now. Spam connects on Techno, and it's just left to Blitz. Some damage done. Some low players, but with Grim and JT still looking healthy in a 4v1. An aggressive post plant from JT. He's going to give Blitz a taste of his own medicine. Shot in the side of the head. paiN break their 5-loss streak on Inferno and take this series the distance.
I hear that you are up for renewal when it comes to our membership, and so I've dusted off your portfolio, and I would like you to give me your thoughts on what I consider to be one of the finest of Counter-Strike's cultural moments. Ahead of us, we have Inhuman Reactions by Hiko. You remember this well, don't you?
I do remember it. I can't escape it in some sense. It has become part of my life, just like Counter-Strike has. So,
I think that when we talk about culture, we talk about context, we talk about history and all these things that make Counter-Strike great. But the beauty of Inhuman Reactions by Hiko, by Anders Bloom, is that it's short and sweet. We play this clip.
the thing to really remember here is that we are in an era of Counter-Strike where the Swedes dominate everything. There is no challenge. Everyone knows they're the best, and Hiko is just this North American player. Sure, he's got a bit of a personality, he's got a bit of something going on for him, and then this happens. What is that?
Oh.
God, inhuman reactions!
That is Counter-Strike in its essence. We see him go on to lose this round, and I think one of the great things that you said here.
Not even with an aimbot could you have got that kill, and Hiko
Sometimes anything is possible. I think Hiko's very lucky, Mr. Bloom, that you were there to elevate this moment.
Ultimately ended up being a big moment for both of us in many ways, even years later.
So when we think of cultural impact with Counter-Strike, I give this a 10 out of 10. And in terms of mechanics, that lizard flick that Hiko puts on display, I give that 10 out of 10 as well. This is a magnitude 10 shaking of the Counter-Strike world. 100% glory in my eyes.
Well, I would be remiss to argue with that. I will agree with your score.
Ah, fine taste. It's my pleasure to approve your renewal. You may continue casting Counter-Strike.
I appreciate your generosity.
Ah, yes. Oh, it's not on behalf of myself, sir. This is the Culture Clubhouse, after all. It's on behalf of all of Counter-Strike.
Well, together we will continue to build the culture even further into the future then.
Greater than ever. paiN UA show us their improvements. They show us that they can fight deep against a team as capable as the Mongols on Inferno and pull away a win without it even needing to go to overtime. But once again, it wasn't a pretty start.
No, getting off to a rough start for paiN UA. You think to yourself, you're losing your first map, you're going into your opponent's map, pick off Inferno, you get off to a rough start again. That should have been the death punch. That should have been it for paiN UA. But as you said, they fought back, did a tremendous job, in particular in the second half. The T side coming out from paiN UA, the calling from JT, the stepping up from Grim, the stepping up from Krem. There was a lot of positives in the paiN UA camp.
And those positives also, when you're talking about the second half, can be spoke about in terms of getting an actual pistol round, you know, weren't dominated this time around.
No, getting a pistol round, getting off to a good start on the T side, getting the economy as well. And then I got to highlight it. I think Grim, in particular, kept them alive. He had a couple of moments in the first half where he did well. Second half, Grim was just firing on all cylinders when it mattered the most in the beginning. So we spoke about him coming into this game. We said that he's been the one player who stepped up ever since Elise left, ever since paiN UA / Complexity had to find a new identity. You've been looking towards Grim to step it up, to be that star player within that team. He's been able to do it against Tier 2, Tier 3 opposition. Now he's doing it against the Mongols, and he is the sole reason, dare say the sole reason. He's one of the reasons as to why paiN UA was so dominant on the T side.
To me, it felt like Grim was also buying a lot of time for his teammates to come into that game, you know? Like, he was activating, he was very active across the whole map, and then finally everyone else started to say, okay, we can win this.
That's the thing, right? Sometimes your star players doesn't necessarily have to have a performance where he's winning every single round. Or doing all the dirty work, which wasn't the case for Grim here. 18 kills, kills, 11 death, 80 ADR. It's not necessarily the most strong performance, but he kept them alive when it mattered the most. As you said, for then JT to come in and call a good T-side, for them Quem to come in, find impact. Even Holzerk, who had a couple of misses in the first and second half, came alive in crucial rounds.
And looking at crucial rounds, round 18 was certainly one of them at the same time.
Yeah, round 18 is a great example of what went wrong for the Mongols. It was everything or nothing. Every single time they were playing on that CT side, I feel like they were gambling a little bit too much with how they were playing. You see it right here. Holzerk, the round before this, had a rough showing where he didn't hit anything, and then he comes in with a multi-kill. Maybe a little bit lucky with the second kill, but that's the point of it. It's all or nothing for the Mongols. We played 30 seconds of Counter-Strike, and they're down to a 5v2. The entire round is just done for. Now, the following round, they win, and then the following round after that, they lose. So every single time I saw the Mongols approach the CT side, we saw it in the last round as well, stacked towards middle. They go all in for the fights. If they win the duels, they win the round. If they lose the duels, they lose the round. It's simplified to that point where there's not a lot of rotations going on. There's not trying to condition your opponents. There's not forcing JT or paiN UA to reinvent themselves or do something extraordinary in terms of an executing towards the bomb side. It's mainly just winning your first duel, and if you do that, you win the round against the Mongols. So they really simplified the game to a point where it was a little bit too, I guess, all in for my taste.
But isn't that the blessing and the curse of the Mongols, right? That they do like to sometimes throw this out there, especially maybe against a team that they would see as a lesser opponent?
I think that's a good point. You know, I think they're doing it because they don't really respect paiN UA.
Yeah.
You know, I think they're looking towards paiN UA and be like, we are significantly better than them. From an individual standpoint, we should be able to win those duels 24/7, and then they're maybe not giving them the respect they deserve. So I think it's the Mongols' own doing. paiN UA played a good game of Counter-Strike, but I would say the Mongols lost to themselves this time around.
Well, we've got another game that's warming up just over there behind us. We've got Falcons going up against Team Spirit. Spirit are all sat down at their PCs right now, getting ready for it. So we're going to give you a little sneak peek because we've got some more time here. Listen to some words from Nico and Chopper. This is going to get interesting. Chopper, you had the result at Chengdu where you were unable to make playoffs, losing out to the Mongols with a new player, not the full team they had there. Is that a worrying sign for you? Like, is that a bad sign?
I'm not sure about this bad sign. I think it's like bad day because and bad and long day because we have two games in a row in one day, and for us it's not good because we need more time for prepare for do work on our game, and when you lose game against Falcons. Don't have break and go after the next day to place in one day, it's really bad. But as team who has good players, good stars, I think we need to win that both games. But sometimes your power, how to say, you don't have power on when you play 6 maps in one day. On sixth map, you just like tired. I don't know. Sometimes doing really bad.
It's very hard to reset in those kind of situations. Everything, energy and stuff starts to go down. Now, looking at what's been happening with the team, obviously Cologne, huge win for you guys. Then since then, we've seen more struggles, right? Do you understand what problem you're seeing in the game? Like why we're not getting the best of Team Spirit right now?
I guess because when you change one player and you have core with 4 players, and also I guess Zontix was one of the main core player because he has a lot of things what I don't do, like when we go into some sites or helps with calls and something like that, and play with Donk a lot. He know how to helps him, he know how to play. And now, first of all, we don't have a lot of practice to make mistakes and change it, because after Tnir coming for us, yes, we have practice like practice on internet, but we don't have material to fix it. You know, it's not our bad, it's just like our schedule, because yeah, we don't have a lot of official. Yeah, it's like joke, you know. We come to this tournament and told with each other like, boys, chill, all good, because we play only three official play games, and yes, it's sometimes it's happened, and now we need to take all of these results, so all of these matches, games, watch them and do some homework. I don't know how to say it. Yeah. And for this tournament now we try to do something new. And after the tournament, I think we do great big work because we have material, we have something, we know how and what need to fix, and let's see.
So it's all about this event and then getting ready for the major, right? And using all the officials to look at that. Now I understand. This is good. Thank you for that information. Okay, you did play Falcons quite recently, right? What did you learn from that coming into this? Is there some changes you made? Because you went for the same map, so is there some other changes you've looked to adjust?
First of all, we are and we offer each other. We know how to play we are, how they play, and what we try to do in this game, in just better start game. I think like that because Falcons have little things like they like to destroy stars games. Yeah, and sometimes it's really hard and really pain because you do something and they just come in with new things. You don't see it in demos, you don't see it everywhere, and they just do some setups, new one, and you need to prepare for that. Maybe today they do it, maybe no, I don't know, but let's see.
Nico, from Chengdu to Hong Kong, obviously it's a bit of an Asia tour. I just want to ask you, aside from the tournament side, is it a pretty crazy experience for you? You seem to be one of the ultimate favorites for these guys. You enjoying it?
Yeah, it's nice. You don't get to stay often for 2 events in a row in China, so it's been super nice. Unfortunately, not the result we have hoped for in Chengdu, but the feeling was super nice there. It was nice to be there. It was nice to see all the fans, and I'm hoping to experience something similar here in Hong Kong as well.
Now, I'm glad you touched on the tournaments with this because you guys have been very consistent, right? After Cologne, you've been able to get deep runs, second places, third, fourth places. What is it that's missing in your eyes as a team right now in order to stop you getting the trophy?
I would say that one thing that probably I can mention is just the experience on the stage, I would say, as a team. We obviously seem to struggle in these games, and we just need to find the solutions for it. And I believe it comes from the experience. We need to see what we lack, and sometimes it can be hard to identify those issues when we are playing or even after we're playing. You really have to dig deep to really find the mistakes that we are doing because it can come from various reasons. It can come from the pressure, the communication, the individual moves or decisions, and those things might be hard to notice when you're playing or right after. So we really have to keep an eye out from very close and when we play these games to identify the issues, and this is what we'll try to do here at this event.
Now, when you're saying about identifying the issues on the stage, most of you guys in general are super experienced, right? You say that. Obviously, Maxim coming in, got a lot to learn from it. Is there something that you look at and you think you're not doing the same from group stage? Because the group stage we saw in Chengdu was so dominant, and then obviously playoffs you struggled against FURIA, but we know what you can do, really.
I mean, it's very hard to say because the last 3 events that we have lost, we lost, to, I believe, 2 best teams in the world right now, FURIA and Vitality. They both play very strong CS, and one thing that they have in common is they both been ancient against us, which obviously puts them a bit in a more favorable situation, I would say. I think if we would get to play ancient against these teams, we would probably have a higher chance of beating as well. Maybe we would feel a bit more comfortable going to the series. I think when we kind of have to start on Inferno, each time we play versus these teams and we most of the time lose Inferno, it's just hard, and it's I would say it just shifts the momentum to their side no matter how good we played in the group stage. So this is one of the reasons why we struggle against FURIA and Vitality, and those were the only teams that we have lost in the past 3 events. So obviously Inferno is something that we have to really work on, and we need to make sure that it is not a weakness against these teams, because I believe it's not a bad map for us. I think we can beat a lot of teams on Inferno, which we have done already, but obviously against FURIA and Vitality we have lost. So we need to dig deep when it comes to Inferno, and we need to do better. But as I said, I'm not too worried about us. We are looking for improvements. We have lost to a better team in the particular matchup. So yeah.
Mini. I flash grave. Pop. Nice,
dead.
dead.
One more. Side, dead. Nice.
Dead too.
Nice, guys. I'll plant B now.
One is building.
Let's search him. Let's search him. Let's not stop. In library. He's CT.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice mid
job.
round.
Sick, guys. Nice.
Let's go.
Thanks.
Flash you.
Well, the communication was flowing. The excitement is certainly there for paiN UA, and that's because they are now one map away. Nuke coming up now to try and take down the Mongols. And honestly, when you look at it, they should have a fair better chance of winning Nuke compared to what we expected for Inferno, because we were right down at the bottom of our expectations there.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what kind of paiN UA is coming out. I feel like we've seen two different faces of them. Again, the slow start on Overpass, the slow start on Inferno. I don't think they can afford another slow start on Nuke. I also do think the Mongols on Inferno didn't play their A game, so I'm curious to see which version of the Mongols is coming out. But there's no doubt that paiN UA now finds himself in a situation that I think they would have hoped for coming into this matchup. Third deciding map, Nuke. Again, we know Mongols can play that map to a very high level, so it depends on what kind of version of paiN UA is coming out, and that's why I want to bank my money on their practice, as we spoke about. 4 weeks of straight practice leading into this tournament. You would assume that they prepared something for Nuke. You would assume that they have quite some confidence on that specific map, knowing that that's part of their map pool, and hopefully that's going to be enough for another competitive game.
But like we were talking about earlier, right? Even if paiN have been changing a lot of things up, this is not something where Mongols will shy away from what they're doing. It's not something where you expect Mongols to have changed too many things up, because they just play their way.
No, and it doesn't change the fact that the Mongols is a significantly better team based on the individuals compared to paiN UA. Let's not forget that the Mongols are still a great team. Let's not forget they were in the playoff at IEM Chengdu. I know the loss of Sensu have tempered the expectations a little bit, but we're still looking at the Mongols where they have some of the greatest individuals right now in terms of going for the duels, in terms of playing that upfront, in-your-face style of Counter-Strike, especially on a map like Nuke. So even though paiN UA may come into this tournament as a better team, as a team who's used that practice time to function better, to figure out the communication issues they've had, etc., the Mongols are still the favorite based on the simple fact that they have more firepower, they have better individuals, and simply is a better team.
In terms of them being a better team, though, who are you looking at now to step up and to show up? Because we've had the moments on the first map from Mazzino, 9-10 in there, but Inferno, no one was able to rise above that. No one was able to pull them back and save the game or try and pull them into a winning position.
No, I was a little disappointed in 9-10 on Inferno. I think he missed some crucial shots. He was even putting himself in favorable positions, so it wasn't necessarily his decision-making that let him down. He was just atypical for him as of late, missing shots that he was supposed to hit. So I'm looking towards my 9-10 on a map like Nuke. Nuke is still Orber's paradise in some sense. Still a lot of things you can do in terms of roaming around with the Orb. He can bring it into hot. He can bring it towards ramp. He can go outside if he wants to. So for my money, 9-10 is the catalyst behind him. And that duel versus Halsek, that's one I expect him to win.
Do you expect, though, that especially at the moment of how the Mongols are playing, they're going to be a little bit more rigid with controllers?
I hope so. You know, I think, as I said on Inferno, what lost them the game basically on the CT side was that every round was all in or nothing. It was like 100% full aggression either towards Banana or towards stacking in middle. So it left no room for mistakes whatsoever. I think Nuke is a map where you play a bit more with rotation, you play it a bit more tactical in a sense, and even though you are the Mongols and you're known for the heads-up Counter-Strike, the in-your-face Counter-Strike, I think there's a balance to it. I think there's a balance to how the Mongols have been approaching Nuke the last 3 or 4 months. So I'd expect a little less uncontrolled aggression and a bit more controlled aggression.
And you thinking that's Mara now, right now, saying, okay, guys, look, we had this freedom. Now we've got to pull it back in. Now we've got to go back to the basics of what we know.
I think so. You know, I think they're going to try it out and get a feel for the game. Then again, if paiN UA comes in on Nuke and poises a threat, you know, where you can feel like, okay, they're playing good Counter-Strike right now, we need to play our absolute A game, then I would expect the Mongols to maybe take it a bit more slow. And then on the other hand, if the Mongols can afford to get off to a good start, win the pistol, and maybe basically kill paiN UA in the first 5 or 6 rounds, which we saw in Overpass, then that may also be an option. So I'm not curious, I'm not necessarily sure, you know, as to what pace is going to come out from the two teams, but...
What are they doing?
Just knife James, it doesn't matter. Who cares anyway? Yeah.
You can't win. It's just wasting time.
He's trying his absolute best. There we go. So paiN will start on the CT side, yeah?
They'll start on the CT side. They're having a good laugh about that right now. It's good vibes in the paiN UA camp. So, okay, you got the knife round, you got good vibes, you got CT side. Can this be an actual good start in a map? Because it hasn't happened so far.
if anyone just tuned in now, I know it's pretty early in Europe, I'd say like this. I think paiN UA have played some decent Counter-Strike so far. By no means are they a bad team. I think they've been competitive in this matchup, and I'd expect the same thing to happen here in Nuke. But the Mongols are still the favorites.
Well, Mongols are the favorites, and now they need to show it. So let's find out what happens as we get into Nuke.
Wow, I never thought I'd hear Pimpy so wrong, Hugo. paiN UA, they're about to make it through into the playoffs. That's my prediction coming into this.
Oh, wow.
I never thought I would side with them.
Okay.
When the day started, I was firmly a Mongols fan. I was firmly a Mongols believer. But Hugo, back in Chengdu, this was one of the maps they found no success on. Sure, had some close games in there, had some nice tries. But I think Nuke a map as well, we're being well drilled in terms of your util, having the practice time, being able to put some energy and thought into the types of rounds you're looking to play and nail all the util to go along with it. I think that can make a world of difference.
Sure.
And like we say, this isn't a map that the Mongols are going to be feeling super confident on. The only 2 times you've seen them play it with this version of the team, both times they lost.
Oh, prior to that though, Harry, 3 wins in a row over Vitality. So which one do we get today? It's not the Senzu Mongols, that's for sure, but it's still the core of a very strong team. paiN would have to keep up their pace from Inferno, and controllers from Mizzino humble them quickly in this pistol. 2 fast entries, forging a path down to lower, and controllers already starting strong. He was one of the more tricky players for the Mongols, having some trouble here on Nuke, but in this pistol round, Mongols keep up their near flawless track record. 4 out of 5 so far in this series. I do like what you're selling me though. I'm considering,
right? Like you can see the path. You can see the path laid out in front of them.
It's just different tiers of teams, right? And it's very hard to. It's not very hard to imagine, but I've seen Mongols beat some of the best teams in the world.
Think about how structured this map is, how it tests the limits of your teamwork. Who's had more time, Hugo, to put focus on that? The Mongols or paiN?
Yeah, think of how unstructured the Mongols can be. They do live and die in the chaos. Will it hold them up or will it put them down? Yeah, I was waiting for the wallbangs, Halzak. Worth a shot. But now with the molly faded, got to contain the space. Mongols have the ramp room. What will they do with it? 2 lower. JT ready by the vent, just in case they come back. Next top hut. Mongols regroup in the lobby to execute this A site.
Oh,
JT's Deagle today.
So good. Struggles to get out with more than one. Techno will find that trade, and now they set their sights on the follow through.
Oh,
Nix. One more to his name. It's all Techno on these trades, but he's brought down low in the process. Blitz. He's able to close on this. It's actually 9-10 beating him to the punch. Still in a 2v2.
Wonderful.
You might want to slow down here. Lend a bit of time to Kvem. Let him close the distance. Tag from the Halzak scout. It's softened up Blitz. Makes that real easy for Kvem on the wraparound, but Halzak goes early. And now he's going to close in the 1v1. 2 taps from 9-10. Final bullets fired. And they seal the deal on that 1v2 clutch.
2 bullets, and he uses them perfectly.
9-10's got to take up rifling, man. His rifling, he is the best rifler on the Mongols.
Just let Blitz AWP, let Techno
Like everyone wants to AWP, apparently.
Get this guy off
9-10
there.
is so good whenever you get to see him on these. He has 2 bullets left. But.
What more can you want? Beautiful. Oh, if Halzak waits a couple more seconds,
I know.
man. If he waits a couple more seconds to give them the room. Top rush, hero gun.
Hero gun.
That's one way to do it. You don't buy up the AWP in your first buy round. You buy up an M4 every round. Make it down B. 3 on 5. A D connects for Kvem. Vent controlled. Zeno still needs both these kills, but he is more than favored to find them.
Wait, they've given up then. No. Grim allowed to slip on through.
They go quick.
2v2 secure. They're looking to pressure Kavem ramp room, and they do get past him. So a close round, but a sigh of relief out of the Mongols as they get through that 3-on-5.
I actually just think it's a good sign for the Mongols. Not how chaotic these rounds are getting, but the fact that they're winning these rounds, right? paiN are posing the problems, and Mongols are answering. These are not easy rounds to win, but these are where we see Mongols so often succeed. They make you play at their pace. And, you know, like you said, even though they've had a recent lack of success at Chengdu, this is a team that's beat Vitality the last 3 times they played each other on this map. In playoffs as well. So Mongols have that depth. They can up the ante. Chaos in the yard right now. Techno getting toyed with. One shot will do it. JT desperately looks to deliver that final blow. Back 10 out ramp. Oh no, Kavem stabilizes. JT trying to cover his back, will need to. As Blitz goes hunting, will finish the job. No escaping now. Techno 2 health. Simply done. paiN on the board early in the CT side. Grim's Org is about to be a lot of fun in this third map. No better place for it. Mongols, because of how chaotic those rounds went, they have no AKs here. Got to make it out with Deagles. Galils. Smokes in the yard. Broken open. Mongols moving very late to this outside control with even later smokes. HE's expired. paiN can't break these open.
Molly's nice. It's going to give Nyx the time to vent drop. Oh my god. Okay, JT never even saw what hit him. And that's an advantage for the Mongols. Nyx makes it down lower, blocks with the smoke, just hoping to waste enough time here. Yeah, you feel like you got to see that again. That's disgusting. But they will look to come through this on the fade. Nyx has got his work cut out for him. 5 players about to be on his screen. Flash dodged short. paiN have read this with an early rotate, but 3 players in at lower is now reduced down to 2.
You want them to push through.
Grim blind. Oh, blind all over again. Still makes it work with the orb. Third player can't deal with him. They stop the Kavem push. It's just halzerk now with the AWP entrenched here behind the boxes. Plays it forward on that kill. If he nailed that, the round is so alive. Tag comes through. Wounded is 9-10. And halzerk sticking this. Flash finds him, but no way. He calls their bluff. halzerk, that is ballsy. 1 versus 3 to keep this in check for paiN.
Unreal stick of the bomb there for halzerk. His only option with both players getting out. That tag scared them. He didn't even know he hit it. And the stack down lower for paiN, a risky move. After losing those early kills, 3-on-5, all 3 players in the site. halzerk eats the flash. And no respect. Defuse in plain sight.
halzerk's never been as appreciated as he is for seeing them through that round. You just know it. The yard cross for the Mongols. 9-10 put up on this boost, looking to make the first incision on the AWP. gets the spot out towards heaven. A risky fight for JT to try and take.
Okay.
Second swing, Halzerk will secure the trade. They're starting to close in with each of these missed shots. That's where KVM was meant to alleviate the pressure, but this 1-2 punch, Halzerk playing in tandem with the Yard players, keeps him in this round, and there's Grim to seal the deal. Halzerk is right, it's a big round to pick up.
Yeah.
As he tries to inspire the rest of the gang, it's been 2 big rounds from paiN's AWPer.
2 very difficult rounds as well. Lots of space in that one taken by Mongols. Getting a hell wrap like that. And paiN, the thing we were saying on Overpass was how mobile, how active they are. They never sit in their positions on CT side. They never hold safe. They are always looking to keep the pressure on. Always coming in with confidence. Grim pushing as that smoke fades. 3 players fighting hell. Seeing a lot of grouped brawling for paiN in this game already. Be it the B stack, be it the flooding on top side in that eco. Fighting side by side. paiN coming through with a streak of rounds now. This is potentially their 4th in a row. Mongols. Is this really a match they could lose?
Oh, and Grim is looking so switched on come the arrival of map 3. If him and Halzerk come into this playing their A-game, Yard is going to feel like it's off limits. And then Nuke starts to get really, really small.
Yeah, we've seen Mongols already throw this 2 smoke walls to cross down safely. It might just have to be the round start almost every single time just to force some gambles. They've already seen the heavy rotate that paiN go for. So can they keep them doubting themselves? Will there be some fakery on this T side? Mongols are going to have to dig deep off the back of their timeout. Suddenly, there's a real conversation here for paiN to see them qualify to playoffs. Winner of this game to the arena. Quarterfinals or semi-finals up for debate in the most stacked group of all. Mongols, Spirit, Falcons, and paiN. And you're telling me paiN are taking a playoff spot? Be a hell of an upset. It would flip this group on its head. And after Mongol's timeout expires, paiN use freeze time and then call one more. I love that.
Not something you see a lot.
No, having quite a conversation. 60 seconds of chat.
Aggressive move to open up for Halzerk as he plays an audacious spot out in the yard. But he's not being, too aggressive with it. KVM's closed in as well on a secret push, so now you're too strong out in the yard. Good catch for Halzerk. Can't quite get that second shot off in time. There's KVM as the second piece, and he'll swing out with a double.
This is what I mean.
Really like the timing on that, right? Like waiting for KVM to get posted in secret. Only then does Halzerk play his hand. Sure, they've lost a lot of space out here towards ramp, but they own the yard. The bomb is trapped out here on the back of Techno. They're still getting aggressive, and he might get caught looking to run away.
Dude, who does that? Triple push down outside when it's a 3v2. They don't have any of the map. They don't have any ramp room. They give up A. They triple flank, and they find the bomb. paiN. This is what I talk about when I'm saying they're super active, always making moves. That's the last thing you expect. And controllers, surely impossible on this clutch back turn. Nix takes him. paiN just don't know when to quit. 5 rounds in a row on this CT side. Triple push yard after the Hauser can Kvem bash. Just beautiful. How are Mongols getting out-brawled?
With how these rounds are played, you start to feel like you're losing the initiative in a big way. You kind of got read like a book in this round, you know? That second pause clearly worthwhile for paiN. Money gone for the Mongols again, so a chance to extend your lead even further. Smokes might come down. You are being given room by paiN down towards lower.
Hasty rotation. Grim's already down vent as well. Kvem will join him. Hauser takes ramp. This is the most allowed they've been to make this path down B, but they're going to announce it with a rush. Grim can't escape.
Weren't ready for a second player, weren't ready for a second piece. Mazinho must win fight there if you want to alleviate some of this pressure. How's... Oh my God,
What's happening?
And like we all expected, Mongol's gonna win this round.
What the hell just happened? How?
paiN had such a solid idea what was happening. Was 910 lurking lobby? Is that how, I mean, it had to be how he ended up behind them.
But how's it looking at the wrong place on B? They crossed in, he didn't realize? I don't know.
He just like missed a weird timing, it looked like. It looked like as he went to peek the single door, they'd already pathed out to get behind the silo. Oof, no one feels good about that.
No, that's a horrible round to lose. And how good this game has been going as well. Oh, he double scoped and then he didn't realize they got out. Everything about that goes wrong for paiN. Kvem's double in vain. And Mongols a lifeline. Cling on.
He just blocked both smokes.
He wrecked that wall.
Neither of them land right. JT. That's wild. Forces the second volley out of the Mongols. And this time they're going to change up where they look for aggression. They try and move into lobby. Kvem with the clear, an important pickup to find this 4-on-4. The Mongols actually wanted to go back into lobby as well. So this is a big disruption to the game plan here. Because it went quiet and that second wall of smokes landed outside, they've rotated early, 2 players down towards B. It's Grim and Halzerk alone in the top site.
Oh, he's missed the timing. Halzerk might actually pay off for this. He's going to play with Grim, boxed in on CT vent. If they go out hot, he's got to be very careful. Missed shot from Halzerk. Grim got to bail them out. He can't afford to. Blind shot.
Better when he's blind.
Just does it every time. He's going to move back in for the killing blow. Follow up for Halzerk. Makes this retake possible, but up the vent feels like a death sentence. 910's got to move. He's got to plant that bomb. It gives him a window.
Yeah, it's allowed both players to rotate up through the vents. JT, important pickup. 910 retrieves this AWP, but he's only got 1 bullet left in it, and they've wrapped in. Tech9 pulled, play denied. Kvem is hot on the trades come map 3.
Kvem giving us his best game yet, without a doubt. Finding a lot of impact, finding a lot of multi-kills, and now finding a clutch to keep paiN in control of this game. Halzerk, he may have sold Grim down the river there with that position, but he makes up for it with 2 unreal kills on that top site. Missed shot, blind kill, and close AWP wrist breaker. 910. Another frustrating round on this top site. paiN are piecing rounds together right now. And even though Mongols can buy, and they can buy everything they want, can't deny what you're seeing out of Passion, making risky gambles, putting multiple players on the B bomb site and buy rounds. And even there, where they're split 2-2, they still win it out. Oof. 0-10 this series in openers for Blitz. It's not a good sign.
Loves to take an opening fight. Just not very good at winning them in this one.
That's...
Well, outside is certainly smoked. We can say that much.
5 down in the yard. Second wall, but look who's here, Harry.
Yeah, Halzerk in a good position to try and shut this down. Just decides to walk out now, which
top
not without its risks with the top silo player. Halzerk, there's the spot. 2 players seen at the back of main.
No, JT can multi.
Extra util, but JT steals himself away. Flash leaves him blind, still on a good timing for this double. Why not make it the third? Kavem 1 versus 2 being asked for here. He's been solid in this third map. But this is his toughest round yet without exception. Missed shot and Kavem unable to capitalize. Controllers puts him down. And a chance for the Mongols to tie up this half after all.
Oh, if you're Kavem, you're just thinking, why couldn't anyone else get one of theirs? 3 players on top side crumble. JT's triple kill is miraculous, but it's too late to save his teammates. Excellent flash for 9-10 blinds him, and Kavem's 1v2 traded by Controllers, who has somehow been one of the rocks of this team in this map, the map we know he's been unfamiliar with. Fast out the ramp, Kavem overwhelmed. JT has to drop, but the flank is fast. Oh, it's fast. Brings him back down to earth. This might be Passion's best opening half yet in the series. They don't need any more. 7 CT rounds. Pistol or not. They have done this game on hard mode all the way, and now Passion sit on the precipice of an upset. Controllers surely impossible.
He's had some of the most ridiculous clutches, but this one, surely it's too far gone. 10 HP, bomb to play around, everyone rotating in from the ramp side, so he's not going to get any freebies here. Smokes down, leaves spam open. Just don't let him have this. Controllers. Oh, knocks him off the bomb. An important pickup there. And a 1-out half secured for Passion UA in spite of coming short in the pistol. And a slow start on Nuke. They go on to recover spectacularly. The Mongols, pressure is on to keep up their pistol track record if they want to come back in this second half.
From my sense, a rivalry is something that tests you to your limit and shows you your limits. It's something where there's a lot of emotion because of how hard it can be to overcome the rival. There's a beauty and poetry in it because the rival is holding up the mirror to your weaknesses and they're exposing them, and that's frustrating to deal with, but then you're forced to be honest with yourself and to try to work through it and to become better. And that is what both you and your rival want. And I think that's one of the most special things about competition. I think one of the things about the Fnatic Envy rivalry that was interesting is that French and Swedish Counter-Strike, I think, was really important to CS. With Envy, you had this kind of combination of like crazy firepower and personalities with that French energy. And then you also have on the other end of it, the stoic, calm, also villains of the time in the Fnatic roster, where they didn't show us the super deep level of strategy and tactics, but they showed a mastery of how to mid-round. as well, the AWP was obviously got nerfed thanks to JW and Kenny S. And so you also had in that rivalry the best AWPers, and the two AWPers that understood how to play aggressively with the AWP like nobody else. But I'm thinking back to the early days of CSGO with that kind of French-Swedish rivalry. I'm thinking about that stylistic difference and how both of those teams were showing the best of CSGO in different ways. I think Liquid was very important to shaping narratives in North America because Liquid was really the first serious team in North America that showed a culture-defining change. Liquid had moments of much greater success than others. Later on, you got this edition of the Twist lineup where eventually they did beat Astralis. This, I think, elevated all of North America along with it. It was necessary for them to do that because Astralis was showing mastery of the game in so many different levels that to compete against them was so infinitely difficult for basically anyone and everyone. And so everyone was studying Astralis, and Astralis were essentially making a student of the entire scene. And I think Liquid was one of the responses to the cultural impacts of Astralis.
UA looking for the upset here over the Mongols to open up Blast Rivals. It's the group stage, the winner of this game, going into the arena. That's right. Quarterfinals at a bare minimum, and paiN UA sits 6 rounds away. Mongols have won 4 out of the 5 pistols in this series. They keep on their track record. They're well and truly back in this match. Pace. That's Blitz's first opener in the series.
Yeah. And he's tried going for them many times over. Will it lead to more success in pistol rounds for the Mongols? Seems to think so. And they've spotted Halzerk. They know where he is. Nothing he can be expected to do here. The Mongols keep up pistol round success to try and reignite this third map of Nuke. It will at least settle the deficit, allow them to close in on the lead of paiN UA.
Most important half yet. At a near even scoreline, about to level out. Grim has had such a great series for paiN. Kvem and Halzerk, come the third, have delivered their best. Mongols have been given the opportunity to finish what they should have ended on Inferno. It was indeed a late game comeback for paiN, 8-4 down. Oh, dude, again, JT. JT's Deagle. In so many rounds, finding entry kills. Of course, in so many lost rounds. Somehow his controller second top of his team, right beside 910. Is it a question of the rocks of this roster going missing, as they did at times in Chengdu? It's a ghost in the machine.
Sorry, that was you for a second.
No.
What's happened?
Meow. Smoke's outside and Only give them crossing with them. Looks like paiN on this top hit.
Techno, good kill, full blind. Controller is on the Deagle, able to wrestle another back. How's Techno still even up there? JT can't quite control the spray. Brings Mazinho down low, but it's all left onto Kavem. Came up short in a 1v2 earlier. Fails to find it here. That fast topside hit not panning out. The Mongols move into the lead.
That was a messy one. Almost a 3v5, 1 out by paiN. Kavem continues to get multi-kills. He just can't seem to close these rounds out. For paiN, they need a hero. Nyx is still having a really poor series.
Making a cross out in the yard, but it's hardly a secret. Sure, you don't know exact numbers, but an early rotate down. It's here just blocking with util to slow the roll of paiN.
Nice shot. Pistol's making it. Blitz is here. Door wide open. He's going to leave it open as well, beckoning them into his bomb site. Blitz wants a multi-kill. The Orb's even funneled in. Blitz does reveal position, but able to find safety in the site. Nyx a little late. Nice tap, but nothing more. Mongols holding onto this lead from 7-5 down, pulling this game back to their favor. paiN, without this gun round, they are in a lot of trouble.
And it's going to really hurt, you know, like knowing how
close you got.
How close you got. In a way, throughout the entire series, no Overpass coming down to an OT affair. They could have 2-0'd the Mongols here.
True.
If that game had shaped up a little different. If you'd found even a pistol round to open up on map 1. Now you've been given a kind of a second chance here, a lifeline on Nuke. Only to have it snubbed out, and you are dead on about Nyx. He has been absent here on map 3. First to fall in this round again. Halzerk with an equalizer. JT lurking all the way back in lobby, denies this aggression. They're really starting to pincer on this top site. A lot of pressure applied. JT can't repel the lobby take fully. And so we end in a 3-on-3. Heaven scale up for paiN.
Zeno's been let off the leash in this CT side. Recovered very well. paiN get Heaven control, but Mongols know this is a possibility. They're ready. They're set up to retake this top site, and util will announce.
Halzerk able to watch on the vents. 910's path up, not as easy as he might be thinking. And so that's a good catch for Halzerk. Controles misses the chance to trade. No! Mazinho pushing through, catches a double, and he's left in this 1v1. Bomb planted for Heaven.
Perfect.
Molly gonna block off the angle. Grim fights through the fire, fights through the flames, and in his dying breath secures that round for paiN.
You'd think that would be enough. That molly is perfection. It is just enough time for Grim to swing out and find that one bullet required. Both players on 30 health or lower. And Grim finds the single shot that he needs to win that round. Finally, Kavem multi-kill, not going to waste. Burns for the round win. If he plays any safer, it's over. Chaos outside. Blitz another opening death. Stuck trying to escape in secret. The pace change for paiN finds him a 5v4. Grim even in main. They run through the smoke. The call is there. Techno crunches, but miss spray on the MP9. Opens up another top site. Halzerk triple kill. Monstrous round. 910's just going to go through. Frustration here. Put to use.
Oh, no! Thank goodness. Now, they never knew about Mazinho, but he's the only guy with health. Halzerg, come on, he's already done enough. Nix, this is his round. It's where he's going to walk it home.
Timing.
The backstab in for Mazinho. Gone on, not in time for Nix, and Halzerg getting charged out. What is it? At 3 HP. He'll do it all if he has to. Halzerg ties this game up again. It's just big round after big round from this 3-man star power core at the heart of paiN.
Yeah, I can't believe he wins that. Tucked a millimeter into the middle of the 2 silos. And so when Mazinho swings, he doesn't see him. He thinks he has to be backside. Halzerg's repeat is perfect. 2 crazy clutch out rounds here from paiN UA. And MongolZ looked like they were storming towards the finish line on this CT side. Finally had the money funneled out from beneath them. paiN going to get a presumably free round. And despite all of this, Controllers, the player who we said looked the weakest on this map for this squad in Chengdu, is still top fragging. Guys.
How are they getting... they've been dinked so many times through the smokes. Oh my god, okay.
You can't lose this.
Yeah, don't lose this. You never recover from that.
No, that's GG. It's full USPs. Blitz has a Zeus. It's not happening. 4v2. Blitz goes down to the B site. Slight gamble here for MongolZ, and paiN look to avoid it again with Heaven Control being a strong option in mind. I was scared for a moment.
I mean, after his 1v1, you know, last second clutch, you got faith in Grim up in Heaven.
I'm scared that he went Heaven with the 6 health AK. I know it's a strong position, but you could give MongolZ an AK. We know you give the wrong MongolZ player an AK, they can win a round on their own. This is like the best team, one-round ecos, or one-gun ecos rather, other than Spirit. But even that's up for debate. And I know a lot of you here, waking up early today, or staying up late, are waiting for that Spirit Falcons game. Winner of this one plays them for the semis. Loser of this one plays them to be eliminated and not make it to the stage. 6 out of 8 teams will play in the arena here in Hong Kong. Who's it gonna be? Can you imagine MongolZ going to the lower group game only to beat one of the 2 favorites? They've already beat Spirit last week in Chengdu.
Yeah, I think, you know, whichever... Like, in the world where paiN go on to win this, which they very much could with how they're fighting back right now, whoever misses out on playoffs at an event where almost every team that enters goes to playoffs, with the exception of just 2, 1 from each group, that feels like a colossal miss.
Especially when you look at this group and you go, it's obviously paiN who don't make it to playoffs. Like that's that's every expectation. It would be an upset, no matter how you slice it. To imagine that not only they could, but they could do it by just winning one match. Here we go. Most important gun round yet. 10-9. paiN with the lead. MongolZ money.
Oh, it's on the edge, man. Yeah. Like, if they win this round, they are on the path to playoffs, to a win, to an upset over the MongolZ. This is the round for all the marbles, really.
Just such a great opportunity, considering we haven't even seen paiN play an official in 42 days, and they haven't played a LAN like this in quite a while.
I think a massive underdog team that have had nothing but time to go and prep, finding an upset win to lock in at least a strong, you know, a strong run, a chance to go to playoffs. That does wonders for the confidence. You feel like all the practice wasn't in vain.
Crunch around. Mazzino's been solid, but he falls short after just a single kill. Blitz throws himself, shuts the door behind him, locks himself into this cave.
Yeah, it's polite, but I don't know if it was the right move. Gun on, not in time. Still gets out with one. But now you're left scratching your head. You don't even know for sure where this round looks to end up. You saw players exiting at B, but now you learn about KVM out in Garage. And so you've got to piece this one together, Mongols. 2 on 3. They'll split the defense for now.
They figured it out. They know what's going on. Techno can come up vent, and he has already put himself in position. The AWP has the cover. KVM is now lost to the wind, and they know to look for him here in main. JT waits for KVM's contact, making steps, and checks out that player, but there's still an AWP in the sight, and the AWP is kicking up dust in the face of paiN. He needs both the kills, and he doesn't have a chance. Techno and 910 save that 2v3. Blitz's frustration is leading him astray, but his young players are still coming through with clutch rounds. Blitz is just trying to close the door so he can get behind the site in time and have them not see him, but paiN's pace could have won them the round. If they commit there, Harry, there's no one at home. There's no one to stop them. Techno ready for this top hit. This molly timing is impeccable.
You're still with a chance here, but they will get away from you quickly if you come up short in this round, and it'll be remembered as another game.
Cancel.
It was close, that you could have found success in, but ultimately doesn't pan out.
Back they go. It's good to cancel here because KVM also found them a kill outside. At the same time, he gets in the garage.
Only thing that can be scary with it going back into the yard here is you only got one smoke, so you don't have the full util for a cross. You can try and block off an AWP by putting it down over towards Unbreakable. Even then, there'd still be sightlines open. KVM with a very big kill. That Warrior, the AWP, now struck from the round.
Mongols have missed some really open timings in this CT side. The fact that KVM gets that kill earlier, they don't realize he could be Garage. 910 pays the price with his life. And KVM, he was cold in that first map. It felt like it was the difference maker between perhaps paiN even winning this and what would have been a 2-0. But he is sharp here on the T side of Nuke, 20 and 16. The young star of this squad, the addition to the core of this NA roster is going on to lead them to victory. Can they finish what he started?
Trollez been the standout for him on Nuke, but only gets away with one. KVM and Halzerk. Key kills in the round. They overwhelm Techno as Halzerk adds another. And Grim jiggled on the heavens. Has to give us round. Halzerk, when required, again stands and delivers with a big 3K. All of them trades, all of them important. Halzerk is not crumbling under the pressure. He wants this win.
Grim just flying off silos because he can't drop anywhere else on low health. And Halzerk barely sees the tippy top of the head, but it's enough. KVM's double, Halzerk's triple, and Mongols in trouble late in this game. The upset is right there for the taking. Smashing Mongols money yet again on this CT side. Look at what they've got. 2 guns. Controllers M4, Blitz the same. He's had a bit of a shambles in this CT side. And there's another gone as well. Controllers M4 lost in the door. They try and crunch lobby together. Mongols might have to cancel. It's so patient. paiN wait for this exact play. On that fade. Ooh. Wait a sec.
Oh, Nyx, only good for one. These MP9s keep it even. And they don't gain any ground out towards ramp, so you got to look elsewhere. Now look, Halzerk and KVM, they've been heavy hitters. They've been the two really trying to keep the dream alive for paiN. And they still get to play in this round. JT leads the charge, letting them play trade. Techno, dead in the door.
Nice shot.
Blitz tries to take this angle. There is a smoke on Halzerk and JT that could be used to block off main. They cover the heaven wrap round, and so now just Blitz. Spam connects, brings Kavem down low, but I don't know if he's in the business of attempting this 1v3. It might be paiN with 2 chances to walk this over the line. Bit of an awkward kill to give away, but you still have info.
Fine.
And he's so far removed from this 1v2 with no kit. There isn't time for Blitz to attempt it. paiN have got 2 opportunities for an upset win over the Mongols. The Mongols have no money. They are broke. This AK getting out of the round means that they can try and cobble together maybe a second rifle around it. But paiN will have 2 opportunities on Nuke to lock in a playoff run. And you can't ignore the output of Halzerk, Kavem, and Grim as this series has gone on.
They know the opportunity they have right now. And they are seizing it.
They have been itching to get back to officials. They've had 42 days to put themselves through the ringer, put in the hours and practice, and that practice might be paying off.
Yeah, we haven't seen them in the playoff of a Tier 1 event since Peugeot Bucharest under complexity. But this one's simple. This one's cut and dry. 2 chances to make it to the arena.
Chance easier than this one. It's 2 rifles, an AK and an M4. Other than that, SMGs, no utility, and the 5v4. 5v3 as even Nyx extends that lead, but out of nowhere, Blitz comes through with a double.
They've just lined up. Crossing before the smokes, they pay the price. Nyx has vent rotation, his early drop, high value. They're overcooking, they're going through the smoke, they're trying to go back. Nyx has lower control. paiN changed their mind on the fly, and it's left them high and dry. The bomb's even been spotted going back outside, so Mongols now know what's up. Even Mizzino could rotate up vents if he wants. He's going to stay active, try and flank Nyx here, who's pulled back from his position. If Nyx doesn't turn around in time, this round is over. Grim pushed in through main. Techno Molly, it goes deep, he survives. It ticks.
Huge pickup for Grim. Massive that Molly spreads. Mizzino still arriving on this wrap round though, and it's not Grim. You want to die here. Nyx, bottom of the board. 1v2 clutch rolled out in front of him. Damage put down range. This would be one hell of a time for Nyx to have his best round on the 3rd map. Blitz, he's the one that threw this whole thing in a peril. With the double up out in the yard, took it to a hat trick. He's looking for 4 to keep this game raging on.
He's running out of time.
Blitz has always said when it comes to clutches, there's no one he trusts more than himself. Let's see if he can put that theory to work. Up through the vent, Nyx looking the wrong way, and Blitz collects. The Mongols keep battling back.
Oh, it definitely feels like an overcook there for paiN. They had it all laid out on a plate in front of them. They had the lower control. They had vent cut off, but they get shut down by that smoke spam from Blitz, or rather a swing before the smoke. Blitz gets 2 kills in a 3-on-5, and it keeps the game going. It keeps Mongols in contention. Even in that 2v3, they could have gone lower into a 3-on-1. But no. We play on into the last round of Reg and maybe more. As Mara tries to keep Mongols in it. paiN hunt for the finish. But you can't help but thinking, did they just lose their best chance?
We said that last round, that was the easiest it was going to get. Now you've got to do it with less paiN. You got to try and stave off overtime. When we get there, the Mongols suddenly can have their 2nd wind. It's a fast topside play.
Wow.
Grim provides the opening. Techno in the vent has just gone uncleared. Oh, a huge pickup. JT with the flick back round and a 4v2. Surely this is where they do it. Mizzino rotates into heaven. The Mongols might have had ambitions of making it into those playoffs. Did it back in Chengdu, but here they fall to paiN UA in a grueling 3-map series. paiN playoff bound. They've been waiting to get back to the officials. They've put in the hours, they've put in the practice, and it shows come the turn of Nuke on map 3.
Without a doubt, it's been 42 days since they played an official. It's been 6 months since they've seen an arena, but paiN UA make it to playoffs.
And they do it in style. The practice paid off, and certainly a well-deserved victory. Fighting from behind in many of the maps, struggling to get a pistol win, but still taking it over the line, and didn't need to go to overtime.
No, they really had to fight for it. You know, the Mongols showing up and putting up a good fight. Unfortunately for them, not good enough in order to beat paiN UA, who I think played some great Counter-Strike. Depending on where they're at right now, people look at them as a tier 2 team, maybe even tier 3. They come in, they go up against the Mongols, and in the vast majority of this game, on every single map, they had an opportunity to win. I know it was overtimes, I know it was close games, but you can make the case that paiN UA played the best Counter-Strike in the buy rounds. Their biggest issue tonight was not winning any pistols. They won 1 out of 6, yet they still found a way to win this game. So overall, gotta give credit to paiN UA.
Well, looking at this, right, this is a win they can be proud of. This is a playoffs of a big event that hasn't happened in this jersey so far. We've got JT with us here. Mate, what a crazy series for that. Just how good does this win feel for you right now?
Honestly, feels amazing. I think that we didn't even play our best. Like,
okay.
I really thought that we should have won overpass. We were in the driver's seat, in my opinion, and we made a lot of mistakes that we weren't doing in practice. But yeah, just really happy that we get to play in the arena with Gavem. It's going to be his first time in the arena, so it's going to be, yeah, just fun for him.
A big move and a big achievement. There's been a lot of practice, a lot of talk about this in the interviews. And I spoke to Grim. He was saying like how much grind you guys have been putting in, but pistol rounds, maybe not so much of that was practice.
I mean, honestly, in practice, our pistol rounds are going good. Like, I don't know. It's just one of those things, like pistol rounds can just go down to just aim duels or just unlucky setups and stuff like that. So we'll go back and look what happened in those pistol rounds, because every half we were just like on the back foot. So
yeah.
It was quite a struggle to actually get into the game.
Were you surprised by the Mongols you faced today? I know they lost Sensu as of late, but we saw them play well in Chengdu. Did you expect more from them, or was it more so as you expected?
I'd say they played how we expected. They were still a great team. I think we just played really well, and it was a tough game for both teams.
Yeah, tough game for both teams. I mean, the Mongols, obviously with a new player coming into it, you guys have had 42 days of practice, which is something that a lot of teams can have right now because they're going to tournaments. Do you feel that as well, that you progressed as a team in the last month where everyone else has been traveling around?
Yes, I mean, definitely we progressed. There was a lot to work on, and we got through it all. I'd say that it was a little boring. Like it's, I mean, the fun part of CS is playing matches, and I also think, I mean, the best practice is matches still. Like we need to have the same feeling, what it feels like to play close games like that. You don't get that in practice, and that's honestly most of the time what we struggle with is just like dealing with the pressure and closing out games. Like even this game here, one of the, I think like the second last round of Nuke, like we should have won that easily, and we fucked it up. So yeah, I think that's what we need right now is matches, and I'm happy that we won because we'll get some more now.
Well, a really positive start here from you and the team. Congratulations on making it through the playoffs. We'll see you tomorrow, mate.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll take a look at the groups and see how things are panning out as paiN UA have moved through in a very positive fashion.
Yeah.
By the way, do you remember I said this to you? I said that this could be this magic that happens, right? This is their greatest chance, and now this sets them up very nicely. And whoever goes down to that lower bracket, you don't want to face a fired up Mongols for that spot.
As I said, you know, this was the best opportunity for paiN UA getting into this tournament. They avoid going down to the elimination game. They avoid playing Falcons and Spirit in the loser game. Now they'll play one of them in the upper bracket final. So for paiN UA, this is a massive result. You know, this is also a testament and a statement. Even if they were to lose the following 2 games, because let's be honest, they're still going to face some world-class teams. They've now shown that they can contest with a team like the Mongols, heading into the major probably with some more confidence, and also making the rest of the world known that paiN UA can still play Counter-Strike at a high level.
Well, there's another high-level game coming our way. The next match is going to be Spirit taking on Falcons.
Excited to see how some of the big dogs play today. Really, anything can happen.
It's a hell of a challenge with Donk hitting as hard as he has been. The EWC hiccup was made up for, I think. Falcons want to make this run deep into playoffs. That is what's in their sights.
And here we have it. We're moving into our second game of the day. And this is a matchup where the teams have played against each other not so long ago. It was in the favor of Falcons. And Spirit, they struggled in Chengdu. They didn't even have a chance of making it through to the playoffs. Something that is unexpected when you have a player like Donk on the team. But right now, for Falcons, they've been so consistent. They've been so dominant. Okay, they haven't lifted the trophy, but you can rely on them to be in playoffs, to make deep runs, to maybe even be in the final.
Let's just establish this from the get-go. Like, we're looking at two teams who are heading into the major in a couple of weeks with aspirations to win. We're looking at two teams who are heading into this tournament, and basically every tournament they attend to, with the aspirations to win. This is an opening game in a group stage, but it could easily be a semi-final or a final in a playoff game. Two of the best teams in the world right now, as you said. Falcons on an upward trajectory, Spirit on a downward trajectory. Haven't looked great in the last couple of tournaments, but we can't forget the fact they won in Cologne, they won Blast, Bounty as well in Malta, so they have tasted success. Whereas for Falcons, as you said, even though they're playing good Counter-Strike right now, even though they're consistently getting into semifinals, sometimes in the grand finals, they can't seem to win them.
Well, Nico said himself to me in the interview, right, that right now it seems like they're lacking as a team the experience on stage. That's the hurdle they need to get over now. But when it comes to group stages, they are so dominant. They don't let their foot off the gas.
I mean, in Chengdu, they went through the group stage without losing a single game. And I would say that we're the best playing team heading into the playoff. But as you said, once we head into the playoff, it seems like there's I don't want to call it a mental block because that's too easy, but there's definitely something going on within the Falcons camp where they need to get over that hurdle of winning a big game in a playoff, you know, an important game. I know they've been in the grand final of the Pro League, but even in that grand final, they got absolutely smacked by Vitality. So there's still something left to be decided for Falcons. But let's be honest, consistently getting into semifinals and grand finals in this day and age of Counter-Strike, that's not easy.
No, it's not easy, and a lot of teams will be very happy for that. But because this is like the super team, right? We talk about all the assets they have, everything they have behind them, the staffing, everything that the Falcons want, they get. And that's what now means they need to get the trophies, right?
That's the pressure that you apply to Falcons, and I think that's the pressure the players apply to themselves as well. You know, they know there's no excuse. They know that when you have MongolZ, Nico, Kyusuke coming into the lineup as well, you have Sonic behind him, who's one of the greatest coaches to ever coach in Counter-Strike. Obviously, there's going to be pressure. Obviously, there's going to be expectations of them to win. So far in the second half of the season, ever since Cologne, it's been getting better and better and better. But I think the players, the fans, the community for that matter as well, they want to see them win stuff. They want to see them actually come to fruition and go all the way and win stuff. And it starts all today with beating Spirit. That's an important game. You don't want to go into the elimination game. You don't want to face a potential Vitality already in a semifinal. Winner of this game is putting himself in a good position, especially knowing that paiN UA is waiting.
Exactly that, right? That is on paper an easier game, but maybe they got some more tricks up their sleeve. You never know how it can go down. I want to focus on MongolZ just a little bit because he has come back into form. He has come back. We've heard the voice comms, right, of how much control he's taking in the game, what he's calling in some of the situations. He is back on his A game right now, and that is scary for Spirit to deal with.
It's great to see MongolZ back in his A game because when he joined Falcons the first time, you know, in the first couple of tournaments, he was also playing at an incredible high level. And then we saw him tamper off, you know. We saw him in Austin not have a great tournament. We saw him begin the year a little bit rocky, so to speak. Cologne wasn't a great feat for him, but ever since Cologne, he's been getting better and better and better, and he's now playing at his absolute best. And there's no doubt, Falcons with a MongolZ playing at his best, that is a very dangerous team.
Well, one thing I do want to hear, though, is a little bit more from Nico, because he has a good understanding of this matchup, and he has a lot of experience against winning against Team Spirit.
He does, and he's also...
the Spirit matchup again, right? You're going to face them very close back-to-back. Does anything change from your side going this, or do you expect more change to come from them?
I would definitely expect more change to come from them. We haven't seen a change in the map pool from them, at least, so probably different approach. I believe they have to change something. I think or we listen maybe to their vlog or something, they said that they have difficulties every time they play against me and MongolZ. They're getting picked off, so we should expect a different approach, definitely. Maybe not, maybe they will think that we will expect a different approach, you know, so it's very hard to say right now, but I expect a good game, you know, going up against Spirit and Donk, it's always a tough challenge. You really have to be on your A game in order to beat them, so excited for the game.
And it is a situation where Falcons and Nico and MongolZ themselves, they just have the number. They play better. They elevate themselves to another standard when it comes against Spirit.
They kind of have to, you know, and they kind of have to apply their pressure towards each other. Nico moving into a new role where he's a little bit more laid back, where he's giving up more responsibility to Kyusuke as well. I think that Nico, you know, sitting and watching playing Counter-Strike, he's going to find his level. He's going to find his footing, and he's already getting better, but he also needs to see that for him to sacrifice some of his old roles, it needs to be paid off by Kyusuke, and I think he's also getting better. So I think the vibe within the camp right now is that, yes, they're frustrated not winning tournaments. Yes, they're frustrated going into semifinals, maybe not playing up to the best, but every time we see them play in the group stage, every time we see them at a tournament, it's getting better and better and better. And as long as that's the case, I think the vibe within the team is still going to be good.
Now, another vibe on the team on the other side for Spirit, it's not looking too good. We're seeing that frustration again. We're seeing struggles. We're seeing them lose games that we wouldn't normally expect them to lose. And I will just say this, to me, right now, this is the worst Spirit we've seen since Donk has joined.
I think that's fair to say, you know, and it was a bit surprising because when they first bought Sway in, they started off by winning IM Cologne. Then they go on to the Bounty and win in Malta, win another tournament. You think to yourself, all right, is this going to be the year where Spirit is going to come back and contest as the only team versus Vitality? And then you see the results as of late. EWC, a disaster. Blast Open, not good enough. EPL, not good enough. Chengdu, not even in the playoff, not good enough. And you see some of the players not stepping up anymore. Sway hasn't really found his footing within Spirit. Donk had a terrible tournament in Chengdu by his own standards. And tennea, who was supposed to come in and add more firepower, we're still left to be desired with seeing him coming fully into fruition. I think right now they're having trouble integrating all these new pieces. Sway coming into it, tennea coming into it. I feel like it's one change too many and it happened too soon for Spirit for them to be fully on board. The good thing for Spirit is they have this tournament to get back on track and then they have the major and some time to practice, but it's about now, James. Otherwise, as you said, if they have another poor showing here in Hong Kong, it's not looking good for the major.
Yeah, and that's a really worrying sign, right? And there's another worrying sign here. I found a couple of quotes from Donk doing an interview with Hotspot that I want to bring up and just get your thoughts on here. Because just take a look at this. We are too easy to predict. It's easy for people to understand in which direction we attack. That's the only reason we lose 5v4s. Because remember, he's getting all the openings. He's doing his part of the role.
Yeah. That's I guess that's a ballsy statement. That's a fair enough statement. I think there's some truth to it as well, but I don't think it's that bad.
But then look at this, yeah? So on to the next one. And then we get this. This is what I want to try. Chopper is IGL, so he doesn't have to perform and show amazing numbers. He has to be a good leader, not an aimer or a fragger. Put these two together. So what is he trying to say that he's doing?
Yeah, that's
if both are bad right now,
true.
Where are we at?
There has been a lot of criticism of Chopper as well as of late. I think the reason why Chopper is struggling, the reason why Spirit is struggling is that they've changed too much, you know, in a short period of time. You bring in Sway, inexperienced, you bring in tennea. Yes, he played a little bit in Heroic, but never in the big games, never in the big playoffs. So you bring in two inexperienced players and you have to fit them into a team, into a system where you beforehand had Sontics and Magics who were very methodical in the way they were playing.
Yes.
I think Chopper is under a lot of pressure right now to make this Spirit work out, and maybe there's something to it. Maybe Donk feels that right now Chopper's not calling his best game, but then I would be Chopper and say, yes, but I don't have the pieces I used to have to work with. Beforehand, I didn't have to spend too much time telling Sontic what to do or telling Magics what to do. They knew it. Whereas now he has a much bigger responsibility trying to figure out how to get the best out of tennea and how to get the best out of Sway. So the man on your screen, yes, under a lot of criticism, but I don't think the work conditions for him right now is as easy as people make it to be.
Yeah, some more time might be needed, but let's find out from Chopper what he's thinking ahead of this match. Okay, you did play Falcons quite recently, right? What did you learn from that coming into this? Is there some changes you made? Because you went for the same map, so is there some other changes you've looked to adjust?
First of all, we are and they offer each other. We know how to play we are, how they play, and what we try to do in this game, in just better start game. I think like that, because Falcons have little things like they like to destroy stars games. Yeah, and sometimes it's really hard and really pain, because you do something and they just come in with new things. You don't see it in demos, you don't see it everywhere, and they just do some setups, new one, and you need to prepare for that. Maybe today they do it, maybe no, I don't know, but let's see.
Well, he's aware of what could be happening, and one other thing he said during the interview that we played out earlier is the fact that at the moment with tennea, he doesn't have a huge amount of demos to review things and ways to fix things. He's hoping he gets that here at Hong Kong, a bit more to get themselves ready before the boot camp and the major.
I was just about to say, you know, one thing is having the data and having the material to review, another thing is having time. We just spoke about paiN UA, who had 42 days of practice. JT even said that was kind of boring to some extent, but you can get so much better when you have time to practice. Spirit have not had that time. I know they went out of Chengdu before the playoff. I think they flew back, maybe, and then come back here to...
I did actually confirm they didn't fly back. So they went on a plane, but it was they were just late going from Chengdu rather than going earlier. They spent their time in Chengdu trying to get some extra practice in.
Okay, that's good, Jürgen, because that's what they need. They need time to practice. They need time to iron out the stuff. Yes, data is good, but if you don't have time to iron out all the mistakes, you don't have time to analyze the data and figure out how to make it better, then it's not worth anything. So I buy into that. I think here in Hong Kong, it's a bit of a joker tournament for Spirit. I think now they've set the bar so low that even if they were to go out in a third place or in a fourth place, it's okay for them. Their eyes are set on the major now. So this is a bit of a freebie. You know, get some more data, get some experience, get some confidence if you can, but no expectations here.
And you know this, right, far better than I can do. If you're looking at and you're being in Chopper's situation, you already said about the 2 new players coming in. You've just had like a couple of events, right? They've not been going so well. There's not loads of maps you've played. So having Chengdu, a little bit more to review. Now having Hong Kong as well. Is that enough then that he's got something to work with for him and Hallie to really sit down with the right time before the major where we can see them rise back up? Is that enough?
It should be, especially considering they're coming into stage 3 and we'll have a little more time, you know, to review their own games, but also look at the opponents that they're facing. I don't have any excuses for Spirit. Yes, you're changing 2 players. Yes, you brought in Tiner. More firepower, by the way. He's still a fantastic player. Sway maybe not fully up to date with how they want to play in Spirit and how he can perform, but overall, if they don't perform at the major, then yes, that would be disappointing. I think they've had enough time to integrate the 2 new pieces.
Now, we're just going to give you a little update. The server does have some issues right now, so we have a slight delay, but we can continue talking about Spirit and just the growth, what we're hoping to see from them, because Tiner, you're right, firepower upgrade is definitely in there, but I want to look at this. Zontix was able to do so much, right? Utility-wise, buying time-wise, which you don't get right now from a player who's not as experienced. If you think of how much time Donk spent playing Face It with Magix and Zontix, they know each other so well, right? That setups, the communicate, well, doing things even without communicating. You can't expect that from these guys yet. How long will that take? Because obviously that was talking about how much setting Donk up for success in the past.
That's a very good question, and part of me want to say I don't think they get enough time, because I don't think, unless Spirit goes into the semi-final in the major, unless they maybe even go into the final, I think Spirit are looking to perhaps bringing one of either Suntix or Magix back for the next season. I don't think the current iteration of Spirit have really ironed it out in terms of roles, in terms of experience. I'll also say one of the most underrated things people don't speak enough about is not necessarily bringing in a guy like Tiner and adding more firepower, or bringing in a guy like Sway and adding more firepower. No, if you bring in 2 new guys, what happens if Donk performs 5% worse off because he's now not surrounded by players he knows exactly what's doing? Then maybe you bring in Tiner, who's arguably a better aimer or a better firepower upgrade compared to Suntix, and that would add maybe 10%. But losing 5% of Donk capabilities is way more significant than adding 10% to a guy like Tiner. So it's all about finding that balance. If Donk doesn't feel comfortable around the 2 new guys, where it's at a point where they are inexperienced, where they're not communicating the same way Suntix did, the same way Magix did, and that takes off from Donk's game, that is way more significant than whatever firepower you're going to add in different departments.
I also want to look at the crazy head-to-head we have here in terms of Nico and monezi going up against Shiro and Donk. This is a wild one, Pimp, because it's so far in one favor, but just look at these results and look how long this has been going on.
I just want to state this for everyone at home who's watching right now. Donk and Shiro has never ever in their entire life beaten Nico and monezi. Not in Falcons, not in G2, never ever. It's kind of crazy. It's something we caught attention to during IM Chengdu, where, as we said, it was also another victory for the Falcons. Imagine being Donk, imagine being Shiro, having won majors, having won tournaments, especially Donk, who's arguably the best player this year. He's never ever beaten Nico or monezi. That must give him extra motivation, but could also be a bit of a confidence issue, knowing that every time you play these guys, you're just losing.
Yeah, is it just a mental block, though? At that point,
I don't think so. Not for a guy like Donk. Not for a guy like I don't know. I don't know if it's stylistic an issue. I don't know if it's timing, of course, as well. In the G2 days with Nico and monezi, it was, you know, I remember the final in Singapore last year. You know, exactly a year ago, where G2 just completely destroyed Spirit, even though you thought Spirit were the favorites heading into the grand final. So I don't know if there's something about the way monezi is playing, something about the way Nico's playing. We also brought up the statistics that last year when Donk was firing on all cylinders, the only player he couldn't perform against was Nico. So maybe there's something around the way that Nico's playing Counter-Strike, approaching Counter-Strike, that Donk doesn't like, and by then we know it. Team Spirit without Donk playing well, no bueno.
No bueno at all, but it's something that, well, it can't go on forever, right? There has to be a stopping point.
I mean, yeah, you'd say so. You know, it was the same thing with Vitality. We knew at some point they were going to stop winning. It's just a question of when. I will say, though, that 8 matches in a row, that's a long,
it's such a long
time.
period as
it
well,
is, and if it were to happen again today, then it's going to be 9. We're looking at double digits and 10 maybe later on in this tournament or at the major. So I think there's something to be said about this, and it's going to be interesting to follow out right here. I think Donk is super motivated, and Shiro for that matter as well, to end that stat.
But it's all about the other players when it comes to that, and right now Falcons are in the lead with that in terms of who's be able to perform, who's able to do the magic here. But this is quite interesting, right? No ancient pick coming out from Falcons. We didn't touch it because it came up during the interview. We're actually seeing the nuke pick coming here. They wanted to change things up.
Yeah, it is a good map pool for Falcons. No Inferno. That's the one big weakness they have right now in the map pool. Spirit, not necessarily interested in picking that. We know why. Dust 2 coming in are maps that Falcons can play at a high level. And then, as you said, the choice between nuke or ancient, it's interesting because I do feel that Falcons right now could claim to be the best team in the world on Ancient. They are so strong on the map, but they know that Spirit is likely to also wanting to play it in a third deciding map, and that gives Falcons the edge right here. They just need to win one of the first 2 maps to head into what's arguably their best map in the map pool right now to decide the game. And knowing that for Falcons, that should give them a bit of confidence and also allow them to come into Dust 2 freed up a little bit more. They know it's not necessarily a disaster if they were to lose the first map because the following 2 is in their favor.
Out of these 2 teams, who would you say right now is more likely to make it to the grand final?
Without a doubt, Falcons. I think Spirit right now is in a bit of a crisis. Again, what we saw in Chengdu was worrisome. It wasn't great. We see Donk not playing up to his best. We see Sway struggling. We see Tenia not really live up to the potential. So there's too many question marks attached to Spirit right now. Whereas for Falcons, the only question mark we have is how good are they going to be when they get to the semifinal? How good are they going to be when they get to the grand final? In terms of group stage games and in terms of their consistency across the board, all of these players are playing well, and Falcons have shown as of late that they may be one of the best, let's say, group stage teams in the world. They just need to string it together in the semifinals and in the grand finals.
Isn't it crazy to say that they're one of the best group stage teams where everyone except for Kioski is the one who has no experience on stage, right? Everyone else is used to this. Everyone should have no problems there.
I think that is a bit of a mental block, and sometimes you need to get over the hurdle, and you also have to accept that you've been facing a FURIA who's been playing at an incredible high level, and you're facing a Vitality from time to time who's also playing at a high level. So
both don't play Ancient either.
No, exactly. So in terms of the map pool, that's probably also why it's one-sided towards Falcons right now, why they keep beating Spirit over and over. I think they win out on the map pool, whereas when you go up against Vitality, when you go up against FURIA, you're playing Inferno a lot of the times, and that's a strugglesome map for you right now. So there's a lot of different reasons as to why Falcons haven't won anything yet, but make no mistake, right? When you consistently get into semifinals, you get into a grand final of Pro League, that's not easy, right? You're still competing against the likes of Spirit, against Mouse, against FURIA, against Vitality. So being a top 3 team today, it's not easy. So I know people they're on the asses of Falcons. They want them to win stuff, you know, and it's not acceptable if they don't, but I would say give them a little more time. They're playing Counter-Strike at an incredible high level. It's just a question of time before Falcons figure it out.
Well, analysts, stop talk. The yapping is over and the game is ready. Let's get into it. It's Falcons taking on Spirit.
Yeah, it's kind of the main course matchup here, Hugo.
Yes.
Looking forward to this one. We've already touched on the track record of Nico and MongolZ compared to Donk and Shiro. Had Donk and Shiro have never beat this duo, be it on G2 or the Falcons. I also want to talk about the veto, which I kind of love from the Falcons, if I'm honest, right? I think everyone would have expected them to pick Ancient. It's been their go-to map versus really all opponents, big or small. It was the one they picked first as well when these teams squared off in Chengdu. I think going for the nuke pick first removes any ability for Spirit to mess around with the veto, to try and complicate it later on. And what you've essentially ended up with is 3 great maps for the Falcons in the veto as a result.
Yeah, especially when you consider Nuke has actually been a bit of a problem for Spirit in the last couple of events. Didn't go well. EPL either lost to FaZe in their elimination game. Spirit losing to 2 teams with stand-ins to get eliminated from the last 2 events. So up against Falcons, a more than favorable head-to-head, and we get into Dust 2, which was dominant back in Chengdu.
I think, you know, for Falcons, it's so rare that they come into the veto with an edge. This isn't even an edge. This feels like the whole damn sword. They've ended up on 3 super strong maps because of the nuke pick.
Tessus gets a second chance at life. Shiro sheathed. And Spirit, from push to shove into this B bomb site. The bomb is looking ready to go in. There's 3 strong here, though. Falcons stacked up. MongolZ in the corner going to be a real problem with these dual Berettas.
And they're going into a stack. 3 players here. MongolZ, first contact taken. They spot Kixan as well, who makes quick work over the next 2 in. Donk cancelled. Kiyosuke now on the line. Spotted at least, but his teammate's dead.
Ooh.
Brings it down to a 1v1. Shiro trying to carve a path forward as the only player remaining from the tunnel's push. He's got Tessez left to deal with. This pistol round the whole time felt so unlikely. Can Shiro pick it up? Or will he get shut down? Tessez on the swing. Seals the deal on a pistol round for the Falcons.
He got faked out hard. That jump off of window back down to middle. Tessez made it sound like he was rotating. And this is Shiro. This is the clutch man for Team Spirit with a pistol that would have gone so far in their campaign in a very treacherous head-to-head. Tessa's full fakes him and wins out that round. One that Shiro is taking his sweet time in. Falcons pistol off of the B stack barely. And Spirit with a full eco. Tech pause being discussed here in this round. As Spirit have no audio, so gonna flip that one back over. It was a full eco nonetheless, nothing changes. Squeaky clean so far for the Falcons. We all hear that, yeah.
I hope everyone else can hear it, like the little whale noises. It's good, it's relaxing.
Bit of ASMR. We're going back in live though. On smoke for middle, perhaps. I like the idea of getting, like, not going for that ancient pick, because, you know, even when teams are the best in the world on a map or have a crazy win streak, I think picking it every time just makes it so obvious for your next opponent. It makes it so easy to counter.
Well, yeah, I also, like when I say it kind of stops trickery down the line in the veto, is like, there's a couple of maps Spirit could have looked to if Falcons went for the ancient pick in the tail end of the veto, right? And you're not really certain which one you would have lent into. We saw, I think it was Train as the third map potential back in Chengdu.
Yeah.
But even outside of that, when they played earlier in the year, Spirit actually picked up a win on Mirage. So there were like multiple options open for angles you could have taken the veto in. With Nuke getting picked, and actually I say it was Train, I actually think it was Nuke as the third decided. Yeah,
it was Train.
Okay. But yeah, you know, you come out with Nuke as your pick, and then the only other map in my mind that Spirit would have 100% prepared for in going up against the Falcons is Ancient. And it's the one that on paper they're the most comfortable on as well.
For sure.
So you kind of get the map you would have picked anyway as the third place decider. I think it's a really good example of gaming the veto from the Falcons.
Oh, they got to get past this push though. Spirit forcing themselves into the bomb site. One kill comes from m0NESY and Nico combined, and then Spirit run over them. Chopper double kill. Tessa's from afar, but probably just going to save. It's him and Kixon left far away with Famises. And Spirit, fearless. Look to finish it off. They've got him trapped in along. Teniz certainly had trouble in this lineup in the first outings. The Spirit jersey. It's not been long by any means. Oh, Kixon, the bomb is very big. Maybe. Just maybe.
Calculated.
Calculated down to 3. But even back in Chengdu, Tania was really having a rough time.
He certainly had some lows. He also had some games in there that I think were good.
Some
solid output.
He had some good maps, but not really good series. He was the second lowest rated player, was blows away with arguably far better positions on T sides.
I mean, I think it's kind of funny that these two teams will hold this store. Fast explode out on long. Nico bested by Donk.
And that's what I want. Donk and Tania Deathball entering together, side by side out the long doors, using their spawns well.
Now you might look to take the pace out of it. You've got a 5v4. You have this long control.
And these are the rounds that even Donk in that interview said, like, yeah, we're kind of obvious. They know what we're going to do. But here on Dust 2, obvious is just the name of the game. Committing long is your best play in this position.
Oh, no accounting for that. m0NESY. Collateral found, and it's that duo that can't ever seem to beat him that gets skewered by the m0NESY AWP. Donk and Shiro dead in one bullet.
Okay.
You deal with Nico. m0NESY kills you both in one bullet.
Teniz picked up a smoke. He needs to smoke the cross here. Oh, He's going for the lineup, which will take some time. It gives time for Tessus to get back into the bomb site. They don't believe Falcons. They're about to realize this is going on.
Modesty waits with the nade to break. The timing not there. They've already made it across. Tessus learns that the hard way. And a missed shot from the Modesty AWP allows that bomb plant to come in. 3-on-3, still in with a chance at Team Spirit. Group over on Catwalk. Molly in to clear out the site. Chopper swings and Kiyasuke able to find him. Tania low on health, armed with this AK at the cross, has to play in tandem with Zwei. It's a tap down range. Zwei hiding out on Goose is cleared. Kiyasuke and Monacy pick it up in the retake. All 5 from those 2 players. It starts with a Monacy collateral and it ends with that AWP finding a third.
I think it was so... Falcons moved away. I don't think they were even convinced. After Monacy gets that collat, they think they're going to mid-round. Spirit are taking so long. Maybe they've reset spawn. Falcons set up in middle with every player. Of course, they know they can just regroup. Back on short for retake, but you still feel like Spirit was favored in that endeavor. A 3v2 with strong positions, but some cracking shots from Monacy and Kiyasuke to put Falcons back on the board, break Spirit again.
And I think, in terms of those like high-impact, heroic moments, Kiyasuke's output has still been pretty darn solid, man. Like,
can't complain.
It used to be in the past, you feel like if you dealt with Nico, that was a huge part of the problem over and done with for Spirit, whereas now in those late rounds, Kiyasuke more than able to step up and deliver big impact. And so maybe that leads into why they elect for the retake. You're trying to get the read, you're trying to be smarter than Spirit, but also you're pretty comfortable even if you lose that A site.
Yeah, in that BO3 that Falcons won back in the Chengdu groups, Kiyasuke was 13-9 over Donk. And you felt that as well towards the end of the game. He was really beating him in head-to-heads. So it gets easier here for the Falcons in this one-sided historic matchup. Spirit stuck in middle right now. And it looks like Falcons want to meet them there. Coming through the smoke is Nico. Kiyasuke going to fight, just swing out wide. He clears it entirely. There's Tanae behind the door, but that just tells Falcons to watch out on B. Kiyasuke re-peeks for that kill and kicks in a strong position.
Gets himself tucked in time. Spam does big damage, and it slows this push. It's grinded to a really awkward hold now. They're softened up for Kiyasuke. Maximum damage. It's the ace found.
Nice, Maxime.
Nails it. And that gets Sonic hyped up. Runaway success for Falcons to open. Kiyasuke back-to-back high-impact rounds.
Unreal mechanics. I don't need to tell you that, but he is blossoming into a player in this squad. He's got all the support he needs. Right in this round, it's all him, all Kiyasuke. Ace shutdown on that B dribble push. And Spirit back to familiar territory. That's anything but what they wanted in this game today. Especially when you consider now how that first match of the day has gone, right? MongolZ falling down into the lower bracket will face the loser of this game. A match they won last week as well. Spirit had quite the tricky group stage run in Chengdu, facing Falcons and MongolZ, losing to them both. They don't break this streak of 8 today. We might see more nightmares for Team Spirit. Ahead of the major, it really is not good timing. Kiyasuke, careful. They can come through the smoke here on his reload. They move closer. But do they just line up for him? Chopper on one, tapped out is Tania. And he's just going to go and do it again. Back-to-back aces? Surely not. Kiyasuke moves in. He wants it.
Go on.
He's going to get it.
Go on.
Back-to-back aces for Kiyasuke.
What is going on? He can't even believe it. That's a wry smile out of Kiyasuke.
What?
Ace of spades? Nah, ace in spades, bro. He has got them right where he wants them.
Now that
Spirit in his pocket. And you thought it was just Nico and MongolZ to worry about? Oh, no, no, no. Remember, you could have had this guy. This is a demon of your own making.
Oh, don't say that, Harry. Oh, Harry. Spirits sink into their seats.
Screw it. 3 aces. Go for it. Send him out there. Gladiator mode. Just let him do whatever he wants.
How are you finding double aces when you have Nico and MongolZ in your team as well? How's that enough kills to go around? All right, Spirit. Give us something. Show some life. Because Donk 1 and 6. And even in Chengdu, he looked mortal as well. Mortified, even. Falcons pushing B.
Oh, go on. Another ace brewing. Zwei with his first kill. Flash to this place. And Zwei stops the roll of Kyosuke. Nico dead too as Donk bests him. Kickstand not long for this world, and so finally Spirit not just looking to get on the board, but to do it cleanly. 5 alive when all is said and done. That's not quite as fun as an ace, is it? Don't get me wrong, it's a good step in the right direction. Nice to see Zwei on the board with 2 high-impact kills back in the tunnels. But Spirit, it's not enough to find these, you know, one-and-done rounds. This has to be a bit of a string of rounds now from the Spirit squad.
Especially after all these slow starts to games. Lack of pistols. Spirit's first rifle round coming from Chopper and Zwei, multi-kills. Least likely candidates here. So you're waiting for Donk to make his presence known in this game still. You want me to find the positive for Spirit? It was Shiro back in China. He was an absolute nightmare to deal with. He was the only guy really performing at times in some of these lost maps.
I don't know if you saw the same videos I did, but I think Kyosuke becomes a bit of a fan of Asia and wants to stay out here as long as he can.
Wow. Playoff calling.
Oh,
Second
there
orb.
he is on the secondary orb.
All right, 4 more.
Yeah, go on. You wouldn't dare. Random smoke shot for a second. That would do wonders, but not going to happen.
Donk's up, Cat. I want to see Donk off the leash here. He just beat Nico in the head-to-head last time. Nico's famously had a great track record in this duel. Donk. Slow and steady, waiting for his team to bust out long, but with MongolZ here, with Tessis in the pit, it's going to be a difficult fight. I feel like the first shot is a guarantee for MongolZ. There it is.
Even a reflash to go back in for a little bit more. MongolZ still keeps the pressure on, and he's got support from Tesses. Molly to try and displace the blue bin player. Zwei in hot water, might need bailing out.
Nico's giving Donk nothing right now. He is staying on depot. He is not peeking into this fight. Finally, he gets it done, and Tessis will not let the bomb leave. The entire time, Donk is ADing in the open. Ooh. Not happening though, Shiro. And as Donk waits for Nico to make a mistake, nothing comes through. His team get evaporated on long. MongolZ finishes the job. 10-3 on him. 13-3 on Kyosuke. 6-2 on the Falcons. It does just feel like, I mean, even Donk's kind of slowing down on his pacing. I know he's alone and he's waiting for his team to get out long control, but they get completely butchered there. And the Donk we've seen the last 2 years would just keep wide swinging until he found his engagement, right? Hunt down that fight, but he's, I guess, presuming MongolZ's on the angle, so he's trying to play behind his smoke. And by the time the smoke fades, MongolZ gets there anyway, and NiKo's able to just take the fight on his own. Difficult round.
Just feels like this is, you know, with the history of this matchup, the devs were talking about it and said, you know, player like Donk, you don't imagine it gets to it, but I think it does, you know? Like, he has some of his worst performances up against this team. So often, even if all of Spirit are quiet, Donk and Shiro are able to be the difference makers.
It's just crazy that this is a team that has won a major, Cologne, Kato, essentially every trophy in the book, and they've never won this matchup. That's just hard to imagine. Even when this, you know, core is not the best team in the world, to you it is.
Yeah, exactly, right? And Donk, the type of player who, throughout his entire career, has never really faced any real type of resistance. This is the only one. This is the only matchup where he kind of would be in his head in any serious capacity.
Yeah, 3-7 right now, just held back a little bit.
Because, you know, everything goes into making him the player he is, the way that he plays, the way that he looks for fights, how aggressive he can be, and how he has full faith in every single fight he takes. But that is just not the case in this matchup, as has been drilled into him the countless times they've lost it.
Just saw him sigh on the cameras almost. He's going to move out with the smoke here, providing a bit of cover onto Tessa's goes Shiro. Honestly, double scoped in. Chopper catches him around the lip, and so 4v3. It's again this short control to A, way that Spirit get in this game. A second round to do so. Feels like a very hard retake right now. Are they just going to walk away? Play the money. Play the odds. Ever against them in this post plant, so Spirit will convert off of 2 entries.
He's looking really, really quick, isn't he?
He saw the first player jump over. He's like, okay, I guess I'll aim here. They'll jump into my crosshair. Very nicely done. Doing it with the AWP as well. Maybe that's the best part about Kyosuke to Falcons. NiKo stops AWPing.
True. Fair and true.
Real?
He's just having a great time as Kyosuke. Ooh, tries his hand at a mid-fight. Does MongolZ? Shiro lands the tag, and that's going to soften up the Falcons' AWP. Kyosuke's traded off of it going forward. An expensive purchase if they wanted to keep bringing it out, and you know that, you know, once you have the chance to kind of swap things up, Spirit knowing a double AWP's in play can change how they approach some of these rounds. Also lets you bank up a bit more cash for the long road ahead. Falcons not the team that feel reliant on a double AWP with MongolZ in the server.
Donk out lower, traditional pathing here. Falcons keeping them cautious with all this utility, but eventually starting to run dry. Just mollies and smokes left. A single HE on this mid to B player. Kyosuke looks for more engagements in middle. Are you sure you want to tackle him in this position? He's been flawless so far on the mid to B. Not an easy position to toe the line between aggressive and passive. Will he recede back into B? Kixon might need the support. Close on the corner. Spirit coming in with 3 through the tunnels. Don't know if he saw him there. But you know Falcon's very cautious. What is certainly a mid to B. The molly falls short. Kixon dead. Kyosuke alone. Donk up and over. Put down dead. Kyosuke, no way he gets more than one. So Shiro forces that trade. And with Bomb making it in, that should be another save.
This is nice now for Spirit, right? A chance to go on and kind of recover in the half. Which is a world of difference from how this started.
Last time it was 9-3 on that first half on CT Dust 2. And we saw the last matchup. Far better run at things here for Spirit for sure. Spirit certainly learned from that game. I wasn't too sure after the first couple of rounds, but I mean, they're running similar rounds, really. It's just a lot of mid to B attempts and short takes. Letting you listen in there. Spirit with an opportunity to draw out this half. Submit your translations now.
So much chat Spirit we're having, preparing for this one. Sonic, meanwhile, far more stern, stood in behind the rest of the Falcons, hoping he can offer a solution here to stop this half from closing up. You don't want to go from confidently running away with the early stages of this game. They're feeling like you let Spirit back in. Honestly, last time you saw him go for a mid-push like this, he went on to ace the round. Back in Chengdu. But this time not given any fights from that aggressive pathing on the AWP. As once more, Spirit look to exploit this B site. It's been their go-to in this game. Okay, San dodges the initial volley of flashes, finally caught by them. Chopper might have been found out here in middle, but it's a one-man B-hold gone straight away. Orb trained in at the window. Shira makes quick work at that rotate. Nico spam and leaves it in a 3-on-3. Now, Falcons have always looked to save when they've lost control over B, but this time they've kept it even, and this time they're interested in giving it a go.
May as well, you've saved 2 man-down rounds. This is the best option yet. Even then, B always difficult to get back into. They've got the util to do so. Flash would go a long way. 2 mollies and a smoke. Gonna have to cut off some positions here before they move in. Are they even considering it? It's not like Falcons have the money, but I thought they would risk it. They've allowed Spirit into 3 rounds now on this T side off the back of saves. 3 in a row where Falcons save with 3 surviving. Wasted opportunity or playing for later. Is any of this worth it? Only the last round decides. Spirit have absolutely carved their way into this T-half today.
I mean, look, if you've never been able to beat the Nico-MongolZ duo, what if you just act like you're not playing them in this game and go towards the other side of the map?
By one tap.
Other thing that's nice here for Spirit is that Falcons are actually in a better position this time than last. MongolZ got tagged down mid in the round prior to last, if you remember. So he wasn't super active in middle. They didn't have a 3rd man ready to rotate. Because that didn't happen here, and Spirit even lost the mid lurker, you know, Falcons had the possibility of rotating 3 players into that B site, being very ready for the B hit, and Spirit still get through unscathed. So everything was kind of teed up in a better position than previous for the Falcons, and it still wasn't enough.
Kisuke, the Joker, in back of Goose right now. A player you wouldn't expect, but he's going to swing out into Donk, who wins that head-to-head. That's a huge opener. They're going to go back mid to B.
Look at the
They've
info.
realized the gap they found. It's just MongolZ forced back, and Donk looks like his usual self. 2 beautiful entries. Chopper cuts down a 3rd, and Donk tries to finish the job. It's Kixon defending alone.
They're running at him, they're charging at him. Can Kicksan keep his composure, keep his cool? A third from the captain. Now it's left on a Tessez. Bomb picked up for Zwei. Tessez has to ready himself for this fight out here in middle. They're not planting yet. They're waiting to see if they can catch Tessez on the push, and they will. Spirit go on to level out. 4 rounds in the row, tie things up on the half.
Going can get tough as the game goes on, but in a round like that, Donk's just simply going to own you.
Let's see about the swing.
He's bringing Shiro in.
Oh, he doesn't know exactly.
Good wide swing, Shiro, good trade. So good thing you brought a friend to the fight.
Yeah, that was a great swing.
I'm there with you. Feels like they had an inkling as to what was up. 30 seconds, and it's a very quiet walk-up.
They don't know, they don't know.
Molotov's coming out, Jota's trying to help from the staircase. He'll go back, and they don't actually burn out under Palace. Jota killing Chopper is huge. Doc missed the jump. Nobody has checked this. Wikidia is given a gift as he snaps over Shiro's Tech 9 for the double, and all he has to do is now kill Woxic. It's a 1v3, he goes deep. You'll love to see it.
Oh, look at this, just jumping straight ahead. Yeah, Donk's not up to any silly business, boys. Yeah, smokes are good, but you got to play behind them for them to mean anything. Could be an eco bash ace. Just needs one more kill.
Chopper's going to steal it. How rude. Oh, he's actually giving it to him.
You can have him.
It's all yours. That's
Thanks,
a captain.
boss.
That's a proper captain. Let the man have it.
Whoa. Vitality not able to put the clutch together on this A site, but they'll try again to get through, and this time he goes down with nothing. Heaven player emerging in the form of Donk. Here comes Chopper again, critical Zen play. Not the first time he keeps them on their toes. Chopper drops a nade, it's martyrdom. Donk is kind of a little bit preoccupied.
He kind of gets away with this big time.
Yeah, great damage. And then Zontix is going to take a spot inside the smoke, so if Donk doesn't kill everybody like he tends to do...
Zwei, quick to arrive, has left it all on Spinks. 2 kills downrange from Spirit's latest piece, and he'll continue to turn heads. A hat trick for Zwei. Seals the deal on a strong lead for Spirit. Falcons set a saving precedent early on that CT lead, sat up 6-2 when they called the first. They went on a string of saves down the end of that first half of Dust 2, and none of them seeming to be worth it. It hands Spirit a 4-round streak, and it lets them build confidence in a series. Otherwise, they have no solid ground to stand on. Donk and Shiro having always struggled against Nico and Monacy, a series in which they've never won. Spirit successfully level out on the half.
I think you're very happy if you're Spirit, not only that you recover the half, but you improve from last time. Falcons are going to bring pace in this pistol, and an opening kill to boot. Chop now gets very hard for Spirit, who don't have a kit. They've used all their util. Fake damage from Donk as they make it into the site and Goose. Falcons don't need to peek. They have strong positions. Spirit have got to move in.
Oh my god, in a matter of seconds, so many fights come in, but it's Kiyosuke to restore some normality, and Kicksan embarked on this flank very early in the round. He was meant to be there to close it, ends up letting it go. It takes Kiyosuke rising up with 4, 20 kills deep on his arrival into this second half.
2 aces, both of them back-to-back as well. And now a 4K pistol. in a disappearing round from Falcons. Kyosuke puts him in his backpack, knocks Shiro and Donk down a peg, and clutches up to be the captain again. Disaster strikes here for Spirit. And yet again, another half starting slow. They're going to have to dig deep come the rifles. Donk still looking mortal.
The thing I think that's tricky as well is, you know, you won most of your T-side rounds just with well-placed entry kills. You don't get that on the CT half, right? Even if you go into a 5v3, it's always rounds Falcons are going to be interested. They're always going to try and give it a go. Maybe they let a little too much respect shine through in that first half, but it won't be the same note here in the second. So you need an activation of your individuals. Like, even if you just look at the numbers on the board, Donk with 6 kills, Zwei with 5, and admittedly a lot of his were openers over towards that B site. Shiro leading the pack on 9. Pound for pound, they're paling in comparison to the Falcons. They were just lucky that 2 kills were frequently enough to close rounds for them in that first half.
Just impressive how many factors are in the favor of the Falcons over Spirit in this head-to-head, right? Last time, it was 3 out of 4 pistols, and even in the pistol they lost, they won the force buy. Same case here in Dust 2. They're back-to-back on conversions. Both pistols for Falcons, both conversions, and Spirit, nothing to save here. Just some upgraded pistols, and may as well look for damage to try and keep Falcons honest. But you're not going to find too much. Grouped fully in a line on the catwalk. Falcons set up for a 8-6 lead before the rifle round comes through. Is there any sanctuary for Spirit? If so, it's got to begin now in this buy round. Tania 3-11. I hold out hope for Tania in this roster. Long term, we saw what he was capable of. In Heroic, he was incredibly sharp. Clutch player with excellent opening attempts, but if you cut Zontics and Magics for more firepower, Zwei and Tania are yet to make up for that fact. And when you have Donk on a downturn, your odds aren't getting any better.
That's a grim stat, isn't it? Kyosuke and Modesty have the same kills as all of Spirit.
Well, okay. Cheeky little flash play. Kyosuke and Nico.
Nico's like, I'm here, guys. Remember me as well. Gets his 6th kill. Hasn't really been a requirement in this game thus far.
Those are the best games for Nico. You know, you see him just like tailing at the bottom of the board, not because he's playing poor, but because there's not enough to go around. You see him in a lot more passive positions these days, allowing freedom to the firepower, the younger players. It's a good block coming out on the A side. Oh, is it though? There's a bit of gap behind it. Falcons don't look to punish. It's just Kixon eyeing up the smoke. Nico rotating from round the world. Chopper looking to initiate. Oh, this could be good. Flash, in he goes. Everyone's blind, and Chopper cuts him down. Even Tania follows up. Forget about Nico, he's barely out of spawn. Spirit initiate. And it puts them back in play. Donk's not letting him get out. And so Chopper likes that flash.
Yeah, Chopper saw the Donk interview where he said, first of all, Chopper's our IGL. He doesn't have to perform and show amazing numbers, and he took that personally.
What do you mean I can't?
Chopper, top in the charts right now, 14 Spirit. Nico and MongolZ in with openers here. Even though Chopper, the big threat, still lurks over towards long. They do gain the ground they were looking for.
Bodyguard of Team Spirit right now. Zwei has pushed in through all the way. Envy Tessez about to go down. Tessez, no way he's ready for this. Oh, whiffed, but he recovers, and that's B open. Can Kixon find the gap?
Faced by Shiro out here in mid, and they might just win it on the fights regardless, even as they try to take this bomb back. Chopper hears the footsteps. Kiyasuke's clearing out the A site. This could, I don't know, this could still get a little bit weird because your spread's super thin in the 4v1. You have A, you have mid. You also are about to have B. Tessez is there alone with the bomb. Even him running in like this is kind of wild, considering they don't know where Chopper's gotten to.
They feel like they've stopped him from crossing. Kixon was here in time. He saw Shiro's panic move. Tessez even coming in to close. And Chopper, a nice shot, but nothing more as Falcons pick up steam on T side. Breaking Spirit's money while they do so. I wonder, did they hear Zwei? Because Kixon was top mid in the flamey position, and Zwei ran through tunnels. Tessez just seemed so aware that this could be a possibility. You do wonder if that call came in. It seemed too ready. Spirit, Deagle, 5-7s, Scout. But what can you expect?
Pressure put onto the tunnels. Nico will get overran. Kiyasuke's found Donk down here in lower, and they know about the double tunnels push, so if there ever was a time to just pick up the pace and run it into A, it's now. At most, you're running into a hastily assembled two-man hold. Shiro hits a blinder on the Scout. Follow-up kill from Chopper on the USP as well. It's MongolZ and Kiyasuke, the two top performers right now for the Falcons, left in this 2-on-3.
Reset all the way around long. Not liking this chokehold in the short position. Kiyasuke just ADing, waiting for contact. MongolZ fakes it out. He's gonna smoke his teammate back into this corner. Now he can feel comfortable to come out and help on CT spawn, but this is given time for Spirit to get set up at long. It's Shiro who's very late to the party, won't get given a fight. It's his AK on Tania that has to hit. Missed shot. Zwei with a kill. Kiyasuke clutch.
Oh, first tap connects.
It's for him.
Kiyasuke fighting out in the open here. Shots rally off from the Scout, and Tania taps him out from afar as Kiyasuke's left out on an island. Spirit ship him off, and they come through with a force-buy win. Just pistols to their name in that round. They're going to close the gap again. It's a one-round game once more.
Just the amount of rounds that Spirit are winning without Donk, right? He's stuck in lower. He gets flushed out by Kiyasuke. They're doing it without him right now. Tania, important kill in a very quiet game. It was not an easy close on the 2v1 with Kiyasuke's position and health advantage.
Yeah, he backs his aim in the 1v3, which I think from Kiyasuke is exactly what you want, but it did leave him in a very vulnerable position, very compromised when he doesn't deal with that first player.
Lost out long here again. Spirit use their flashes, but won't overcommit to this fight. Really, now they don't know numbers. There's no certainty. So info gathering in B, Zwei and Chopper push together, which frees up Donk to rotate if he wants. But this is still a big if, because Falcons look to reset after taking long control back through T-spawn to B. Even though Zwei's here, if he dies with only, say, one kill, they can speed up. There's no one close enough to stop this B play. One frag from the Falcons could open up this round. And this angle is scary. How do you get a kill here? Just like that.
But not going to make it more than one. That's the B site cracked open. Chopper tries to move in. Been their standout player thus far for Spirit, but he's dead straight away. Donk, his time to give it a go. No flash to support him. It's just going to be a dry peek out through the window.
Can someone go first, please? Donk takes it himself.
Needs the charge. Straight in. Trades back and forth. and Shiro there to walk it home. Tie game again. As Spirit withstand that B hit, it's the right call from the Falcons. They play into an underdefended bomb site, and in a spot where Falcons would have saved in that first half, Spirit give it a go in a 3v4. They come out laughing. They tie this game up at 9-all.
Yeah, done without Donk again. 3v4 and Tanir's double up and Shiro to clutch. It's a perfect potion here for Spirit. And Donk's happy with it. We're getting a comeback from Tanir late in the CT side. 2 massive round closes to keep Spirit in this game and to really put them in a favored position. Team Falcons with only 1 AK right now. The supportive element. And Tanir with redemption. But there is so much more to do. MongolZ's AK looks to open in this round. Smoke up on Catwalk right now, but as Falcons get there, it will fade. And again to Spirit's T side, we're just seeing Cat or mid to B. Falcons don't have many options here with 0 utility. I mean, it comes down to an entry kill. If it's not Kyosuke or MongolZ, finding that 5v4, should just be Spirit staving them off.
Right, not a bad opener. MongolZ on a jaunt out through mid, rest of the team around him. Secures a 5v4, it's just this one gun. They didn't spam for Shiro is big, and now Tanir, palm flash, leaves them all blind. Lovely. Shiro there to finish things off, and again, it's those two working in tandem, Tanir and Shiro.
Beautiful.
Opener and closer.
Nice as Shiro full swings off that flash as well. You usually just see that for a player to bail themselves out with an AWP on car, but Shiro full swings and they are full blind. Can't see the flash through the leaves. Right now, Falcons, no forest, just trees. 3 rounds in a row for Team Spirit. And some very clutch ones as well. So it's Falcons calling their final timeout, coming into round number 20. No way could we imagine they lose this game after Kyosuke's 4K pistol, 2 aces, and multi-kill potential in every round. But Spirit hold a lead.
All the while, Donk is borderline the bottom performer for Team Spirit.
Almost the bottom in the server. He is 3rd lowest on damage. He is only 7 damage more than Zwei in this game.
Nico asks for a flash to try and kickstart this round out the long side, but oh, right, there you go.
Okay.
Firewalker, Nico.
Speed up on Cat. Shiro's here, though.
Still, the defense is stretched out. They were 2 players over towards long in an anti-rush setup. And I think Falcons know this.
Legged him.
Shiro, yeah, he did hit that flick, but it's not the killing blow he was hoping for. Tanir now called over to try and lend a helping hand, and that's going to give room to Nico to play out through these long doors. Yasuke leaves it to smoke spam, hoping to keep the pressure on. Donk in the feed, MongolZ picked up. Another from Donk. As he looks to bring them into this, Nico whoa, just falls short, and Kyosuke dead. Team Spirit stick the landing on the retake.
Nico, that's not a deagle. You're not supposed to do that. Back turned, body shot, nothing. Zwei 180s. Spinning top takes 2 and clutches up the round. It's Zwei MVP. Donk 2, Zwei 3, Team Spirit 11. No way.
Just can't get away from it. It's back-to-back events now for Nico. He knows.
Oh, that's... yeah. What'd he say? Roll your eyes. Tilt your head. And Zwei and Donk We call them out. Bottom of the server. They both come through with a huge round.
He just keeps laughing. Little chuckles from Nico.
Kicks and calls a tech like, Nico, something
Nico is broken.
Nico's broken. We need a reset. Yeah, sorry, I'm lagging.
I mean, the idea that Kyosuke started this game so strong. MongolZ as well had that collateral 3K to open things up. And it might all come unraveled by the end of Dust 2.
I love that.
Now I wonder, are you really regretting some of the respect you showed to Spirit in that first half? Because I think the idea that Spirit, the one thing they didn't have in this game was the individuals online. They get handed some rounds on the back of just entries, just 2 kills. Dust 2 playing a lot like Inferno in that sense. And you never gave them a go when you had the lead. Well, now you've lost the lead. You've lost the initiative. You're the ones playing catch-up. This is a position Falcons aren't really used to being in this series, in this head-to-head versus Spirit.
Did someone spot that? I don't think they did. We got double lower push in a gun round, and Falcons had no one spotting middle for the first time. Tessus is doing late smokes. These 2 players committed to the corner, playing a high-low. Now, you often see Falcons flash this position. Spirit again initiating. Donk set up for the kill. They're still ready for Zwei and Upper. This is a common move for Zwei, and MongolZ flushes him out. It's Donk onto Nico. MongolZ trades. B is open, or is it?
Shiro, you've got to hit this.
Yeah.
Smoke in, lurk smoke dropped. And MongolZ's going to back up. They just want to maintain this 3-on-2. They're playing it as safe as they physically can.
They heard Tanir, so Tessus is running the bomb into the site. This is his best play.
Holding on to the mid-smoke right as Tanir makes his play through. Baited by the footsteps, the promise of a round rolled out in front of him. And he ends up feeding the beast. MongolZ and his time in the limelight with a big 3K round right when Falcons need it.
Showing it's not just the kills you get, it's the kills you avoid, right? He actually spots Shiro on that B bomb site, and that's why he pulls back. He drops the lurk smoke, he resets. He knows his life is more valuable than the 1v1. Because if he loses it, it thrusts Falcons into a 2v2 with no information. Instead, Shiro guaranteed a B, Tanir steps in middle, and Falcons are able to play around that and put the bomb down. Shiro forced to save. With all this money in the world, it doesn't matter. You can't win this. So Falcons do recover off of the MongolZ triple. And you just see the level of familiarity from these teams. The fact they're so ready for Zwei in that position. A double lower push. Zwei to join him. And MongolZ finds all 3. Don killed Kyosuke and Nico, and it wasn't enough. And so on we go into the depths of regulation. All timeouts now used. No brakes on the train. And not much track left here.
Дай ему флешку.
This lead for Spirit won't come to matter if they fall short in this round. Shiro v Kixan on spam, and somehow Shiro with the AWP comes out ahead.
One shot's all it takes.
It's way up on the boost. Donk spotting. That was an opportunity. You might not get given it again. The molly forces them back. And Falcons wanted to follow through with the B hit. They completely left long when they lose Kixan. They've given up mid. They wait with everyone back here in the tunnels, and they would have to break through a triple stack. Caught swapping util, I think. Chopper full blind. They will finish him. Kyosuke and Tesses break on in. And because of the money, because of how late in the game we are, you have to save. You can't justify attempting this 2-on-3. You're out of position. You're low on health. And just such an awkward timing for Zwei up on that boost. Oh, that's brutal.
He was throwing Chopper his smoke.
Yeah.
The timing of that is awful. As Don gets the spot, he can't gun out in time. 5v4, no more. It's Falcons who win it off of a couple of entries. Another strong multi-kill for Kyosuke. 2 kills running into B. 27 and 13. Unbelievable scoreline for this young man. 17 years of age. And that is a painful way to lose a round.
I mean, a painful way to lose the round, right? Like, now you get out with these guns, but don't have a lot to work with here in a game that's closed all the way up. And you put everything on the line by cobbling this buy together. You have the saved players drop guns over. If you took the eco here and now, you wouldn't have an AWP in the next, at least not a guarantee. So trying to get something going and avoid playing for overtime as Spirit, but they've got to do more with less.
It's the right buy for Spirit, absolutely. Worth the risk. This flash has been potent, but again, the same setup, Spirit. No, it can look better than that. It was timing that let them down. Falcons pressure them into B, posturing here in the middle. It's been a game with almost no long control. Suki doesn't even want the flash, he just dry swings up Cat. His control gifted. That's a pick. m0NESY onto Chopper down middle as he tries to edge through the smoke. And at this point, you know where everyone is. Donk on B, Zwei nearby. And so Falcons, they look to surround this bomb site.
Now for the split. They'll move in. Zwei tries to battle forward into the tunnels, but he gets seen on that push. Donk with the mow down, out of ammo now. Pistol pulled, but it won't be enough to tame Nico. Tanier on a desperate push out in the middle. But a 1v3, that's what they're staking this on. They went all in this round. They were prepared with the consequences that if they lose it, they've got nothing in the next. And that is the reality for Spirit. Backstab out of Tesses seals their fate. Yeah. Falcons onto map point first.
Really hard to criticize anything Spirit did there in the B side from Donk and Zwei. It's Chopper who gets picked, who puts them in that position, right? What else are you meant to do? The timing is a little awkward. Zwei does get spotted by the mid to B. That gives Nico a free kill, but Donk double in window. And that's more than you can expect in that position with the threat of Nico coming out tunnels. Falcons play it perfectly to trade out after their 5-on-4. And their B hits have been strong. Maybe strong enough to win this out in regulation because Spirit have nothing to show. A FAMAS and MP9s after a very good run at it. Here for Team Spirit with 4 CT rounds in a row. This feels poised for Falcons to take in regulation. And they might just continue to abuse this B-bomb site. Because why not? Chopper gambles on long in this round, trying to read. The Falcons aren't far away. Undecided at a minute. Spirit just praying they go for long control, but if they don't... No kit, no nades. Falcons out mid.
They're just grouping, playing together.
This is the gap. This is perfect.
You also know that, like, Spirit just don't have the weaponry to go for some crazy multi-kill round. You know, at most you're worrying about maybe one rifle.
Shiro Deeg or GG.
So this has got to be his best round of the game so far. Or else Falcons are teed up for victory on Spirit's map pick of Dust 2. There's one for Shiro, but it's got to be more than that. It's got to be fantastic. Got to go above and also beyond. Util keeps raining in to keep him uncomfortable. Plant found. Shiro hasn't given away this kill. He doesn't allow them to reclaim a 4-on-4. There isn't a flash to support him, so he's got to take these peaks dry. Kill back for Tanir. TYLOO tries to keep him in check, but the pistols are breaking through. MongolZ, it's nothing. First shot lands. Dong with the trade, and Spirit drag us, kicking and screaming into extra time.
Unreal round win for Team Spirit. How do they keep this game going? I do not know. Shiro just tucks in, and Falcons, unable to find that kill, to find that trade, are boxed in the bomb site. They have nowhere to go. Dom from Spawn with the FAMAS. Tanir snipes with the MP9. And Falcons, they know they're favored in almost every one of these fights, so they look to take them. They lose them all. That is a devastating round to lose.
You almost don't know how it ends up feeling so claustrophobic for the Falcons when they're the guys with the util, with the weaponry. They kind of have everything going their way. You'd understand it more if there's like a sick flash from Long that helps, you know, cause a bit of chaos, allow them to stick, you know, the cross. But none of that comes through, and it's just a series of one gunfights for Spirit that end up tipping the scales.
Spirit are winning the most unlikely rounds in this game to keep them in it. It's impressive how they've done so with what we're getting out of Falcons. Nico's had enough. Flash through the long smoke, catches Tanir blinded. 13 health the difference, 5v4. Donk second or onto MongolZ. Spirit go tit for tat.
No doubt he's been a little uncomfortable in this game, and so maybe this is a purchase Donk has wanted for a while, but they've never had the money to do it. Makes it at the first chance to open up overtime. It also already puts it to work.
It also means Chopper can stay 3A and Donk can exert presence on middle and win this head-to-head is big. Remember, we saw the pick from MongolZ at 11 each that opened up the mid to B, that made Donk and Zwei uncomfortable. Donk wide fighting in middle. Just missed the nade on that smoke. Might have found Tasses as well. But it's not like they can get out middle right now. A split with Nico at long is Falcon's best bet. 30 seconds, Chopper on this fade.
Oh, he might have a lineup. No one's checked this. No one checked this! Good turnaround for Tesses. He has just saved them from getting multi-killed in a rare miss for Shiro. He's unable to pick it back up.
It's not what I'd expect from Shiro.
He's been their safe pair of hands in these A plays, even down to that D ground where he just doesn't give away the 5v4. But that one miss costs them dearly. Nade could be nice. Tesses still more mileage in him as the second kill is found, and it's only Zwei left. Bottom of the board for Team Spirit, and an unlikely 1v3. Tries his hand at the jump up, cut down straight away. And that one's all about the supporting pieces on the Falcons as Kixan and Tesses offer up multi-kills apiece to take the first in overtime.
Oh, it's so unfortunate for Chopper as well, and Short right behind the smoke. He's getting turned around. Goes for the player with his nades out instead of Tesses. But it's split-second decisions that cost you there. Big kill for Kixan onto Shiro, who only had his one opportunity to fire off a shot. And Don goes again on the AWP. Timing shot from MongolZ, hits Zwei on the cross. Falcons won't know that, but Zwei on his last legs in this round. Donk may be feeling the pressure to find this 5v4 with how the CT side has gone. So he looks for this kill.
He never saw Nico. Well, we don't know for certain. He looks really suspicious. So maybe he did. But on a good timing, you can beat them here into this cubby. And Nico ran there from the offset, so eventually Donk may stop considering it. Flicks back in time, and Nico fed to that second AWP.
Seen that play before. Falcons have done it most rounds. Hold for Donk. I mean, what a recovery from him as well. He was nowhere to be seen in this game at one point. He's now back to being positive. He was second bottom of his team. Now he's second top.
He is top. 18 and 17.
Going off damage. But yes. KD-wise. Donk ahead of the rest. But left out of the action this time. Falcons up Cat.
Flash out for Chopper. Big damage on the spam. Not a kill, though. Gonna have to come from Tania instead. They soften up this catwalk play. You know about Chopper tucked in over towards Palm Tree. Kixan, as he goes running out, focused on the long fight, and so Falcons get shut down on their short play. One back for Spirit.
Team Ace.
And Donk's enjoying the second AWP, the freedom that OT's provided. You feel like this next round's worth a hell of a lot.
Since Kyosuke's had a kill. Consider how many times he dragged them over the finish line.
In the first 2 maps you get to play in this series, Dust 2 is the only known quantity. In terms of that recent matchup where Falcons took it comfortably, the nuke pick was their chance to get tricky with the veto, but you never truly know how that's going to pan out till you get there.
Especially if you lose the opening round. It makes it very awkward, doesn't it?
You know, that was even a lesson afforded to Vitality and Furia from that grand final with the Ancient pick. Fast B hit on the cards. Tess says Nico. They get their openers. Chopper tucked in. Tries to milk that for all he can. Ends up offering Nico a quick 180 turnaround and a 4v2 post plant now found for the Falcons.
Could have been 3v2. Either way, feels hard to win, but you've got to try in the last round of overtime. Chopper didn't get cleared by first player. Thought he'd play surprise and get a multi-kill. He got nothing. 2-on-4 here. Falcons hear everything. Kyosuke ready to get back on the board, and that's an easy one. Tania, it's the last round, buddy. There's nothing to find in middle, especially not sneaking. So there we go. Falcons with a lead here going into the second half of overtime. We just saw that stat on the screen as well. 4-0 in overtime on Dust 2 this year. Lots of numbers working in their favor
They're on a lot of streaks of varying proportions. A head-to-head streak over Donk and Shiro. The undefeated streak on Ancient. The third map, should we need it. 4-0 in overtimes on Dust 2.
It's not a lot going for Spirit, is there? Oh wait, yeah, they do have Donk and Shiro.
I mean, they're probably the only team in the world where when they see the comment of Donk to Falcons, they think, wow, we get him, he's bad. Which, you know, they're the only guys who get to think it, but that's where we are. 14-13, lead taken for the Falcons.
Can we call Donk bad? I don't know about that. The
well, it was through the voice of
I'm joking.
Falcons.
Having fun. Oh. Okay, everyone.
Hey, either which
walk
way.
Away.
It ends in an awkward stalemate.
Oh, the other nade is lethal as well, but Shiro's not going to walk into that. Stalemate here. Spirit played way slower rounds on this T side in regulation. All of them looking at the end fairly similar. I think Falcons had more cat hits, more successful ones. Spirit were abusing B and mid to B a lot. Oh, this is risky. Through the smoke, it looks like. Nate goes deep. Kickson's up close. Spam will bait for him. In they come. Oh, decent trade there. And now Spirit can just storm into a solo site.
Oh, on the boost! And that transfer is beautiful. Falcons now 2 opportunities to close on Dust 2.
We didn't see it. Kiyasuke's at B at the same time. He gets a double kill with the AWP alone. Nico over the box. That's why we see different smoke lineups to obstruct that exact position. Sometimes even double smokes to stop the break. Nico, neither. Get in the way. An easy shot to Kiyasuke. Look at that mid-to-B smoke. It's not pretty, is it? Don can't even see where he's dying from. And so here we go, Falcons. Chance to finish on Spirit's map pick, but Shiro says no. Tess is picked first. These long players have not been having fun in this game. Tania and Tesses both just running into orbs. Or Nico. Kiyasuke's broken 30 kills. He looks for one more before all is said and done. Orb scope to the top of middle.
Flash to set up Nico, and what a way to get rid of Donk. Ouch. Right as he makes his move to try and come out through the tunnels, he's right into the hands of the Falcons. And so you've lost your top performer. Donk, who's been on one hell of a recovery from that slow start in the first half. Removed to equalize this up, and now the advantage flips the other way. Kiyasuke on that AWP, puts it to work. 3-on-3, they're gonna try and settle over towards A, going in to the Nico MongolZ duo. They were dodged throughout most of that first CT side. Well, now they get a chance to play, and MongolZ's been itching for it. First kill secured, and he'll take even more. Shiro knocked down, it's just Sway. Turns from the flash, but time's running out, and Nico will find him. Dust 2 secured for the Falcons, that's Spirit's pick. Locked in overtime, taking that streak 5-0 up in OTs for the Falcons. And now their new pick of Nuke up next.
This was a game that gave us everything and more. The first 30 bomb for Kyosuke, Falcons still getting another win, but Spirit showing improvements. And I guess ultimately it did look like at the beginning that it was Falcons all the way. We were just going to see a repeat from Chengdu. So you got to give Spirit some collection on this and say, okay, you've improved a bit. But ultimately, it's still a loss.
Yeah, I think the mental fortitude that came out from Spirit in the second half was good to see, because Dunk didn't have a great first half, Spirit didn't have a great first half, yet they found it in them to come back in the second, and at times it even looked like Spirit perhaps could have won Dust 2, which again, we have to remind the people at home, this was Spirit picking Dust 2, so yeah, it's better, you know, it's competitive, it's into overtime, but it's still their own map pick. This was the ticket into the series, so to speak, for Team Spirit. So regardless of them making the game competitive, it's still frustrating for them not to win it. And I'll be honest, you know, we saw Dunk walk out right here. He was not happy at all, just visibly frustrated, not feeling it, not having a good time. And I think that it's kind of like a testament to what's going on within Spirit, even though they come close, yet so far.
And I wouldn't be happy either, right, if the player who said he didn't want to join your team goes and drops 2 aces on you back to back.
Yeah, Kyosuke got off to a fantastic start, let's be honest. You know, the AK skills, he picked it up in one of the firmware rounds, and then he comes into the B defense right here. I guess Kixen is helping, you know, acting as a decoy, but it's all Kyosuke doing the dirty work right here, just going for the duels, lining them up, getting it done. It's a very nice moment in the game to get an ace, and then the following round, you know, let's be completely honest, not as impressive. It's against a safe buy coming in right here from Spirit. There's a couple of Tech 9s, a couple of Deagle in the mix. But James, imagine playing against Team Spirit. Imagine playing against Dunk. As you said, you were in Spirit Academy not so long ago, and you're back-to-back acing them in a game of Counter-Strike? Yeah. Must feel pretty good.
Even total, right? Because there was also the pissed around at the start of the second half.
Yeah.
He got 13 kills in that way by or 14 kills in just 3 rounds. That's kind of monstrous.
It is monstrous. You know, you look at his stats right here as well. He finished at 31 kills. He won 6 out of 8 opening duels. He almost got 100 ADR throughout the game. As you said, mega impactful in the pistols, mega impactful in overtime as well, where he picked up the double up and showed his versatility. Again, I think that's a bit of underrated aspect about Kyosuke. A lot of people look at him and think he's just an aimer. He's just an aim guard, you know, no communication skills, maybe not the smartest player out there, but I think the more I see him, the more I feel he's matured in his gameplay, and he's versatile. He can pick up that secondary up. He can find impact with it, as he did on Dust 2.
And just look at who he's got around him to learn from, right? To get the experience, to get the understanding of how to play smarter in these situations as well. This is kind of the dream for a rookie player.
It is the dream. It is the dream for Kyosuke. It's also the dream for a guy like Nico, who in this game didn't have the best start. To be fair, Nico didn't have a great game overall, and now he's kind of relieved from that responsibility, where back in the days when he was playing for G2, even in Falcons in the beginning, he knew that if Nico doesn't have a great game, we're not going to win a tournament, we're not going to win the match. Whereas today, well, it can be MongolZ, it can be Kyosuke, and then it can be Nico sometimes as well. So you have that triangle of doom almost, and this time around, it was all about Kyosuke, all about MongolZ. Those two together, they got the job done.
It's definitely multi-layered for Falcons right now. And we have to mention MongolZ because he continues to keep this great form. He continues to do what we were seeing so many times over and over again from him, but it was just at times going missing in this year. This is great to see that there is no drop-off.
It's the consistency that is coming out from MongolZ, and it's even the way he's doing it as well. In this game, take Dust 2 for an example. There was a couple of rounds where he found no impact. You know, you don't see anything from MongolZ for 2, 3, 4 rounds, and then instantly he comes in, has a massive round, has a game-defining moment. You saw with the AWP in the very last round as well, caught in a corner on Car. He gets a Molotov upon him. He gets the first kill, somehow, some way gets the second kill as well, and that's what MongolZ does for you. He can swing around that you're supposed to lose all of a sudden in your favor, and he did that throughout this game. Not the strongest performance, not like a MongolZ taking over the server every single round, but a MongolZ showing up in particular rounds where he kind of changed it around for Falcons. A round that they probably shouldn't have won all of a sudden becomes a winnable round because of MongolZ.
It definitely does, and it's impressive to look at. And we also got to just say, though, even though they were pushed right to the limits, even though their backs were against the wall, that this is a Falcons that just have this extra air of confidence, especially when they're facing Spirit. But Spirit's confidence didn't get fully knocked as well. We've got to look at a moment, I think it was in round 15, where even Chopper was pulling off some heroics.
I think it's only fair that we give them a bit of credit for coming back in the second half as well. Proactive Counter-Strike, you see Nico getting the opening kill on towards Sway, and then you see this little play coming in from Chopper, getting a flash from a teammate, coming in, getting a triple kill, almost failing the first one, but then course correcting, and I like this approach from Team Spirit. You win you're in the first buy round, sorry, on the CT side, and then you come in at a moment where it's 8-6. You need to make a play in a 4v5, and you make the play. And I know a lot of people have been after Chopper, and let's be honest, Chopper in this game didn't necessarily deliver either outside of this round. But in terms of the calling, in terms of setting up his team, Spirit almost came back and won us too, despite Donk not playing well, despite Shiro being nowhere to be found the first 12 rounds. He came alive in the second half as well. So this time around, people at home, you can't really blame Chopper for this one. It was more so some of the individuals within Team Spirit not showing up. Again, looking at Tenia, looking at Sway. Where were you when you were needed? Looking at Donk in the first half. Nowhere to be found as well. So I feel like Chopper in this game called well. I feel like highly set them up for success, but the individuals didn't deliver.
But there was a moment when we started to say Spirit have got this map and they would be taking Dust too. But that wasn't the case thanks to some magic coming out here, right? Especially on round 22.
Yeah, round 22 is kind of the game breaker, the deal breaker for Spirit. In a winning position, you're up 11-10 and you get the opening kill on Shiro. And then the B-bomb side. That was an issue throughout the entirety of the game right here. You see Sway being boosted up. Donk is doing everything he can to take all the attention. And you even have a B-stack going on. And guess what? Kyusuke coming in with a monstrous double kill. Gets Donk on the bomb side. Chopper only gets a single kill. Flashed in the process. And this is the round that turned around the game. Falcons won this one. Secured overtime. Won it overtime. Had Spirit won this one, they probably would have won 13-10. And we wouldn't be talking about any issues in the Spirit camp right now.
Now, I'm sure there's a lot of players in the world who love Counter-Strike. They would like to play like a Donk, you know, like a Shiro maybe. And there's a platform we can do this on.
There's a platform where you can do that. Refrag is a pretty cool platform in order to get better at Counter-Strike. If you guys head into refrag.gg/blast, you can claim a 7-day free trial where you can play some of the scenarios that you see in the pro games. We had Shiro taking on Falcons at IEM Chengdu, where he has a massive 4-kill. And I tried myself to see if I could replicate that. So we at Refrag, we kind of set up the same scenario so you guys at home can try to be in the shoes of Shiro and play out that scenario. So see, are you as good as Shiro? Are you as good as some of these pro players?
Did you have a go? Did you cook?
I had a go at it, and this is me. It's tough, man. I'm getting the first kill, can't really get the second one, and then I'm just getting owned. And the way they peek you, you know, we designed the bots to be as good as the pro players. So if I don't hit the first shot, I just instantly get destroyed. So you really have to focus. You really have to zone in. This one is a much, much better run. Third one I die as well. I think I had one, you know, where I actually made it happen. I think maybe this is it. You go out, you get a peek, you get the second kill, reload, because that's what you do, James. I need more bullets than everyone else. Throw a bit of a flash, and that's the thing. You get to play out the scenario the way you want to. So if you want to try it out, if you want to test out and see if you can be as good as Shiro, as good as Donk, as good as Nico, refrag.gg/blast, 7-day trial you can try for free.
I like it, man. I might have to give it a go myself, but I don't think I'll be able to do as much as you just did.
No,
there.
you can. And that's the thing, right? You can play the versus mode or the blast mode where you get to play against different pro players, but you can also click play now, and in there we have all sorts of different modes going from the pop mode to the waves to crossfire, pre-fire. Basically, James, a guy like you can get better at every single aspect of Counter-Strike right now for free over at Refrag.
See, I don't even need you to help me anymore. I can just use Refrag.
I'm trying to help you with Refrag.
Yeah, but I know this is a little bit better, you know. It's got all the bots in there, it's all dynamic. Just listening to you, I can't copy you, man. I can't copy your homework like that. And you can't really copy Shiro's homework, but you did have a good go of it.
I tried my best, man. I'll be like, it was my own mouse, you know. It was my own keyboard.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. The excuses coming in, but our players don't have any excuses. And we'll see what will be happening going into the next map. It's going to be a hard one for sure because things have changed up here as Falcons have got in for Nuke. Spirit down in the dumps, and just look at that face. This is the face we are starting to see more and more from the side of Spirit, mainly coming from Donk, and that might be because he's thinking, what the hell have I got myself into right now?
Yeah, I can't really figure it out. You know, I would love to know if it's Donk being frustrated with himself, with his own performance, if it's Donk being frustrated with himself and the team's performance, or if he's just frustrated at the team. Because I'll be honest, during IEM Chengdu, he did not play up to his best. We know Donk to be the best player in the world. Let's be completely honest. We know Donk to be the guy who's always showing up. He didn't quite do that in Chengdu, didn't quite do that in the first half. How much is that Donk from an individual standpoint right now struggling a bit, and how much is that the team not working out around him?
But can he do the same things he was doing before with these new players around him when you don't have the kind of knowledge of how to play off him and what he wants? Because I'm going to come back to this. So many times I saw Spirit doing things, Zontix, Magix, doing things to Donk without anything being communicated.
I think he can, because I think he's shown that he's been able to. We saw in Cologne with Sway, you know, when there was just one player that changed out, that he could still play at an incredible high level.
Zontix was still there, though.
Zontix was still there, you're right. And now you changed two pieces, and that was my argument as well.
The walls are crumbling down, right? You need 4 around you, Donk in the middle, that's the pillars of the house. Right now, you've changed 2 players, and it's all starting to break.
Yeah, it's a bit too much, maybe, you know, and that kind of was my thought process as well, that changing one player, one inexperienced player is all right. Changing 2, I think that was a bit too much. Again, how much is it Donk from an individual standpoint right now, hitting all the marks, and how much is it the team around him and the new players coming in, maybe interfering with the way he wants to play? You could also argue that Donk should be able to maybe teach these guys, you know, and maybe make sure to make it known to them, I need you to do this, this, and this to make you perform well. I don't know what's going on within Spirit, but what I can see, it's a team struggling, and it's Donk being visibly more and more frustrated.
And do you think they're going to struggle here on Nuke? Do you think that they... Okay, I'm sure Halley and Chopper are more than capable to understand that it could have been an option, but would it be a big enough of a curveball that they weren't completely ready? They've never played each other on this map.
No, I think Spirit knew that it was a possibility. They probably thought and expected Ancient probably would have been the map picked against him, but I'm pretty sure they prepared for Nuke, if not then for a 3rd deciding map in this series. So in that regard, not too big of a surprise, but as you can see, James, they don't really win it a lot. And again, one thing is the percentages as of the past 3 months, 33, not necessarily that high. Another thing is what we look at for Spirit for the past couple of weeks. In Chengdu, not looking great. On Dust 2, yeah, there were moments where they fought back into it and came back into the game, but it was their own map pick. They still ended up losing. So if you're a Spirit fan sitting out there right now, going up against Falcons, who in group stage have been very well playing, I would be worried.
And also, who right now on Spirit is the player to pick the rest of the team up? Because that used to be Magix.
Used to be Magix, used to be maybe the coaching staff in Hell behind them as well. I don't know the players well enough from a personal standpoint in Sway and Tenia, but you would argue and you'd probably imagine that they're not the most vocal players within this team, especially Tenia. I have to say it, I think he was doing a fantastic job when he was in Heroic. I thought the signing of him coming into Spirit as well
huge.
Made an awful lot of sense, but Tenia has not hit the ground running. He was struggling on Dust 2, he was struggling massively in Chengdu. At a certain point, he was the lowest rated player for Team Spirit at IEM Chengdu, and he was being brought in to be the support cast to Donk. He was being brought in to be the secondary rifle star within this team, and that has not been the case.
Does this mean that we're looking at a potential Falcons walkover?
It's not going to be a walkover. I think Spirit have done enough, and Donk is on the server. You know, that's always going to be the go-to, you know, so the game will have competitive moments. But if you're asking me if I think Falcons are the favorites to win, without a doubt. They've shown me, especially on Nuke, that they are world-class. They've shown me, as of late, that they can play Counter-Strike at a very high level. The only thing that can disturb them is Shiro and Donk, and we have to see the best from them.
Okay, but what is the exact win condition? Because you can say Shiro and Donk, but it's going to take more than that to take down this Falcons on Nuke.
Well, that's the issue. You know, back in the days, I would say, yeah, obviously you need Donk and Shiro to play well, but you had the support cast of Magix, you have Zontix. They both had, you know, wonderful moments where Magix would buy an auto shotgun rush ramp and all of a sudden change the tide of the game. I don't see that impact coming from Tenia or Sway, so as boring as it may sound, it is all up to Shiro and Donk. If they don't play well, there's no way they win.
All right, well, let's find out what happens when we get into Nuke. This is do or die for Spirit, who'll be heading down to the lower bracket to face MongolZ, who did eliminate them from Chengdu. That's what they don't want to see. They're not in a position for that. Hugo and Harry, let's get into it.
Yeah, it's the bit of a curveball from Falcons, right? Might have anticipated Ancient as their pick, what with it being their home map. Instead, it's left to the decider, and now we head to Nuke. Still a very good map for the Falcons, and one that Spirit have had struggles on as of late.
Yeah, this season's not been great for them. They've had a pretty bad run on Nuke, whereas Falcons have been nearly flawless since adding Kiyasuki into this roster. So it's a fun change of the veto, and it's also a map that the numbers just speak well to them. Them only losing to FURIA 13-11, taking down down the likes of FaZe, Vitality, MongolZ, all solid teams and comfortable teams on this map. So yeah, the numbers are this good and the first map's already in their pocket. You would presume all these streaks, all these numbers we've been selling you all series are going to keep up. I'm glad we got a bit more out of Doc for the end of the game. Definitely recovered on Dust 2. But the question is rarely about him. It's more about his team. Shiro and Donk. Nico and MongolZ. We had Kiyasuke be such a problem back on Dust 2. Top the charts. 2 aces. And a 1.4 rating. This pistol, Falcons used but one smoked across down, so the info goes across to Spirit. The space, Falcons. Tesses creeps inside of the hut. MongolZ waits for a late play. They won't be rushing into B just yet. Nice clear from Zwei.
Already quite the entourage down here at lower for Spirit. But it's Tanier and Chopper. And right as they're trying to reposition, they get 2 players in towards Dark. Tanier to open, but now the pressure on as he will go on for a second. Kiyasuke gonna get through him eventually. And a route to this bomb plant at lower opens up. MongolZ holding on to the vents. Could be delivered an equalizer.
Then some. 2
Double
goalies.
goalies, vent drop. MongolZ just misses the timing.
Shocked he moves there. Worried about the backstab. Honestly, 2 players flicks for the headshot and he's even going to get out. P250 tap for MongolZ. The money maker. The haymaker here. Falcons pistol on their plate and Shiro's cut down as well. Nice Ilya indeed. 2 for Kiyasuke, 2 for MongolZ, and 1 for Falcons. This flick as well. What can you do?
It's every pistol for the Falcons in this series as well.
This is a team that just famously were terrible at pistols, even just a couple of events ago. Had a shambolic record.
And they used to say, you know, Zonic, he calls them. And back when they were losing them all, it was funny. But he's been putting in the hours. We see you, Danny. Track record starting to feel a bit better.
Does he still call them?
Well, we don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know.
I'm not saying he does.
I'm just assuming they didn't randomly change it. But if they did, whoever's now calling them, damn.
Great job. Hunter's calling them.
Force buy up for Team Spirit. But already, Falcons make it across towards Secret with a lot of bodies and already looking for control over this B site. Spirit left out of the action.
By the time Spirit take lobby here, it's going to be too late. I just have to save this force buy. As Falcons blanket B in Molotovs and smokes. That might just be it. Walk away.
You're kind of fine with that if you're Spirit. Yeah. Run back the force again. Another chance to call for a bit of a gamble, and if anything, you can afford to be more active and more involved in the next one, right?
Yeah, you can afford to lose everything in the pursuit of doing damage. Because the only downside here is you allow Falcons to walk away with everything they brought into the round. That's 3 AKs and a Galil.
Terrorists win.
Nice move there to get a free. An easy conversion.
I think it's hard to not feel really, really quite comfortable in this game if you are the Falcons, man. You've already got the pistol round. You're looking to stick the landing on the conversions by chaining together 3. So that would be you off to a good start on Nuke. Dust 2 already in your pocket in a series that 2 of your players have never managed to lose to Donk and Shiro after beating them only a week ago. And you know that even if the unthinkable happens and you lose here on Nuke, you've got Ancient waiting as the 3rd.
Yeah, it's only, what, 10, 11 win streak now?
Yeah, it's up there. And so that's going to let you play with a big degree of confidence here on this second map. 5v4 up against this saved force by. And they might find great timing out here on ramp. Shiro was just about to depart. Something's called him back in, and he gets a tag down range. Having a little duel with him right now. Letting him do a lot of damage on this scout. That's 3 players now, brought down pretty low for the Falcons. Sway barrels through the main smoke. Are they ready for TYLOO as the second piece in this top site?
Eyes in the right place, but shots respond, and Donk on the FAMAS only damage. It's a 3-0 lead for the Falcons, as expected, off of the pistol. And this is when the buy comes in for Spirit. Well, don't need to translate that. Difficult day in the office here for Spirit. It's not just winner to the playoffs, it's loser to last game of the group against the Mongols. And I think if you had a normal day in the office and we had Mongols win as the favorites, you wouldn't be too worried. But given Spirit have already lost to Mongols, it's a scary head-to-head. By Shopper's way on this top hit, double up for the anchor.
Tesses. Snipe on a Donk through the smoke.
Did he just 2-bullet him through
smoke?
Oh.
Horrible first rifle round to get to play.
Didn't get to play it. That's frustrating. Falcons surely just going to recommit to upper. They're just putting enough time so that Spirit overthink. In that time, TYLOO's clearing outside. Could put him in position. Flanking lobby this late in the round would be a crazy move, though. So TYLOO checks deep, and now he comes back main. That smoke lands. He can spam.
Good pick up for Chopper. TYLOO adds 1 more, and that leaves it only on Nico, but an opportunity to drop down the vents. He's loud on it, so they know this. Shiro won't be able to get posted in time. Smoke down. Nico in with the cross. Nade comes in. Doesn't find big damage, so Nico has a bomb plant to play around. Don't count him out of this. You'd be foolish to do so. Shiro moves in. Chopper alongside him, and Nico wraps around the world.
Is it for window? Is it wide enough? It might be 10-second stick. Nico might be able to find the angle. Depends on the defuse. 3 seconds remain. Nico can't see it. Not wide enough. Shiro on the stick wins the round. Nice try, but not meant to be. Was hoping he'd have a player out in the open, hoping he'd have a bit more time. But Spirit didn't have time to waste on that 2v1, sticking it with the single door open. Big round to win for Spirit, just getting in the game early, not waiting. Oh, that's... Yeah, I feel that. At least he always smiles it off.
Yeah, not letting it get to him. I think he knows, you know, everyone else is playing great. No need to tilt in this game.
That's a crazy stat there on the side. Nuke CT side, worst rated half a donk, but he has a 1.22. Tessa's made it worse last round. Chopper just walks out. It's bold. It's a near double from Secret.
Okay.
Donk's still alive.
Added a bit of intrigue to this one, has TYLOO with that push.
Sway heard the desk.
All the way through. And they did mention, you know, Magic's trying to buy up a little auto shotgun. Don't think these guys are up to the same task. Well, Sway.
This is good position. He needs 2 kills. Shadow? What? That's a crazy shot, though, for Kixon. And Donk too far away. They're going to walk it in. Donk clutch. I wake up.
I mean, he's here on great timing, and they've got no idea he could be here. They just came from the lobby mere moments ago. He's side by side with them in the hut. Push in for Kixan. Donk spam just off the mark, but he'll make up for it. And now it's Nico v Donk. The head-to-head Donk just can never get the better of. Nico sneaks on out of there, and again, he's going to leave it to the play in at lower. It just betrayed him in the last round. This time, he's got Donk to go up against. Plant secured. And this time, it's 100% planted for window. Door swings open. Donk goes looking. Doesn't know where Nico's gotten to, and he just can't beat this guy. Nico secures the round and stops Donk a kill shy of the 1v3.
Just a beautifully played clutch for Nico. He walks away. Those first few steps provided by the smoke to give him better timing. Means he can just stick the pot. There's no way Donk could be behind him. 2 kills into a clutch for Donk. Not a position you see him in every day. But Nico, his kryptonite, closes it out. And that makes up for the last clutch gone astray.
I don't know. How could you not be in your head? You know, you can never seem to beat him.
2 kills deep as well. That's the worst part.
Yeah, like you got hot hands. You're believing in that.
And you get brain. Nico just stays in the site. Donk thinks he's doing something crazy, climbing up. Nico's just standing in plain sight. So near his turn.
Dude, did they hear the desk?
I think they did hear the desk. You said auto shotgun? Oh no, no, what?
It's all good, I guess.
He got out, it's fine. It's back-to-back auto shotguns.
From the 2 named players as well.
Named or maimed?
Named.
Bit of both.
Maybe they get maimed. Let's see. Tanier. Auto shotgun. Locked, loaded, ready to go. Last time, the alligator didn't even get to fire a bullet. Should be a different...
Oh no! Run away! Run away! Run away!
Look, you can get another auto shotgun, guys. It's fine.
You can't get another orb. Save.
Save that. Zwei, go do something. Donk and Shiro have to hold on to these guns. Dude, it's been purchased twice, and it hasn't even shot once.
Call this game the Truth Nuke.
Look at that.
That's not many.
10 kills ever.
I'll show Magic's auto shotgun stats. No, no, no. Well, Falcons running away with it right now. We saw this similar start on Dust 2. Spirit were able to edge their way back in with some respectful rounds from the Falcons, some saves. Spirit made it 6-6 half. I'm not getting that same feeling right now. I'm not getting that same tenacity out of Spirit. Are they going to show anything in this CT side of Nuke?
Sure is saying stop buying auto shotgun.
I don't know. Yeah. Oh, okay. Donk and Shiro armed. The round is about them.
Aggressive rooting for Donk out in the yard, and there they are, both with a kill.
And look who they got. Big names from big players. Donk does get naded, though.
Tesses makes it down the vent, not exactly quietly, but still ground taken. Orp rotates in over towards the ramp. Shiro posted, hoping for a kill that extends this lead even further. Falcons slow it down, hoping that a bit of doubt creeps into the mind of Spirit, with Chopper and Zwei still shoring up the top site hold. Yeah, we'll get mollied out of position. They hear him running back as well. They know they've displaced one player, and a missed shot from the Shiro Orb. It's going to let them out into the bomb site. Nade finds big damage as well. He's softened up massively.
Plant was deniable, but Kixon just sticks it in the open, and Chopper's vent control cut down. A couple of misses in this CT side for Shiro, and they felt consequential. They felt like they're losing them rounds. Shiro might have to save again. Him and Donk found a 5v3 in this round, but it does not last long. And Falcons don't lose another player past that point. Tesses with some keen moves down vent in a risky round. A nice tap to follow it up, open the B plant.
Just the fact that that round starts 5-on-3 and it falls still dominantly in favor of the Falcons. I think this is where you say, you know, you're not getting that same tenacity, that same ability to bounce back here. You had a golden opportunity to get on the board here and now in a low econ round, and it just sails past you. And you're seeing, you know, some frustration setting in.
Sure.
And justifiably so. This is a super one-sided second map. Said it's even felt kind of surprising for the Falcons. You wonder how prepared Spirit were for Nuke in the first place. Spirit certainly looked like they wanted a repeat matchup with the same maps appearing as did in Chengdu. Falcons said no to that. They took charge in the veto from the get-go, and they've forced it so that now they have two comfortable maps as maps 2 and 3 in the series.
Doesn't it just make them look like such a lethal team right now when you consider their win streak on Ancient, but then you add in Nuke? It's not even a map that they're playing too much, right? They end up on maps like Inferno way more commonly, mainly because it's picked against them, but they have two maps that are now building streaks on, and at least the record, even if the streak isn't high, oh, what? Chopper? What? Chopper?
He heard the door open.
What's happening? Oh, no.
Oh,
what?
my God.
What?
Oh.
How does that happen? Save.
It's kind of it's a very different tone to map 1, I tell you what.
Yeah, it's not the back and forth dust. Oh, dearie me.
Can we see that again? Would anyone have thought to have clipped that? And of course he dies as well.
Yeah, he opens the door.
Dies,
Tesses is holding it. How is Tesses like
Why
ready
is
for that?
Tesses so ready for that? It makes it look like he knew the whole time, but he didn't.
The craziest part was, Tesses just walked down the vent smoke, and then Chopper follows him. Zwei missed the timing on Tesses getting down vent smoke by like a second. This vent smoke missed, by the way. He essentially walked down the vent with no smoke. That's what it looked like. There was almost no smoke. And of course he doesn't see him. Oh dear.
Tessa's smiling to himself. I don't think he really knows how he got that double kill, but he did. You can't argue with the results. 7-1.
It happened. Okay. Donk. Vikiyasuke. Shadow, pre-fire. Donk delivers. Maybe more. We know he likes his smoke. They creep down. Oh, Modessy's on the angle and Donk just pulls back in time. Maybe not a fight. Donk needs to take. 7-1 down. Chopper. He's checked all the corners. Nobody home yet.
They've dodged Chopper, but equally so, they still have this element of surprise in at lower, with 3 players making it across to the double doors. See, the window's broken as well. Util lobbed in through it, and Tania, footsteps made. NiKo, swift trade to deal with him.
These BXX are brutal as well. 25 seconds, Chopper can threaten this. NiKo actually has to get the bomb.
Oh, this has gotten
Chopper
really awkward
this?
really quickly.
Chopper should win this.
Yeah, just swing out through the single door. Rounds right there. MongolZ picked up as well, and Falcons' time gets the better of them here. That realization dawning just a little too late that the bomb got dropped with Kixan's death earlier.
Yeah, I don't know how much it even changes. I think you're still going to plant back site right with that ramp util fading and a man down. Not going to be ready for a single door. Tessus was holding top of vent, but it's, again, Chopper just pre-playing the single door on B. It's a pretty common move for Chopper. He likes his position. He's very early down vent in rounds, as Tessus has learned. They never saw him get there. You should always be ready, though, when Chopper's up. So, Spirit, given a chance to make this half interesting. 5 rounds available. Juggling.
Like he definitely got nervous that the smoke that disappeared was gone forever. And so lays them all back out one last time to get this wall in.
That's a wall. Can creep anywhere. Can go main, can go garage, can go secret. So Donk's got a lot of spots to watch. As it fades, they get down silently, but Donk's got his back turned, and MongolZ's there on the line. Not every day you see Donk get shot in the back.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Now upper open.
Yeah, it makes you really unsure what's even happening in this round. It's not a death that tells you a hell of a lot. You know that they've taken secret, but
3 here.
Keeping the stack, staying stubborn with it. In towards this top site, Falcons playing right into their hands. It's all eyes on MongolZ now, and a missed timing here. Oh, he doesn't even know where he just got shot from. Chopper collects his double, and Spirit begin chaining some rounds together.
Yeah, good realization from Spirit there. When they killed Donk that easy, and you know, and they still have players in lobby, Spirit pieced it together pretty quickly that with that main smoke, Falcons are coming back. Especially with how many rounds they've ended at B, you would expect Spirit to be stacked there, but stubborn, you called Spirit, and they read it right.
Nice!
Hopeful for a 5-round half. Eco here for Falcons. Certainly not impossible.
This one gun for NiKo to lend a bit of intrigue. And you'll note that MongolZ and Kyosuke have both bought up armor as well. So you can go gladiator mode with this gun. If NiKo dies, someone else will grab it. If he gets kills, they're able to arm themselves. NiKo, of course, would prefer the latter option. He's going to go looking for something out in the yard. And that was a spot on Donk. The head-to-head that Donk can seemingly never take. NiKo, there's the opening.
Go for hell control, surely. The bomb's in main, though. They commit. NiKo tries to trade sway. The rock of the top site. Rock'em, sock'em, 4 kills. And maybe the ace available. MongolZ gets around the world. Maybe he's got a trick here, but he's getting past Shiro on the AWP. Easier said than done. Smoke falls backside. And MongolZ's being very loud about this, so Spirit have no need to go for this kill. Sway on for the ace right now. To stop a very awkward round from coming through for Falcons. He's holding for it. MongolZ 20 seconds. Missed shot again. He could go vent, but he's missed the window. looking for the fights. 10 seconds, nice try. Sway denied, but 4 kills is what matters. As Donk dies first, they could have flooded CT spawn and picked up that AK, but instead, they go straight into Zwei. Nice to see a big multi-kill round from Zwei. How this game started, 5-round CT, you would not turn your nose up at it.
Something would help it feel like you've recovered somewhat. If you can seal the deal on this final streak of 4 rounds. Enjoying the room they've been able to get out here in the yard. So again, these smokes lobbed in, but this time less of a push behind it. Honestly, even waiting with a second volley. Feels like they want to fake some of this yard control. And a double smoke should serve that purpose.
Yeah, I mean, now Spirit have to be aware the Falcons could be down B already, right? They've used a couple of nades, they've gotten rid of them, but you always have to just call the possibility of players down. And yes, second smoke wall usually confirms it, but it's the doubles fake. Falcons looking for the top side, really trying to force Spirit down lower. Spirit aren't biting. They're not exactly stacked on the A side though.
Zwei overran at Tessez with a blinding set of entries.
Oh, on the ladder.
Not able to contain, he exited in the air. Threw the accuracy off on the ladder. Tania makes it into the lobby, takes it one step further, and this is starting to slip through their fingers. Spirit looking for 4 rounds in a row in their attempt to recover this CT side. Tessez opened up the round. He's now being expected to close it as well at 9 HP. Flash leaves him wrecked. Kiyasuke dead on the swing, and Spirit go through and collect a 3-on-5 in that final round. Push to their limits. They still get out with something on this CT side.
Two flashes to support Flamesy, giving him another chance to get a multi.
Whoa. Dangerous Apex crossing the road like that in the middle of the execute. Puts another flash into the grill. Then he tries to play side smoke. Flamesy gets one. Apex with nothing. Here comes that ZywOo.
It has to be him.
I said him and him alone. And he gets 3.5 on the hold. Apex serves up a distraction. Flamesy delivers. We go 10 seconds on this. Tessez gets charged down. And so he still has just enough time to plant. ZywOo, with an uncharacteristic Hail Mary, comes charging forward, can't finish the kill, and so we've got a post plant here for the Danes of Team Falcons. Deep angle denied.
What a peek!
Shot from Tessez, clean as hell, and that's 3 to his name. Oh, 4-3
Tessez!
They try to get ahead of the smoke, they do so. Flash is fantastic. You've got Mezzy still just leaning back and a ton of damage done. Peppering that windowsill from the catwalk. Nico arrives.
Okay.
As he does, 2 bodies drop. ZywOo now the next. Kixen tries to press his issue into the likes of Apex. Reads it,
he got
but
it.
can't stop him. And so m0NESY again and again and again has to be the key. He could be 11th chance to close this.
He could jump across, walk right into Flamesy.
Okay.
If 100 will have to be an eco. Okay, well, Yami, he's found Nico.
Kixen, you got a lot to do here, and he's actually just going to stand and bang. Cobra trying to punish, and Kixen unloads his M4A45. He's 3 kills, 9's his next victim if he dares to push that smoke.
Vexel and 9. Kixen on the jiggle. It feels like he's felt something. The smoke has dropped now to obscure the vision. They have a HE to break. Don't worry about that to break. Kixen now on for the ace. Just one more required.
Does this change things? Zontix, if he holds this, big if, but still delivering well and a good amount of damage, so certainly could queue something up. Nico and Magisk, but a low health Magisk.
Ooh, they're gonna push tunnels.
And at the same time, a well-playing Magix. 14 kills, 9 deaths, and he finds Magis done for. 100 health here, Nico. Kills haven't been all too frequent, but better late than never. Still, Molly bounces ahead of him. He's able to still hold on to this pervert position, and even now with a little more cover. Yeah, they don't see that coming. He hangs out behind the flames. Magix keeps the utility pressure up. Nico head tucked. We've got a kit here for the CT side, but Nico's not missing now. Kixan had a bit of a death wish, but he knew he had them pinned in that corner, and from Zywoo's perspective, looks super awkward. He tries to jump up, misses the jump. Teammate bails in behind barrels with him. So a little frantic moment here in round 9, but we've still got this pack of Vitality players pushing Nico forward. We've got cover as well from beyond. m0NESY team kill. Everything in front of him is dead.
He's got every kill, baby.
Simply slaughters.
Spirit showing some signs of life down the end of that first half on Nuke. It takes them a long while to get going. Once they arrive there, they go on a 4-round streak. It's given them a chance here as they move on to the T side. The Falcons thus far have taken every single pistol round in this series, and if that track record keeps up, they can make a mad dash to the finish line and get this series over and done with.
Straight into that top side for Spirit. Donk in the front of the pack, but all of them put down. Everybody dead to the dual Berettas. Blink and you miss it. Chopper stuck back lobby, waiting for a flank that isn't even needed. And it's not just been pistols, it's been conversions, it's been anti-ecos. Fine for the Falcons in this series. So starting off just every half, 2 or 3 rounds up. And how should this be an exception? Chopper squeezes 1 kill out, but up in the rafters looking for a second. Dink found. Chopper on 13 health, right back down the ladder. He's got time on his side. That's the only thing he has. This bomb drop is in the worst possible place. And I just don't see m0NESY missing a beat. Not looking to choke a 4-on-1 pistol.
I mean, 1 bullet ends Chopper's round. And this 1v4 clutch attempt is over. With all the pistols in the series then belonging to Falcons. And there's m0NESY to make it so. 3 kills from him. Started strong back on Dust 2. Him and Kyosuke with an electric start to the series. m0NESY keeping up appearances on Nuke. Big 3K in the pistol. Including slowing the roll of Donk after that entry. And oh, it's rare to see him like it, man. It's a humble Donk here.
You got 1 though. So Tania says, what can you do about that? Donk Deagle, dead. And even m0NESY's having a punt. Spirit can't even put their oar in the river. They're going nowhere.
You've all had those games where you watch your teammates after you die and you think, why can't I get fights like this? I imagine that's how Donk is feeling, because he does just get absolutely nailed in every head-to-head he takes.
The Tessa smoke shot on the first gun round.
Yeah. The Nico, like, 2-tap burst in the hero gun round where he's over towards hell.
All right. If this game is going to ramp, it's got to start now for Team Spirit. 9-5. Bonus round for Falcons. Still Famas, no orb.
Free kill for Tania. Kyosuke tries his hand at a push as Falcons look to crunch lobby on their bonus round attempt. It's the 2 Famases throwing in first, and they both get mopped up. Tania and Zwei Find a 5-on-3 for Team Spirit.
Honestly, he was going to peek, but the call comes out, smoke's outside, so he holds, he waits. He wants his kill later. Entourage. Donk is in no hurry. Lurking right now. Someone's got to get that bomb for what is a top hit materializing. Donk's waiting for a reaggress. He might find it. MongolZ backs down secret. Vent rotation available, but not for long. That door smoke begins to fade, and then Spirit come in for this top hit. Sway. Needs to saw more.
Info from that. There's not an overreaction yet out of the Falcons, who still have NiKo in a ramp to near dead. They're throwing in the nades for a topside hit, but this is just stalled out entirely, and they've given away this advantage. The two players that got the openings, both dead. This was a 5-on-3 for Spirit. You don't think you could afford to lose this round?
Two here.
They make it out. They drop the vent. Shiro doesn't make it down. This is looking so ugly from the Spirit squad.
Ollie. Nade.
Dom burning alive.
He got the plant.
But that might work against him. They could just hop on the bomb. Chopper running in, and it's not planted for him. Even with the 10-second stick, Chopper's written it off.
He could have gone for it.
He would have got there in time. He would have been here in time. MongolZ wasn't even close by.
MongolZ's on A. MongolZ's holding for lurk right there. He thinks Chopper's
Oh,
gonna
that is such a hideous round.
Everything about that. The two 1v1s taken. Zwei like holding indoor, not ready for close because he's holding the door smoke. Tanir walks out ramp on his own. Chopper doesn't even try and win this round. Chopper could have won the round. He would have, if he rushed B, he can kill NiKo in time. MongolZ's expecting him then.
You're telling yourself, like, he will have a kit. In Chopper's mind, the round was over, but it wasn't. And he never gave it the look in.
You'll never know unless you try. Dude, that was the worst 5v3 I've ever seen. And Donk's planting the bomb. Sorry, Donk, you got to plant.
I just don't really understand like what the goal was in the 5v3. But no time to think about that now, I guess.
10-5.
There's another round to play.
Got a plant, you got another buy. But we know where this is going. At least it feels like a Falcons streak. Started 7-1 up. Now 10-5. Top hit attempt. Chopper traded by Tanir. Honestly gets here in time, but Spirit just use that as a means to an end. They're not going to hit the top site. Going to take an entry. Donk miss-spray.
Lee can't kill him.
He sprayed as well. He had a chance. Shiro trying to save the day.
Oh, NiKo.
Okay, he lived.
Gets out at least. Kiyasuke going to take up this position with a far quieter second map from the guy that was unstoppable back on Dust 2.
I liked in his position, but he needs to isolate Jules. Will they trade him?
You got a flash for NiKo to try and kickstart this retake. He'll swing out early. Kiyasuke in the clutch.
Okay.
Shiro locks it in. 3 kills from Spirit's Orpa on the rifle. And not necessarily the time you thought they'd break on through, but it's when they have. Finally getting one of these T-side rounds on the board. With a more grouped A hit, it works wonders.
2v4 before they put the bomb down. Shiro gets a triple kill in that moment. So him and Tanir do everything in this round. Good to see Chopper just sacrifice himself for the trade there. And it works out in the long run. Even with Donk missing his shot. 7-12 here. Full rush down the vent. Okay. Like it's an anti-eco. The bomb is lost. No way. No.
The bomb, I think it dropped down. It did drop down. In a way. And Donk, you got to plant again, buddy.
He got the bomb down, but he couldn't join his team.
Also, guy bottom of the board should plant the bomb.
Bombs on the third guy there.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one. Donk planting, paranoid,
He's
fair enough.
checking above him.
No one's
Down.
covering him, by the way. He's going to get it down. 3 on 5, Harry. 3 on 5. Falcons are taking way too long to group up right now because they're scared of a lurker. If they find Chopper outside, that's nice. Tessus didn't see him. That's one-way info. Chopper is still late to this, but he can backstab. Chopper can clutch the round. Donk still looking for a multi-kill hit. Falcons are taking so long.
Yeah, a really long time. So these kills have got to come in quickly. Donk with the first. Even as Kicksound finds one more, Donk able to manipulate. There it is, the third. Finally, the multi-kill, high-impact round from Donk. And it's a late retake from the Falcons in a 5-on-3 that gives it over.
Yeah, you could feel that one brewing, right? Strong positions taken. Chopper late lurk, not actually impactful. It's Donk who gets 3 kills in the site. And Falcons who expect a little bit more resistance, waste all the time, and just have to run in last second. A round they definitely would go for, but a round they will live to regret. Donk triple keeps spirit in this game. And right when you think it's over, Harry, Falcons are put to pistols. So never give up. That's the message. This one should be fine. Falcons, 4 gamble on ramp. Not seeing a ramp control round out of Spirit yet. So it's a reasonable risk.
You'd love some of these just eco, confidence-building kills if you Donk.
Get the nade in there.
10 and 12. But he could propel himself up into first place if he nails this pistol push out of the Falcons. I think just anything to kind of reactivate him. A nice little eco bash. What's better than that?
Oh, the nade's
in.
Oh,
it's going to be brutal. They catch it.
Oh,
and Donk's dead instantly on the swing. But don't worry, Zway's confidence is through the roof. 3 kills from him. And a round for Spirit as the gap continues to close.
$208 damage with that nade. Did the maths myself. All right, here we go. Another full gun round. Sherry taking the AWP up silo. No one home. Monacy playing his rifle from back in CT. It's Nico in main, not overcommitting. And main is not a position. So Nico's looking outside. Gonna group up with Monacy. Chopper throwing late smokes. Donk. Saw him lurking here last time.
Yeah, the third one's still too far under. He didn't get it. So now they're a little off on the timing. It's still 5. The smokes will come down. There's that third one landing late.
Looks good.
But a wall put together nonetheless. Dom trying to creep up behind it. Won't commit to the yard take. Spirit regroup over towards lobby. So using these smokes is nothing more than a fake outside in the yard. I think the timing being off actually might have had pretty big implications. They could confirm early that no one was close crossing with the smokes, then they used their nades. Because they fade off timing, they saw that no one made it down. So a double ramp hold that just doesn't move a muscle. Kiyasuke and Monacy able to shut this round down before it even begins. Wow. Kiyasuke pressing forward, Shiro in a box here, trapped between ramp and lobby, and low health on his AWP.
Kill him after time.
Nowhere left to go, 10 seconds. He's going to bring the fight out to the Falcons because he was worried about the same thing.
Yeah. Rock solid hold on ramp for Kiyasuke. That's what's always enjoyable about watching him on the CT nuke. He is really good at getting multi-kills from this kind of position, just standing in the open on off angles. And when you have two A1Ss ADing side by side like that, it's a very hard place to hit without good flashes. And Spirit just wander in to their own death. So the smokes do them no favors, and ramp does them a disservice. Spirit use their final timeout. To 8. Head-to-head that Spirit just can't break. Pistols and AKs. Making Dunk play with the Galil, and I mean, to be fair, it's not really had any impact in this game. Had that nice round on B, 3K. But for the most part, it's been a quiet game from Spirit across the board. Chopper has more multi-kills than Donk in this map. Spirit stuck in lobby. Exec on the top site. Locked and loaded. Tessa's Nico and Kixon.
Yeah, going into the three-man hold, Tessa's able to steal himself away, guarantees that trade. Not take it any further, but there's Kixan and Kiyasuke next in line to shut this one down. It's a 1 HP Chopper. Overran. Falcons onto match and series point. They've got a track record to keep well in its stead, and they're managing that. Beat them back in Chengdu. You knew about this matchup right when that one was taking place already. And they're not prepared to ever let Donk and Shiro get this win.
Kiyasuke, incredible impact in this round. Across the series has been a marvel. Not really required as much on this map, but in these last 2 rounds, shutting down the 4 hits from Spirit on ramp on A. You saw Dust 2, over 30 kills.
That's it, man. Spirit left with nothing, just Tech 9s. In this final round of play. The bit of util they did have has gone down out in the yard. This wall of smokes that oftentimes has been nothing more than a fake. Now they actually look to use, crossing with 3.
So he made it down the vent, but look at the minimap. Falcons are rotating on ramp right now. Maybe they know he made it. They're not going to risk giving him the kill right now. So even though he holds vent, he can't stop Falcons from getting into this B bomb site. They can beat Spirit here. They can get posted up. May as well put a rifle inside of B.
They've got the read and they know it. Even Falcons. The lobby aggression with just 2 players on top site, usually that would be a risky move, but you've seen those smokes so many times, and more often than not, nothing's been done with it. You're anticipating a change, and this is it. They read Spirit like a book. Donk on the Tech 9, the only man still alive down at lower, and he is overran. Falcons teed up for the victory in this 3-on-1.
Yeah, playoffs bound for the Falcons, looking to lock it in. Quarterfinals at worst, maybe semis at best. They'll have to beat back against Passion UA to try and see how deep they can go in Hong Kong. Another playoff appearance for the Falcons. The Team Spirit, they got to get out of the group by battering back MongolZ, a match they've already lost just last week. It's a rough week for Spirit, and it might get rougher.
Well, hopefully none of you are a Spirit fan, but if you are a Falcons fan, the domination continues. The Nico and MongolZ legacy continues against this team, because even when it can get close, even when it gets pushed, even there's a sort of a comeback, there's some magic that can happen, there's something that can go off, and it works out fantastically for Falcons once again.
That was a very, very, very strong and nice performance coming in for Falcons. More is what we would expect coming into this game. Obviously, Spirit, as you said, have now lost 9 times in a row, or Shiro and Donk have lost 9 times in a row to Nico and MongolZ, and that trend continues. So, yeah, overall, a great performance from Falcons. Dust 2 left a bit more to be desired. That could have gone both ways. On Nuke, there was no doubt. The Falcons, and in particular MongolZ next to me right here, he was by far the better team.
Yeah, by far the better team, by far the better players on the server. MongolZ, A solid win.
Holding, but just hair dropped.
You're not balding yet. You've got plenty more years to go, man. Don't worry about that. Yes. But you might be making Spirit players start balding because they can't get a win against you. It looks like a comfortable game for you guys, even when it gets close. Can you just talk to me about why it's like that when you're going up against these guys?
I don't know.
It's just magic?
No, we just play against them. No, we maybe found some way, the way we can play against this certain team, against Spirit, and it's just working for us. Also, when we played in G2 against them, we felt pretty comfortable, but obviously we had some rough matchups where I think the individual skill, how to say it, made the difference, you know?
Yeah.
For example, I remember in Shanghai Major, we were losing against them 12-9 or something like that, and we came back on overtime, and here it happened the same 11-9 on those two, and we came back again. So I think maybe some situations where the captain is just making a difference, calling for us good, and we also shoot good. So, but like when it comes to City side, I think we just feel comfortable, and on T-side as well, of course.
Now, knowing you beat Shiro and Dong 9 times in a row, does that make you comfortable heading into a game like that? Does that give you a bit of extra confidence knowing that even if you're down, like you'll win anyway because you've done that 9 times in a row?
No, this doesn't give me confidence. I think my team gives me confidence, the way we play together, and obviously my confidence as well gives me confidence to play against them. Yeah, I don't really think about this like 9 in a row, blah blah blah. I remember we also lost against Na'Vi in group station. We won them in grand final.
Eventually, it happens.
You know, so no 9-0 and no 9-1. You know, in the future. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter.
And right now for you, you seem to be back at your best right now. Does it feel that way? Do you feel like we're getting the MongolZ we were expecting?
No, not yet.
Oh.
No, I don't think I play for now consistent. I mean, I played not bad in Chengdu in group stage, and in playoffs, like we lost against FURIA in semi-final, where I would say I think as a team we could not find the game, and obviously individually we couldn't also kill people, and like just everything came at the same time, and we lost very bad, like very shame. So, yeah, but it's not. I don't feel like really consistent at the moment, but I somehow play good. I don't know.
Well, you're playing more than good, but we won't take any more of your time. We'll let you get off and enjoy the rest of your day. Ilya, thank you very much for your time, and good luck for the future matches, man.
Thank you.
Bye. There you go, and a big clap with it, and a clap to the Falcons team for another win, another victory over Spirit. We need to look at the groups. We need to see how this is looking right now, because it's maybe not what many people expected, but Falcons, to try and get this semi-final spot, they'll be playing up against paiN UA. When MongolZ and Spirit, that's a rematch, and guess what happened last time? MongolZ won it. I told you this at the beginning of the day, Pip.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one to see Spirit right now to go down there in the elimination match, already potentially facing elimination against the MongolZ. paiN UA, though, with a win against, you know, a team that I thought they were not going to be able to win against in the MongolZ. So they have kind of like a 3B versus Falcons. There's no doubt Falcons are now the heavy favorites to win Group A, whereas for paiN, if they can make that game competitive, that in itself is a massive victory. They will be playing in the arena no matter what, which is kind of cool for a team like paiN UA.
And some pressure off them just for being able to achieve that moment for sure. We're going to take a look at the schedule for the rest of the day, because you've still got 2 more fantastic games coming your way. Ending the day, and the very last game is going to be TYLOO, the heroes of China, looking to try and take on Vitality. In the past, they have been able to take a map. Can they go further? We'll have to wait and see. But before that, and coming up next, it's FURIA going up against paiN, a Brazilian derby.
I'm not feeling too well. At least, was I good to you?
Yeah, you were. You were.
Do you think I was a good leader?
I prefer art, to be honest.
Work of art, you said?
Yeah, work of art. Gabriel, you're a symbol for Brazil, CS. Without you, there is no me, there is no SK, there is no luminosity.
Oh, man. That takes me back.
Gabriel, you are so much more than all those who came before you. You played with fire in your heart and tricks in your sleeve. The whole world knew to listen when Fallen and his help were in the clutch.
Then it was all worth it.
I'd give anything to have you back, my friend.
What the hell is this?
Bro, you just died, bro.
No. It wasn't me. That was Bad Fallen.
Bad Fallen, really?
Yeah, and I'm Good Fallen. Okay. I left to a friend, I came back as a prophet. I went far and beyond.
Alright.
I saw everything. Now I know what I need to do to win next major.
Please tell me.
First, we need a better helper.
Okay. Who?
I got us MongolZ.
Molotov? Motoboy? Who is this guy?
Calm down, wait. I also revived the top 10 rifle in the world.
Cold Zero, let's go.
You wish, kid. Yekindar.
Oh boy, Bad Fallen, please come back.
It's a matchup where generations meet.
Becoming a mainstay, a project many doubt, but no one can deny.
A clash of Brazilian talent. Snow helps provide more pain.
Everyone's going to be bringing the heat from round one.
Snake and Dupree will be guiding you on through this one. Gentlemen, we have the pleasure of being on the late shift. So what did you get up to this morning in Hong Kong? What have you been doing?
I've actually had a little bit of sleep in, you know. When I don't get to spend time with my kids, I get to sleep when I get to these kind of places. But apart from that, you know, had a good showing of Hong Kong yesterday. Went for a dinner, so it's been a pleasure to go here. A place that I haven't been in my career, so it's good to go here.
Yeah, it's a really cool place, Hong Kong. I went to Tim Ho Wan. It was known as the cheapest Michelin star in the world. Thankfully, we're getting paid good rates, so I'll go to some better Michelin stars soon enough, though.
What was the best thing you ate there? What was the ultimate dish?
Oh my gosh! I
need recommendations.
Baked pork buns.
Yeah?
Baked pork buns. It's like sweet, but also savory. I mean, Chinese people just do it the best.
That sounds absolutely fire. We do have a fire matchup at hand, though, because we do have FURIA taking on paiN. Now, FURIA, just on an absolute tear at the moment, because Dupree, I'm sure you know this, it's one thing taking down Vitality, it's another to do it in a best of 5, 3-0 to win a trophy. Like, that was a statement victory from them.
FURIA has, over the course of the last couple of months, been a team that I've been looking out for a lot because it's a team that made changes that we've been looking to as if was actually the right changes, but they're proving everyone wrong. They're proving that they have actually made the right changes, and it's a team that has probably been the most stable out of all the top teams right now. And we had the conversation going into Chengdu as well. If they could actually take down Vitality, would that actually be a case for them to be among the elite teams? Because previously maybe considered a title contender, but this time around they actually clinched the title, and now they are considered maybe one of the elite teams.
I feel like you have to call them an elite team. The Chengdu victory that they found over Vitality, the Thunderpick championship that they were able to find, the Fisher win as well. They're one of the only teams, I think they are the only team this season that's beaten every other team that's in the top 10. They've beaten Vitality, they've beaten Spirit, they've beaten Falcons. Like, you could pick any team that's 1 through 11, and other than themselves, they've taken them down already.
It was pretty nuts because when they entered Chengdu, they were actually ranked #1 in terms of ERS. And I asked MongolZ on the first media day, do you feel like that? He said, no, we don't feel like that's accurate at the moment. But then in his MVP interview, he said, actually, yes, we are. Would you agree with that sentiment that they are the best team right now?
I mean, looking at the results, winning 3 out of the 4 events, sure, it could be a conversation. Also looking at the teams they've beaten, it was still a conversation going into the tournament whether they could actually consistently take out the good teams. I think that is what they're probably here to prove. And also with the major coming up in a couple of weeks, they are literally peaking at probably the best time they could actually look for.
I just feel like a lot of people are a little tentative right now with FURIA because it might be a little too early, though. I feel like you want to peak maybe right at the tail end. At this event, especially at the Major 2, you want to see that they can actually lift the biggest trophy. But I think the Chengdu victory is proof that they can take down all of the best teams and that they should be seen as a title contender threat every single tournament that they join.
Well, let's see what Fallen thinks of this exact equation, as I did have a chance to catch up with him ahead of this series. Has the feeling sunk in yet that you did manage to take down Vitality and you've got another trophy under your belt?
Yeah, we're still sinking in from the victory on the last tournament, and it was a great one. Very difficult to beat Vitality 3-0. And all the matches were super intense, super close, so it does feel like we got it done, like we climbed the mountain. And now it's time to reset, you know? Like that's the life of the athlete. Even when you work wonders, you still gotta look forward to the next one. So it's only been a few days, like 2 or 3 days, and we still gotta play already. So let's focus on doing our best.
We always talk about peaking towards the Major and peaking at the Major. You're one of the teams who's on a steady rise. What's it gonna take to sustain that peak, to keep up the peak that you're experiencing?
To sustain the peak, I don't think there's a formula or something that you already know what to do. Even if I have been here before in other teams, I just think we gotta go match by match, gotta go tournament by tournament, making sure that we're practicing, making sure that we are adding new ideas, and not getting too overconfident ourselves as well, you know? Like, just because we won lately some tournaments, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're gonna win next or we have to win this one or the Major. Just gonna keep playing the best chess we can, and if the stars align, we're gonna win another one.
I do really love that response from Fallen, but I'm really curious as to what you think, Dupree, because you've had to, you know, make that peak 5 times in your career. What does it take to make sure it's happening before and during the Major?
Looking at FURIA now, it's a team that now obviously brought in new players and they've made some role changes. It takes time for a team like that to mature into becoming a unit. And looking at FURIA, the way that Fallen had now taken position into becoming more of an anchor and also allowing Yekina to be more positioned in the CT, having more voice, that was very needed for him. And also MongolZ coming into this one. And I think MongolZ, obviously, with the numbers that he's putting up, they are just in a very prime position. But to peak at the right moment, it requires you to obviously have a very good flow state of things inside of your team play. But at the same time, you also need to be very accurate in the way you communicate. And I think that is where they improved the most.
And it's been a really, you know, opposite side of the equation when we're looking at paiN Gaming, because, you know, coming into the second half of the season, not all that many playoffs appearances, and it's kind of hard to put your finger on exactly what's gone wrong with the squad.
Biguzera has talked about it himself, the fact that there was so much pressure to one-up what they did at the Austin Major, taking down FURIA in the quarterfinals, making it to the semifinals, losing to the Mongols. I mean, that was a run that we're going to remember for a very long time. But talking about FURIA, how they've beaten every single team 1 through 10 this season, paiN, the only team that they've beaten this whole season in 5 months, Astralis. That's the only top 10 team that they've taken down. So it's 2 very different sides of the equation here, looking at these Brazilian core lineups.
What's piquing your interest most then when we're coming into the tail end of the season and hoping to see paiN, you know, maybe reignite the fire that we saw going into Austin?
I'm at a place where I think that paiN, if they don't make it like a great result at the Major, I think they will literally have to make changes to their team. I think they are at a stage right now where they have consistently talking about they're just grinding it through. They're trying to find, you know, that kind of special fire within them, and I don't think they can actually find that one out. And I think that paiN is just at a pace where they made the best result coming into the Austin Major, and now obviously they need to find some better results.
Yeah, they've tried a couple things already. They swapped up some of Davideus's and Snow's positions. They made Snow a little bit more aggressive. They made Davideus play more of the lurker spots. Still hasn't netted a lot of results. It feels like the only bright side regarding that is that Snow's seen an uptick in performance, but for my money, I think Davideus is worse. So you give a little, you lose a little bit. So paiN and Biguzera, they're still trying to figure this whole situation out, and I just don't think that they're even close to the answers.
Situation that we find ourselves in right now, Nuke, Overpass, Mirage. If we do get to a third, what are you making of this map mix, and is it likely that we get 3?
You know, usually with these kind of Brazilian matchups, you have some kind of wonky upsets, but I feel like these 2 teams are in completely different stratospheres. FURIA is riding a high right now, winning one of the biggest tournaments of the season in Chengdu, whereas paiN, I feel like they're just happy to even win a single match here in Hong Kong.
I feel like the only thing that can actually come into paiN's favor is that they really want to take FURIA down. It's a Brazilian derby. That is where they maybe can go in and say, okay, we know how these guys play, and we really want to be going in and showing what we can show. And I think it's going to be a tough one for paiN regardless.
All right, we've got a lot of Biguzera quotes to be talking about. We just saw one there. There was another one, though, that kind of left us scratching our head a little bit. We can win any tournament. What did you make of that when you saw that go down, Mary?
think that was a couple months ago, at least. A few months ago, again, they were riding the high of what happened at Austin, where they really felt like it was not a fluke. And I mean, turns out, spoiler, it was a fluke, okay? They haven't been able to replicate anything remotely close to that. They can't even really win maps consistently against teams that are within the top 10. So that was a bold claim, but maybe he was thinking that he was gonna still be playing in domestic competitions like Get Rio or something like that. Kind of a different ballpark now.
It 100% is. I don't want to be too harsh on the man, so I did give him his chance, you know, say his piece on the topic as I caught up with him earlier. I know you had a quote, I believe it was back at CAC, where you said, we can win any tournament that we play. Can you kind of give me some context to that and whether you still believe that as a team unit?
Yeah. This sentence was like out of the context, of course, because what I said was more about when we face something in like TRS team, I feel that we can win like these kind of things. And if we can win like one thing, mean that we can win more than one. So we have to be constant. Where I think is something that is missing the last few months. Like concentrate all the time. And I don't know. Sometimes I just feel that our brain like turns off, and we just lose some rounds that is impossible to lose. And yeah, what I was trying to say is that if you play our best Counter-Strike all the time, I know it's impossible to play like this all the time, but if you like hypothetically, if we play like one tournament, all games are best, I think we can win.
Okay, so he kind of touches upon your point there of kind of more domestic matchups, let's say, and having that consistent form, which, let's be honest, we haven't seen that consistency from paiN as of late.
Not even close to it, as a matter of fact.
We've seen.
yeah. Actually, that's true. Yeah, consistently not making deep runs at the events that we pinned them early in the season to have chances at. Yeah. So I think there's been a snap back to reality for Biguzera there. Recognizes that this is going to be an uphill battle for the rest of the season.
Well, either way, it's time to get this show on the road. It's paiN versus FURIA with Connor and Mo.
Connor and Mo, I don't think so. We're running it back, baby. People don't know, Hugo, that me and you, once upon a day, actually had more chemistry than you and Harry.
Well, I'm not going to say that right now. I'm just going to say we did a good job, you know? Yeah. We're returning to the relationship. We'll bring it back for one more map.
When in Hong Kong, you know? We got to get a little crazy. We've got Biguzera in the server taking a swing at the Brazilian core #1, FURIA versus paiN. You told me that you're jealous that Launders and I, once he gets here, gets to cast this game. So tell me, Hugo, what gets you so excited about this matchup?
FURIA get me excited, Connor. We just saw them in Chengdu take a trophy. It was an event. They didn't drop any maps in any, shall we say, consequential games. They lose to Mouse 2-1 in that group deciding game to go to semifinals, but otherwise they swept the competition. They beat back everyone they played. They destroyed Falcons. They 3-0'd Vitality. They 2-0'd the Mongols, and that was the Mongols who took down Spirit. So I don't think you can sleep on FURIA right now. I don't think this is a one-event honeymoon. This is a team that's been ramping into the season, taking 2 trophies, taking a 3rd last week, and they want to do it back-to-back here at Hong Kong ahead of the major.
Hugo Byron, do you label them the world's best at this moment?
It's such a flowing term, right? It goes, it comes, everyone gets a try. But I think right now, based on the last couple of tournaments we've seen, they're playing the best CS at the moment. That wasn't Vitality's best tournament. Even inside of the groups, we were saying, Vitality look a little rattled. They don't look perfect. They look like they're upsettable. I wouldn't have called the 3-0 grand final from FURIA, but at least in that tournament, yeah, they're playing the best right now.
All right, and then we talk about a revenge match, because we throw this back to the Austin Major. Well, that was when paiN shook us to our cores and upset versus FURIA. Sure, they've played at the Fissure Playground since, and therefore FURIA have gotten, we'll call it quote-unquote revenge. But this game with playoffs on the line certainly means more.
Yeah, that was also a run where MongolZ was playing with his mouse spongy, not even plugged in. It was in the back of the PC.
He's learned since.
He was lagging on LAN, and now he's leveling up. Keserato on the CZ, we saw this at TWC. He was finding multi-kill after multi-kill in this pistol.
Well, we'll talk Berettas on the ramp hold for the second. P2000 behind box to hold back, and just a little bit of noise in the trophy room before this immediate lobby fallback. Better be on your toes. if you are inside that A site.
It's
Would have been a
double
death there for Biguzera with nades, and yeah, double fake, pump back into the ramp. Beretta's pop up, Beretta's move down.
Is it a triple fake, though?
Can you do it 3 times?
I think you're allowed. Back up heaven for this top side. Biguzera's been holding the util all around. Fallen, P2K dinked, falls back, up they go.
Gonna try to take the fight to Fallen first. They want that opening kill, they'll get it. And still there's a pause button here to be hit if they want to. You know Yakindar wants in, but he feels that threat towards door. 3 up in heaven, 1 still sitting back on ramp. Now looks to come and join them, dropping down onto the anchor. That's good. Clear sight made easy by NQZ on the 2K.
Yeah.
So FURIA get ran through here in this pistol, and how many fakes was that?
3.
Okay.
That's not a pug pistol. A bit more synergy required to pull that off. paiN back and forth. And Yuri nothing to do but save. So paiN come through with a pistol. We always talked about how domestic matchups are harder, the familiarity, maybe the motivation of beating the best in your region, how underdogs often win this game. But this would be one hell of a match to upset on, especially when you consider what's on the line. 14 groups, 3 go through.
Yeah, man, no runway here in Hong Kong. And no kills either for FURIA in the pistol. So nice, strong T-side start from paiN Gaming.
Talking about their recent results and how they believe they can win any tournament, but they could also lose any tournament.
Sure.
High ceiling, low floor, that's been paiN, struggling to adapt to the pressure that's put on your shoulders when you make to a major semi-final.
Mm-hmm. And then absolutely failed to do really anything of note since. You know, struggling and then finding a bit of form in their more recent runs. That's kind of what paiN need to do. Time to gear up for that major again. There was a bit of criticism for paiN and just the sheer lack of officials that they played since Austin to this next major. Just kind of floating in terms of the VRS, having enough to not lose their spot. Obviously, we're talking about a stage 3 team as well for Budapest. Expectations so high, especially when a team like, let's say, paiN UA have already gotten a victory over MongolZ. You know, you want to go over to the Americas and kind of see who ranks up one against another. paiN versus paiN, that's an interesting story here at Hong Kong, trying to seize the last chance before the major run.
It's also a well-timed invite for them, considering them coming to the major and to Hong Kong, because we've even seen Legacy lap them back in Bucharest, right? They won that quarterfinal. We saw Legacy in back-to-back finals of their own, and you know, when you consider FURIA is obviously #1 in the region, if Legacy are taking the space of #2, well, pressure on paiN to perform at the end of this season, especially here. Top hits, only pistols, but it's a 3-on-4.
MongolZ with the Galil makes it a little more interesting.
No.
Now a second Galil picked up by Yakindar as well. We have that up and down on the ladder, but we've also got the recovery halfway done. MongolZ's 19 health, but that Galil, and it is indeed enough just to make the difference. Your momentum's out the window,
You're not supposed to win that round. You're really not supposed to win it. paiN.
Oi, oi, oi.
The name is the game right now. Full eco victory for FURIA.
This robbery, man, from the rooftops back into heaven. What a wrap around the world for that final piece. You can't blame the player left in sight here in NQZ, not expecting MongolZ to have that gun from above and behind.
You're right. Blame everyone else.
Sure. Shout out to everybody else.
NQZ with the scout, but 4 deagles.
Oof.
Always the worst round to lose.
Man.
And Fallen, man of the hour, he takes the Galil. Someone's got to do it.
As a true leader would.
Yeah. No one quite like Fallen with the weapon drops.
What an evolution for Fallen. I believe he can do anything at this point.
Everything except AWP.
Sure, yeah, well. Here comes csgo. Looking to tether alongside Yakindar off that flash from deep CT. So good piece together of a bit of pressure, not letting paiN get close with those pistols and the Kevlar that they bought in with. Oof, Davideus dunked on. And now the scout to try to hope that csgo reveals himself. csgo plays this cool. And MongolZ on cleanup duty already. So Snow hits the ground. There's the 1, but it comes by the time that all 4 of your teammates have hit the dirt already. 35 to the clock as NQZ gets whittled down and gets a pushing csgo as his second victim. Doesn't know the player's down beneath him, though.
No.
That should have been his death right then and there. A third one for the road.
Why not?
Wall bang it, yeah. 3 damage. Yikinda already tagged. He's onto the pistol
Last
right now.
bullet.
Cover is good. And a couple of kills. Keep it interesting, but it's Furia in control of this game, as is expected after a full eco win.
Yeah, that tough pill to swallow. 2 scout shots. All you get. A slim silver lining. Shout out Quesarado as well, taking his time from Secret Stairs. Sure, he is one of the victims to the scout. But it could have come earlier when the pistols were still up, which would have led to that flood of potential paiN success. Now we're talking Glocks on this T side.
Interesting to see paiN even go for the nuke pick, maybe based off of prep. It's not a map they pick into often. It's one they had good success on in Chengdu, though. Taking down MongolZ and TYLOO, and even a close game v Spirit. So paiN have recent results, but taking down Furia, a whole different kettle of fish.
A kettle of fish?
Boiled trout.
Can you buy fish by the kettle?
You can put them in it.
Okay. Is that how you make your tea, you freak?
It's more of a soup.
Okay.
Well, let's take stock, because it's a full buy round here for paiN on the T side. No AWP.
Smooth.
MongolZ's got his. He always has his.
What a highlight machine at the moment as well, right? It's gone from like just showing promise to now just showing superstardom. Starting to put himself on that list of players where every time he's in a clutch, you just believe. Have to keep your eyes glued to the screen.
Also, maybe someone should pass demos. I want to know what the success rate is in shots to kills on MongolZ. I feel like he doesn't miss. He's really good at holding. If there's a jiggling player, he won't fire off too soon. He will wait.
Ice in his veins kind of guy.
Cold.
No Zera. Speaking of holding, angle into the lobby as 3 players circumvent it, taking a look at towards the ramp. Haven't seen him head towards that ramp since the pistol. Fallen's well-timed nade softened up BGT and Davide. Yes, Fallen on the rifle. Easy 3-piece. It was individual duels, one after another, but you're thinking you're going to topple Fallen on a solo ramp hold. Now he's got support here in Yekindar. Fallen on for an ace, man. No way he still has it.
Yeah, give him the AK. He's earned that one. Put him down. Snow, nowhere to go and no bomb to plant. He does find a smooth headshot, but it's all Fallen in this round. I was going to say, maybe you go ramp to punish Fallen when he has no util, but that one nade did 100 plus damage.
Let
and he
Fallen
goes in
have
for the
at it.
ace.
Cut this kid.
That's actually not cool. That's
It's right there for the
You couldn't let MongolZ have his on the stage. He walked away. Apologize right now.
Unbelievable.
But damn, dude, I mean, like, obviously he's not a star rifler. He's playing all the horrible spots. He's playing the anchor rolls. But we've still seen Fallen come out with a multitude of multi-kill rounds ever since he's gone off the AWP.
Yeah. And here's yet another to add to the stack. Do you think that's a symptom of just kind of writing off the ability to push through him, though? Those 3 separate fights? Like, it did feel to me like there was a certain bit of disjointedness in the paiN approach to the ramp. Fallen did, as we watch this, get, look, 3 separate 1v1s.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to line up, but yeah, it's a little weak on the trade. No one hits first bullets. Fallen's got hot hands.
NQZ still in the back there. Really felt like he was waiting for some kind of a ramp peek. Maybe Fallen's position made it think that he was support and not the full committed solo. Either way, paiN didn't have the best picture of the setup, and that's going to cost them round 5. So 4-1 lead ever since losing pistol. Furia yet to look in the rearview mirror.
Stats have been great today. Little nuggets of info. Furia's success on their low buy rounds, but can they get rid of the pistols? That's the question. Great flashbang. Snow needs to hunt this kill, and Yikinda caught on the corner, gives a gun, keep up the pace.
Tempo down towards B. Quesarado hoping that they'll just respect that incendiary, or is this already a write-off?
Oh, sniped.
All right, Pistol's got a bit of punch here in the 6th. That's Fallen popped.
Although I can't commit.
Again, it feels like setups for the save, unless MongolZ goes massive. Unless.
But back turn towards that B site feels like timing could just get enough footing into the bomb site. Bomb right there in the middle of the pack. Single door swung open. AK in hand. You topple that, then it's just pistols in front of it. And they are going to take a look now. You've already got a position inside of the vent going well. This is a 3v5 coming together. Close proximity on MongolZ. He feels it. And as Snow puts pause on an AK, he will have to chase csgo back around towards double. This is 2 players inside of the site. Not to mention MongolZ confirmed still over towards that ramp. They're thinking single. Snow opts to go towards control. Still backs turn to him. Pistol and MongolZ down, and Snow's clutch denied. What a 3v5 retake here for FURIA when they were on the brink of writing that off.
They were ready to fumble it. They had 2 smokes there. They put both in single door. Miscommunication for a moment for FURIA. It's to be expected, but no smoke on bomb is a big scare. Snow almost clutches it out. Low time. Nice try, but it's a 3v5 from FURIA. And that's a great example of, again, MongolZ, right? He's not overcommitting. He's waiting for his team to move in, but he also reads his close position. It's a crazy check on the pistol. A little too hot to handle for Snow, and paiN are just trying to find that one rifle round to break in. Orb on the T side. MongolZ waits for the break.
There we go. Opening kill, DGT and Davideus from above. Ooh. There's the pop back out of MongolZ.
Let him go. Just take the smokes, go down secret.
Back-to-back 3v5, Hugo Byron?
Surely not.
Nice. And QZ making sure there is no escape for MongolZ. Probably going to know that FURIA needs to move those pieces around, that the bomb sites are under question. MongolZ can't just continue to float around in garage, hoping for a stray piece to come his way. He'd already gotten exactly that, sitting 9-4. Great start for the Kazakh start.
Gamble starting to be regretted now. Fallen has moved up, back up the ramp with that second AWP. But doesn't really leave in a position to stop this round from happening unless he gets up the ladder in time. The bomb is up there in heaven. Oh, scope. Likelihood. Because they just needs to drop the bomb down. It's the only way this round can go wrong is if he's killed. But Fallen's reset lobby. Yuri still waits on the B site. And with that bomb dropped in, you would like to think it's unlosable.
You'd like to. Odds FURIA believe in this?
No, I just don't know how you save, though. Your back ramp save with the backside plant.
Yeah, so what?
No, I don't know if you can.
All right.
I don't know if you can. I actually don't know.
You think Fallen knows?
I've seen Vitality try and save on T-Roof.
Sure.
Okay? So who knows?
Yeah.
Let's find out together.
All right. We're here to learn.
I would bet no.
At 99?
It's Fallen.
Jay says yes.
Okay.
J-Raz knows all. Bruddy has still 60 health, Hugo.
Yeah, I'm not even close.
He's
I don't
throwing
know,
snake
man.
oil open here.
That nuke bomb, I've got bad memories.
God, you had so much confidence. I believed you. I'm a sucker. J-Raz knows.
Snake oil tastes the sweetest.
I hear it helps with vitality. So there it is. 7 rounds into play, paiN get that second. They thought it would come in the second round converting pistol. Instead, they've had to work hard for it. But NQZ, who had his impact last round with that boost behind red, getting the better of MongolZ, really felt like they ensured it. And that's in a situation where they even had man advantage, but it still needed assurance. Smoke for Yukindar to have to deal with. csgo tucks in behind vent. And what's Snow's route? Dude, back turn. They really have not considered this whatsoever. Oh no! Oh, he had 2 points of contact!
Oh, through the wall.
And he walks away with neither. Feels like FURIA just stepped in front of a bus and still somehow didn't get run over. NQZ, though, takes that back. And now Yuri up above HUD has the players walking out onto his bomb site. Another rebuttal comes out of paiN. And MongolZ's got the headshot onto Davideus. We go even 2v2. DGT takes chip damage and bomb on the ground for the time being. 35 seconds on this clock.
Yeah, someone's got to put it down, though. You'd almost want it to be DGT. Fallen ready to fly up the vent on a moment's notice, and this pause has given time for MongolZ to wrap back through lobby. NQZ, it's all worth it if he finds this kill, but MongolZ's in no hurry. Fallen calls to slow down, and that timing could work perfectly for FURIA.
Yes, sir. MongolZ hits his. Down to 1 bullet in that Ops magazine. Clutchable attempt for DGT, just missed timing.
Yeah, someone calls that.
Good. Tries to elicit the reaction, gets exactly what he needs, but now will he get taken off of the plant? MongolZ goes for the wallbang, and it's only a pistol.
Got it.
Oh, it's good. We go into the clutch. DGT's 10 points of health here versus a 12-4 MongolZ sitting pretty on 3 kills in this round already. Find his timing on the flank. Can he figure out the post-plant position? He's out from HUD, and he doesn't get a chance to sake a last shot. 5-3, the lead cut down. A big clutch out of paiN.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Fallen probably doesn't realize he's been spotted there. He comes straight back up, but you would have loved MongolZ to be playing fast with him to trade the kill. Instead, he's going for hot wall bangs. Not quite on the same page there. A clutch round pull back for FURIA, but even more so for paiN, who win an integral rifle round early in this D side.
Felt like MongolZ missed that wallbang by an inch.
Yeah.
Leg shot through the wall, wouldn't have mattered. 10 health DGT, so close to being toppled in that round, and yet it makes a difference. Economy still good for FURIA, not busted just yet. But paiN have effectively started chipping away at that lead and put themselves in a place to make a half of this. Don't forget, on the recovery, don't forget, victims of losing a 5 versus 3, and still they're holding it together.
Now we talked about Snow's change in positions and roles on this T side. He was a prospect coming into this team. We never really saw it. Slotted in some very difficult solo anchor positions. He's now been way more aggressive in these last couple of events. Seeing him at the forefront of this team. He's going to move behind the smokes outside solo. The rest of his team, 50 seconds, out-ramp together, but 2 here.
Just off the flash, NQZ on the angle, gets his second. There we go, cracking open ramp with the op. And now what?
Trade off, back down, just keep the speed up. paiN have the advantage. They have Snow almost there in time to cut rotates. Single door, a possibility. Double, unlikely.
It's nice to see NQZ finding his groove as this game has gone on. You're gonna need an answer to MongolZ. Near mirrored stat lines as he finds impact in the last few rounds.
There's an AWP free on ramp. Not the FURIA would know.
Nothing in life is free, Hugo Byron. Say it.
Nah.
I see that grin.
I'm behaving myself.
Oh, yeah? Once Harry leaves, suddenly you're a proper gentleman, huh?
Oh, Creighton! Oh!
Suddenly, a costly close to the 9th. Just tried to allude to that economy staying healthy, but eesh, 2 deaths at the end won't help.
Yeah, 3K, 4K, it's not great actually. Might have to be an eco. Shouldn't shock you to see MongolZ buy random Kevlarless AWP, but I would like them to just take a breather here because paiN are waking up.
Yep.
3 rounds straight. This should be a 4th. It's 1 saved gun. And FURIA in a bit of trouble here on the CT side. Mentioned paiN's recent run at Chengdu. Call it a run. I mean, it was more on just Nuke having good maps in Lost Series.
NQZ under pressure here to get both these frags. Had the support all around him, so he's in one of those positions where he doesn't have to worry about anything. Trade potential so high. Just nice of him to get it done on his own. And that'll give FURIA something to think about. And there it is.
Yep.
Economy fails them. Finally, 10 rounds into play.
This is still an eco.
Sure.
Despite MongolZ's forced AWP. No Kevlar behind it, as I said, so Squishy. Smoke's down outside. What is he expected to do? Yakinda has a nade, but he's too far away. So unless they push through this smoke...
She feels like Snow has been testing at times.
This is not a round they need to. With 4 players crossing, just stay grouped. They know the economy's low, and with no nades on smoke, that only confirms what you already think. Yuri's going to try block them at B.
Drops the smoke down in front of them. Snow to lead this pack. DGT could be susceptible to this pinch if Quesarado and Fallen find timing together. But it looks like they're just going to hope MongolZ catches that movement back. If Yuri's smoke was enough to deter paiN. And sure enough, they're starting to peel away, but Biguzera, instant headshot. That's an unarmored Opper down, the best piece of this sketchy FURIA situation goes down. And because they didn't find that opening inside of the lobby, we get the stomp coming over from Yakindar. He's having a rough go of it, and NQZ executes him. Bullet to the back of the head. There is still this 5-7 tucked in behind the vent, and we're talking 20 seconds to this clock as Fallen's MP9 is cleared. All's good. Yuri threw that smoke downstairs earlier. They should still be able to cover this, and yeah, excellent answer back by paiN. Could MongolZ have hit that red shot as Biguzera crossed back? That is what they look for, and it was absolutely there, but a quick reaction from Biguzera keeps this streak of round wins coming.
Yeah, I mean, he's aware of it, right? The block comes in lower, but just he's in the open. When he tries to reposition, he wants to get out there as soon as possible. Surprised to see Yakinda run this one, right? You said he's having a rough go at things. It's not wrong, but the comm that they have full outside and they've had it the entire round. I feel like Yakinda will be a little bit more aware. 1 of 6 right now. FURIA let paiN into this game. And you ask what it would have been without that full eco win, but either way, paiN are looking to win out the half right now, and this round would set them up to do so. No orb. MongolZ pays the price of that force buy. Feckless. paiN a very slow start to the round, only now getting to red at 120. Yakinda back garage. Covering the big wrap, FURIA. That means they're not focused on B in this round.
Boy, drops down into him, peels back instantly. And the Yakindar hold outside. Yeah, again, he's trying to find timing, but Hugo, we're talking a 1-7 Yakindar now. 1-7.
It's not gone well for him. Position would have worked as well. They were coming back late outside, but going for the fight, maybe feeling like he has to force it. And now Quesarado certainly does. 3 on 5 through the smoke with the flash, back turn traded.
Flash lets them know it's coming. Ready to answer. At a double man advantage to try to work this one downstairs. We're gonna get a hold towards that smoke still outer. Davideus lingering. But at 30 seconds, they throw MongolZ into the back of that site. He's got nothing to lose here. FAMAS in hand, pressure inbound. And at the moment, NQZ just kind of ahead of Biguzera, who is bringing inbound with bomb. They split. They're going to come in from double and 2 on single doors. If MongolZ drops that bomb, creates some kind of weird timing, it's a clutchable situation because the bomb planter's busy. Biguzera comes off of it. Now he's going to have to replant, and his cover's not here. MongolZ from the rafters just dodges danger. 15-7 off of what is effectively a 1v4 clutch.
Oh, I'm glad he forced the AWP and put him on the rifle, which puts him in the round-winning position. 3 kills on that B site, and Biguzera had the stick. He got off it. No cover. And that was paiN with a chance to win out the half. That was them coming back into this game after a strong start from FURIA on this CT side. Now fumbled.
Another MongolZ moment.
You called him clutch at the start of the game, and he's definitely proven that in just 11 rounds. He is double the next best player on his team and then some.
Oh man, you could almost feel it coming with the way he just crouches into the back of Raptors, gives them all that false confidence within the bomb site. And then a slight disjointedness between that double door push and the one piece of coverage trying to go through smoke the first time. Enough to frazzle Biguzera, get him off the bomb plant attempt. And another wild round for FURIA. Can't forget it. 3 versus 5 earlier in the half, a 1 versus 4 effectively right here at the tail end of it. Securing them at the very least a tied half after this CT side, and that streak of paiN rounds not going to finish off the half with total positivity. And a 5v4 to boot here in the 12th.
Timing missed. Is MongolZ aware? Looks like he wants to go back up the vent, but Snow did make it down before that break. MongolZ in the open. Snow, nice shot. He's had a couple of these down secret, but his team have rarely been able to get to him and convert rounds. And ramp is locked again. csgo joining Fallen. So don't feel like this is your way in. Minute on the clock, and Snow is stuck holding vent. Is this just a fake out here from DGT, or will the bomb really come and join him? Fallen playing with his food. And paiN uncertain about where they want to end, trying to figure out where the stack lies. A is the weakness right now. Yukinda still watches yard. It's just Yuri backside. Bomb going ramp. Fake on upper. Fallen's out.
csgo peeling back. Oh, but he gets the kill right before rounding the corner. Bomb spotted in the process. No, with the bomb is. Yukinda is nuts.
He hit the dink.
And he will end this half 1-8. That's the way he goes down to end it.
Crazy.
Falling a little late to the party in terms of the ramp flank. Yuri still steps behind him. We're going to go bomb plant on the Astralis corner. Coverage over towards single. A shadow advantage for DGT, but now a reload needed. And with his flashbangs, he'll fall back with that fresh mag. Tough clutch to pull off if you're FURIA in this one. Half health, csgo. Yuri tries to go first, and they're going to end this one with a couple headshots. Again, the tale of this half is all about the rebuttal. FURIA may have strung those 5 rounds together, but it's still a 6-round T-side half out of paiN.
Have to accelerate. Lear to be tested. Santa, he's in the right place to lend a hand as well, and calm, composed first is good. Lear down after 1.
Remember, Zwei got leg. This is a tough retake. Both have AWPs right now.
AWP retake? Oh, he hasn't planted yet. But it feels like it's a guarantee. Risky's not playing to disrupt the plant. Zwei just holding for the potential to retreat.
SoundQ will allow Zwei to accelerate. Well, Zwei moves.
How on earth do you win this one with 2 orbs? Especially when the healthy one gets beheaded. Okay, DGT. He's given them what they need.
Well, maybe biguZero doesn't want to make it too complicated on the entire team. FOZY lining up one more kill, ready for the triple. Almost had one more bullet to take down biguZero, but that should do it.
There's a world where biguZero could actually find a headshot here. I mean, this setup is kind of ridiculous to deal with, but if he can manage to find a way to dismantle this. I mean, they were isolated in that setup, so I take it backhanders. He's getting 1v1s here. He's got 2 1v1s. There's 2 more to get, and there's time to plant the bomb, and there's nothing to stop him from doing this. And out of nothing, a 1v4. Surely not! biguZero resetting the situation again, and now fear starts to set in for wildcard. That is atrocious.
Frozen. Dead over at long, and Cowers only good for the first. It's this rotate in from the Snow AWP. Every time FaZe tried to hit that B site, Snow had something to say about it now, and this AWP.
He's got it down.
He's the lone defender over here at A. Now the man who's got to clutch up. He's burnt out a Liege. It's just Brokey left to find. Missed shot, and Snow will capitalize. Another big round from paiN's young gun.
From the B site. And QC mollied out, has to make a call. He plays on the edge of it. It doesn't quite spread to his position. He's still got a chance to take one shot, and it connects. Disappearing is FURIA in middle. They walk into this crossfire. They get turned to mulch. Compost. Fallen can't follow up. It's NQZ, a 3-piece to find a flawless half for paiN.
Man, usually when it's csgo left up in clutch moments, you're willing to extend him the benefit of the doubt. You're willing to say, don't count him out of this. But he's not been a force to be reckoned with in these clutches for FURIA. They've often felt a little tame. And there's still so much util to burn through here on the paiN side. They can take pace out of this. They don't need to. His teammates now set up in main, and so NQZ dying does not mean all hope is lost. Davideus still in this. But half the time ticked off this bomb already. FURIA now know they've got to get a move on. Davideus trying to make the play that makes this a winning half for paiN. And with that incision cutting through FURIA, Davideus has answered the call. That 1v3.
It's a FURIA sitting pretty with 6 rounds, but 3 of those rounds by the skin of their teeth. A Molidoy 1v4, a 3 versus 5 retake down on lower B, and a force buy in the second round to fund that streak of rounds in their essence, Mohan. This was a tough half for FURIA. They walk around with 6, but they've got a T-side set out for them, and clearly paiN have brought the challenge to the table today.
Obviously, FURIA are showing us levels right now, and because they can use that X factor more consistently versus almost anybody, they can escape losing a game like this. But even still, 6 rounds, they might not be happy about it, especially with Yukindar only having that 1 kill.
Oy. Little shadow to let them know. Couple players crossed over. NQZ hasn't beaten down just yet. csgo's got fangs into the main with a flash assist off Yukindar, and that A site is looking vacant at the moment. biguzera and DGT couldn't be further apart in the moment. Heaven Kill could have just maybe let biguzera back in, but with bomb down, FURIA now no better.
I'm not gonna lie, when the game started, you know, domestic matchup, even though FURIA kind of destroyed them last time, there's like these close moments, and oh, okay, here's a retake actually that's underway.
biguzera 3 kills deep. You know, he's just fired up from that multi-frag, but can't get anything more now. DGT's got to close this. No kit, smoke down onto the bomb, and he's going to try to elicit a bit of panic here from Yukindar. Makes contact with the knife, gets him off the defuse, and will therefore win this pistol. It's a valiant effort from biguzera, but that one's going to come up FURIA.
Yeah, they get the kills at the very least. They make it scary in a retake and a pistol where a lot of people maybe save in this situation these days. But yeah, there's something about, especially again with FURIA just winning another trophy, this can happen to any team. They're always vulnerable the week after. You get really excited about it. I settle the major immediately after winning these greater goals, and sometimes you get sloppy on the opening day. paiN are a team, everybody has been criticizing them, really down their neck about how good they should be compared to where they started off at the beginning of the season. And they're trying to be best in Brazil. So here's FURIA coming through, getting all the spotlight, and it's certainly a team that they study a lot. But FURIA, they may have let them stabilize, with the X Factor rounds already in that first half.
Just trying to time another uptick in performance. That really is, to me, the story of paiN in these final few events before Budapest, where obviously everybody wants to peak. Ooh. NQZ catching the csgo kill will certainly help. Again, we're talking 2 M4s and an MP9 here for paiN. Looking to give FURIA a taste of their own medicine. CT force buy worked out back in the very first half, but Yuri's already in the process of the recovery. Mac-10 on the control panels. biguzera's Deagle looking to nip away at this. Oh, and even by burning him out, DGT still brings one with him. biguzera, Davideus both with a kill apiece. And with Yuri in the middle of the site with bomb on his back, it's a 40-second clutch attempt as he disengages, and they will lose sight of him.
Yeah, and there's, NQZ up here with 4 HP, but is he really that vulnerable? I sat watching this. Yuri, he's usually smart about these moments.
Done. What goes around comes around, and paiN will pull it off with that lower B setup. The fact DGT gets burned out of dark and still Deagle's a player in the process.
We see a round like this and we go, paiN, don't let this be a moment where you have a game that could have already been over. You win an eco round that you're not supposed to win in the second half, but FURIA still overpower you. Like 3 up.
Nice guys indeed, but no nice guys on paiN. Here for the win. Versus a buy that they should certainly take a round off of. We've got Tech9s and Deagles trying to group up outside of main. Yukindar sees that as an invite. But again, we're talking about a Yukindar who only has 1 kill in this map. A tough go of it. Make it 2. 0-8 since round 3. And of course, the moment we prepare a stat like this, he's in with the Deagle headshot.
A reminder. And a reminder that goes the other way. Sat back down. 4v2 comfortable for paiN. Yeah, a little bit of contact outer. They know where the last one's at. Sure, they're taking damage. Davideus and QZ both susceptible to that Tech 9, but it doesn't come through with anything else. And 4 alive, 4 paiN's a perfect place to be.
Yeah, in the end, they don't go down. They save lots of money here. It's actually just going to be really tough now for FURIA. They've got their work cut out for them. They obviously have the tools, but you know, you look at the fire and paiN in a moment like this. FURIA are becoming a team that will not have fire in moments like these. They're going to expect to be saving that for semifinals and for playoffs. They're waiting for the end of the marathon because they know they're going to get there to that final 200 meters or so. The reputation is starting to get a lot stronger. And you know that teams like paiN are going to be really trying to steal their valor.
For the first time in this map, paiN have a lead. And it's one that should grow versus Glock's outer. Slow crawl, easy contact, and a farm as far as paiN are concerned. Bomb at your feet guarantees it. No trickery with Yukindar being the last one up. Don't have to worry about an injection of money. As clean as can be here for paiN's 9th round win.
Now we get a real taste of what FURIA can do. The investment back after a bit of an upset in the second half already. Money to work with, but it's the best possible bounce back for paiN. And we're looking at a ton of utility, but 3 Galils here for FURIA. No op in play. But no op on the other side either. Playing way back and watching.
MongolZ quick to get up on top of the silo. They let BigUzera cross with no real contests. And QZ also going to lean back for an angle. Trying to challenge as if the cross could be confirmed, but waiting for that secret peek, and BigUzera seems like he's going to give it to him. It's a Galil versus the M4.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
MongolZ on BigUzera. Little exchange of damage, and MongolZ actually comes out on top of that exchange.
They deny a good amount of information. I mean, Fallen shows bomb outside, but it's not clear that the intention was to go here. It feels like he's telling everybody, like, make sure you stay alive. We got a posture that we're doing something, draw some grenades out, but we know we don't have that AK advantage on everybody. It's become sort of a lurky maneuver to the back of Mini. You can see this huge lean. There's no one ready to go ramp, so this one could come back upstairs in a few seconds.
Serato gets a chance to leave that corner unspotted with the smoke in front of him. Snow towards main, and him and Davideus lining up. Easy kills in front of main. Now NQZ's under pressure, and they're going to let their guard down. He strikes while the distraction is hot. And paiN are the first to secure those double digits with a 3-layered upper hold.
That was pretty nice. I mean, they were unflappable. They did not get scared. They picked all the right spots. They held on to information like they should. And even though it was a small moment, the fact that they didn't kill BigUzera peeking up from secret, he got a little bit of info outside. He fought back a touch. That's the kind of info play that kills the clock a little bit more, that takes the wind out of the sails for FURIA, who are trying to get a 5v4 easily so they can go forward with just like a more simple split. That idea is just thrown to the wayside. And again, there's no Rampler coming out. There's no full upper pop. A lot of grenades are used in that first volley outside. It's a lot of fakes, a lot of feigning, but at the end of the day, FURIA just needed some kind of lurk kill to just take the edge off. But look at it, the setup's amazing. Those are two extremely powerful angles to use versus Mini that also cover the wide swing out of Squeaky.
And lack of a hut exit really lets Davideus get away with that one. Full focus on main instead. You had Serato inside of the lobby, but didn't really join up as they needed. And So sent back down to the sidearms are FURIA. paiN starting to pull away with what has been flawless since the Force Buy win. Got NQZ tonight firing on all cylinders. Oh, and BiguZera keeps the pressure on thick. Double through the smoke.
We used to call him Brazilian Donk.
That makes sense. Pressure outer. We get the hut challenge out of Cacerado. Davideus' guns getting empty, but no commitment as Cacerado whittled down to 15 health. Woo, paiN are making this CT side look smooth.
Yeah, they're schmoving. I mean, yeah, is there even a plant in sight? I don't think so.
Not with the way that FURIA just split up. Snow should have this. Oh, should. Being the operative word, we're going to get that bust out through control, but that is all they'll get. A frag on Snow, not nearly enough, as paiN will establish an 11th.
Yeah, paiN have showed up, man, and they've really survived a lot of treachery again already this game. But, you know, with this gap and how strong the second half has been, is sort of a question. Did FURIA ever really stand a chance now? They've got to have something good to get a bomb plant, make this second half look competitive, because right now, it's just the pistol that they're going off of.
God. See you later. Yeah, I feel like Yakindar's all
Worst day ever.
You know, we've all been there. He's just going through it at the moment. But luckily with Yakindar, we all know he's had worse days. He's seen the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
And he's come back from it in a fantastic way. So this, bug on the windshield in terms of his lows.
Yeah, he's earned some grace at this point. He's always burning the candle at both ends.
BiguZera keeping his head tucked as he hears that stomping going on from FURIA, and by the time Yuri and Cacerado depart ramp, what do you have to show for it? No control anywhere else on the map. For all you know, that bomb's already been found by paiN pushing base of Silo. And so they've got to come at this so cautiously if they even want to take any sort of swing at this 19th round, and they don't.
Yeah.
Wow.
They got wiped out every opening start. Like they're the strongest start is staying alive with their Galils until it's late and then trying to split up. Or that was about as close they've gotten to even making it scary. So a statement here from paiN. Very impressive stuff.
Just conceding that 12th and letting paiN go up to what will now be 6 rounds straight on a CT side with no bomb plant even from FURIA.
Yeah. Look, your twin NQZ, 21-9.
That's my GOAT.
He's on contacts now, so.
We had to put a little distance between us. We're going through some things. Just a sliver of Yakindar. All he needs to see. And a clip of MongolZ's wings on his way down. And even that, right, which could have been the opening.
Yeah.
Yakindar's going to kind of take the spotlight in terms of the struggles, but Fallen had the jump on what could have been an kill towards Secret. Another little answer back from FURIA at a disadvantage, but no dice. This roll on nuke coming up, Snake Eyes for FURIA. Giving themselves 5 map points. paiN feeling flawless. NQZ reacts by trying to put that back on the hut bush. And what a jumble inside of the hut this is from FURIA. No exit afforded to them. A little bit of pressure still with utility, but they're going to take this challenge over towards DGT. Fallen with the bomb. You've got the op on the miss. DGT slips down closer towards the ramp. And they will find a little bit of map control here as Fallen takes this bomb up to heaven, it seems.
The CTs know that they've just shown 2. They're lower.
Oh, you're going to get this. You've got players. Oh, but that
Yeah,
makes
they went
sound. That's
under.
going to give him an easy alert. Snow now ready to hold this. Wide swing out by the pistol. Great transfer out of Davideus. And Yakindar will need to double his kills here and now in this round. And with bomb already dropped back behind him, he has a real shot at this. in anticipation of this move from NQZ. From the bottom of the scoreboard to a potential clutch, a jump spot from the back of the site, didn't get the contact. NQZ, top of the board versus the bottom, and that is why. Taps back into what he has shown us all map long. 21 frags from paiN's Opper to take Nuke with a message. You lose to the force buy, and you lose straight up.
What a reaction. What a reaction, man.
MongolZ is definitely one of the best helpers right now.
He is really good, and he has really good teammates around him.
Yeah, I think actually with the year MongolZ has had, he probably is a top 5 helper.
If he keep going for what he does with FURIA right now, I think probably he can join. He could be in top 5 helper.
I think it was either FURIA or he was going to go somewhere else. He was not going to stay in tier 2. He was going to go to a tier 1 team for sure.
Bringing MongolZ to the team, my first goal was not to intoxicate too much his own play style with my ideas.
He's good individually, better than Fallen was last couple of years, I would say.
The amount of output he can put against the best helpers attests that he is one of the best helpers right now.
He's also like a stylish player, I would say. Like he's trying to make aggressive move time to time. His play style is really fits the what people like in terms of helper.
But the guy is just that good from the get-go, you know. Like, and I knew that from the moment I practiced against him.
Back and forth in the first half, but all coming up paiN in the second. And I don't know about you gentlemen, whether you'd rather look at the glass half full or half empty, because on one hand, paiN, this is what we've wanted to see from them for so long. But FURIA, talk about an absolute crash back down to reality.
I think it's always the easy way out saying that paiN played well and FURIA played poor. I think that's always what you want to go for, but I actually want to give it to paiN this time around. I feel like their approach, specifically on the T side, gave them a very good lead. They were playing the pack gaming, regardless of losing the second round, which looked like very dire. I think that paiN came out with this game with the right amount of energy. You could hear that they were pumped, and whenever they were playing, the communication was flowing, and the individuals, specifically of NQZ, was great this time.
I'll take the glass half empty then. I'll take it half empty then. That was disastrous from FURIA in that second half there. I think Yakindar in particular, a guy that really showed up in the Chengdu playoffs, saw so many moments where he was taking control, getting openers, just maintaining space and doing it in a cautious way. I feel like he threw caution to the wind in this game. I feel like there were times in the mid-round where he's always the first domino to fall as paiN are bringing a round back into their favor. But FURIA, to me, top 3 team, no doubt about it. So I feel like the reset here between map 1 and 2 is going to be paramount, and I have no doubt that they'll be capable of doing it.
Yeah, 100% when we look at Overpass being their pick coming into this series as well, which we will be getting onto later, but maybe we tell the story of this game in a linear fashion, because in both halves we see, you know, one team winning the pistol and then the other answering back very, very fiercely. So what was the story in round 2?
I think round 2 is also a glimpse of the things that paiN are dealing with. You know, we can see DTC is actually on top of the T roof, playing it very passively. They've gotten so much space, and then look at the pistol round, or the pistols on FURIA. That's the only thing they have. They have not even invested anything. I think DTC is playing it a little bit too passive here. It's like overthinking by throwing a molly, giving his position away. And at this point, losing this one, they know that they have lobby control. But still, at this point, coming from heaven with 2 USPs defending on the bomb side, it should be a piece of cake for them to finish one out. But overall, the fact that FURIA managed to pull this one out, and the way the paiN managed to lose it by not trading effectively is just not good enough.
It was surprising that paiN were able to bounce back in the half in the fashion that they did after suffering this kind of loss, because I thought that was going to tell the story of the half, where they're a little bit timid as they go for some of those peaks. Like the 2 Heaven guys can swing in a multitude of ways, but it feels like they're almost acting like it's rifles against them in the server instead of it just being pistols as we saw there. So for paiN, on the other hand, sometimes the thing with domestic matchups is not necessarily the familiarity. It's just that they harden up. They try to actually really show it to the world that we can actually fight this kind of team. And I actually saw for the remainder of the half, so many individuals from paiN were actually just taking the fights and saying, whatever we did in round 2, we're not going to let that happen again.
Yeah, it's important to be learning from those moments. And like for the rest of the first half, okay, the rounds FURIA won did manage to equalize at the tail end of that first half. It was by the skin of their teeth. Like there were so many rounds that they just about eked out over the line.
For FURIA, the rounds that they got, it seemed like they got them off the bat of playing good individually. It was like MongolZ who pulled them out of several occasions, and that was what FURIA actually brought to the table. I don't feel like FURIA played the crossfire. They didn't play. They seemed like they wanted to go out and show that we are just a better team in so many ways, and that made them go into unfavorable duels. And that's what I think paiN did well by sticking together, playing together in a specific way. And also round 11, right here coming in, is that you see the fights going on one by one. We have Yakindar just fighting in garage, and then obviously they try to get this equalization all the time by going through the smokes, getting kills, but they just keep playing the stack game. MongolZ finds himself in a position where he has to gamble, goes to the lower bomb side, and is all alone on the bomb side with a FAMAS. And this game is he can only do one thing, and that's killing everyone. The biggest mistake, in my opinion, this round is that biguZero doesn't stick the bomb plan by actually giving his team a chance of winning the round. So yeah, this is just one of the showcases why MongolZ is also so good.
I mean, yeah, like you already highlighted, the individuals from FURIA, some of them came to play in spread out moments, but as a unit, they just looked a little bit uncoordinated. Even the way that round started, you know, losing individual picks in separate places there. I'm kind of worried for FURIA if they think they can just kind of walk over teams. I think this is going to definitely be a wake-up call that it's not that case.
100%. Just a little side note, because I heard you talking about it in the Green Room, Maui, and I do want to pick your brain. Is MongolZ, is he close to being in your top 3 AWPers of this year? Like Rookie of the Year, sure, that's undisputed right now, but top 3 AWPers, is he close?
On the cusp. For me, I feel like usually I'm the one that's jumping on the new guy and saying like, this guy's the new best thing or whatever. But I feel like if I'm trying to be a little bit more objective, the 3 that I have still are ZywOo, m0NESY, Shiro. Chengdu was a great feather in the cap of MongolZ as he wins the MVP there, sticks it to m0NESY, sticks it to ZywOo. So that's really kind of where the hierarchy has now just kind of been broken open. That it's hard for me to say definitively that he's 4th, and I think I have to give it to him. I think he has to be a top 3 AWPer after what we saw in China so far.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm buying into that one as well. I think that also the approach that he has of being maybe nominated as the Rookie of the Year, he seems to be, sure he cares about it, but it's not like it's going to overtake his focus of just playing good Counter-Strike. He's actually very mature about it, and that's also why I think it's something that's real great for him.
This seems like a really cruel head-to-head to be bringing up now, but let's put the shoe in the other foot and look at NQZ, because so much impact on this particular map. Sure, the tail of the year will be showing something a little bit different, but I love that we do get to see NQZ, you know, coming alive in some very crucial moments here.
NQZ was, I mean, that last round that he actually was able to take out Yukindar wasn't even aiming at him. You know, like he had to flip all the way across both silos to close the game out. And NQZ, I think right now, he safely holds the title as the best Brazilian opper. Okay. Doesn't mean he's the best opper in this matchup, but starting on map 1 right there, you have to give it to him. Some really great opening picks, the way that he was able to clutch up as well. I don't think that the paiN system is always the easiest to play in with how some of the pieces move around, but he makes it look so effortless, and the way that he's even able to, like Dupree mentioned, kind of in the wolf pack, still get his own, just trade off of teammates. It's something that, you know, at their peaks, people like Zywoo, Brokey, they're so good at those kinds of moments, but yeah, NQZ's been really a stalwart for this paiN lineup.
And what I also think is great is that he's just very versatile. You know, it's not just only the op that he gets a kill with. He's also a good clutch player, and he's very vocal. You can see that on his player cam. Whenever he's in the zone, he's also the one that's communicating. Obviously, that's a very good asset as an opper, that if you're in the zone and being the opper, you're the one to move your players around. He's doing that very great, and he's a great asset to the team, and I'm totally buying into you. He's obviously the best player on this team, but also in Brazil.
Now, just to pick into your brain a little bit more, Dupree, because I'm sure you've been at many occasions where you've come off the back of winning a trophy and then immediately had to fly to another event and make sure you're still performing the same way. Obviously, very small sample size right now for FURIA. But what do you do in a situation like this where you've reached, you know, the highest of highs, the biggest of peaks for your squad, and then this kind of claps you back down to earth?
It's extremely difficult. I don't think that that anyone has found the perfect example of how to actually figure it out, because you go and you win a trophy, then a couple of days later you have to play, in this case, a domestic matchup, and it's always tough when you go from winning a tournament to then go into a new tournament and try to replicate what you just did in that previous one. You need to find another groove, and you need to try and find that energy you had in that tournament, and that's always just very hard. And we've seen it multiple times, that teams that go out, win tournaments, then progress into a new one and actually fumble in the first round. So it's not like a new thing, and it's still something that a lot of teams still have to figure out.
Yeah, we can see that the energy in both camps is completely different. That FURIA are probably a little bit more frustrated. paiN, on the other hand, they're celebrating every single victory, every single clutch that they win close round. They're getting excited like it's a major playoffs, whereas FURIA feel like, in a way, they know they have to battle back into the series, but they almost feel like they're going to be gifted a semifinals or quarterfinals berth.
Right, this might be a slight reality check, though, for paiN, because Overpass, we're kind of looking at, I mean, Quesarado said to me at Chengdu, we feel like we are the best team right now on Overpass. MongolZ didn't totally agree with that, but 11-map win streak right now, Maui. They have to start on the T side, obviously, but this is where the pendulum swings back in the favor of FURIA, surely.
I mean, I feel like there's so many things to pick out for FURIA and what to like about their Overpass. I mean, their B-side hits are ferocious. I feel like they take map control and then fall in mid-rounds masterfully. I feel like when they switch to the CT side, they have the right amount of aggression, and then also when they're just turtled onto a bomb site, I feel like they play off of each other incredibly well, and they need to do that, because I feel like so many times on Nuke, we saw them a little bit more uncoordinated, kind of just individual pieces dying in separate ways. This is a map where I feel like they have so many more protocols outlined, and people like MongolZ, who did show up on map 1, can flex even harder.
I wouldn't be worried if I was FURIA. You know, going into such a comfort zone as Overpass is always going to be good for them. And also, they played it 5 times, I think, in Chengdu, so it's a map that they've been playing, and also against the best teams in the world. So I would still be very comfortable. I think it's just important that we see Yekina stepping up a little bit. You know, he was missing out on Nuke, and he is one of the guys that need to be taking the space, but also taking the fights on that map. And for FURIA to go into Overpass now, and knowing there's going to also hopefully coming a third map, I wouldn't be worried in that sense.
So if you're paiN, I feel like you are maybe slightly worried, because this is looking like a very formidable opponent. Starting on the CT side, where do you think we're going to be seeing most of the action go down?
Well, the last time I saw paiN play, and the last time they did play Overpass, was against Gamer Legion at one of the PGL events, and they were insane on the CT side. It was 11-1 CT side defense. I remember it was just so many B hits for Gamer Legion, where they were getting close, but then the crossfires would just link up. And so all in all, I feel like even if the A-side defense, like NQZ, doesn't really get it rolling all the way, some of those FURIA T-side B hits, I think paiN knows how to guard against those. So I think they actually feel like they have a real chance here to close the series out in 2, but my money still is on FURIA to even things up.
I think the biggest trap that paiN can fall back into is the fact that if they don't get like the right amount of kills, if they don't get the kills when they actually go aggressive, try and even out and actually get openings, and they fall back and play too passively, I think that is where FURIA will actually start being a better team, and they will just simply grind them out.
Maybe this is a bit of a tricky question because obviously, you know, 2 different iterations of Counter-Strike, but looking at Overpass, considering like there weren't too many massive changes to the map when it was brought back into Counter-Strike 2, where do you see the meta now? Is it still as CT-sided as it was kind of back in the heydays?
I think it depends a lot on the team, depending on how they approach it, because it's always about how many players do you want to keep in the B bomb side from the beginning. How do you want to have the starting round coming into the A bomb side? Do you want to have a guy playing in connector or whatnot? There's so many opportunities for you to actually get openings, but it's also a difficult scenario where you actually have to make the right kind of decision all the time, because if you keep having the wrong gamble, then you also find yourself in situations where you maybe overthink things a little bit too much.
Yeah, I feel like the thing that's crazy about FURIA is that they have gotten a couple innovative plays. Like, they don't always just default in the same like 3-1-1 that everybody used to do on Overpass, and they also can still rely on those sort of fundamentals, like when falling mid rounds from a comfortable position in a 3-on-3. So they got so many ways to close rounds out, and that's why paiN needs to worry here.
Yeah, particularly when we look at the Vitality Grand Final, and this was the map that they managed to seal the deal on Go, where nobody has gone before this year and actually stick it to Vitality 3-0. So I imagine even mentally, you know, you come off a nuke that wasn't looking so hot for you, you're feeling very comfortable right now.
Yeah, 100%. Like, this is where they have to bounce back. I don't think there's a better map for them to bounce back, so it should be an equalization for FURIA here.
Well, either way, FURIA's map pick is coming at us very shortly, but not before a quick break. When we return, it's Overpass going down between paiN and FURIA.
Overpass beckons us next, Launders. FURIA on a rebound now because paiN come out of the gate with a swing on their map pick of Nuke. But we have come to know FURIA on Overpass as of late, and that is a good version of FURIA.
It is a good version of FURIA. The only thing that makes me doubt FURIA today is just the circumstances. And this is a team agnostic criticism, not criticism, it's a team agnostic, opportunity where if you win a tournament, the first match after you win a tournament, you are always a little bit more vulnerable, whether it's your guards down, maybe you're too elated from the win, maybe you're thinking about too far into the tournament already since you did so well in the last one. Whatever it is a consistent feature in Counter-Strike, especially because the tournaments happen back-to-back.
Yeah.
There's not that many sports that you can see that happen in.
No rest for the wicked.
No rest for the wicked. And that does mean you can't be on every time. And after a championship Sunday with the confetti coming down, an opening game is something you hope comes easy. And we saw Yakinder wake up really late into the game.
Yes,
he
sir.
did get some nice kills right there.
Yeah, it felt like it was on the brink of kind of coming alive.
Yeah.
A little too late to party. What's tough here for FURIA is obviously, no strangers to the Overpass pick as of late, but you come off of a map loss. Now you're playing this burden of a T side. So
actually, we got B-Trams. I wonder if he could pull that stat. How many teams suffer opening matchups after a win in history? Or
make the
is it
man
just-
work.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Here we go into the execute towards the B bomb site. Looks like the heaven smoke missed. Not ideal, we'll say. And so there's going to be this gap where paiN can take a peek if Biguzera takes it in from heaven. But the kill feed's full to the FURIA's favor. To hell with the smoke grenades. There's barely even any damage done in response. That is the perfect way for FURIA to kick off this rebuttal.
Yeah, it's fallen just laying in wait. Perfect spot by him. Good shots coming in. They're not totally ready for this.
Who missed the smoke, Launders? Who missed the smoke?
Who missed the smoke?
I wasn't paying close enough attention to the utilities.
If I knew,
blame.
yeah, I wouldn't say.
That's fair.
Only demo watchers.
It was Fallen.
It was Fallen?
It was Fallen, man.
It was Fallen?
He didn't miss the flashes, but he did miss the smoke.
He's got the best flashes in the world.
Hello.
Oh,
and
the
goodbye.
triple boost.
Nasty stuff.
It's just that kind of day, Yakinder.
That's true. Of all people on the receiving end is the triple long A boost.
Clearing the left side, clearing the right side.
Flashbacks to Nuke already. Right now we have yet to have a team win the pistol and convert in this series. We'll see if that trend gets kicked right here, right now. But it's off of a 4 versus 5 that it's got to come together. That scout still floating towards A most likely. You've got some dangerous ground to still cover to get close to the plant zone. And if you take this over towards bathrooms to find the closer exit, you face 2 more CTs. So A is looking well defended at the moment if you are paiN. 45 seconds, FURIA. You better figure this one out.
Doesn't look like they're going to turn around with this Molodoi position.
Here we go, then.
It's a great smoke.
Utility over top. MP9 blindsides Yuri. 2 more players in the bathroom. Fallen takes damage. NQZ pushes it over the line, and they still don't know about that second one on the half wall. Great reaction from Craig Serrano. Molodoi over top of Dice. And another force buy round win in the face of a pistol loss.
Oh, it's looking very consistent on that stat. My goodness. That's an awesome round out of paiN, but it feels like there was not a proper scouting report here for FURIA on that A attack. They went quietly into a stack that I don't think paiN were, they haven't really had any plans of rotating back. There was no pressure. Yakinder just has no idea what happened. So it's also a great tactic that puts some time pressure on FURIA. On a map like this, you lose your log lurker. That does kill 30 seconds if you want to come back to A. This map's all about boosts. There's vertically stacked sites, but even if the map was flat on those sites, there'd be tons of boosts on both sides of the map that are going to win and lose you games. Like you'll see teams like Aurora, for example. Like you see how much Madger abuses getting up on the site, different timings for spamming and boosting over the sandbags on B, and over on A. There's lots of opportunities for that too. On Optimus, on the park sign. As we saw that triple on long. This map is just tactics, and
There's
more
so
tactics.
many options,
Yeah.
man. That's why it's such a great map.
Yeah.
Never feels too static. But
Yeah.
man, can it feel suffocating if you're on a T side up against guns like these. It's going to have to be another blind follow-through out through Bathrooms. Perfect entry. K-Serato's Tech-9 insta-kill. You've got Deagle contact down towards Long. NQZ up close, and they're breaking down the doors. paiN fumble this one in the face of a Tech-9 rush.
Yeah, all headshots with those Tech-9s.
The TTK on those Tech-9s was damn near instantaneous.
Yeah, K-Serato's target didn't see a thing. That was just a quick assassination outside of the Bathrooms. 3 players there on the A site. You know, normally you say on A, if you play on the A site, it's not enough room to defend against an anti-eco, but they had an outside Bathrooms player. They did have good enough presence right there to stop it, but low telegraph move here from FURIA, right from their flashes into their exec.
Happened so fast, I bet you don't even hear it.
Yeah, that one keeps him quiet.
Instant execution. Big Uzera
It's being spotted, but intermittently, and there's this one moment where he's not watching, and there's a flash over top as well. It's a good exec. But that's not the kind of round you think about too much of your paiN. I think, you know, you play that back, they're going to win most of the time. 3 players on that position. If that first bullet from the Tech-9 doesn't hit, his teammate stays alive, he stays alive. But for now, it's a chance for FURIA.
Costly, man. MP9 and 2 M4s in the hands of FURIA now. What a perfect way to kickstart this T-side after you just gave away momentum. So we go back and forth in terms of the force wins.
Man, they're kind of already figuring out that it's A very early. They have blue control. They have 2 players outside ready to catch lurks to watch for Big Uzera, so there doesn't have to be any noise giveaways.
Love this activity out of paiN. Feels like they're playing as if they know they have to make a move to get this back.
It's quite a good setup. They dismantle it to quietly wrap around because it's looking like a long round. They technically don't have full information on a full B as exec, but
still, though, lingering down by that B site. Majority still just staring at the monster smoke. There's no move up yet from even Davideus, the freest of the 3.
Oh, a late smoke, 40 seconds.
They heard that flash up in the upper Bathrooms. They're going to confirm behind the smoke there are indeed bodies. Fast scramble up from the B site. You can see those last 2 players trying to make it up in time. Blinded is the 5-7. Davideus emerges from dumpster, but dies empty-handed. They lose track of NQZ. They will hunt him down along that wall, and it is only Big Uzera of the 3 first fights to come out with anything for paiN. Low health on 2 of the paiN players. Low health.
Wait, they didn't plant.
On 2 of FURIA as well. This Spamus comes back into the action. Now the player behind Dice gets cleared. Fallen's going to rush the bomb. Does he have time? No, just misses.
Did he just miss it?
Just misses. Doesn't. No, he does. Oh my God. Was
spotted.
So close, and yet he gets away. Battle the IGLs. Health advantage Fallen. And as he takes to the Tech-9, a cross needed for the kit. No immediate reaction. Fallen makes a loud step back into the cover, and he's going to think that Big Uzera would have crossed over towards the dumpster. Big Uzera now sticks this 5
the right
seconds
play.
long, and he gets away by mere milliseconds. It is a round decided by the skin of your teeth.
Yeah, it's a round decided by micro right there. There's a couple of key individual decisions. My goodness, I thought it looked like Fallen had missed it too. Taking that extra second to plant on that side of Dice, he seemed to be super worried that the long flank was coming in. I'm not exactly sure, but regardless, gets that plant down. Wow. That might have been a sub-tick plant, to be honest.
How close are both of those? How close are both?
And CSGO, once they sat in a serve, I mean, there was all there was enough testing to show that if the clock said 4 in CSGO and you planted the bomb, you were good. Technically, it was less than 4 seconds, though. Right. It was like 3.5 or whatever. But if you saw 3, it was over.
Yep.
That was pretty much the deal. But now with Subtech, like, there are going to be some, I think, better chances where if it's like fading right.
That was one of them,
a little
man.
bit. Yeah, it feels like
that was one of them.
It feels like that was just under 4, but we're not exactly sure.
In both directions. It feels like that round in both the bomb plant and defuse timing is just a perfect argument for how the start of Overpass has been.
Yeah.
It's been that narrow of a difference between the two. And another round where money is on the line for both sides. Damn near entirety. FURIA, a couple $1,000s to spare across the board, but they get the first blood by going for the boost. And that flash is so good, because you saw FURIA wanting to gun out through Monster for this. Yakindar into the kill feed with a double. Frag dunked on Snow. And even though that boost finds good timing, it is a fast move from FURIA through the flashbang that will still prevail.
What in the world? That was beautiful work out of Yakinder. I mean, not even moving his crosshair for the second player, knowing how that approach was going to come. Excellent read of the situation. Great first shot. And a little upgrade here for Big Uzera.
Man, it really felt like that flashbang took the wind out of FURIA's sails, but they regained vision and just as quickly regained momentum. Hot to the trots, Yakindar with the double. Finally, a feels-good moment for him throughout this series.
Yeah, not exit kills or good moments, but no impact off of it. Just the 2 raw entries to answer back to 5v4 with the great boost.
That flash right there. It still follows through.
So good.
Oof, great POV as well. Nice catch. DGT gets slammed and a frag kill to boot. paiN will force down to it again. Oh man, feels like this map's gonna get decided by this early battle.
You got to, right? Because you had a chance to win that last round too.
I've had 4 close rounds in a row now. Good trade back from DGT, but the cover's there, and the edge goes Yuri's way inside of Connector. 4 versus 2 advantage looking good for FURIA on this one.
Also, the #1 sign of a weird economy is a T holding a FAMAS.
Sure.
That's got to be it. I like an MP9, not even, that'd make more sense. But if you've got to save your opponent's FAMAS, like you're on the struggle bus.
Worst case for Fallen is there's, I was going to say, other than that one M4, you're going to find another FAMAS or an MP9.
Look how much better this buy looks all of a sudden.
Okay, sigh of relief
up.
that you're not stuck with it again.
Okay, don't want to run out of time.
They're
They're
find
both
a way.
on A, or no?
Oh, Snow's still floating downstairs. Caserado sent out on an expedition to try to find.
Scared because they don't see anyone.
How deep does he get?
Fallen's got to go back down now, surely.
Do they have a smoke for heaven? Yeah, Caserado would. Fallen can also throw his own.
Okay. Surely this can't go wrong.
I mean, Snow has. He jumps out, makes sound on the drop. Caserado trying to cover this. Snow's going to
you won't
advance the
see
fight
him.
from Rem. No
Time!
way. We're going to do this again.
No, Caserado gives himself away. No chance to get this plant.
God.
And dying after time would be the worst. Oh, it's happened. What?
They can't believe it. Snow slips out from heaven, and I mean, a silent drop?
A silent drop, and also the pathing. He walked up into the first turn where Caserado can't see from CT spawn,
This
then
game
right
is
up
on
against the wall. I can't believe
the finest margins.
He's just like,
and also the smoke that you give yourself doesn't even cover the full plant.
Yeah, well, he probably thought Caserado at least has this position for sure cleared. Technically, Caserado never knew if someone was back there, but if they were there the whole time, they would have shown themselves.
Right. Well. Suddenly that Tech 9 in Fallen's hands would have rathered a FAMAS.
Yeah. Wow.
2v4.
2v4. And it's only because they tried to do their due diligence in
And
scouting
now
B.
we have a round where FURIA are standing on the A bomb site at a minute 10, bomb in tow.
Oh, here it comes.
NQZ is going to turn back thinking this is a possibility, but is he this ready?
Oh.
Yes, indeed. At least for one, but Yuri slips the net, gets over towards the dumpster, not to mention this long push being held by Yakindar. We go kills back and forth. Bomb has arrived on site, but the rotation's going to come up into a well-armed Yuri. He gets the jump on Davideus. Now there's this weird bank flank that's coming through. Fallen's nervous inside of the bomb site because they know about NQZ. It is another wild antic. And NQZ's feeling squeezed. What? He's lost track of Fallen, recovers the moment, and it looks like paiN will finally get away. Looks like, but don't believe it till it hits the damn scoreboard. Flash and a Molotov over the top. Caserado gets team flashed. Low health player has to reposition. And all 3 CTs take cover. The boost! Just giving him a chance at finding that headshot is insane. Yakindar's gonna go for that bomb pickup. This could be his biggest moment yet. Sticks the bomb plant, cover comes through. He'll find the extra money, but paiN have done it. Believe your eyes. Consecutive round wins.
Hey, all he wanted was a plant, right? That's a win. Nothing else happened that round. FURIA got what they were looking for. This is ridiculous what's happening this game. First of all, good awareness from MT to come back, realize the map's quite quiet. FURIA, of all teams, have invented this play of if you get the space around bathrooms to walk all the way into the A site. I mean, we're talking about a team that only has Caserado and Yuri, but they've been doing this strat for now 6 years. So I'm not surprised that paiN had a watchful eye for it. They understood. They also had an ear for it. The map was totally silent. They knew that something was wrong. One awkward lurky moment on A, and I think this round goes in a different direction. But that's what it's been so far. Quiet lurks.
Yep. 1
kill. Small gaps. Deciding rounds. I love it.
Same.
I love it.
I'm here for the entertainment. And this has not failed to deliver.
Yeah, that DGT reaction from the previous round just sums
There
it
we
all
go.
up.
Excellent work. Teams are 5-1, playing in the opener less than a week after winning an S-tier event in CS2.
Oh, okay. 5-1, like that's only happened 6 times. What about at 100?
What about at 100? What are the odds of that?
All right, one of those real versus field moments, I guess.
Feels like at the moment you never know who's going to pull something out of the hat. And again, a sudden pop in with the flashbangs. Wounded by the frag grenade is the player diving down in Davideus. And now he's got fire in his feet. DGT to try to bail him out, only gets away with 1. They're doing this. Davideus low health, still with another at the very least, but then NQZ feels the need to cross. That could have been him caught in the open.
He released it.
Missed shot. A tough one to hit, no doubt. And now they know exactly where he is.
Oh.
Big Uzera pounces out from heaven.
That HE he's got as well could do big damage.
And bomb down into the site as well.
Oh, never mind.
Yuri gets the recovery. And NQZ's already rattled off that op shot, so they know damn well where he was, but they don't know where he's gotten off to, crossing back towards heaven.
He's thinking, he's tabulating.
Frag picked up. Nobody's still sitting default. And he sees this as a chance to leave. No way. FURIA just break down the doors on B again, and it comes by way of perfect util. Flashbang and the frag onto the pillar player caused Davideus to act in desperation.
Sometimes you see a game like this, and it's marked with both teams playing extremely badly, right? This could be an AmCal game, but instead, again, you're getting a lot of micro that's causing crazy upsets in moments, but they're very small gaps. And there are very small, great entries that are happening that are tipping the scales. But there's no, like, major issues with the way that they're playing. Here's another great shot from Caserado. DGT gets stressed, runs out of ammo, taken up by the Tech 9. And as you said, there was actually a good follow-through behind this. Oh, that's so nasty. What?
that somehow they can still afford. We just keep going.
They had the op, and then they just buy up, and they're not even really... This is a moment where paiN are like, they don't care what they've got. They're willing to be creative. A lot of teams would not have forced with, you know, not enough utility on overpass. Oh, no.
No way he doesn't get that pounce. You know there's another player down in connector, and Yuri just took half of his health in damage.
He just had no idea that... Oh, nicely done. Okay, good punish.
Yep. Especially because, again, Yuri taking damage, if I'm not mistaken, from the wall bang out of B site. They were trying to help BiguZera down there in bottom connector however they could.
Fallen thought he was at the top of the stairs, but throwing the flash just to get him to pull back for a second, but... Yuri read it correctly.
By the looks of it, so will paiN. Hitting this B site with a stack behind barrels. Although DGT did just move upstairs. And another one of those moments where everything gets eerily quiet. Great kill for Snow to pick up. Head-to-head over csgo, never easy. And he will remain adamant, at least for that extra second, but then loses confirmation. And what, wants to go through that?
Crazy. No.
I mean, he'll jump back up, but
so much
not
damage.
holding the angle. Davideus slips into the same position. Smoke's gonna fade, and Yuri's gonna hit the dirt, and bomb plant denied. Triple from Davideus.
No, GGT caught that last one.
Okay.
A little assistance.
All you need. Still big moment to just fill the shoes of Snow after he goes down awkwardly on that barrel re-aggression.
It actually worked out pretty well. He saw two players, got like 80 damage on each of them. Yes, he didn't get the kill, but it's another moment. And to be honest, if FURIA are gonna struggle, get close, but slowly get into this T side, putting, you know, get 5 this way, they've actually still had a really good T side. It might be fine for them. So there's still, at this point in the map, there's a bit more pressure on paiN to just like get it together. But they do that, again, as a team who are willing to buy with the most random weapons. Like, they had the op saved, but they didn't have a lot of utility, and this is one of the maps, if it's this or nuke, like, you're really going to prioritize that.
Yeah.
You could get away with MP9s, you know, in blue, over on B, in different setups. That op in anything could basically work on A, and you could do lots of stacks. We saw them pull off great stack wins on the A site in this game with low guns. But utility is normally what you really want. And they win without it.
There's a lot of pressure on BiguZera that round too, right? That FAMAS fight inside of connector. Making the most of his moments. Ooh. NQZ missing a chance to strike one down is going to let them get closer. But they're not shy about it. Yuri with a quick stomp. Going to be heard by NQZ. It'll elicit the util reaction. We go 45 seconds on this clock, and they are inching their way into this scope.
Yeah, they're trying to steal squares. Look for that last round.
Missed chance from the Opper, feeling very jumbled up as two players to the same corner. Yakindar a little late to the party from long, but NQZ a second and third mid shot. M4 is going to get toppled. They just go balls to the walls, running down this A site again.
They were in their little New York apartment right there in the corner.
$2,500 a month.
More than that, man, that was, I think they were in some prime real estate. That was, okay, well, that was the most uncomfortable A-site setup that we've seen so far. Brought to you by some bad shots. I would love to know if they hit that op shot and there was one more rifle kill, if that's all fine. If the setup's actually bad or not, but
yeah,
you don't want two guys sharing one pizza slice in New York.
You don't want two guys staring each other in the eyes, just literally looking at each other in the corner while flashes are popping over top. Like, so you're wondering how we got here. And then run down. And not the first time either that this A site has kind of crumbled under the sudden pop. Ooh, we didn't get to see this one, but yeah, that certainly doesn't help out this act of desperation.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, made all too easy for csgo to gun down the setup. Good damage out of Yuri. Good cleanup from csgo. And that, my friends, is FURIA's 5th. 5 terrorist round wins, non-consecutive at any point, some of these by the absolute skin of their teeth.
This demo has officially 0 value. This game is only about the live match. Yeah.
Entertainment at an all-time high. And it'll keep on giving. paiN have yet to have to fully save.
Yeah, true. They've been doing good on that front. These guys are bargain hunters.
Trying to pull a page out of Fallen's book, but it is a vacant B bomb site for the most part. Snow leaning back to Graffiti, under pressure, standing inside of the flames, offers up 30 damage, done. And a late flank out of BiguZera as FURIA look to finally win consecutive rounds. 11 rounds into this half.
Nobody's going to win a round with 5 alive in this game, right?
I feel like it's impossible, but we are at the end of this half, Launders. They're going to find their groove in the end. Or they're going to exit to a CT stacked T-spawn.
How does this go wrong somehow?
It's damage and damage only for paiN if they do want to take a swing at it. And obviously thorough about their corners. Fallen will not fall for your tricks. And that's it. 6 rounds secured on a T side of your map pick and a strong CT on the other end of this half. Feels like FURIA are in the process of extending this series to a third.
It sort of doesn't matter how they got here at this point. FURIA are just, you can look at this and go, this is a successful T side. And we survived as many tragedies as we got lucky or, you know, relied on nasty entries that wouldn't happen twice. They actually made them happen twice. And then 3 times over towards A. So, all right. One final buy here from paiN. It's about as convincing as the rest of them. 3 Famuses, a little bit more utilities, more kits in play. Not the op they'd love to have on NQZ, though. I feel like the A side is just, you know, particularly vulnerable now. The hard part is just always scouting in a timely fashion.
But again, man, this bathroom slice into the A site has been so effective. And it doesn't look like this one's going to be any easier for paiN. Damage actually comes out to BiguZera's favor. Famus versus AK. They're going to try to flush him out with nades, but he's already repositioned. NQZ here to help. And DGT on the scene. Gives a kill back over to paiN. Man advantage in the 12th. Bomb falling back on Yakindar while they're still footing over towards long.
That's crazy.
And a player on the half wall of bathrooms. Yakindar is going to come back in this engagement, show bomb, get a kill, and put a huge question mark over top of now paiN's A setup.
But they surely know it is still going to be the A site, right? I guess if you wait long enough, the CTs might leave. But at the end of it, I mean, yeah, maybe it's on FURIA to have to go. That was such a weird spot and timing to see the bomb.
Snow tucks back into Graffiti. Yakindar leaves the bomb on MongolZ and will make this sprint down towards B, but runs up just as fast. Blinding inside of the bomb site. You just got the other 2 players off their angles, and the only guy left with a corner goes down. 5 seconds to plant that bomb. It's not going to happen, folks.
No, he still got
the kills. What are we watching? It's entertainment, baby. It's the Blast Rivals Hong Kong, and FURIA are still somehow winning rounds.
If you could pick any role to be the best at, what would you pick?
Any job.
Any job.
Any job in the world.
And you can't say
I've outgrown it.
What does that mean? Can you do an impression of snow? What's that?
Like the winter snow.
No, not the winter snow.
Oh.
The Brazilian snow.
Vamos porra, vamos caralho.
Have you seen Hot Ones?
Yeah.
Well, this isn't Hot Ones, but...
No, it would be cool to try like the hot ones or whatever with different sauces and everything.
Now you want to try...
Yeah, but the problem is I know I'm not on Cloud Ones.
You don't know anything.
Oh, honestly? Yeah. You could be right.
You don't know. You ever still do Taekwondo?
No, I would love to. I would love to spar.
Your hands.
Yeah, I had a broken finger, broken nose.
Well,
I just don't want to risk it, you know?
if you could do Taekwondo today versus somebody, another player, who would you choose?
Like spar? I don't know.
It has to be your teammate.
None of those guys can fight, I'm not gonna lie.
Can you do cross-eyed right now?
I don't know. I don't know. Does it look like?
That's gonna be...
What is it, too hot?
I think you go like...
Oh my god, yeah, I see it. I see it.
Okay, now go.
If I go and it works, I'm never gonna come back, you know? That's my fear.
But I just took that risk.
That's why I'm a baiter.
You're not a baiter.
I'm a master at baiter.
Describe the perfect Brazilian.
Okay. Okay, looks of FNX. Brain and leadership and...
So are you gonna say fallen in FNX's body?
Yeah.
Now I want to have a staring contest.
Hotness of the wings is coming out.
Well, we did this whole date. You didn't ask me a single question.
I was never asking questions.
I just wanted you to try.
I asked you 2 questions now. What?
You asked me 2 questions now?
Sorry, what? 3 questions now?
3 questions you're gonna ask?
What? 4 questions?
4 questions?
I'm trying. Okay, do you know this joke? Like 2 trolls sit by a table.
Yeah. Cheers.
Cheers.
Let's take a second and try to unpack what feels like happened all half long. The amount of wild rounds. Here we have the last 5 seconds, 10 seconds, of the last round of play from that first half.
They just don't believe it could happen again.
5 on the clock.
Don't peek, don't peek.
There's the dumpster peek.
Oh, he's already peeking.
Trying to go for the fights. It wasn't even like he swung after, just there for it. And unfortunately, Snow, the last victim. It's a string of 3 rounds for Furia.
Also, that was K-Rod with all 3 of those last kills.
Yeah, baby.
Just the kind of game where that happens. So many rounds come down to time. Honestly, it felt like the rounds were shorter than normal.
But they weren't.
I didn't feel like anyone was farting around.
Nah.
But they were running out of time a lot.
Yes, sir.
That's how big Overpass is sometimes.
Unsilenced USP goes down.
Uh-oh.
And Davideus might just start to sprint this one towards them. We've got utility still for BiguZero to try to help. Fallen on the angle with his first.
Go.
Now 2 players stacked up on Optimus.
Uh-oh.
And does that let Yuri thrive? Separate fights. BiguZero collects his kills to close. Celebrate that one, paiN, because it has just been boiling slowly under the pressure. They've been losing wild rounds, but a chance to catch their breath, perhaps, if, for the first time in this series, the team who wins the pistol can convert.
Yeah, don't want to be the one to call that. This is just sort of like a... They're treating this like it's a Free Fire map, and it's like unlimited death. Everyone feels like they're just going to spawn again as soon as they peek. No cares. They're just coming out one at a time, trying to get these trades to stop the momentum of that A-side attack. But I like that paiN just... They keep laying it on thick.
Going 4 for 4, our Furia on the Force 5 wins, right here, right now. It's a long emphasis as far as A goes. It's also the 2 weapons that they have to use beyond pistols. How does that seed of doubt not grow if you are paiN? The nature of some of these round losses. It's almost a festering wound for both of these teams at the moment.
You know, you can go just long, but if you go just bathrooms versus a long setup, I think you open yourself up to a lot of danger, a lot of issues. But there's no fallen rotation back to CT just... Oh, now it's coming. Now it gets a little bit more danger. Again, you're coming into the 5th bowl.
Mac-10 tries to pounce. Desert Eagle goes down. Yuri gets his from a long range, and MongolZ's scout returns the favor onto Snow. MongolZ and Fallen are barely alive here. We hit 25 seconds as paiN pause. And if DGT catches this flank, then it reopens the possibility of just going downstairs.
Yikes.
But instead now, that flank is on. 4 players to topple. MP9 shows itself towards long, and they're starting to chew through this. MongolZ still low, 26 health.
Take the peek.
And Biguzera loses his head. NQZ's also low. And we are finding ourselves in this pressure cooker yet again. They've done it. 4 for 4. Losing pistol does not result in a streak of rounds so far in this series.
What a shot from MongolZ.
Unbelievable.
Another round dictated by Micro. So close to winning. Well, you know what? There's a bit of macro here too. I think, again, if you 5-man long as an Eco and get the kill on the rock and the tree, and you push everyone back and you hit the site, you might not need someone to come up from the inside of bathrooms to clear things out. But you come in from the inside of bathrooms, then someone rotates up from CT, then you have this long crossfire you have to deal with. There's no actual way to, to take that power away from the CT side. They could smoke the left side of Dice, dive for a plant, hold off Optimus, and then just run back to bathrooms. But that's quite risky, and we see how that goes wrong. There's a lot of options for the CTs just having long control, and yeah, there has been an issue of due diligence in this game for the T sides. Maybe they just feel it's too much work to do to clear out everything, and they've just tried to score a quick plant or whatever. I'm not sure, but man, this game is scrappy as hell.
Kindar gets the edge over DGT this time. That was one of the 2 rifles that paiN brought into this run. You'd think logically, every time one of these rounds happens, it becomes less likely to continue happening.
Yeah, it's instead becoming, we're hitting a multiplier. It's becoming more likely.
Well, it's a jackpot moment soon for FURIA. If they can just rob some momentum now. The elusive consecutive rounds for paiN in that first half coming together already. MongolZ under pressure is going to drop to Snow. Did he have to go back to that?
I guess it doesn't matter for now.
Does it? Does it not matter? Because
no
here we
impact.
go, 3v3 again.
Great. Oh, no, not on the side of the head.
Yeah.
Not on the side of the head.
Oh, could have been. Instead, Biguzera and Snow on the approach from long. 2 players. Optimus. Yuri's down to 8 bullets, man. You whiff a couple shots here, or you don't get that insta-kill to Biguzera, things get weird. Yeah, things get weird, but the trade's good out of Fallen. Snow to the clutch, 7 health. Crossed over quietly. Fallen, no, is gonna fall victim to it. This 1v2's coming together.
He could make it happen again.
It is such a health advantage to csgo, though.
Oh, he knows. Snow, he's got the right idea. Backing up into CT, and
now
he
he's got
gets
cover.
away.
It's great cover from the dumpster over towards the bank. But where would you rather take this duel from?
Snow's got to play it somewhat aggressively. Take a risk here.
Oh, gets a back turn to him. But if he then doubles back, csgo is going to start to consider this position. And again, low health Snow. csgo defusing with the kit. Snow doesn't bite, and that, he's going to be kicking himself for not going for a clear.
You gotta love it. I mean, Snow with the 7 HP. If he doesn't take the fight early, it's a moment where if he goes for a fast peek, csgo could have been a little bit wide. He had so much time to fake and get back on the bomb. Even if Snow peaks with 7 HP, he can just react and shoot and get the kill. So at first I thought csgo like kind of lost his chance by running into CT, but he had it all figured out. He didn't even need that visual confirmation. And surely that one should decide the game, not this smoke.
Who threw it? They got away with it this time. Ugh, it's ugly. Kindar is going to get out of there.
Bunch of stormtroopers up here.
Getting sliced apart once they do get beyond the connector, though. There's your answer. As MongolZ goes back in, here's those footsteps coming. Yeah, Nate'll get the job done.
Yuri's grenades today.
There's This is like false hope for paiN that they're in it again. You know, you're getting scrappy again. Oh, we could still pull these off, but surely this one too far gone with the amount of damage done. Utility definitely helps out to sweep this under the rug. Double digits, FURIA seems like a shoo-in, unless Davideus with Fallen's back turned to him. Uh-huh.
Are you going to knife him, though? Just
yeah,
for
make
fun?
the money.
Yeah.
There we go. Cash in your pockets. Opt for the save, you'd hope. But there's a flank out of csgo that's going to get the job done. So 2 up for FURIA, 4 rounds the lead.
You know, you're not going to see FURIA mess up their A-site holds as often as paiN did in that first half. They had too many good chances. They lost versus Pure Tech 9s, I think, 3 times. That's just way too many to sustain on overpass versus a confident team. So that's already the tough part. We get into the second half. We get 1 taste of it. It's already looking a lot better here for FURIA. It's not feeling as much like a nuke situation. But crazy trade just happened. Would that have been a dink by the player in the molly, and then Kinder gets a kill and then dies right after? Huh.
Added to the list of head scratchers. Yuri getting active. Supported by MongolZ, so still FURIA confident to be making moves, playing to win. As they shoot for now a 4th round consecutive on this CT side. Yeah. They're not going to shy away from continuing this pressure. Ton of information gained, frees up MongolZ soon enough.
It's the key push, just gets everything cleared, confirmed, and you can hold the A site.
You know, you're always still concerned about the half wall, I guess, and now MongolZ is going to start stomping downstairs. You can hedge your bets and assume this is the commitment. Bomb's going to confirm it. No coverage from short. csgo starts to slide in, and you know you've got that bomb planter in such a tough spot. All the support systems go offline, and it is all snow left over, but still so many players to go. csgo in the perfect spot.
I mean, he's such a legend, this, I swear. Just that, like, some of his decision-making, you're like, this guy's just on another plane of existence. Okay, and then he makes that noise. The first time you ever see him speak.
I've never heard csgo holler.
Sounds like a chicken getting stepped on.
All right. Hey, man. Celebrate while you can.
Oh, yeah, he's just eating it. Yeah, but the fact that csgo doesn't push.
Yep.
But they can't even hear him walking up.
Here it is.
He just knows they're going to be worried about it and keeps that perfect distance. He's just like a real master at spacing.
And again, you can start to feel FURIA starting to build up that confidence, getting into the pushes all across the map, clearly. Although MongolZ doesn't go too well. Now does it? Peek into short B is going to cost him. csgo at least retrieving the op, so that can't be grabbed. And it's still going to remain paiN limited in the guns. Finance departments really let them down today, paiN. And again, FURIA just going to keep on pressing the issue into the Desert Eagle, because maybe they do think that they have a strong edge, but there are still threats out there. They've just learned that the hard way. biguZero with the Galil activation is going to push the pressure onto Yuri here on A. But he just runs up on his own, disjointed from the rest of his team, and so much time still for Yuri to kind of collect himself before anybody else comes at him.
It was a quizzical moment where it's like, they got to be somewhere, and surely it's the A site. So a little gift here for Yuri, even though he doesn't know where the other 2 are.
But it feels like that's fine.
Yeah, he can play more of a normal spot now.
How much does he decide to overstep? Bomb is right there for the stopping.
This might not get cleared properly. You can hear a step. Oh, okay.
Easy for Yuri. Not just the first, but the second as well. Still considering him over towards Optimus. And Yuri's going to do this one all on his own. Clears up that A site with a triple.
It's a freebie on BiguZera and just a well-timed duel to NQZ next to push that one over the line. An 11th round for FURIA.
This one's quickly disappearing for sure.
6 map points then. Double up on paiN. And the burden of the overpass T side comes back to haunt them. Add to it, again, not able to convert your pistol on the T side. Add to it, such a stringy back and forth first half affair. paiN never really making this second map easy on themselves, and they will face a 4 versus 5 in this one, at least moving forward into it with guns, but an instant kill from FURIA, who have not let off the pressure. Looking for these fights, round after round. You fall off the boost into a confident Yakindar, who's gonna just beckon you in for a second volley. They'll return the favor back as Fallen finds his. 3v2 turned 3v1, and it just doesn't look destined for paiN to close out this opening match in Hong Kong 2-0. They definitely take FURIA by surprise on Nuke, secured with confidence. Snow's 19 health somehow has got to get him back into this 50-second clutch.
Yeah, I'll have one good chance, actually, to, you know, get a kill if he wants to walk with the amount of time left over. But quickly, Fallen will be incentivized just to fall back to, you know, any of his favorite positions to just get one bullet of damage in, and he's covering the perfect line. Here comes Snow to his death. Oh. Here comes Snow to his death.
He's gonna tiptoe his way into the final blow. He gives himself a chance, but no more wild antics. How about that? The answer on overpass, as you could have expected. It's gonna have to be paiN to finish this on Mirage, their highest win rate in this series versus FURIA's lowest.
Donk, just by pure individual skill.
Donk is playing amazing lately. I mean, he's always amazing.
Individually, obviously Donk.
You watch him play and you just know he's gonna get a kill or 2 or 3.
Without a doubt, for me, it was ZYOO, just because of the amount of titles.
If you want to put in trophies and everything, then I think ZYOO will be it.
ZYOO won Major, they won Katowice, all of the major events, let's say.
In terms of achievements, it could be me.
The trophies are what we play for, right?
I would always go with the players who won more trophies, especially crucial trophies.
I think if Donk can win more tournaments the second semester and get closer to the amount that ZYOO output in the first half of the year, then yeah, maybe Donk's gonna be number 1.
I think both of us, we are in the road to be top 1, so I think I just need to step up a little bit for now in terms of individually, and maybe have a chance.
I managed to get a couple words from your coach, and he said Yakinda said something really important during one of the timeouts. Can you remember and maybe tell me what it was that he said?
I think when the match went to the CT second half, we lost pistol, then we lost force by equal. In the first gun round, we took a risk. We were pushing A with 2 players insta, and they were going for A, so it didn't really go well for us. And I think we'd lost another gun round, and that's where Marek wanted to say some words, and he basically said, we're not processing information accordingly to what we should. Like, you guys are giving ideas that doesn't really make much sense in order to what's already been provided. So the match is gonna go very far. It's a lot of maps, so we just gotta make sure we work on that. And I think it was like a relieving pressure, a little bit of a speech, and in some sense bring us back as well to where our thought should be. And then we managed to get some good rounds and got it rolling again, and we managed to win the map.
Yeah. Just to add some context to that little interview snippet that was done before the game, and it was alluding to the grand final that FURIA played versus Vitality between map 1 and 2. Obviously, map 1 was Ancient. Huge curveball pick. And it was interesting to hear from Coach Sid that, you know, Yakinda is kind of chiming in with these key moments with such valuable info. And it was great to see his turnaround on this second map of the series as well, Maui.
We've seen a great bounce back from Yakindar in many different facets. One, in his career after a poor finish during his stint on Liquid, and obviously in the series. I mean, map 1 to map 2, it's like a completely different player. And Yakindar on this FURIA lineup, big picture, I feel like he has been such a great voice for them. It's kind of reminiscent to what he did for Liquid in the beginning also, where he was chiming in with all these great ideas that from the school of Jame, he was able to instill a little bit more patience, bring some other ideas to the table. And I feel like that he's no stranger to integrating players as well. The way he's able to help Molodoy on this team, he's essentially a glue guy from a position where he still has to be the point man.
And I was looking out for Yakinda. You know, he did not have a great showing on Nuke, but he definitely did on Overpass. The opening kills that FURIA did not get on Nuke, that was very instrumental for him to get on Overpass to also build a lead on that one. And I think it's interesting what you're saying, because I do think that when Fallen decided to go into more anchor position, he was probably, obviously he was the AWPer, and he's had a lot of voice and a lot of things to say when he's been up and moving around. Now he needed someone else to step into his shoes and actually take that reins of leading the team on the city side. And I think that is what he's been doing and what Yakinda is doing very well, but also, as you mentioned, from his time in Virtus.pro.
Just before we jump into the rounds, you might be able to notice over Dupree's right shoulder that Molodoy has been the only player to be staying there, having a little bit of practice. Can you just tell me, Peter, from your perspective, like when things go to a map 3 and maybe you're not totally feeling yourself, is it okay for players, in your opinion, to kind of stick around and maybe get some aim training in?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it's obviously very individual. I mean, he could be missing out on some crucial things that's been told in like the break, where maybe they go through the mistakes they made or something they need to be addressed, but he can just be informed whenever they get back. I think it's more important, and it will always be more important for the player to feel better individually. And if he can sit down, play like a couple of minutes of deathmatch or aimbots or whatever he's doing to feel well, I think that's a way more suitable thing for him.
What's crazy is I don't even think Molodoy looked bad or anything like that. He's been pretty solid this entire series. In fact, I'd say that, okay, yeah, 8 kills, 11 deaths, but map 1 was pretty darn good for him. Map 2 had some good moments with the rifling, actually, but I guess, I mean, if you're in a position like this where you're against paiN going into map 3, it feels like you should be beating them every single day of the week. So if he even notices a single thing that's off right now about himself, why not?
Okay, we've got a laundry list of rounds to be diving into. Let's begin with a little compilation, let's say, because we've seen over map 1 and 2, the team that won the pistol does not convert into that second round. That continued here on Overpass as well, right?
I think it's the worst thing that can happen outside of losing the pistol. That is obviously losing the second round. And I thought all of Pass was over, but apparently it's back. So we do see NQC getting a kill by making a triple boost here. The smoke gets deployed here and splits up the attack totally whenever FURIA decides to go for this one. And at this point, you know, this is the story of this game. Like the A-bomb side was like the main character of this game, going back and forth, playing the round. The issue here is that the trades are just so slow that the smoke starts fading out and it just becomes a massive brawl of where the rotations are coming from.
There was just some great counter utility though from I would say from both teams when they actually won their force by rounds. Saw a couple of just smokes that were disruptors in the approaches, and you know, on the other foot, FURIA, they're able to win the force buy in the second half, which is able to really stop paiN in their tracks. There wasn't really so many just kind of ridiculous rounds in this one. And I think that one thing that we talk about a lot when we're looking at these top teams is how replicable the success is. And it feels like paiN more often than not was the team that was just kind of like barely eking one out, whereas FURIA put like 90% of the round together that looked good.
Okay, you speak about the chaos ensued in this game. Would you put round 6 in that same category?
This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay.
This is what I mean by replicable, okay? Because if paiN are relying on rounds like this to get on the board, you're not really going to see a sustained amount of success. But Snow makes a really nice drop there into the pit. Serato I feel like he could have heard that. Like, you know, on the cast, it was pretty difficult to tell if Snow did the silent drop. But all in all, like, FURIA, maybe the one time they're getting a little too cheeky for their own good, because they had so many people across the map there where you probably want them to just group up a little bit there. But credit to Snow for getting the little ninja play.
100%. And I think Serato, he's going to be looking at himself and never really replicate this kind of play anymore. Like, he knows now he cannot spot the guy if he walks like that anymore.
Yeah.
When we jump into round 10, however, what kind of picture does this paint for the side of paiN?
An awkward one where you're seeing more of the cracks on a map like Overpass, where they weren't really set up for a great defense on the A bomb site. There was so much pressure going their way. There were these T-side players from FURIA who are taking all of this space, and they're just bunched up, Dupree. Like, it feels like this could be, you could pin this flaw on a couple different people here. I feel like biguzera really hard commits to the one-and-done angle by the truck and probably could have backed up, but also NQZ, I think, kind of needs to fight to the death there to give him a little bit more space to work with. So I'm curious, actually. Who's more at fault in your eyes?
I mean, NQC in my opinion. I mean, I think the player that he decides to go and gets a first pick in TYLOO, misses out is fine. When he falls back, I think his initial thought is that he wants to actually try and go into the corner, and he doesn't know that his teammate biguzera has actually stuck in that corner already. When he realizes, he tries to go for another pick, and at that point it's just too late. Then he ends up he doesn't fight enough because he keeps going back when he keeps missing his shot, and then eventually when he dies, that is when they also spot biguzera. So he actually gives up his teammate by not committing enough to that fight.
And then we round out the first half with what kind of wraps up the chaos. I guess you kind of narrated this one in the green room perfectly, Maui. We see this kind of play moving in from FURIA, but the time is so low, and paiN, they could have done something about it, right?
This is the Fallen Classic. I love the Fallen Classic. This is why I love watching FURIA, especially on Overpass, the mid-rounding where they just let paiN sink with this feeling of uncertainty. They don't know what's going to happen next, and this is exactly why I get flashbacks like LG, SK, the way they finish on the bomb sites with 5 seconds left. There is not even enough time to plant. They can't even plant, but they get the kills. Like, this is what makes them so crazy to watch. And also, I just love the way that they just milked this one. The way that the clock was at 35 seconds, and Fallen says, okay, we sell the slightest fake towards B. Yakinder throws that one heaven smoke, and it's gonna buy the biggest reaction, because if you're paiN, you're thinking to yourself, there's 15 seconds left. Like, it has to be real. Like, they have to commit off of that one, and they pull off some classic magic there.
It was beautiful. I mean, I think it was great. If they were, obviously they do end up winning because Snow actually commits to the fight, so they actually end up losing it. So the fact is that I liked what I saw from FURIA. I liked the idea. I think they actually committed to the attack on the A bombs maybe a little bit too fast. They did have the rotation, but they barely made it to the B bomb side. Obviously the time was low, so they also felt the pressure of the clock. But overall, I mean, it was great to see that he can still go back to some of the things that was very unique for Minutes.
I'm curious as to whether you side more with Serato saying, okay, yeah, we are the current kings of Overpass, or more towards a little bit humble MongolZ saying, maybe not quite yet, because this extends their streak to 12 map wins in a row, which is insane. Would you agree that FURIA are the current kings?
I don't see any other team that's as voraciously picking Overpass when they have these opportunities in these kinds of series and showing that it's a home map. I think the only other team that I see really going for it is maybe Gamer Legion, but come on, that's just a complete class difference for those kinds of rosters. Yeah, so no, I would say that they are definitely the best team on Overpass right now.
Out of the elite teams, they are by far the team that looks best on Overpass. I mean, they are the raid boss of that map right now. And even in this game, even though it was very close and paiN put up a fight for the majority of the first half, I do think that regardless of how FURIA ended up playing, they still look like a dominant team.
Yeah, I don't want to take anything away from the effort that paiN had to put forth, but we do find ourselves on the precipice of that third map, which is Mirage. We got to hear a couple of little stats from either side of the equation from Connor before we went to break. So does this paint a dire picture for anybody, or is this going to be quite an even one?
Not really. I mean, paiN has won a couple games on it recently, albeit at a weaker tournament in terms of the caliber of teams. They're beating teams like, what, Gentlemates or Bait, you know, tier 1.5. So FURIA, on the other hand, coming fresh hot off of beating Falcons on this map, a MongolZ team, although it's with CtrlS, still looks formidable in the way that they play this map. So I still side with FURIA in this series pretty easily.
Yeah, 100%. I'm gonna go buy into it. I think that FURIA has warmed up now into the series. They looked a little bit cold on Nuke. Now on Overpass, they forced themselves into play better, and I think they did also showcase that they are back in the series. So I'm gonna be very surprised if they're not gonna take this one as well.
If you're paiN, though, what are you saying? You know, after that map loss, what are you doing in the break? How do you think they're spending their time?
I mean, they knew coming on Overpass is going to be super difficult. I think that was like what they said to themselves. They probably just wanted to go in and do their best, and I think they did their best on that map. Now coming into Mirage, a map that allows you to be more fluent, allows you to go for a lot of plays, I think that's what they need to stick at. They need to go out, meet FURIA early on. If they just tuck in, I think it's going to be too difficult to give them too much space, and I think that's what they probably have been talking about, but also just relying on the fact that we won the first map. We can play up with these guys. It's not impossible.
Yeah, we've seen two different sides of paiN at this series. When they give too much respect, they're cowering on the top of Nuke T side. When they're giving no respect, they're making rounds ridiculous and winning ones that they never should be. So I want to see a paiN that is still trying to get in the faces of the FURIA members, recognizing that in terms of skill disparity, most days FURIA is going to have the edge. But if you want to make a round a little bit messy, it could be anybody's game. And I hope that they kind of keep throwing this one or pulling it into the dirt, that is.
No, I believe we're going to be knifing for sides, and I don't hear anything going down with the knife round. But imagine FURIA do start on that T side. Who are we kind of looking for to be bringing maybe some more aggression to this Mirage?
I mean, it's got to be a Kindar. I feel like the bounce back from map one to map 2 is something we've already highlighted. But in terms of I feel like sometimes it's a double-edged sword, because I've seen games from him on Mirage where he's flying up every single position, is able to get the clean entries. But when FURIA have to battle back because he dies and there's no trade opportunity, that's when I feel like FURIA are at their worst. And I want to just see him either have more conscious spacing with his teammates, where sometimes he has to admit, yeah, I should have slowed down there. And because FURIA have great setup, like the utility is so good to get him into spaces, but sometimes he just kind of runs away from them a little bit too much. So just come back, bring it back a little bit.
Yeah, but outside that, you also have to be looking for MongolZ, who gets a lot of openings, he gets a lot of aggressive plays, but so that's also a guy that you need to be looking out for.
Well, either way, we do need to throw things to a quick break before the action can once again ensue. It comes down to Mirage between FURIA and paiN to decide who is going to get the dub.
back, folks. We got a game on our hands. We got paiN trying to take a swing at FURIA yet again, trying to tap into that Austin promise that they showed us in the quarterfinals.
Promise. I like how that sounds.
You know? Can they do it again here? Because it is playoffs on the line for whoever wins this game. Straight up, top 6 to playoffs. You would love to get that over the line quickly. You saw paiN UA punch upwards versus MongolZ at the start of the day. Why not paiN? And why not on Mirage? It feels like, you know, when you look at the statistics on Overpass, it is so skewed in FURIA's favor. You got that wild first half that kind of made paiN think they probably had a chance. You know, their fight was in it. That was absolutely true. Now you go to a map like Mirage, where paiN are a more proven entity, where FURIA have, you know, shown some ability to fail. I don't think this is out of the world of possibility, realm of possibility, if you are paiN Gaming.
Especially with a knife on Mirage, everyone knows that's where it really begins.
It all begins with a knife round, Launders.
Yeah.
I know that better than anybody.
Yeah, that's true. And you don't have to cast him anymore.
I don't. Get him out of here.
Okay. All right.
So paiN.
Let's see if we get a curveball.
paiN on Mirage to pull this one off.
The stats are good. The stats are good. I think they're happy to be here playing FURIA. I think they really are. And, you know, paiN are... No one loves a third map more than paiN. They
Exactly.
don't. Sometimes they win their map pick, sometimes they don't. That's just par for the course. For paiN, they always go the distance in their series. It's usually like stomp one way, stomp the other way, third map, maybe in overtime just to make it that much more exhilarating. But this is how they like to play Counter-Strike.
Overpass wasn't a stomp per se. Could have been worse, if not for those back and forths in the first half. Game on indeed. paiN to the T side. Smoke flash frag on Biguzera. Fallen wields the kit and sits over towards that B bomb site, but it looks to me like paiN are going to hit A quick.
Yeah, the boost is fast over in B, so they can start to rotate over, but they're clearing it out from underpass as well. Yuri's job, get a shot in, stay alive.
Smoke in front of him makes that whole staying alive part all the easier. Woo. Jumping over, bomb a little bit late to the party on Biguzera, but first blood comes the way of DGT. To the favor of paiN goes the kill count.
Interesting smoke. It was so like pushable. It didn't go that deep.
They do end up playing 2 players on the other side, one on the other edge of missiles, just in case the CTs have a flash. Not the case, though. Ooh, very clean shot from Yakindar. A second kill, a third, in fact.
Disgusting.
Solo on this retake, essentially. He's got a teammate right behind him, but all the frags are his. DGT's P250 in the middle of that, and it doesn't feel like that defuse is safe. Knives both ways. DGT gets popped. MongolZ picks up the kit as he goes for the defuse, and again, down to the wire, but it comes up paiN.
He didn't get it.
Man, how many of these rounds with that slim of a margin are we going to get in this series?
I don't know. 0.2 seconds left on that defuse. MongolZ, that would have just been an average clutch for him. What a round from Yakinder as well in the attempt. These 3 kills were beautiful. They did it without a flash. They kind of show why you don't need that flash. And coming in from CT, some people throw that and then everyone wide swings. But if no one gets blind, all you did was wide swing and then throw that situation away. But okay, we jump right into the next round. Losing team gets an M4. They've in fact got 2. And they put their 1 M4 in a retrievable spot. He's going to quickly reassess the situation, go back to A.
Oh, but every time I see these rounds, I start to get nervous.
Yeah, just
there's so much scar tissue in this series because of rounds like these.
Whoever bot will lose.
Oh, man. The way Yakindar just confidently presses that deagle closer to the exit. The way that the fire doesn't find him. He gets that one shot off, and it hits. Toppled by Snow. Momentum back to paiN momentarily as the rest of FURIA's camp remains smoked off, and the spam just doesn't quite connect. Fallen and Yuri trying to piece together some pressure. Backs turned.
Snow ends up finding a kill in the meantime, but they don't want to just walk into that stream of SMG bullets. Snow is on this recovery mission in full effect, on for the ace, in fact, as he bails them out of a spot, a tough spot, a spot that both teams have been in all series long. For once, the pistol gets converted.
I can't actually even believe it. It took a 4K from Snow, but I'm actually shocked they didn't pull it, especially from a 4v5 start. That first shot from Yakinder, and you thought, man, this is just a Black Mirror episode. It's all going to happen again.
The hunt down for the last M4. There for the taking. FURIA gets swept. And for once, maybe, paiN can have a sigh of relief.
Yeah.
But when Yakinder gets that Desert Eagle kill, suddenly things feel scary again. So good on Snow recovering it all. Two Deagles, two flashbangs, and a hope at holding top middle that goes south real quick.
Yeah, they're going to get jumped out on. No one back bench. Smoke coming out to Cat.
Boy. Fallen ate that one.
Didn't matter at all, but...
Shouldn't. But hold your horses. Desert Eagle still in play. He's going to get ran down. Snow is still farming. Molodoy's USP and Yuri's Deagle connect for 2 kills. Again, just every round's keeping paiN on their toes. Huge advantage to step forth into this bomb site 3v1. Oh,
No,
but Yuri's got a second. Again, huge advantage. So huge that even that kill shouldn't be enough. They've got smokes to block off his vision. They'll go and grab that bomb. There is never a world where Yuri finishes this.
Oh my goodness.
But
Walking through that early. Yeah.
Still comes out with a chance, a high hope after all of the rounds that we've had stacked up in that zany nature all series long. This one is indeed the paiN 3-0 start.
Again, got to rub your eyes. Can hardly believe it. And even though they get these kills, it's like a marginally close situation. A nice Deagle shot in the end, but it's what you want to see on an anti-eco for once, and it's pretty much full control. It's the CT's not in the perfect spot. No stack that's getting run into. The spacing is tight enough. Yeah, a little awkward getting out of the window, but they do. And now we're really off to the races. Full buy-in from both sides.
Nice flashbang to set up Yakinder.
So clean.
And an easy pickup from Molodoy towards B. Snow steps forward into his death. No question about that one. Easy pickup for the Opper. NQZ didn't want to give himself away. Was hoping for the smoke to fade with vision. Fallen doesn't pounce that just yet.
I thought they could take a little more space over towards the B side after getting, because their lurker going into connector got picked off so early. They thought, okay, at least maybe this signals an A split. Let's just try to steal space somewhere else. But FURIA just have such a good setup. And in CS, I love the double connector. I just think it has its problems. It can be pushed and pulled from Palace and connector if you lose control of it, but sometimes I see one guy there, one guy playing jungle or one guy playing stairs, and I just think this is too fragile. Like anything could happen to him. And the other thing about it is, since this is probably going to be a save, is you see how many execs are dictated by who's getting kills through the jungle smoke, especially in CS2. You can actually see through it when you shoot over top of it to the guy who's running out of Palace. If you're spamming on the cross just on a certain timing, you can cover like 4 seconds of that smoke, just spamming the cross. And so now if you have 2 guys there, you can cover someone jumping through. You can have your teammate unload their entire mag and reload safely. You can double spam and have a good chance of killing them. If you have someone in CT, you can cover all 3 plants. We had that interview with Mezzi where, you know, I think Mezzi said it's on the individuals to keep things changed up. And that's because everybody's got tendencies, even at the pro level. They just have more. You know, so they've got 3 or 4 ways. An amateur player maybe has 3 ways they play a spot, and then a pro has like 10 or something like that in each bomb site or whatever. But eventually people know all your positions. They know all your tendencies. They know them better than you sometimes. And that's the hard part, just keeping it fresh.
Okay, Serato tries the start of this one. He's going to hit the dirt. Ah, nicely done by MongolZ. Still taking a risk floating around like that. Yakindar's got his oppers back. Spam down through the bottom of Con for man advantage. This is a swing from a 4v5 to their favor, Furia. And MongolZ is going to go one better. Yakindar and him keeping this pressure at an all-time high. 2 kills a pop from the implants of Furia. And just like that, paiN's hopes go up in smoke again. Snow on the fallback this time. Ah, that was feeling confident from paiN after they open it up with the Davideus frag.
Yeah, they're not really doing much to the connector players here from Furia. Window connector, they're just getting way too much yield out of this. 2 between MongolZ, or 4 in total between MongolZ and Yakindar, and there's just no hope at all, so this one fades out fast. Yeah, so you get that backup and connector, like no matter what you're doing, op and rifle, rifle and rifle, like you have, everyone wants to try to lurk through that smoke at some point.
I'd say as well, it's like you see how Yakindar's support keeps MongolZ confident in his first kill, but then also just the ability after Yakindar spams bottom smoke to stick around for yet another, hang on to the underpass angle for that little while longer, even while top Con's still smoked off and Yakindar can't help. But Yakindar didn't hesitate at all to go window, and we saw from MongolZ's POV the underpass hold, but just as quickly then Yakindar hits bottom Con for the 4th kill. So
yeah.
It's just so perfectly timed between the 2 of them to piece together all 4 of those frags.
Yeah, if 2 guys are playing under balcony, they might get hit with one Molotov. It's all screwed up. When you play double in CT, both guys watching the same thing or basically, you know, are useless. But 2 guys top Con, you've always got something you can do. You've always got something new you can watch. And so, well, problems here for paiN, especially with these defaults just ending in nothing within just a few seconds of the round starting. Let's see if they can establish mid-control if they just want to go for a set play.
Could catch MongolZ. Nah.
Yeah, no, he's ready for both sides, actually.
That's why I said could. There was a world, but he is fast to the small adjustment needed, and a frag with everybody's name on it. That is immense.
70, 95, 70, was that?
Yes, sir. 235 damage off a single frag grenade. Ouch. Viguzera left limp by the MongolZ headshot, and this is a rock solid 500 health left over situation for Furia. Feels like this CT side is beginning to become impenetrable.
Yeah, maybe they did let him get all the way warmed up.
Scary when it's just coming by way of MongolZ.
It's also kind of jarring to see anti-ecos that aren't close.
Yeah.
It's clearly the difference now.
That was like such a life source in this series.
Yeah.
It's kind of what kept you in it.
Okay, that's a flex. Early and high amount of
remember, 245 of that 269 was in one nade.
Yeah.
Nasty.
Okay, nice punish. Fall back for MongolZ. They read his pathing. Oh, is Yuri gonna get weird?
There's always another layer right now with Furia. It's gonna be Yuri this time at that. Ooh, but he drops the ball with Viguzera collecting his. Good trade from Yakindar. Again, ready to tether off whoever it is he has to. And then if Snow goes for this predictable peek again, Not the first time he's been clipped by an Opper on this angle. Last time MongolZ, however fallen, falls back.
He's got to hope for a miss, but yeah, he
nice
runs.
Timing.
Whoa, this is a huge rotation for not seeing anything, actually.
Going back to the party a little bit late.
Oh, he just wishes he had a better gun for that.
Utility comes bombarding into the market.
Quite a hard retake, actually. It's going to be a lot down to Yakinder.
He is fast on the move, though. Dueling versus another AK. A second in the hands of DGT, kind of flustered there by the fire. Into the duel versus csgo. He gets forced. Tech9 from the corner, dealt with. It is flawless.
Nice.
Just 3 clean kills out of FURIA. Kind of reminiscent of that 3v5 retake back on Nuke at the very start of this series, where we see a round that looks like it could still go either way, and then when FURIA come through with conviction, it actually looks incredibly flat.
Definitely, yeah. I think in moments like that, you know, he falling off the site, and that was a big find for Snow to get in, but considering their guns, it's just that it's a 3v3. It's a moment where if Yakinder dies on Cat, then you can win on time. You can play Get Right, you can play Crossfires that didn't exist before. It gets really hard to retake, plus the numbers are massive, but they had the weapons to pull that off. They put themselves in this spot because they've had a clean bounce back into this game, 4 straight. And Yakinder's the one who's a smoke criminal today. I gotta say that's an impressive stat. That'll say that shows that you're cerebral. At least you're using your ammo. There's definitely some people don't use that enough.
Frag a little ahead of the pack. Flashes are great here for paiN to get exit. Yakinder with a team kill to try to help out paiN's efforts, but again, just such nice tethering from all of the FURIA camp. Where there's one, there's more. And a quick peek in with the op to try to topple biguzera. Confident is MongolZ to end this one. 4 players stand tall for FURIA, and another time where this B site shows no weakness.
Legacy almost won a tournament back-to-back weeks. FURIA did win back-to-back tournaments. He almost got 4 trophies in Brazil. And it was paiN who made the deepest run back at Austin.
Baby,
It's actually been a big year with all those results.
2025. It's got Brazil stamped all over it.
Next up, it's got to be Sweden again, I think.
You think so?
Because it should have been Sweden probably first, and then Brazil, right?
Well, you'd think.
So, I heard Mail 09 is coming.
I'll believe it when I see it.
And Devil Walk, he hasn't won the CS2 major yet.
That's true. But he is on the major broadcast.
Yeah.
So, halfway there? Or is that further from the light?
Do we win things?
I don't know. I feel like we're winning. DGT's got an inkling.
Just smell him.
Yeah, he knows. He knows what you're up to.
Oh, you just want to run out there, but you know this guy's jumping in CT. You just want to get this kill and get out. That's all DGT wants. But can you out-patience csgo?
I don't think
you
so.
can do that.
No, think about how long he waited to win events. It's the patience of a saint.
What the hell?
You'll just wait it out, and as the smoke goes down on Palace, that's DGT's chance to leave.
That was a good one, man.
Get pieced up. Try to tiptoe your way forward towards this site, and still there's just nothing to shoot at if you're Davideus. Finally, somebody presents themselves, and it almost comes with the trade. You already tucked back in, just letting this time expire. Oh, you just want to find your fights, but it's so difficult. FURIA giving you nothing to work with in this one. And it is, in fact, going to be the clock that decides yet again. So DGT's money's going to stay low, and his save is no guarantee. Ooh, tries to get away from the wall bangs. All's good. AK held. Yuri's still coming at this.
Yeah, this one's flatter than the earth right now for paiN.
FURIA just toying with them over on that A site. You get shot in the back as you come at a connector with a successful kill, and then that second player just never overpeaks you. You know, it feels like FURIA have played with the clock, i.e. with fire, all night long, so they've almost become accustomed to the burn. No longer worried about it. They've come out on top more often than not of those close moments. And this is just yet another one. And I say close, but really does feel like FURIA in full control as things get sketchy late into the round.
Yeah, it's like, it's got the appearance of it, but like everyone from FURIA is looking in the right spot. They've all got good positions. No one looks stressed at all. They're doing such amazing work in mid too between MongolZ and Yukinder. It's exactly what you want to see. And paiN have made this such a focal point of this half. They've got to get something out of it. This is a good start.
It was a good flash, but nothing after that one. Yukinder goes down. And also offers a second gun over. When you've only got one to start the round, that is an excellent gift for paiN. You throw one of your best performing players to the wayside for an opening gambit like that one. Yeah, MongolZ peeling back. You still have Yuri deep on that A ramp at least. And nobody to deal with him. Could end up being problematic for paiN. Great coverage out of DGT. And then MongolZ goes scrambling back, hits the leg shot on Snow.
Oh, that was so close.
Gets him in the kneecap.
It's actually a round changer, right, if he hits that.
Yes, sir. Bomb would be thrown back into the open. You've suddenly got paiN frazzled, but they find a bomb plant. Davidae is going to get burned from out behind Firebox.
They let him go.
Wow, nobody holds it.
Or not really.
But another one coming in with a disadvantage. It's a retake from FURIA with just enough to make it happen. Get on a couple of players, but great coverage coming out of the AKs. And it's a little too late for MongolZ to get into this party, so paiN given a gift with the Yukinder challenge underpass, making the most of those two AKs. And it took 10 rounds of play, but finally we get one of these lesser buys, pulls off the win type situations.
Looks like they also score an off of that, where I'm not even sure what gun they could have gotten back in CT spawn. So that's pretty solid stuff. It's obviously this play that they shut down, they walk down backwards. It's awesome. It looks like they both do. It was about time someone won an eco. We were overdue.
But right back at it is Yukinder.
Crazy.
And he's not going anywhere. Pressure remains out middle. Snow, though, finds his entry pathing, and Fallen's going to get cleared off the top of Palace. Yukinder thinking he could just run back in. Good on Biguzera to have skated by that threat in mid, and csgo tries the same damn thing. No way, DGT's gonna be busy, and the cover was scoped in, and QZ focused on Ticket. Oh, Biguzera now thrust to the clutch.
He's got that unicycle on that very thin line between Genius and Madness at all times, balancing. He, like, that push. There's just enough chaos going around that you wouldn't think he would try it. But now Biguzera actually going back and forth between smokes, catches MongolZ off guard. csgo looks like he wants to time a peek. The bomb is out in the middle of the site. He technically doesn't have info. Now, when I said you don't outpatience him, Biguzera did once, but not this time.
Finds timing on it. Crazy to me that MongolZ is still just so hyper fixated on that potential window jump up. I thought
it's a weird comment because
the fall off would have been for sure heard, right?
Biguzera
missing the jump?
Yeah.
Unless it's,
I don't know. They could have just been talking, maybe. But
all part of God's plan.
Is that MongolZ's new name?
Blasted.
He's probably thought he faked it.
Lost in the details, but still with csgo there to recover.
3 timeouts.
All is good.
Using your timeouts is something that you should be proud of.
Means you're trying your hardest.
It means you're trying your hardest. It means you're making an effort to communicate. You know, the faster you use your timeouts, the more you want it. I don't care if you have none after round 6. so it's your T side. They just need one more timeout.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they're all out. Luckily for them, Big Uzera is going to keep that success from underpass rolling.
Can't believe they keep trying this play, both in the CT perspective as well. Getting out of the smoke, going into underpass. It's like...
really confident that they can pull this off time and time again. Kindar, more often than not, has actually found some kind of impact when he does decide to take that swing, but this time it gets smoked off in the process. Okay, Serato up on balcony this time around. Yuri pushing off default. Don't forget, bomb's still in T-spawn, so somebody's going to have to go back and get it. And considering that the clock has been a burden for both teams this map, or match, don't play around with it again. But as Snow leaves to get the bomb, that is exactly when Yuri pushes into the ramp. And he would have seen that. They both exchange glances. Utility down in front of it. Serato starts to hold off on middle. Yuri knows where the two pieces of this A-split are coming in from, and he still winds up finding damage. So the last two players known, bomb forced to cross, and a flash over towards the ticket peaks to get fallen into play. From top of balcony comes DGT with impact. And Snow then collects his. We go 15 seconds. It's a plant on the other side. Fallen goes running in, and they still come out on top, man. paiN Gaming with one for the road on this first half of play. To the clock. It's another close call coming out of FURIA in round 11. Op finds the pit kill. Somebody's got to clear Brolin out of this corner. And here comes Zershin sprinting in through the Moto smoke to send the curveball through.
He can plant.
Again.
He can plant.
Again. Just enough time. 1v3 queued up for MongolZ. Him versus Torzy. And he looks the wrong direction. Does he get wind of it?
Oh,
it's
he must have
right there
spotted.
for the peak, but MongolZ still hiding, and Torzy doesn't know. He gives up the info, takes the no-scope to the chest.
Round number 18, FURIA. 5 kills away from the big stage at the Moody Center. They just need to complete this round, and it starts well. Serato has slaughtered Flammus as he tries to burst through the smoke here. Nice jump up, but Serato's still out there. That M4 doing all the work. It's a massive quad kill. And he already had he almost had the ace earlier. This time he's going to try and see if he can really complete it, and he gets it.
You said Fallen's been quiet on Inferno. Well, he can't afford to be quiet here in round 22. Do they do a contact? Is it really going to be just
dry? It is into the orb. Cello activates if he's necessary. Now the nade does chip damage, but still that bomb is under their control. And Fallen steps up, delivers when his team need him most. A triple kill on the orb. Down goes Rek on A, and the job is done. The round is won, 11-11. I know what FURIA are wishing for. Another one of them from Fallen. 4 kills in the round.
Take a look. Nothing that he can see, but if he continues on this journey, he could have caught them off guard. MongolZ, though, all the wiser. Here's Yakindar stomping towards him. Yo, it leaves a lot to be desired. Magazine's
They are
empty.
trading him.
You get Magus
No, they
coming
are trading
through.
him.
Sunpius found a kill as well towards A. MongolZ able to get one.
3 on 5. MongolZ must. And now, get the 4K. There's one.
3 kills to his name. Bomb to be scooped up. 25 seconds to pull this off. And a single bullet out of this USP, and Sunpius is down. MongolZ keeps 5 bullets in the magazine, despite all the time he could have reloaded. Makes it all the harder. 4 shots. 4 health.
This is a crazy play. Sunpius looking for him to go up above.
No kit here for Sunpius either. He's wasting critical time on this, but he does manage to get out. Another missed shot here from MongolZ. The last shot closes pistol.
boy, was that one feeling flat. After the 3-0 start, we had higher hopes for paiN, but they do still keep us intrigued. Sprinkling in 2 of the last 3 rounds with a win. Mohan, they're taking it to the CT side at a couple round deficit.
I mean, look at how handsome those score lines are over on the FURIA side. I'm worried for paiN for sure. It doesn't feel like any of the other maps. And FURIA just looked very like warmed up. If there was any kind of championship hangover, it's already 2 p.m. now.
Somewhere.
So.
Kit flash for DGT. And 2 Molotovs on FURIA's side of things. The intended target. Buguzera wanted eyes down bottom ramp, but also doesn't want to get clipped by Palace. It's all about the timing here if you're FURIA. Now announcing yourselves with that single smoke. Boots hit the ground, Snow yet to activate. Buguzera tries to come out the hill, and he gets his 2. Oh, third kill from Snow off triple. Beautiful stuff, but we get a gush back the other direction. DGT is running for the hills. Him and Buguzera both low. Queue up another FURIA 2v4, perhaps.
Yeah, okay, well, they'll be happy to get this bomb plant, to be honest. The HP is quite low. I'm not going to call this over just yet. CTs have to approach this carefully, especially with the HP.
Wide swing down towards Ticket. Molodoi doesn't want anything to do with that. He wants to force them out through the Ticket booth, open up that angle so that both Ts could get a piece of the action, but instead they'll go down with nothing.
Wow.
Huge moment from paiN. And Snow, particularly, off that triple to secure both pistols here on the deciding map.
Yeah, he's just, you know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of Flamesy a lot with how his development has gone.
Ooh.
You know, he's
I
got
like that comparison.
Yeah, the creative rifling, and it's just like some of the highlight moments, but not the consistency, but it keeps coming more and more. I think what's been especially impressive is him as an anchor. It just doesn't feel like the character meets the role here, but he's like the Dust 2 B-site highlights that we've seen from him in the last few months. It just seems like there's more and more every single time. But I would naturally think he'd be in a rotator spot. He'd be in more active positions, more star player spots. And he is, but he can also be a great anchor.
Yo, all's good. Davideus recovering there while blind. And Buguzera picking up his, so trying to take the wind out of FURIA's sails. Their hopes of flexing with the Tech 9s go up in smoke. This is starting to turn into a very lopsided conversion for paiN, which is honestly exactly what they need. Again, start the half with a 3-round streak. They're going to do it with 5 standing tall. This is a CT side that wants to get off to an instant sprint.
Okay, well, you know, I thought the one thing they'd be missing to match up to the team on the other side is the individual peaks. But if Snow has a great game, like, we see him take over. One thing you almost never see anymore is Buguzera taking over, and I kind of miss those days.
Sure.
When he does, it was so fun to watch, but that's just not him anymore. He has too many children now, I think.
4 of them in the server with him.
Yeah.
Oh, Molodoi ahead of the incendiary. And also far enough from the frag, so good on him to dodge that damage. It's going to keep attention drawn towards the windows, and as the nades keep on sailing past, the threat is at an all-time high. I can't believe he's gotten this unscathed, this close off the flash. Emerges with his kill. Now it's on Davideus to recover, and he is finding good damage, but the threat looms near. And the rotation's still quite some distance off. I mean, look how desperate with the P2000. DGT comes sprinting, and then Snow exits out through market to save him with a huge recovery here. Shore versus Pistols. Yakindar's Deagle goes down with just 1. Just surviving there's enough. P2000 in hand, but it's enough space for the support to move forward.
Okay, they make the grave error of both reloading at the same time in the site, and with A1Ss, no less, but because FURIA don't plan and don't get that 1 extra kill on Empty Pillar, they can't actually like push the retake out from stop the retake from happening, I should say. the energy is actually just flowing back in the other direction now. It's looking real nice here from paiN to take the lead again. You know, yeah, paiN don't play typical CS. They remind me more of like a Bad News Eagles. You know, like they can tailor a game plan to a tough opponent and match up to them. I think their games end up being close because they think while the game's happening, not so much set up a strategy before they play their match. And I think that's both a sign of their court IQ and like belief in their system and their calling. I think that you know, credits their calling. I think more than anything else, and their trust in it. It also does bring in some weaknesses. Maybe sometimes they look a little too repetitive. Sometimes rounds fall way too flat.
Oh, Yukinder under pressure from both sides. Ooh, damn, this one starts to get swept away real quick. Only csgo to answer there. It felt like paiN were out of it, kind of pressured back, not able to get into the game, but then boom, from all directions.
Boom dia. They're getting loud. It feels like they're in the room with us, man. You can hear them getting louder every single round.
Starting to feel very real, this CT side.
It's the same double con setup with a cat player that FURIA used versus them. They're all over him. It's getting a little tense here for FURIA. Sid, just talking about how they have bigger aspirations than just winning 1 or 2 tournaments, as they should. Trending at the perfect moment here towards the end of the season. But you got to work hard every single day.
And that utility out towards middle to try to keep the majority of paiN preoccupied. They've had such an affinity for these fights too so far in this half. Oh. Cheeky little spot, and Fallen trying to keep that pressure up. Try to be bigger than he really is, because he is currently very alone here.
Kind of like the idea to go B though, huh? After what we saw last time?
Yes.
Why not give it a try? And it's a real perimeter play here from paiN, no cat presence. They're kind of just letting Fallen have this, not clearing him out at all. So, you know, they can have a great hold, but if they don't, rotations are going to be a little slower. Full split is happening. No pressure back on mid.
Flash finds DGT, NQZ on the hold at first. Taken down by that Tech-9 on arrival. Davideus gets out from the market, but drops empty-handed. And they are going to find their way through those 3 defenders that paiN offered up. Davideus going down with nothing. At least the other 2 brought 1 with them. It is damage, of course, for Fallen and Yuri to have to handle. Big Uzera still fighting for this, and they've got this pressured Tech-9 trying to go for the front of sight instead. Yuri looking for a chance to strike. Molodoy just still tucked into this bench, yet to come out from this corner. And you've got Snow still playing with the kit. A back spotted on the approach. Good trade out of Yuri. It's a health advantage for him, but Snow still makes it on the way over for a 10th paiN round win.
It's a great retake for how they slowed it down and tried to read the walking around the site that Yuri pulled off, but you know, okay, so here's a round where you look at this and you go, paiN, come on. You know, how did you let this happen? This is a team that has basically nothing to work with, and they get a full cat split open, 1 player coming by himself, has control of all of mid. You're not mollying top boxes. You're not killing him from ladder room. You're not peeking from connector at all. You're just letting your 2 guys in the back of the site deal with an entire split. And then you look at their score, and you're like, wait, you guys are beating FURIA right now. That's what I think, that's like sort of expectations versus reality when you watch a paiN match. But then you see the retake, and you go, okay.
Oh, there it is.
They can get themselves out of sticky spots.
Well, only a few more spots to stick the landing. 3 from the win here are paiN, and 3 from tying FURIA. Ooh,
That's such a key find. Oh,
critical recovery in the apartment.
He knew no one was going to be ready for that. You know, smoke. That shows 3 players were B, 2 were push, but not at the same time. Hard to catch csgo off guard, but that actually worked.
Smoke in front of the ramp gives you Kindar enough space to cross over if he wants to. He's going to keep that open. Trying to find NQZ exposed. Opper peels back, Snow pushes through onto the base of the stairs. Players jumping over top, coupled with the flashbangs. Oh, dangerous for Snow to step back into that. And Davideus tries the same thing on the other edge of it. Great chance here for FURIA now. MongolZ's already got the guarantee of the B site. Bomb is actually still floating towards spawn.
Yeah.
Don't get too weird here, FURIA.
Yeah, you know, you have the A site with 2 players. That's definitely the move.
And the bomb is afforded a chance to double back. So this round ends up hinging on paiN trying to fight both sides of that connector smoke.
Yeah.
Neither one goes their way.
Yeah. Tara lurking around the smokes as well. But it's not the right side exec. It's the deep control of stairs that FURIA were intending to look for. So paiN took a risk trying to fight back that way. And QZ would love to keep this up, even though they've been winning. Money's not insanely high here for the CT side. Oh, okay.
Just run him down.
Yeah, you actually love that. I mean, that's a lot of money. They can't even invest more to try to hunt him down. That was supposed to be a free find. Instead, he keeps an op forward. They lose 10K of value. That was MongolZ's op too, right?
I believe so.
I believe so.
Trying to emerge from the other side like that.
It's one of those moments you might gloss over, but might be a difference maker since he has that op right now. Is he going back to CT, though, is the question. Oh, looks like it's actually a bit of a B lean. They were flying blind previously. It looks like Snow's going to be really put to the test now. Maybe DGT gets some relief, comes over towards A if he's going to be up there, but there'll be a gap for the A site to be vulnerable.
Pressure on Snow, but the fire won't find him. Supportive utility inbound, and FURIA about to pounce out. Oh, csgo, what a kill.
You're joking.
And DGT's chance from Ticket comes up with nothing yet. A second volley of damage to be had soon enough. Bomb, just waiting for the activations of paiN. And it feels like, you know, when paiN are signing up for these kinds of fights, FURIA just waiting for them, whether that's a fight at the bottom of stairs, trying to push through a smoke. In this case, that challenge out from Ticket.
We just got to see that again, though, because did csgo two-tap him through the
wood
fat side of that balcony?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They kind of exchanged glances. I don't know if it was
Was he
taps,
spraying and only hit the head? csgo, so he pulled some magic off, obviously, but that was kind of insane. I definitely feel for Snow right there.
Was nasty. But you can feel FURIA powering up for it. Again, I just feel like they left so many potential challenges open, but we're ready for all of them. You know, and that's kind of what paiN have been doing, is stepping into those fights. It's now becoming a bit too predictable, and FURIA just ensuring that they've got the edge in these duels, guns in hand, just kind of stutter stepping and always playing with enough time where they're not forced to go. Let paiN take that step into their own deaths one too many times. But also, this shot from csgo.
Oh, so nasty. Like, you got to be feeling helpless, yeah, if you're Snow.
So this recovery in full effect. M4 and an op. All that paiN have to try to keep that lead.
But we've seen the last of the ecos.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's actually mad interesting. How's this going to look for Yuri? He's playing it carefully, though. He's like mad suspicious of this push. Oh, so
Has
good.
good reason to be. Ooh, down goes your M4. Meant to be set up by the two pistols in front of it.
Very nice.
But again, right? FURIA just let paiN make that move.
Yeah.
It's a sort of passive resilience. Catching Davideus, making moves. This is FURIA just kind of letting paiN step into their deaths. Yet again, this time obviously working with less. It makes sense that they try to throw something the direction of FURIA. It's not like they're overstepping in the middle of an execute or anything like that. But we go 3 rounds straight. FURIA tied game at 10 here on map 3.
It's essentially that they go quickly for a bit of map control, and then they get a spot that paiN need back. And then when they don't respond, then FURIA push. But if they do, then they make all these bad decisions around it. It's like on the A side, if you let an opera get to Apex, right outside of A ramp, right to the left of A ramp, then suddenly you're just so nervous in CT spawn. You got a headshot angle versus the guy on Apex. You just want to get him out of there.
Yes, sir.
You know that he's going to be a problem for you in the post plan. In a lot of ways, Counter-Strike is a game of push and pull, and you try to just get your opponents to make bad decisions when you take enough from them.
40 bullets downrange towards top middle, and nothing to really show for it. What's been a sequence of kind of more passive moments. FURIA trying to get MongolZ at it. Oh, no. Towards top mid, 2 casualties. This is what paiN's been looking for, stepping into these duels, but it's not been going their way recently until now. Round 21 with a 4v3 advantage.
This is kind of where you need a MongolZ moment, to be honest. 2 trades back might be too much to sustain. We're talking about 11 on the line.
Patience, MongolZ.
Oh no.
Boy, turns. Does he get punished? 1 kill for his efforts! And there was a second there to be had, but NQZ scoops up the trade frag. Yuri and K-Serrato both to come through from the Palace.
Pretty phenomenally picked that up. DGT timing. Will he look around?
He's keeping himself tucked, but
there it is.
He gets caught. Perfectly
Headshot.
cleared by Yuri. Cautious about some kind of a jungle challenge. You've got Davideus inbound from Catwalk. Flash!
Yo, come on!
And Yuri doesn't even need it.
Lights out.
Zinger of a headshot here! Yuri all round long!
Sid just looking mad serious. Like, are you for real right now? That kill into connector? Even the kill into under balcony, you couldn't really see it from the model, but it's just a first bullet headshot. He was a hitman this round.
Finding this timing on DGT is everything, and this kill, as clinical as it was, a burst of impact out of Yuri.
They don't know how easy he made that round for FURIA.
Damn, and how easy he could make this 22nd as well.
Oh no.
Could. Again, the keyword.
Yeah. Well,
Fallen has been bullied here on Mirage, sitting 6 and 14 off that opening death. Just when FURIA find a lead, they now face a 5v4. Jump spotting over towards Ticket. paiN allow MongolZ to post on this angle. now it's been spotted, right?
It seemed like it, yeah.
For sure. Offers the smoke up in the middle, but Snow's now got a back turn. Oh, Yuri turns around. Good cover to Yakindar, who's then going to open up sight with more space, and FURIA fine timing.
I know you were thinking, like, the smoke just allows him to clear it.
Yep. Thought maybe you could skip a step, but Yuri gives good coverage. And no kit here for Biguzera and DGT. They are locked in, or at least Biguzera is. Doesn't feel like there's any escape. If you could bring a player or two down with you, so be it. But FURIA on the brink of securing this 12th. And for a game that was so wild, so close to having these back and forth moments, it felt like once FURIA found comfort in just taking an extra second, that little bit of a pause, kind of let paiN tie the noose themselves. This game has now come to a close to FURIA's favor.
Yeah, and also I think, you know, Yuri kind of wins them the game. Like that last round, it was such a good position for paiN. The thing is, it would have had more impact if Yuri didn't use as much ammo. But each of those kills was kind of like a first bullet headshot, but he had a burst with it. And I don't know. That just kind of wipes away everything here. All the effort that paiN have put into coming back into this match, looking very solid in some of their CT rifle rounds, especially versus the mid control. But now it's FURIA's time to respond, and you see the star of the show. MongolZ, top of the board, opening kill on what could be the last round.
QZ looking for the equalizer. Fallen could have just gotten away, but instead he'll lock it in behind top mid boxes.
They haven't that is one thing. They haven't done a good job of flushing out this top mid position.
And as they go for it, Yakindar gets closer, so even if Fallen kind of gets full on rush, Yakindar's gonna be here for what you think is the trade. Yep. Ready to go for it while three players set their eyes on DGT in B solo. NQZ is going to be a little preoccupied with mid at the moment. He's going to drop a smoke, announces himself while burning, but NQZ actually throws caution to the wind in terms of holding mid. A smoke that certainly helps. Any threat of Yakindar arriving, NQZ just brushes him off to lend a helping hand towards B, and it pays off in spades.
I think they kind of just messed up their sequencing here because they have so much time left over. They had mid control to work with, but they didn't actually threaten the cat split before that hit came in on upper B. I feel like they kind of came at this one as if they were losing the round.
I see what you said.
But FURIA had more time, more players, and better guns. All the utility and everything. They had mollied the entirety of the back of bench, but they revealed themselves in the B apartments, didn't have the split on cat, and that's actually where paiN have been the weakest, is stopping the mid part of the split from coming through. So they let NQZ get way too much out of this.
So off the back of a 4 versus 5, paiN trying to push overtime on map 3. Was a hell of a challenge to swing on Nuke the way they did.
Well, there's no one in B, and what is happening?
Though walks out into the A site. Now you've got a second Palace player doomed. Everybody trying to scramble over. If FURIA skips steps, they may not anticipate so much support here already, but leave it to FURIA to simply take heads off shoulders to try to close this one out in regulation. Stepping out from the ramp. You know, all those rounds where they let paiN step into their own depth, this time FURIA just crank the aggression on their terms, and across the board will close this with 4 players strong. It is back to playoffs for FURIA yet again, becoming all too common of a scene. Top dogs in the second half of 2025, the fastest route and potential straight to semis. Only time will tell.
That was such an interesting game where, in the end, it ends 13-11, but it feels like it was a stomp somehow.
Just
like,
at the end, a convincing close for FURIA.
Yeah, FURIA getting this one over the line. Your team are quite familiar with winning 13-11 as of late. And yeah, I totally agree with the sentiment of the casters there. Even though the scoreline may say otherwise, that second half was a kind of FURIA all over.
I think FURIA just happy that they get this one over the finish line. I think it was a series that they didn't expect to get as competitive this one. I think we've been very harsh on paiN coming into this game, and I think paiN showed a way better face this time around than we've been used to. But FURIA obviously still not playing their A game, but ending up winning the game.
Congratulations, Jacinda. Thank you so much for taking the time to have a little chat with us. Can you walk us through the last round of Mirage and just why the decision to kind of make that that fast play was?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like probably people saw, but today is definitely not our day in terms of like small little details that kind of why we were winning before, and overpass was a great example of that because there were many advantages thrown away and miscommunications and everything, and Fallen kind of decided that like, okay, also because of history of the game, it was very good to play some fast mid, and Casarato's entry on A helped a lot.
I'm curious to think, because obviously you just won in China, and I've been in the similar shoes before, going into a tournament straight after winning one. Did that play into this series, why you lost the first map and why it looked a little bit shaky?
Well, I think me playing like 317 on Nuke, probably that was the main reason why we lost the first map. But overall, I feel like everybody's super motivated to win against us, and paiN is a great team. They definitely are improving, and of course, to some degree, maybe we were a little bit too relaxed. But I'm glad we got the slap to the face very early into the series.
And it must feel really great for you guys to be stepping and playing like you do right now. Could you maybe point out a couple of things that you guys have done so well? What have you really succeeded with the last couple of months?
I feel like this season we had a goal in terms of like role definition and just comfort for everybody on the server. I feel like we still have a couple maps that we need to improve in terms of like comfort for everybody and kind of understanding how like what's our identity on the map. But right now it's going very well. We have very strong maps, a couple maps that we need to, for example, Nuke. We haven't played Nuke in a while, and we somehow didn't play a single Nuke on Chengdu, and it was definitely a nice experience to kind of get back on the map, because you could definitely feel that we're a little bit stale, a little bit out, like not necessarily outdated, but just like forgot a little bit all the details and everything. But yeah, role definition and just comfort for everybody.
Just one final question. Obviously, you are guaranteed to be in the playoffs of Blast Rivals. Quarterfinals, semifinals will be decided by your next opponent, which could be Vitality.
Wait, we're guaranteed
over there.
already?
Yeah, it's top 6. Yeah.
You didn't even know.
We just don't know whether it'll be quarterfinals or semifinals. So if you beat your next opponent, that's going to be TYLOO or Vitality over there. Who do you think you're going to end up playing? Do you think TYLOO could do it?
Yeah, well, honestly, I hope Vitality is going to have the same thing that we had today, but at the same time, Vitality's Fallen said in an interview, they're the big boss, and even Chengdu was an example of, yeah, it was maybe 3-0, but all maps were close, and if it wasn't for heroics of individuals from our team, like we could have lost that final 3-0. So definitely, what I strive for personally is the more we play against them, the more we're going to learn, because last time we played, we came out with a lot of information and a lot of lessons. And in Chengdu, it helped a lot to play against them, because we already felt it once. And I would be happily playing them tomorrow.
I would like to see that. I'm sure all the fans at home would love to see that very much as well. Thank you so much, Jacinda. I will let you get back to packing your stuff, and yeah, good luck in your next game. Beautiful stuff from Jacinda. I love the resurgence that we got to see from him as well. The fact that he alluded to it himself. I don't buy into that it was all his fault that the first map didn't go the way of FURIA. But yeah, just being able to see that bounce back subsequently on Overpass and Mirage. Great stuff from them. And yeah, took through to that top 6 at the very least.
100%. I think a guy that we are actually overlooking a little bit also in China was Yuri. I think Yuri played a great game this time around, but also he had a great part in what they did in China. So I think Yuri's also really stepping up to the game this time around.
It's just surprisingly easy to overlook Yuri's contributions to the team, because csgo is the most famous closer for them. Fallen gets all of the love from the fandom and his mid-round calling. He's got so much aura. Jacinda, it's the resurgence. But yeah, no, Yuri, I mean, kind of a slow start there on Mirage, as a matter of fact, but then late rounds there, I'd say the last 4 rounds, he really dictated the pace. I mean, the 3 kills he got on that entry on the A-bomb side, second to last round, insane.
Yeah, it could have been a completely different fate if he didn't manage to get those individual heroics down. But let's check in with the group bracket to see exactly how that leaves us laying. Of course, it's only 8 teams here, so we're going to be going through to that playoffs to see the top 6. What do you think, Maui, moving forward as paiN do fall into that elimination match? We are assuming, unless everything's kind of upside down, that might be TYLOO meeting them. But do you think they have a chance still to make it through?
Oh yeah, I actually feel like the form that paiN showed today was superior to what I've seen from them this season. As a matter of fact, I feel like if they're going to play that quality of CS, they could absolutely take down a TYLOO in the likely matchup that awaits them.
Well, should we get the answer to that question? As it is the final game of the day, but not before we head things to a quick break. In the worlds of Fallen himself, it's time for the big boss to be taking to the stage. And TYLOO, I hope they've been doing their homework. This best of 3 is going to be going down in just a few.
I hear that you are up for renewal when it comes to our membership, and so I've dusted off your portfolio, and I would like you to give me your thoughts on what I consider to be one of the finest of Counter-Strike's cultural moments. Ahead of us, we have Inhuman Reactions by Hiko. You remember this well, don't you?
I do remember it. I can't escape it in some sense. It has become part of my life, just like Counter-Strike has. So.
I think that when we talk about culture, we talk about context, we talk about history and all these things that make Counter-Strike great. But the beauty of Inhuman Reactions by Hiko, by Anders Bloom, is that it's short and sweet. We play this clip.
The thing to really remember here is that we are in an era of Counter-Strike where the Swedes dominate everything. There is no challenge. Everyone knows they're the best, and Hiko is just this North American player. Sure, he's got a bit of a personality, he's got a bit of something going on for him. And then this happens. What is that?
Oh.
God, Inhuman Reactions!
That is Counter-Strike in its essence. We see him go on to lose this round, and I think one of the great things that you said here,
Not even with an aimbot could you have got that kill, and Hiko
sometimes anything is possible. I think Hiko's very lucky, Mr. Bloom, that you were there to elevate this moment.
Ultimately ended up being a big moment for both of us in many ways, even years later.
So when we think of cultural impact with Counter-Strike, I give this a 10 out of 10. And in terms of mechanics, that lizard flick that Hiko puts on display, I give that 10 out of 10 as well. This is a magnitude 10 shaking of the Counter-Strike world. 100% glory in my eyes.
Well, I would be remiss to argue with that. I will agree with your score.
Ah, fine taste. It's my pleasure to approve your renewal. You may continue casting Counter-Strike.
I appreciate your generosity.
Ah, yes. Oh, it's not on behalf of myself, sir. This is the Culture Clubhouse, after all. It's on behalf of all of Counter-Strike.
Well, together we will continue to build the culture even further into the future then.
Greater than ever.
Team Vitality trying to raise the roof again, get back to their winning ways. A lot to like from this TYLOO squad. They hopefully can bring that same energy.
The team of 2025 are certainly in the building, and it's going to be down to the hands of TYLOO to try and give them a run for their money. When we're looking at Vitality, sure, okay, maybe they stumbled a little bit in the grand final in Chengdu, but it's been very rare to see them leave an event without a trophy in their hands. Whereas for TYLOO, Dupree, a little bit more of a complicated story, obviously earning their place here by getting the invite from this particular region, but it hasn't been all too often we've seen them even getting to play the best of the best, let alone beat them.
TYLOO is obviously at a very hard place right now. They did win at the Fisher Playground at 1, and that is basically the result that they have made. And ever since, it's just been multiple group stage exits, and they usually just get like the Asian Counter-Strike treatment whenever they get to play big tournaments that they go up against because of their seeding. They go up against a much higher caliber team. They get knocked out into lower bracket, and then eventually they will be put down to the fact of actually losing to the best of the rest as well. So they're just in a position that's not really great right now.
Yeah, both of these teams are trying to recapture some magic from earlier in the year. It's just that the scale of magic is drastically different. Vitality off of 7 tournament wins. TYLOO, a Fisher Playground #1 championship.
Yeah, it's tough to really compare the two just in terms of results. Any individuals that we're looking at, particularly for this head-to-head?
I would say that Jamyoung was the standout star of the Fisher Playground event. He's a guy that, to me, looked like a world beater, like legitimate talent. I would say that if he knew how to speak English, get him to Europe as soon as possible, but he's had a little bit of a decline in form. I'm not seeing always game to game the same Jamyoung that was so explosive. I feel like the last couple months for him, he's definitely, I'd say maybe trying to overextend himself, just trying to be the difference maker more, because I feel like when you're looking at TYLOO, sometimes you want the system to serve you, but in reality, I don't think that's necessarily the greatest win condition for the Chinese side.
Obviously, Jamyoung is the one to look out for on TYLOO, but on the other side of the bracket, you also have Yi. He's a guy that has, won a lot of hearts inside of the community because of his personality, but obviously that's not enough. You cannot bring enough firepower into the server. He's obviously a guy that can do it, but when he goes up to the likes of Saiwu, that's a different caliber of player that he needs to go toe-to-toe with, and I just don't think that he has what it takes to take him down.
It's a whole different kettle of fish. When we look at Vitality, though, Dupree, I just want to throw this one straight back at you, because Apex had a quote. He often does. His goal was to beat your trophy record this year alone. Now, we were just doing the maths. Can't beat it. Could match it, though.
It's not gonna happen. that's my honest opinion. I mean, sure, if they do equalize it, that's fine. But they will not beat
Apex
it, guys. You will not beat it. It's fine.
He definitely has. I don't know, Maui. Maybe you can enlighten us as to your perspective. Do you think it is still possible?
It definitely is, because going into that grand final versus FURIA, for my money, I would have said that Vitality were the favorites in that matchup. So if they can actually play as the favorites, continue that streak, or really just recapture what we saw earlier in the year, this is a great, shorter, kind of abridged event where they can just kind of find some momentum, run with it through the 5 days of play, and then going into the major, I think it's one of the widest open majors that we've ever seen.
Do you agree with Apex's other sentiment that, the fans, they've been used to eating too good? I imagine you probably went through it back in the day with the Prime Astralis. Like, the expectations are so high. If you don't match it trophy after trophy after trophy, they're just going to be kind of left a little bit disappointed, even though the results in isolation still really good.
Yeah, but I think that's what's hurting Vitality right now, at least from the community side, is that we're just expecting them to go and win trophies whenever they attend a tournament. And that's just a hard fact right now that they're not. I mean, they're going to semifinals, they're going to finals, but they're not just winning them as of right now. And, it's always difficult for them to actually get compared to themselves, because they're constantly chasing what they actually set up themselves in the first season. And of course, Vitality is going to be the best team of the year. There's no doubt about it. But obviously, closing it out in the way that they want to, that's a question if they can do it.
Anybody else that we're looking towards in the Vitality camp that maybe needs to just give a little bit more here in Hong Kong?
I would say the supporting elements have gone missing at various times for Vitality, whereas during their tournament win streak, everybody could pop off, anybody could swing around. I feel like in the grand finals there at Chengdu, I wanted a little bit more from Rops throughout most of the event. I wanted more from Mezzi. FlameZ before Chengdu was kind of a weak link for them at times. So getting all the pieces back on the same page is going to be a big selling point for me if I want to believe in Vitality.
Overpass, Nuke, Inferno, if we do require a third, I don't know about you, Maui, what was your take about the whole ancient fiasco in Chengdu? Please unload right now.
I mean, I feel like that was so bold from FURIA. I mean, like, I wish I was on the desk for that one. Like, that was so fun to just watch unfold and for actually to work in that fashion. I mean, obviously we're not going to see it in this matchup here, but it was probably one of the coolest vetoes that we've gotten for the entire year.
I think looking at also this veto specifically, where we have TYLOO going into pick into overpass into Vitality, kind of makes sense, you know, because TYLOO is the underdog in so many different ways, so they have to go with kind of a gamble, and they know that overpass is maybe a map that Vitality has been overlooking a little bit.
Well, either way, it's time to get this show back on the road. It's Vitality versus TYLOO.
Time to see if Vitality can hold up their end of the bargain here for Group B of play. Hometown heroes in TYLOO, though, Launders, lots to play for in that regard.
I mean, Vitality have been learning a lot of Chinese recently.
Yeah.
So I think this is a moment where, you know, TYLOO got to be amped up. They're going to try to put their best foot forward. You want to catch Vitality on it. It's not a huge downturn or anything, but it's a slight trend in maybe the wrong direction, potentially at an inopportune moment on a first day. Who knows what happens type of thing. That's all I got for you. It's going to be a very hard game. Even a decent result is going to be impressive here for TYLOO. Let's start with a map. Let's see if they can take a map.
Yeah, let's start on overpass particularly, shall we? TYLOO going for the pick. Trying to take a swing at Vitality, but having to do so off of what we know can be such a burden of a T side. What form are TYLOO bringing to the table here in Hong Kong? Time to find out, folks. Buckle in. Mezzi doesn't fear the fight to Fountain. Maybe he should have. Ooh,
don't peek anything.
The 90 damage gush back onto ZywOo as well. Certainly not going to be comfortable. You can see TYLOO try to charge this one down. G, the tip of the spear to get beyond the bathrooms. Flash popped and blind him. He gets surpassed by a teammate. And remember, ZywOo is just working with that 10 points of health. Another flash comes out. They try to elicit ZywOo's peek. Ooh, can't stop that bomb plant now, can you? Second player long gets popped by MongolZ, and there's Mercury into the kill feed on the flank hold as well. So difficult place for FlameZ to try to piece together a clutch. And they're gonna pounce on the reload. Here we go, TYLOO. Nice. Pistol round win on the T side. Now, just convert the damn thing.
I know, convert the damn thing. Man, we've got lots of new hairstyles coming out over here on Vitality. I did a demo review on Jamyung a long time ago. It was on Overpass. Best crosshair placement in Asia, I think, at the time. That's what I said. He has definitely shown some really good stuff. And he's been getting better and better, to be honest.
It's all just about doing it versus the very top nowadays for TYLOO. Talk about a team like paiN, who kind of ended the first season of 2025 on a high note. TYLOO was winning over everybody back in Austin.
Yeah, we got some great photo. The G ice cream photo, that was a big one. Moses brought up that ice cream.
Yes, sir. Between them.
That was a major moment.
Chinese Counter-Strike on the rise on the coattails of Mongolia throughout this year.
Also on the merits of just putting together their, like, this is the best TYLOO, you know, player for player that we've seen on them forever. I mean, even from the perspective of just G, like having G join the team, it brings so much personality to this team like we've never had before.
Lin Vision may have stolen the show back at Austin, but TYLOO also had their days. Bomb getting caught inside a connector is kind of weird here. Nobody actually helping out. Trying to finally come at FlameZ from the flank, but that bought just enough time for Apex to get into the middle of it all. Oh, and he does find the headshot onto G. 6 reaction. Trait frags back, and Jamyung killing Rops to pick up bomb and go for this sprint, but the ump is already locked in, and you know Mezzy. Mezzy's just gonna buy his time. Wow, the clock expires. What an awkward exchange inside connector.
He might die still. He's gotta be careful. Oh, he dies after time. All that utility. Oh my goodness. That is kind of unfortunate to happen this early in the game. Sometimes you get a death like that later on in a half, and okay, you can afford it. This one will hurt more.
It's the inability to convert, man. Counter-terrorist win. It's been played. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's
I'm choking too.
It's the problem of the day. It's awesome. Zaiwu looks like that one. Who's that one? Who's that guy? He looks like right now.
Be nice.
What do you mean, be nice?
Just making sure you're going to be nice, Launders.
I'm nice.
Okay. Got a nice guy over here.
Oh, I forgot. What's his name? Forgot his name.
Rob saying so nice. Kills Mozia off the back. And while the rest of this pack of TYLOO players starts taking a look towards A site, yeah, Robs is going to disrespect it. Knows that some space has kind of been given over. Creates the space really on his own with the smoke. But by dying, creates a bit of uncertainty here. Mercury with an M4 trying to find a chance back into the round. You can go join Jam Young on long, put that bomb on the approach, but they get smoked off before they can really position close enough. Although flash is here for Mercury to get him onto Apex. Both sides end up eating it. So an unfortunate piece of util that kind of puts the odds back into Vitality's hands. Flamesy's flank goes unnoticed, and this one just kind of dries up. A final attempt to knock down the doors of the A site,
Oh,
but
don't die after time again.
once Mercury tries to plant, if he does so,
Oh, he's waiting.
Flamesy's letting that clock expire, and it's after time again.
2 deaths after time this early. That's tough. That's pricey. That's, you know, even the best team is going to suffer a lot from that. It's just so much value to lose. You lose the current buy. You don't get the rebuy in the next round. You have to go for that full reset. It just massively brings down your odds of getting a T side together. He looks like that one rapper, but I can't remember his name.
You know, that one.
That saucy rapper.
Ooh. I know who you mean.
Ja Rule.
Snoop Dogg. See you later, Pistols. Made mincemeat by Mezzy and Flamesy. Uh-oh. There is a big momentum shift out of the gate here. And this could damn well be Vitality showing up in Hong Kong with a statement. Obviously, we talk about the hangover of a FURIA victory and whether that would hold them back. Didn't. Walked away with the win.
Yeah.
A Vitality that you just kind of kicked around in a grand finals.
They're angry.
Because we're talking about a Vitality that have gone up, what was it, versus 6 different opponents in best of 5 finals this year, has beaten all of them, barring G2 was the anomaly. And now FURIA add themselves to that list. Like you said, this isn't a Vitality in a death spiral. This isn't a Vitality that's disappeared. They are still, across all of 2025, this year's best team, but they have also been on greener pastures.
Yes.
Now they're kind of standing in the mud. And if I know Vitality, they will want to get out of it as quick as they can. So
And
they're coming back at this event with a vengeance.
Like, it's all about context with them, because even the final versus FURIA, like, look at the score lines. It was 3-0, but it was 3 close, very, very close games. It was an extremely good match from FURIA, but it was way closer than a 3-0 would make it sound. And to be honest, Vitality have been pushed in almost every series they've played in a final. They've played against Falcons, MongolZ, even G2, all of their finals are going 5 maps, overtimes, comebacks, and everything.
That Magic's starting to slip, and you know, you saw it when Yukindar won in Chengdu. First thing he did was throw up with the hand signs, 3-0, 3-0, because that's the first time that Vitality have been beaten that badly.
Yeah.
You know, G2 by the skin of their teeth.
It's funny though, because you see that and you think, Mao's probably watched that and like, we could have done something like that. Like we had a chance to actually win a couple of these finals.
So Vitality will be looking to take the path of least resistance back to that grand finals to try to beat whoever the hell steps forward into it. It's just funny enough that they would have to, if they beat TYLOO tonight, go through FURIA for a spot in semis/quarters in a BO3. Kind of a chance at revenge with lower stakes first before they try to both fight for another title. FlamZ, dude, he's been given a lot of space to operate when it comes to short B, whether that was holding back the bomb inside a connector the first time clock expired versus TYLOO.
Yeah.
Now this time just happy to take an angle towards short pipe, and
it's just melting him down
yes,
though, too. Oh.
Doesn't feel like TYLOO can get their way going. And if ZywOo takes his time with this, doesn't need to. Bomb gets dropped.
Don't die after time.
Time is going to expire,
Don't
and
let
Jam
him.
Young could die.
Okay.
ZywOo shows a little empathy.
That's Mercy, yeah.
Kills him. No, it was Mercury. Kills him before the clock expires.
Mosey?
And to totally derail this, the rapper you were thinking of definitely has to be Jack Harlow.
Yeah. That's the guy.
Yeah.
That's the guy. That's who ZywOo looks like.
Look at this open route for FlamZ. I mean, it's a shooting gallery down the pipe.
See, I was being nice.
Yeah, you were.
A nice guy.
It's never going to be easy taking a swing at this year's #1, let alone from the T side of Overpass, but TYLOO signed up for this party.
No, you've got to just like 1 or 2 bullets at a time, make sure they all count at that distance.
Apex can't help himself.
Because when you spray at this, when you look at the spread on the wall back there, it's always so wide, but he's just looking for a random headshot if you can find it, looks like.
Does let him get close, though.
This is nice.
Flash comes through, FlamZ turns in a panic. Mezzy with 1, Apex with 1, 3 kills back to the TYLOO favor, and guns to be picked up in the process.
That was nice. The lead off with the nade and everything. Gun gets dropped. Oh.
Rops is already in, though. And you know G's still sitting on default. He wasn't able to grab a better weapon. Tech9's in hand for the other 2, and Tech9's could still be enough.
Rops knows he's here, though, right?
Yeah, he's going to go for the wide angle, sits on the railing, falls down, and finishes this off. So considering the sudden pounce that came at Vitality, winning that one, holding it off, and moving forward with 1 on a 5-1 CT lead, I don't think Vitality will be too upset with how close that one got.
Yeah, but at least TYLOO can also be proud of it with the amount of guns they had coming into it, but not just because of the headshots, but how it just looked like it was dry run really well. The nade, the flash, it was seamless. They got the lead off. No one got clogged up coming out of the monster. And a good B exec is really hard to stop. I mean, there's no ceiling that can stop the flash. It's very hard to see where they're coming in from. Lots of good variations that you can bring to it.
Apex.
Spot.
Looking to make up for that last round, takes the fight into connector. To hell with going for the wall bangs. He'll just take the heads-up duels. Did he have to go for a third? You can be the judge of that. But he swings into the opper, and that is TYLOO's chance back into this round with still 1:15 to play.
No! Okay. That was so nice. What was it about that it felt like it was almost off the scope?
Because
but it was
even on the scope, the only thing we saw was a foot.
Yeah.
You only saw from the shin down.
Damn.
And it's sundown on long. Damn, ZywOo.
I need to watch that back 3 more times.
He's
I
not
can't believe it's not butter.
So very smooth. Don't die after time. Rops has got this one in the bag. Quick little execution to the back of Jam Young, and Vitality right back into control of the situation. Set up beautifully by Apex getting so aggressive in connector on his own.
Something about that just felt so sub-tick. Yo, oh, it's the bend of that end of the scope is so ridiculous. Oh my goodness. You know, it's the perfect counter to somebody holding the op on that line. That's exactly what TYLOO just tried to do, but you tried to do it to the Cyborg.
How foolish of you.
Wow.
Just like an AA gun, man.
That was awesome.
Flak cannon to the attempt.
What's an AA gun? Is it shoot beer in your mouth?
No, sir. No, not AA. An addict's worst nightmare. And TYLOO's worst nightmare now has just continuously been Flamesy inside of the short control. Every time he takes a look at this part of the map, he's coming away with 2 kills. We get a little rebuttal here in G and Mercury's attempt. And cut down to a 1v2 is not bad. But you won't find that connector flank.
Just don't die after time. That's all I ask.
Scary that that's sort of been the silver lining for TYLOO. Any round they lose where they don't die after time. But he has split up the CTs.
Yeah, maybe it's winnable. Maybe. Oh, if you could just figure this one out, though. No.
Rops doesn't waste a moment. You know, it's another one of those situations where you're left up in a potentially winnable 1v2, but you're up against Rops and you're up against ZywOo. And you've given them a chance to kind of solidify into their hold.
I mean, yeah, when you say it like that, it's the reason that this team has such a high floor, and their minimum is grand final save. They've just got so many ways to win.
Their minimum is grand finals, and their real desire is a trophy lift in Hong Kong. You got to remind everybody else who's boss heading into the major. This has been the final boss of 2025. Triple nade stack into the B site, doesn't find the contact TYLOO would hope for. And so stuck sucking on a man disadvantage yet again.
There used to be this meme that, you know, teams are saving strats for the major, but in reality, you take any win you could, right? You'd always use everything you knew. And then, you know, we had Olaf pass and a couple of small things that were actually saved for the major, but oh, for the most part, that's too much of a liberty. But gee, okay, he's actually put ZywOo in an interesting spot. Outside the scope again, misses.
There we go. Capitalizing on a ZywOo miss and also sensing Apex's shenanigans inside of the bathroom. Now Flamesy's gonna have to come sprinting up. He'll be met by a Molotov by the time he arrives. And this is an excellent chance for TYLOO to get a second.
Solid setup here from G. And Jam Young, obviously the workhorse for this team on a rifle. And with the money left over, are they gonna humor this retake? They're just gonna see if they can do some more economic damage. Yeah, attacker, you know, he's down to $0, still not got his first kill.
Sitting on this bomb to make sure that the defuse won't come through. That's 3 up for TYLOO. First time we really see ZywOo kind of frazzled, stuck between the 2 shots.
Yeah.
Misses the one up close on party, and they move forward with the momentum, not to mention, you know, bonus points. Hitting that spam on the smoke versus Apex.
Yeah. So this kind of does show you that an Opper is overpowered on overpass with a teammate alive.
Right.
But underpowered without one. And especially when you're that pushed up. And so that was the only chance they had. They had to kill him without him getting a kill. They got that done with right away. So again, very nicely done from G to set that up. Attacker's having a tough day.
0-10. I wonder what his ADR is.
Yeah. Yeah, would love to know. It's always fun when it's like 6. It is, oops, going up 18. Didn't even turn red. Is that because of, that was just this round, I guess. No, that was because of HP. 18.
A couple more years, you'll figure this out.
Is that Owen 10 or Owen Wilson?
Wow. Drops the smoke to his right side. Zawu's got support behind him, and Mezzi and Rops.
Oh, they're everywhere, but
I thought
not
there was
looking.
Smoke front bathrooms, but they both walked through it. They literally walked through it, and Zawu still manages to get away with one.
It's funny they walked through it, but didn't clear it.
Whoa, sight player down, but this nice wrap around from Apex. Only nets him a single kill, but the assist comes through on the Mezzi nade, dunked on for the last one.
Bit of a mistake walking through that smoke
and not
clearing it.
Yeah.
That's definitely a normal spot to be in.
Felt like they were in the process of clearing it, but a little too late. A little too little, a little too late. Don't want to say that's going to be the tail of this entire map, as TYLOO do still have a couple rounds to work with so far on this T side. But they are up against Vitality.
Yeah, man.
It is Vitality.
And it's always about form on the day.
Vitality's form has looked rock solid.
Mm-hmm.
Vitality have opened with 8 opening kills. Oh, they kind of came out right at that time.
Let's see. Well, everyone looks like a genius on CT over PES. TYLOO will get their turn. Attacker will be back.
As a defender.
The attacking side is over.
This is kind of where you're supposed to be good.
All bark.
Zawu not going to depart just because the fire pops in front of him. Oh, flash is fantastic, though. Now Rops is in a pressured spot to provide something, but both your stars go down empty-handed.
I like how he, well, this is just a joke, but he didn't decide if he wanted to leave or shoot, and he did neither.
Yeah. That's not a very Zawu.
You don't normally see that happen, yeah.
Usually he does both things correctly.
Yeah.
And I don't want to take it away from him, but I also want to say it hasn't been like the most comfortable half from Zawu. You think about the time he got caught out on Party.
Yeah.
He gets a kill last round, but still kind of swarmed. This round as well, just kind of stuck between two mines.
Don't let this round go. There's some good utility damage coming in from the CT side. And the rotation. Oh, no.
This flank is huge. Apex gets it. Flamesy strikes one down, but now he's going to need the additional double. Oh, insane! Headshot to close. And TYLOO go up in smoke.
That flame burns bright. Wow.
All you had to do was cross. But not made easy by Flamesy.
Oh, that's, I mean, the spacing is, looks just fine if you're Mercury coming in right after, trying to put pressure on that second burst so it's not a continuation spray.
Wow.
Mercury has just killed TYLOO for the first time ever. Wow.
The first one's the hardest.
First time ever. Get the camera.
And this one's gonna go down smooth. Vitality, it seems. Flamesy back in with another multi-frag for the road. Final round of the CT side from Vitality on the brink of double digits. And again, dude, how many times have these fast flanks ended up costing TYLOO bodies? Mezzy, not a part of this round. It's Rops who gets the timing. And again, just G unfortunately dropped empty-handed. Mercury gets pummeled by that frag grenade. And Vitality come through comfortably with a 10-2 CT side. TYLOO wanted to take the challenge here to overpass, and it started with a pistol, but an immediate loss and inability to convert means it's gonna be a tough one on the defense.
Young, TYLOO, the bane of their existence regionally. Jam Young taps into 3 and 4. That's a clip, baby! Unbelievable! Netic still floating between positions.
They're not going to know he's here, but...
Kill a pop so far, slows down TYLOO for a second. Jam Young still has an activated top middle, and you know Muzio's going to be a little more timid because he's low health. Now cleared off that Tetris climb up. You've got damage done to the stairs player. Attacker is on the prowl.
And here's the lurk.
And he's bought up just enough time for Jam Young to eventually come through. He's still just single-handedly peeling these players off. Bomb's gonna have to get picked up at 15 seconds. This is a murder of a Mirage game here from TYLOO.
He could have shot.
Just the right amount of cover. Attacker, 3 kills to his name. And he goes for the wall bang onto triple, dropping Regali to 60.
This is gonna be a late round. That's what they wanted.
And at nearly 20 kills deep at the end of this first half, Grim is giving it all he's got. He doesn't want this to be his final game in Austin. G left in this clutch, but it's Grim to beat. Defuse being held. G's hit the shot, and that is masterful from TYLOO's AWP. It's so close. Oh, they're going to come through with a bit of aggression to open up this map.
Oh my god.
Decisive strike over in mid. It's back and forth. We end up in this 2-on-2. JT steals himself away, hoping to be the difference maker, but gets toppled. Junior left in this, moves in to a lost site, bomb getting planted. TYLOO, how do they want to play this? Will it just be a case that they count down and swing together? Yeah, both out in the open now. They're given a chance to get into these post plants, and things get even harder for Junior. Attacker, 4 kills deep in the pistol. On for the ace. Swing from the pit, and Attacker gets all 5.
Around the corner into the swing. Lake able to find the headshot, but this grenade on Jam Young is still huge. We'll see if he can find a way to throw it. There it goes into the corner. And Lake's got to be careful, but he's just on the other side of it, barely touching it. HE on top, that'll surely get him. No, he's down to 8. How does he live through that? Going for the defuse, a full 5 seconds. He's not going to come off it either. Gets the headshot on Lake, and now he's ready. He gets another one onto Jam Young. An absurd clutch with 12 health sends them to a victory.
Flamesy is the man of the hour, folks. Finishes off that first half with an above 100 ADR. In fact, 129.3 ADR on the first half of Overpass. Add to that a beautiful clutch. And on top of it, the 9 opening kills that Vitality were able to find. It's no surprise that double digits secured on the first half of play.
And Attacker did finally get on the board in the last round. You might have missed it, but he got that kill. That make sure it just wasn't a totally dud half. But as you can see, obviously, it's not him alone struggling. And as a team, there were some issues. It's good to see G and Jam Young playing well as a start, for sure. And again, everyone can look like a slick genius on CT's side. TYLOO will get a chance to respond. They just need to win the pistol, unfortunately, to give us anything. So let's see if a tactic can get them through the hard part. Looks like they have the right idea, the right read.
Got the Berettas in the right spot.
They feel it's B. They don't have the full 4B stack, but
this flash, those Berettas, should be all she wrote. It's all about the timing. Ah, and it gets a little bit away from him. Players push beyond. Insta-kill for ZywOo on the attack, and he will not stop anytime soon. It's Apex with the counter flashes that make that entry look all the easier. And so G and Mercury tasked with a difficult 2 versus 4. Make it just G. Oof. Oh,
yo.
G Louise, 3 kills deep. It's now just him versus Mezzy. Just when you thought this one was over, the wraparound from Mezzy is just gross.
That's really annoying because what a moment that could have been for G, and so hard to read, a push through the smoke. GG.
ZywOo insta-kills. Oof. That was clean as need be. All right. That third one is nonsense.
Yeah, I thought these servers were vac secured. Yeah, but G's gonna need some help this game.
If you're TYLOO, you're just going to have to turtle up on this round. Doesn't look like they want to throw a risk out of the gate. They could go for this water aggression.
That is, oh my goodness.
Insta-kill from ZywOo.
He's getting more sharp by the rounds.
Yep. Yeah, I need a little runway to kind of get it going, but you know, ZywOo does what ZywOo does in that eventually he will find it. But still Vitality playing with fire here as we near the 30-second mark. The thing is, it's been Rops down towards this B position for the entire round. And they're feeling confident about rocking the boat back into this site. Utility continues to fall out towards long. ZywOo getting this kill. Look at that. Instantly leaving the B site with those frags. But they would have heard the door open wide, so MongolZ is going to have to be the hero of this moment. 3 players come barreling out through Monster, and none of them get stopped. Anybody stopping that bomb could have just thrown this round upside down, but it's not going to happen. Great coverage across the board for Vitality. They will charge down Attacker. He'll find a kill for the road, but that is 10 map points to Vitality's favor.
Again, yeah, like they look a little bit better. And the key part of this, like, it's a longer rotation to get around a Monster. But if you know the CT has pulled back at all, it's easy to get people to peel off the right side of Monster. It's easy to get them to peel off the wood wall. You don't have to show bomb to do that. And so this one comes down to the final seconds to get that bomb plant in. But as long as you know there was a real threat towards A in any capacity, you can be confident that you've cleared out this part of the B side. That's why they ran over there with the MP9 to try to stuff that choke point. But yeah, map point music every single round here for TYLOO. 4 MP9s and a scout to defend here on Overpass.
Mercury floating out on his own, goes down with no answer, no real movement even out of TYLOO just yet, thinking they gotta go for the 4v5. Taking a look down the monster pipe is Attacker. And that frees up the rotation towards A, but still Vitality take their time. Oh, no, through the smoke. Apex at this distance as well. Attacker going down like that draws Jam Young back down towards B. They've left options open with Flamesy still up towards the bathrooms, but B-side's gonna get overwhelmed and try to take a chunk out of Vitality on overpass. You gotta respect the challenge. Unfortunately for TYLOO, they have come up damn near empty-handed. It was a pistol win in the very first round that didn't get converted. One round beyond that sprinkled in. And Vitality's T-side flawless. So we go 13-2 as Vitality are looking to pick themselves up and dust themselves off after losing the Chengdu Grand Finals. They want a chance at revenge versus FURIA, and one more map versus TYLOO will indeed lock that in.
For me, French Counter-Strike has always stood out in somewhat of similarities to Danish Counter-Strike. There's always been passion for the game inside of the French scene. There's been a lot of talent coming out of France, some of the best players in the world. It's always been like a force to be reckoned with in that department, and I think like their play style has been a really nice mix of being extremely aggressive, but at the same time also having quite the tactical depth. Talking in PK was always like a pivotal asset to whatever team would be playing in France. The likes of kines is kind of the same story. Kines was also brought up inside of VARIA games. I think I played against kines in his first official ever in Counter-Strike Source. Talking Shox, he's always been part of the good teams whenever they're on the rise. Shox has always had some kind of godfather role within the teams, like a guy that has guided the young players coming into, and you know, that's just like a cool story for MBK and kines in that department. The funny story with me and Apex is that we were rivals for a long, long time. He and myself, we shared the same kind of role. He was probably the more aggressive of the two of us. We got to reunite inside of Vitality. He had obviously taken up another role of him being an Indian leader. He had this obsession with having a soldier, which didn't fit my playstyle also. And that is what you see now with the likes of Flamesy, you know, and it works for him, so let's be honest, it's a great asset. Apex's IGL style is, in my opinion, the perfect fit. He understands and wants to try and utilize his players in the best possible way, like he recognizes and wants to figure out what strengths does my player have. He's exceptionally good at reading the game, not so much like in the micro decision, but more like in the broad picture, like he always tries to be one step ahead. He has like the same kind of leadership that Glaive had, like he was working off the system, where Apex has maybe created the system. But the Paris Major was obviously unique. We knew how much it meant to the organization being French. We had the CEO coming on stage and lifting a trophy and crying. Obviously that was very nice. And TYLOO winning his first major in Vitality in Paris, I mean, like that's like a Cinderella story in itself. Coming into the grand final, we were standing outside. I remember that I just said to the guys, like, I'm just not losing today. You know, I just made that very clear for them. And I knew that if I could go out and be so confident about my feelings, then that would spark something within them. I was so close to my own goal, and we were so close to the team goal of winning the Paris Major. There wouldn't be a world where we would fumble this one. They had this streak going for them right now. They have won 6 tournaments in a row. It's got to be something within them that thinking that they want to try and beat our record back in Astralis as being the greatest team of all time. I mean, when a team is doing so good, it creates a lot of possibilities to create some really nice storylines, and there's no doubt that Vitality is also in a position now where they can start doing that. That will just spark something in some of the young players coming out of France. You know, the Counter-Strike in France is not that big in the common knowledge, but I think that's also changing now. We've seen the president going out talking about Vitality, and he's been wearing like a Vitality shirt and everything, so we see it with 3D Max, you know, a full French team, a team that has been grinding the living hell out of last season. There's players, you know, that's been around for a while, but there's also a couple of new guys in there.
Vitality always a formidable force, and TYLOO unfortunately feeling the full wrath of that one. That was their map pick, but Maui, things are always going to be tough when you're starting T-side of Overpass, no less, against the best team of 2025.
Oh, without a doubt. And Vitality, they were so active. They had so many good responses there. Vitality has now played Lin Vision and TYLOO in 3 maps. Of those 3 maps, they've given up, on average, 3 rounds per map. If they keep this up, they're probably going to get thrown out of the country. I'm going to tell you right now.
I mean, I think just Vitality did everything better than TYLOO. In every single aspect of the game, they just seem to be the better team. Of course, they also are the better team, so this was probably the best shot that TYLOO would get at actually getting a map off Vitality.
Should we dive straight into some rounds we want to be picking up? Shockingly, we've picked round 2 again. So what happened here, Dupree?
I mean, I think we've gone through maybe like 3 or 4 false buy rounds has been going this dire way, and this time around is nothing different. We have FlameZ playing on the short position, actually gets the entire info. There's a lot of things that's going wrong in this round. The only thing that I think is the worst thing that happens in this round is that the bomb is stuck in underground by himself. When you have 3 guys going inside of Monster, sure, that makes sense if they would have had the bomb. That would have been a great play because there's probably a chance that Vitality is more people stacked outside of short. The issue is as well, the guy that is actually supposed to cover the guy in underground just decides to go searching on A without any specific reason. They just end up losing the favorable position. They don't like react accordingly in the terms of how he's actually positioning underground with the bomb, and they just end up losing the round.
There were a few moments like this for TYLOO where I feel like it's just that one loose thread causes the whole thing to collapse, and I feel like in kind of the round 7, 8, 9, they tried maybe grouping up a little bit too much, and then you lose all the flair of what makes a T side on overpass kind of scary, the fact that you lose some information here and there. So yeah, not the right kind of openers you would want for TYLOO in general here.
Yeah, and just another example of that, if we may dive into round number 11, because FlameZ, not known to be a closer, delivers in absolutely every single department in this one.
I mean, this was such a great round from him, but also I feel like this was not bad from TYLOO. Like, most of this round went very well. They get a couple opening picks. They clear out the front of bathrooms. They clear con. FlameZ does get one back. MongolZ probably would want to replay that moment for himself. But there's a smoke down, and FlameZ, with that position, getting that kill around the connector spot, he goes for the big flank, and he just nails him. Like, clotheslines, 2 consecutive players right here, and just when it felt like maybe there's a lifeline, because if you get 4 rounds on a T side of overpass, you're not hurting that badly, but that just stopped the whole game in its tracks.
There's just way too much hesitation from the side of TYLOO. Like, they know that they're probably going to be boxed in, especially when he's lost the kill onto short and FlameZ is coming from behind. And that is where I think TYLOO just needs to have a way better reaction. Like, sure, it's not very comfortable to jump through a smoke, but it's necessary to go through the smoke to actually create a space for the guys coming from bathroom.
Yeah, and just to touch upon Maui Snake's previous point, you know, those little things that were kind of left open by TYLOO, Vitality, they're a team that are going to take full advantage of anything they're given. Like, give them an inch, they will take a mile every single time.
I mean, they eat these type of teams for breakfast. I mean, I don't see a world where Vitality would ever lose against TYLOO in the current state of how they're playing. I think Vitality is so well drilled in so many aspects of their game plan that they could literally almost play 4v5 and still end up winning.
And it's also incredibly rare to see Vitality not pressure their opponents. You know, if they get an inkling of a feeling that there's reason to push, that there's reason to flank, they're always going to test them, okay? Until a grand finals, you almost see none of their players sweating in those kinds of moments. That's why they've been so consistent, because if you don't do everything perfectly thoroughly, they're just going to push you in.
Now, I know it's not the most, you know, challenging of opponent that Vitality have seen as of late, but good initial signs, I guess, from Mezi. We wanted to see a little bit more of him. You were talking about the supporting cast maybe being a little bit lackluster in that grand final in Chengdu. He needs to be back if we want to see, you know, Vitality be the Vitality of old, the Vitality of beginning of this year.
In general, the B-side defenses that he held with FlameZ were quite strong. His rotations towards the A-bomb site, when TYLOO kind of opened the floodgates towards that side of the map, he did a great job over there as well. Yeah, just being kind of the stable force that you want him to be. And yes, this is not really the type of competition that I want to see him farming, but you better start here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think Messi has been phenomenal throughout this year. I think he's been a big part in their success. I think he's been a rock-solid anchor, and when you're an anchor and you have a bad event, that can actually hurt the team. It can hurt your team in the sense that as an anchor, you're supposed to get multi-kills when you get attacked, or at least buy time for your team to rotate in when you get attacked. If you don't really get to do that, then they can get very tough for the rest of the team rotating in. And I think that was maybe one of the things that Messi maybe didn't get too well done inside of in the event in Chengdu. And I think it's just a matter of time before he gets back. And as you mentioned, maybe this is not the type of opponent you want him to be farming, but it's a step in the right direction.
Is there any kind of semi-positive strings we can pull from TYLOO? Like, no, the scoreline is very lackluster, but like anything you're looking at.
I mean, we could keep talking about the fact that the one thing that I like when I watch them is simply put, it's Jam Young. Okay, every time this guy is in a duel, even with the best players in the world, always stands a chance. This time around, even though some of the games this season, I feel like he was maybe just sending it a little bit too much, I think he was more tempered in his own individual approach. And yeah, it's not a big picture TYLOO positive, but I'm not looking for them to win this game. I want to just see individuals that can hold their own versus a team like Vitality.
Gentlemen, should we play a little bit of a game whilst we have this brief intermission to the action? Let's head on over to novashots.io, and predict some of the games, or maybe one of the games for tomorrow. Now, we've got some credits to be playing with. I believe our producer has spent 1. We had 1,000. We now have 999.
Oh my God, what did you do?
I wonder where he went. I don't think it's fair to do it on this game. Do you want to maybe do it for like Spirit Mongols tomorrow? Should we have a look?
I have a track record of doing pretty well in this one, so I'm just going to go straight at it. And you know, it's all about innovation. It's all about, you know, looking at the tournament, looking at how teams are doing, and also to getting some good stocks in terms of what teams are popular. And maybe there's a case that Spirit is not playing well right now. Sure, the Mongol is not as well. I think you can get some very cheap stocks in by buying stuff on the Mongols, but I think Spirit is the one to go with here. I think I would probably get like at least half of my tokens on Spirit. How do you think about that, Mark?
I'm liking it. I feel like Spirit, for me, I would have them winning that matchup simply because I feel like the Control as honeymoon is over. That's my take on them right now. I felt like their loss for the Mongols looked worse than Spirit's loss, even though, you know, it goes all 3 maps, but it was to a massive underdog, whereas Spirit really pushed Falcons today.
I think that's
on
a
the
good
first
take.
map.
Yeah, should we just go all in? You weren't a stranger to going all in last season.
Sure, let's go all in. We go all in Spirit because we know it's going to be a possibility.
Yeah,
maybe it's not always the wisest thing, but you know, sometimes in life you got to take some risks.
Yeah, I love this. Well, we're going to lock that and see if that happens tomorrow. But this series isn't concluded over here on day 1 of Blast Rivals Hong Kong. And things, they're looking pretty dire over on the TYLOO side of the equation because that was their pick. Now we're heading to Vitality's pick. How do you think the floor is kind of looking for this one now?
I don't think there's any way back for TYLOO. I think Overpass was their way into the series. I still think that Vitality has so much in the books, and they are so comfortable on the majority of the maps they're playing. The one they probably were a little bit too uncomfortable playing was probably going to be Overpass, and they didn't clinch that one. So it's going to be looking very bad for TYLOO, but obviously it's all about never giving up. And I think if they can just at least try and string more rounds together than they've done in their previous head-to-head, where they got, I think it was 12 rounds in total. So there is something to look forward to. They need to try and get more rounds, but obviously it's going to be tough.
Just 6 or 7 rounds.
Yeah, that's a win in your book. Well, we will be diving into that second map, but not before we head things to a quick break. But not before then, we're going to be checking in with Rops to see what he was saying ahead of this series. Having had a little bit of time, let's say, to reflect upon that, what were kind of the main issues that you saw standing out from that grand final?
I think individually, I didn't have the best game. I think others didn't feel the best. Obviously, the maps were close. I think that's the main takeaway is that, well, it was a 3-0, but it was very close. It could have been on a different day, it could be a 3-0 for us. And I think that's what everyone realized. And, you know, yeah, just things to learn. There are still mistakes in the game, and that's what we plan to fix on coming to this tournament and just find like a few hours here and there, you know, because it's still not many days between the 2 tournaments. But yeah, just find a bit of time to fix some small things, and you know, the preparation for Major is going to be underway after this.
How much stock do you put into a result like that? Because obviously Apex had a nice way of framing it, saying maybe the fans have been a bit too used to eating very good because, you know, second place is still not to be snuffed at. How much kind of stock do you put into losing out there?
I think the truth of the matter is that we are definitely the most consistent team of this year. I think playoffs basically all the way throughout. We didn't win as much this season as we did before, and that's what we say, that obviously we're going to semis, we're going to finals, and we have a win at EPL previously now in this season. It is really consistent, and we're showing up almost every time. But yeah, just for us, what's tough is just the way we lose some games, and that's just frustrating, and that's, you know, part of the job, and you have to take those frustrations back to the drawing board and fix the mistakes, and that's what we're doing at our best.
Can you give us a little bit of insight into communications? Because we get a lot of these mic'd up moments where we mostly hear Apex saying, you know, just comms aren't smooth, we're not understanding each other as much. Do you see a difference from first half of the year versus second half of the year?
Hard to say. I think the difference is small. It probably is a difference. I think it comes down to just maybe the individuals playing like 5% worse than the previous season, and I think when you're playing slightly worse, I think everything is going to be worse in terms of your decision making, your communication, like just, you know, the whole aspect of playing, I think. And that's where we need to be sharp. I think that's where we were really good in the first season. I think people, you know, had a lot of confidence. I think that was thing that was powering us through the first season. Just a lot of confidence, and we were keeping it throughout the season. And right now, it's it's not up and down because again we're going to finals, but still kind of maintaining that fearlessness and just plowing through opponents because we did it once, but just had to find it again.
And finally, what's the chances of Ancient being properly integrated into Vitality's map pool? Has it tempted you?
It's something we've talked about at some point this year, but I think every time we talk about it, we've had a good result after, and you kind of forget about it, and you just you kind of get caught in other things. Like you try to figure out if this is the right map pool for us, but while you're doing that, we were winning tournaments, we were destroying people, and then you're just kind of forgetting about it. So I think eventually maybe we'll have a look again, but for now I think it's tough to say. It's just that as I said, we have done some work on it, and that's the reason why we can abuse some of the vetoes against some teams which permanently.
We go to map 2, where TYLOO are going to try to take a swing at Vitality. Never an easy task for anybody in the world, let alone TYLOO, who we know have to punch upwards in this head-to-head, Mohan. And after that first map, it's going to be tough to hang on to your individual confidence, but you got to. It's Nuke, and TYLOO are on the ropes after a disappointing overpass map pick loss.
It unfortunately showed us a lot about what we're going to get today, it feels. We're going to see something surprising. Maybe overpass was going to be interesting, but it's nice to see Vitality like in control kind of all the way through.
Yeah.
Also, as kind of, maybe that's boring for some people.
No.
Still,
It could have been boring.
It could have been boring.
If it was the first half of 2025. But now it's a Vitality that showed its underbelly, that's lost an event or two.
Right.
And suddenly, this form of Vitality is a good thing if you want those supreme playoff experiences, because that's what we're playing for here. A quick road to either semis or quarters. Winners of this go up versus FURIA to decide who starts where in the playoffs.
Vitality's last goal this year is to beat Astralis' record in terms of tournament wins. Still got a couple to go.
But only a couple left. Ooh, fast move by MongolZ. Good challenge from Mercury out of the vent. That's going to turn the attention of Vitality back for a second. He even ends up with a second kill himself. MongolZ, though, still thriving. Backside, he hangs on for dear life as G gets pushed down through the squeaky door, and Apex is going to have to come through main to scoop that bomb back up. Ooh, this is a wild one.
Whoa, it's Jiwoo.
Oh, MongolZ, you're a kill.
Yo, excuse you.
A victim, in fact.
Wow, clearing that. He's a genius.
Now Apex hanging on to the single door. G announcing himself as he sprints down. Swings it wide. Apex point blank on the hold. Oh, he gets popped. Apex wins out. And that one is a tough one because another moment where TYLOO get that close.
Yeah, you do. And it's tough. I feel bad for G. He played really well, actually. You know, he was a bright spot on overpass.
Yes, sir.
And that was actually such a solid attempt. I can't believe he figured out where MongolZ was.
Yeah, I thought MongolZ had him dead to right.
Yeah, that was fair. That was a fair call, totally. Like
this kill right here.
Oh, that was just
but he was
so
ready
great.
to clear it.
And yeah, even here, he's playing with the door, but he has a thought that there could be someone close left. Smart guy, that G.
Fast vent dive for FlamZ. That was weird.
Yeah, that was weird. I think he just went to the wall, and then it looked like, I don't know.
There's some weird stuff going on.
I think they were sharing a tin wall for a second. An aluminium wall.
FlamZ on top of the ramp rotation, so already kill in his back pocket. And a bomb plant as well. This one came down real quick.
Yo.
G with the headshot. Sits Apex down.
Yeah, G-Woo, man.
Get a little revenge for the 1v1 clutch that Apex picks up on top of him. So it's all about hanging on to that FAMAS Scout, the upgraded pistols that TYLOO came into this one with. It's a just rinse and repeat type situation. Everything happens so fast. You end up losing an additional CZ-75, but so be it. Just happened so quick that that bomb was down on B. And not just down on B, but then also FlamZ pressing his luck into the bottom of ramp as well. It's like, not only have you already lost the B site, but the fastest avenue of a rotation already has FlamZ standing on top of it. So there was a lot of conviction behind that move from Vitality in the second round.
Yeah, Ventrop's always something that if you're ready for it, it's real easy to stop. If you're not ready for it, you just gotta think about something else. You don't go for a late defense of that. Sometimes you just gotta let it go. Mercury, let's see if he gets cleared. He's up here pretty early. Oh, that's nice.
Lineup is massive. They just stuck on top of one another. Apex and FlamZ joined at the hip, get put down. And it's a lot of damage on ZywOo as well, who eventually gets the trade, but at what cost? We've got another vent play. Hello.
Oh, that's big. I mean, okay, the bomb's in a spot where it's got to cross too, and G's watching. So MongolZ's other option is to go back to lobby and expose himself to pushes and go ramp. G has a chance to cut this off, but I wouldn't blame him if he leaves too.
Yeah, he's
like,
starting
you just
to.
don't. You wouldn't expect the bomb to be this late. He's in hell though. He's still watching it. Still being smart about this, but it's got to be an insane shot here. Oh, he's just missed the timing. Oh, he's missed that. That's unlucky.
Oy. That's going to be a tough one to accept. Don't watch back the demo. It'll leave a sting that you were that close to holding it off. So MongolZ cautious, as he should have been that entire time, but leave it to MongolZ to find that perfect timing and a third consecutive round out of the gate that comes with it.
But what you don't know can't hurt you. She doesn't realize.
True.
How fate could have changed.
Let's all just stick our heads in the sand.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Chance to rack up some cost here.
I love it.
Zayu's not feeling too safe. But his teammates have got him covered, and so they will keep majority. All three stand here for Vitality after Mezzi was bailed out of that sketchy outer spot.
So where's Apex for you all-time great IGLs?
He's up there in the conversation.
I mean, he better be.
Yeah, 100%. Top 5, absolutely.
Top 5, so brave.
Top 5, absolutely. Top 3,
yeah. Okay, top 3. It is hard to say.
Let's see what Fallen does in Budapest, you know what I'm saying?
No, I mean, no joke. There's competition for everyone.
Arrogant Fallen Apex?
Yeah, competition
Apex,
for Glaive.
Arrogant Fallen?
Just forget about Glaive entirely.
Who?
Oh my gosh. The disrespect is insane.
The guy on the ends bench? God, that hurt to say out loud.
Wow.
I take it all back. That's why I said top 5.
Yeah, Budapest will make it very interesting.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we're going to be talking about four majors for Apex, maybe? Is that right? 2?
Yep.
And then if it's Fallen,
whoa.
Dude, everyone's getting there. They've got cabinets.
But what if it's Kerrigan?
That's 2 majors.
Whoa. Out of nowhere. All right. Buckle up. We'll
have to see about my pick'ems.
Sure.
It's going to be Kerrigan if you want me to curse FaZe again.
FaZe Silver, FaZe Silver. I'm working with a psychopath.
It don't sound like that.
Nice flash in for Jam Young. Just plucks Mezzi off the back line of that group up. It's crazy to me that at 25 seconds, the only thing Vitality have going is this ramp hit, especially
It's actually weird. The bomb, yeah.
Yeah, just left that bomb, huh? That was Mezzi's death, I think.
You're calling this a top 5 called team?
Well, Apex
they
wasn't.
Can't even plan. They don't even know the bomb
was
there.
not part of that pack. Dude. They just left that bomb behind when Mezzi died. They still don't seem to know it.
Is this the worst Vitality round of the year?
It could have been.
If anyone else makes this move, it's just slightly silly, but ooh.
Mezzi goes down to the back. Bomb never cuts around that corner, and you may have taken the ramp room, but there's nothing there for you. So first gun round for TYLOO, first round win for TYLOO.
That's nice by Jam Young, gets that find.
Yes, sir. Third round of the series for TYLOO. Map down. Oh.
So it's like watching a cat fall off the bed.
Still lands on his feet, still gets up again. But not the smoothest instance for Apex.
Right. Love that wrap. That's beautiful on MongolZ. And oh, Mercury will blow that open himself.
Yes, sir.
Smart move.
Still had just enough cover there for FlamZ to get away with a kill, but at least there's no double down from FlamZ. However, total silent cross outside beyond that. It's going to be G on high alert. Throws himself into the bomb site instead. Does that pull them back? Bomb starting to peel away. Apex leads this rotation upwards instead. And right now, it's banking on Rops being able to find some kind of successful exit from this hut.
They're playing ramp too long, I think. They've got a very strong split here, but they're just, they're super convinced that it's lower still. And that's why they've left Mercury over at ramp. Oh, but this just kind of ruins the A site.
Yep.
A risk they couldn't take. A good call here for Vitality. But I think in their brains, it was the only one they could make. The only move they could go for.
Robs gets cleared by Mercury, at least here on the flank. So pressure back onto the A site. No pressure to come in from heaven fast enough to stop that plant. but it will be part of the retake if they send it in.
Top Hut's crazy. They don't know if it can be a Heaven retake.
Completely smoked off as well. Apex plays Top Hut.
How's Mezzy watching that?
Oh, trying to set it up with the flash, and Mezzy gets popped in the process. Dodging the flash is Apex. He goes down without a kill, and it is TYLOO to stick the landing on the retake.
I love that. I mean, it looked like a little risky when they walked into HUD and died to ROPS, but they still had a player up, and yeah, they had everything covered outside of it, so in case it was a lower hit, they would have been solid. In case of retake, they had the numbers to pull it off.
It's a 4v5 round win for TYLOO. That's huge.
Yeah.
Catching this lobby frag felt like everything. Mercury, big impact on the retake. His words, not mine.
What's it mean?
Go get the translator, buddy.
You're my AI translator.
Attacker, another rough first half. Still plenty of time to pull out of this one. G alone on ramp, leaning all the way back. He's got 4 players grouped up coming his way.
I trust in G.
Especially now that he's got the support of the Hell Rotate. At least temporarily. It's kind of a back and forth situation right now for TYLOO.
They're going to try to overstress his rotation here with this outside presence. As ZywOo can find anything to turn someone around. There it is.
AK picked up by the second man in. ZywOo down with nothing outer. Yeah, Jam Young here to help out wonderfully.
Oh, headshot through the box.
Nasty stuff from the back of the ramp.
Wait.
Apex a little late to the party, scoops it all back up.
I need to see that back. What? Yeah, he's toying with him.
And it's perfect.
That's great.
Works out wonderfully for G, who somehow gets that wall bang. Let's cue it up.
Yeah.
First shot easy.
Oh, yeah, right. It was the fat side of the box.
Gross.
My God.
Gross wall bang. Okay, that's going to inspire you. If you're G, that's feeling like your game is online with a round like that.
But it was online on Overpass as well. He was like 15 and 11.
Yeah, which
even though they only
enough.
got 2 rounds. So I think he needs some teammates, man.
Well, he's got 4 of them. One of them still has 0 kills. TYLOO finally feel like they're in this game. Never had that feeling when it came to Overpass. But a 3-3 tie early on map 2. A blossoming economy. And a couple individual heroics across the board. That's a recipe for a solid CT side. This round's been very quiet. Playing ahead of the smoke, but unable to get the better of Mosia.
Nice.
And his cover comes through. Attacker serves up the distraction. Mercury finds the 4th kill of the round, and what a stop of vitality in this one.
Wow, go off, man. That was some beautiful rifle work from Mosia.
They could not buy an entry into this upper site. The attacker swoops down on top of the 3rd just in case the shot was missed. Not the case.
So after one sort of like sloppy round from Vitality where they left that bomb back, they haven't really picked up since then. Another eco now. TYLOO to set a streak up. Buying attacker time to get back in the game. Oh, this is tough. No, maybe it's not, actually.
Mezzi's there. And Attacker's gonna find Sanctuary backside, covered by G up above. Last man remains as Apex, and the activity here from Jam Young is gonna put that final nail in the coffin of round 9. This is a TYLOO now leading 5-3. CT side of Nuke.
So good.
Starting to go well.
Well, it looks like we're vague posting a little bit, just about, you know, generalities and emotions and communication and stuff like that. That's, you know, that's like we're going back to fundamentals now. And it makes sense. Vitality, they have a full game plan, they have a full map pool, they have all the tactics in the world they can draw from, all the individual plays. It is going to be the most trite, high-level, simple advice that's going to get you there in the end for them. It's reminding yourself. To keep the ideas flowing, to talk to each other, to look for momentum. I think is the only word I heard.
And breathe.
And breathe.
Which is really an automatic process, but do it with some mindfulness. Maybe you get your way back into this game. There's a lot of smokes outside, but with a high post above those smokes, standing on the roof of Garage, it's gonna free them up to come play in anticipation of this commitment. Uh-oh. Attacker, yeah, is right. Tries to look away from it, ends up getting bulldozed. Luckily, yet again, it's MongolZ with the multi-frag towards that door. No hunt. Animal. Now we're talking about teammates. This is no longer just G's op online. You've got impact across the board. Multi-frags in multiple places.
That's wild. That was a full house between them. That was such a fantastic squeaky door hold for MongolZ, and then Jam Young somehow tops that.
Comes through main with fire at his feet.
And you know, in like Chinese CS, you would always see the peak individual moments like that, but you never saw it with the structure. Now you see it with the structure, and it looks even better.
TYLOO 6 straight, folks. Vitality clumped up by Squeaky, trying to go for the vent dive. Multiple bodies down. G could get overrun. Oh, he will, and offer to op over. Do they get in position before others rotate down? Rob's holding the further the doors, tries to go out to support that bomb. Jam Young takes a look at sight. First piece of cover goes down in Apex. You got a Tech-9 stuck back sight and an op smoked off.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Recovering within it. Mezzi actually finds his. And that gives space soon enough for Robs, but control taken over by the retake already. Robs is gonna end up finding MongolZ. Second player behind him still in ramp, and no, it wasn't a control climb up, but just a rafters walk instead. That player now taps bomb. That's gonna burst Robs back to the scene of the crime. Door gets closed in front of him. In the thick of it, they come away with the defuse, playing for the round win as this half is starting to get wrapped.
I love that. He really had his arm out for that door. I can't believe he was able to push it back from where he was standing, but that's what he needed to prioritize. That was his best line of defense. Like, he used that thing as a shield. That was well played with the time as low as it was. Robs is always a threat when he's got that op in play, so I think they did a good job of dealing with that situation. I like the push from Jam Young in to start the retake early. They let Vitality win that. They get way too excited. Another vent drop, successful, but on an eco. I don't think so. TYLOO aren't the one running through timeouts right now.
Just gets away with it, but this deep into the half, that's all you need. Couple rounds for the road.
In CS3, they're going to randomize 6 digits. You got to put them in.
Have to play with a numpad.
Yeah.
Mezzi's gonna have all his on the mice. Attacker locked into the corner here as Mercury's got fire down beneath him.
I love it.
Burned by half, and still it is headshots for Mercury.
I love it, man. He comes in to help Attacker. He takes a deep angle, and you can't shoulder swing that. You have to commit to spray to him, and he's got a better fight than you, so it was worth it. Every little bit of HP.
So I was got an op duel queued up here inside of lobby. G trying to overstack that bomb. Good angle and will not miss the shot. So Rop's a bit late to the party. No longer teammates to work with. Loses a quarter on the first fight. 3 to go. And it's a great distraction to set up Mercury for another one. Triple kill Mercury as he comes running and diving into the ramp room. Again, no half measures. If you're going to sign up for that fight, then fight the entire time, and that he does. 3 kills for it.
Oh, guys, let's organize, let's take the bomb site properly, etc. We don't have to... we're trolling right now, guys, I swear.
Damn. Yeah, that was definitely a disappointed Apex. It's a quick start, but since then it's just been amazing moments for TYLOO and nothing else really. Looks like G's got his team.
That's really what we called for after Overpass. He was there as well in the first map, but now surpassed by both Mercury and Jam Young. Still a CT side that lies ahead for Vitality, but a 4th round much needed, as it has been a total momentum shift since that 3-0 Vitality start. Flamesy doesn't trust this garage, but it feels like he's going to be tasked to wrap through smoke. And he exposes himself on the edge of it. Fizzling out our Vitality as this T-side's gone on. You said you wanted to take that bomb site with protocols, but I mean, trolling is the word Apex used.
And then he didn't really finish the comm either, so it's sort of, half an idea. It's definitely a lot more going on. 20 seconds, but they are in the site. If they walk up onto this Attacker, he's been having a struggle.
Yeah, but they line up right there. Bunch of damage done on Mezzi. That's Mezzi with a 2nd kill this round alone. 2 players inside of the vent. Oh man, they could jumble this.
They're not going to flash, it looks like. Oh, this is a big risk if they just want to double up the vent.
Mezzi tries to reposition. G is going to take position in heaven as those flames burn out. 2 players still to emerge out of this vent. It is not a comfortable exit. Barrel even gives a warning over to Apex, and the 2nd player doesn't come out immediately, but the heaven player's down, and a turn
no way
from
he won
Jam
that.
Young towards the corner. Puts Mezzi on ice. No business winning that one. No business making this 9-round comeback of a CT side.
British player. British player. How does it make you feel, man?
It's fun. It's
British
great.
player.
That's all I need to be known for.
British player. You ever get used to it?
No.
No. Cheers.
Cheers.
British player. What's Mezzi about?
In the UK, I don't know, we do this thing where you just add a Z to, like, my last name's Merriman, and just call me Mez or Meza.
Meza, yeah.
Meza. And then I changed the name because the Asimov in-game, I called it Mezimov.
Does the Asimov creator know that?
No.
Have you told anyone that?
No.
Chicken shot first, cheers to that.
Cheers.
There we go. Can you do American accent?
I don't.
Can you just say, like, can you just say what this is?
Bottled water.
I'm letting you in the country.
Thank you.
You got through.